Welcome to a world of beast taming, where humans and beasts live side by side. In this place, owning a rare and powerful creature means you have everything. These are beings capable of summoning storms or wiping entire civilizations off the map in the blink of an eye. And standing at the very peak of this world is a young man named Tu Luong. He is famous because the soul-bound beast residing within him is known as the moon goddess Glimmer Butterfly. It is a mythical creature that exists only in legends, said to possess the power to warp time and space, rewrite causality, and even grant immortality. Just looking at Tu Luong is enough to leave anyone in awe, as his eyes glow with a brilliant radiance, just like the moonlight itself. Every bit of the moon goddess's grace and divine favor seems to be poured directly into Tu Luong through those very eyes. In this world, Tu Luong is the only one worshipped as the King of Moonlight, a legend followed by millions. But as legendary as the life of the King of Moonlight was, with no rival able to stand against him, he managed to fall out of bed in his sleep, hit his head on the floor, and kick the bucket in the most pathetic way possible. At that exact moment, another teenager with the same name from 21st century Earth transmigrated into this body, absorbing a flood of the original owner's memories. Version 2.0, Tu Luong was absolutely shell-shocked. Normally, waking up as the strongest man under heaven would be like hitting the cosmic jackpot. However, that is only a win if the rumors about the King of Moonlight were actually true. But when Tu Luong checked his own status, he realized that his bound beast was absolutely not the legendary moon goddess Glimmer Butterfly. It was just a regular Glimmer Butterfly, a low-tier, moonlight-type beast. What a total scam. All of Tu Luong's hopes for a glorious new life were instantly crushed. All the stories about him awakening a beast at 14, about being crowned the King of Moonlight at 15, being the top student at the Moonlight Tamer Academy, and founding the Moon Sect at 16, all about being worshipped by millions of followers as their supreme leader, and even receiving a challenge from the Great Moon Emperor at 17, with a final duel set for 3 years away. It was all a complete delusion. To be fair, the original owner didn't mean to lie. He was just so delusional that he actually believed he was that powerful. He genuinely thought his basic butterfly was a divine beast in disguise, and that it would only reveal its true form when he entered a deep trance. Even when facing a challenge from an 8-star Beastmaster like the Great Moon Emperor, the original Tu Luong didn't show a hint of fear. Talk about insane confidence. If the 21st century Tu Luong didn't have the system he gained after crossing over, and couldn't see his actual stats, he probably would have been brainwashed by the original guy's lies too. Setting that aside for now, Tu Luong decided to summon his Glimmer Butterfly. He at least needed to know what his partner looked like. When the butterfly appeared, he froze for a few seconds because, honestly, it was incredibly adorable. But the bad news is that besides being cute, this thing is completely useless. Tu Luong was in total despair. What was he supposed to do? Never mind fighting the Great Moon Emperor in 3 years. Right now, he couldn't even take down an elite student from the academy. He would get absolutely wrecked. Without some kind of broken cheat like other isekai protagonists, the idea of Tu Luong defeating the Emperor in 3 years was pure fantasy. Just as he thought that, he remembered something. It turns out the original owner's life actually did involve something like a hidden power. Deep in the original owner's memories was something mysterious and strange, with no clear origin. The original guy absolutely hated it and pushed it away. After trying to remember, Tu Luong finally recalled its name, the Book of Moonlight. The moment the name crossed his mind, the Book of Moonlight manifested right in front of him. It was an illustrated guidebook filled with pictures of various beasts. Tu Luong quickly figured out how it worked. Every time he touches a new beast in the real world, its image is added to this book. Once the Book of Moonlight collects enough data and a certain number of beast entries, it unlocks a gacha draw. This gives Tu Luong a chance to pull a beast of unknown power and rank. Flipping to the Supreme Tier section, he finally understood why the original owner hated the book so much. The slot for the Moon Goddess Glimmer Butterfly was completely empty. This basically meant the Book of Moonlight was flat out denying that the beast even existed. It completely contradicted the original guy's core belief that he owned a legendary divine creature. But for our Tu Luong, this book was the ultimate cheat code. He was currently at the Moonlight Tamer Academy, which was crawling with moonlight-type beasts. Touching them would be a piece of cake. Once he saves up 10 summons, he might actually pull the real Moon Goddess Glimmer Butterfly. That war in 3 years is still a long way off, and honestly, it's still anyone's game. But right now, the clock is ticking. I need to level up fast if I want to actually be worthy of this Moon King title I'm carrying. With that in mind, Tu Luong threw on a jacket and bolted out the door. Down in the courtyard of the elite dormitory at Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, a student named Bach Duyet Ni was busy feeding a cute little moonlight rabbit. This really annoyed her best friend, Toucan. Seriously, Duyet Ni, you're spending all day feeding these low-level creatures again? What if they actually get attached to you? What then? Oh, relax. Toucan, there's no way I'd ever form a contract with a low-tier moonlight rabbit. I'm just playing with it for a bit, no big deal. How is it not a big deal? Toucan practically shrieked. You're an elite student. If you reek of these common beasts, the powerful ones won't even give you the time of day. She then used the Moon King family as an example, pointing out how he never even touches ordinary beasts. Forget about high-tier beasts, even if a supreme-tier creature walked right past him, he wouldn't even give it a second look. She figured it was because of his companion beast. The moon goddess Flash Butterfly supposedly despises the scent of anything weaker than itself. As they were talking, the moonlight rabbit's ears suddenly twitched. It sensed something and immediately bolted. Their eyes followed the rabbit, only to see Tu Luong casually walking by. Those silver moon eyes of his were so intense. One look was enough to make anyone want to bow down and submit. Toucan and Bach Duyet Ni were completely mesmerized, and Tu Luong definitely noticed them too. Specifically, he noticed Bach Duyet Ni because of her cat ears. Wait, cat ears and beast-like eyes? That's weird. Could she be part beast? Tu Luong wondered, before immediately brushing the thought aside. The original Moon King was notorious for staying away from beasts and wasn't exactly known for being a people person. To keep people from getting suspicious, he figured he better stick to the original guy's cold and distant style. He gave them a cold shoulder and headed straight for the Moonlight Pavilion, a place packed with countless low-tier beasts. If he could just touch every single one of them once, he might finally get to do his very first draw. Inside the Moonlight Pavilion, Tu Luong found a goldmine of low-tier beasts, allowing him to unlock more entries in the Book of the Moon. The Book of the Moon even provided detailed intel and combat skills for each one. It was honestly a shame the original owner of this body used to look down on it so much. The deeper he went into the pavilion, the more the crowds of beasts started to thin out. Actually, it seemed like these low-tier creatures were terrified to even go near one specific closed door. Tu Luong figured this had to be the territory of a mid-tier beast. That would explain why the weak ones were keeping their distance. Without overthinking it, he pushed the door open. The room was massive, and right in the center sat a cushion with a beast lounging on it. Checking the info plaque by the door, Tu Luong realized it was a white flower deer, a mid-tier moonlight-type beast. Its beauty was unmatched among mid-tier beasts. Hell, it was rare even when looking at the entire beast world. They have gentle personalities, eat grass, and absolutely love basking in the moonlight. Because of that, the white flower deer is extremely picky about its partners, which is why they're so incredibly rare these days. Only the Moon Temple manages to maintain an actual breeding ground for them. Tu Luong stared at the text-heavy plaque, thinking the description was a bit much. I mean, it's just a mid-tier beast, right? A few other students followed him into the room. As soon as they saw the white flower deer, they couldn't hide their shock. Whoa. Doesn't the Moonlight Pavilion have free entry? Where do they get the cash to keep a mid-tier beast like this? I've never seen any other beast get treated this well. You think it's just because of its looks? Look at that deer. It's so beautiful it makes me wonder. You know, maybe some rich guy is into that kind of thing. Tu Luong overheard their disgusting whispering, but what he didn't expect was that the white flower deer heard it too. Just as that student was running his mouth with more trashy comments, a sudden blast of icy water drenched him from head to toe, and the one behind it was the white flower deer. Seeing its furious expression, the two students didn't waste a second and bolted out of there. No way. Can that thing actually understand what we're saying? Who knows? I heard some high-intelligence mid-tier beasts can read people's intentions. Let's just get out of here. Tu Luong wasn't in any rush to leave. After all, he wasn't the one who insulted the deer. The beast stopped acting lazy, stood up from its cushion, and started pacing around the room. When its eyes met Tu Luong's, it froze for a few seconds. Captivated by the moonlight in his eyes, the white flower deer slowly approached and leaned in close to him. The moment they made contact, the moon book instantly activated, unlocking a profile for a brand new pet. But here is the kicker. The newly unlocked beast is actually named the Cloud Steppe Cold Moon. It belongs to the moonlight element, but its rank is supreme. This is definitely not some ordinary mid-tier white-spotted deer. Tu Luong could not hide his shock. Is a supreme tier beast with enough power to wipe out an entire city really standing right in front of him? You have to understand, a supreme tier beast is a godlike existence in any region, the absolute ruler of all monsters. If it ever lost its cool, it could level everything within a few hundred meters with just a single kick. But why on earth is a terrifying creature like this just hanging out at the academy? If it wanted to, it could blow the whole school away in the blink of an eye. Tu Luong tried to keep his cool. Wait a second. If a supreme tier beast is chilling here so peacefully, maybe it actually has a mellow personality. The school must know it won't just hurt people for no reason, right? Earlier, those two guys just had their mouths running faster than their brains, which is why they got splashed. Still, he could not rule out the possibility that this thing was just playing the pig to eat the tiger. Just like those main characters in web novels who are ridiculously powerful but pretend to be weaklings to hide their true strength. That is the polar opposite of Tu Luong, because he is actually the pathetic one with zero strength, relying entirely on his bluffing skills to survive. After spacing out for a while, Tu Luong realized the deer was staring right at him, and a wave of unease washed over him. Oh boy, wait. Is this deer about to pounce on him? Could it be that because Tu Luong stood there for so long, the beast realized its secret identity was about to be exposed? If it attacked now, he would be absolute toast. So, Tu Luong started playing dumb, acting like he was just admiring it. Oh wow, this mid-tier white-spotted deer is just so gorgeous. I totally lost track of time just looking at it. Man, he did not care why this monster was here. He just really did not want to get mauled. He kept pretending to admire the scenery, and as soon as he got close to the door, he booked it out of there. While he was terrified, from the white-spotted deer's perspective, it was actually just mesmerized by the patterns in Tu Luong's eyes. Once Tu Luong vanished, the deer lazily trotted back to its cushion. But here is the crazy part. The beast reached under its cushion and pulled out a smartphone. It started searching for humans with eyes like the moon. After seeing the results, even the white-spotted deer could not hide its surprise. Meanwhile, after escaping the Moonlight Pavilion, Tu Luong rushed back to the dorms. He was still shaking from how dangerous that situation was. Seriously, who is the heartless person behind this? This is like dropping a T-Rex into a petting zoo, except that white-spotted deer is way more dangerous. One stomp from that thing would probably turn a dozen T-Rexes into pancakes. If it had attacked, Tu Luong would be a goner, for sure. After all, it is a supreme tier beast, while his own pet is currently at the bottom of the barrel. If it was not for the moon book, Tu Luong would be the biggest loser of them all. Speaking of which, back at the pavilion, the moon book did not just provide a clear image of the beast, it even showed every single skill and trait it possessed. This basically meant Tu Luong could learn everything about any beast just by making contact with it. This is a massive game changer in a fight, since he will already know all of his opponent's secrets. Thinking about this got Tu Luong fired up. Since it was dark out, he decided to find a small beast in the academy to test this power again. That is when he spotted the moonlight rabbit from earlier that afternoon. Now, here is the thing about how beasts work in this world. Normally, when the moonlight hits a moon-type beast, their personality shifts. They become wild, aggressive, and their combat power skyrockets. However, this moonlight rabbit did not seem to have any reaction to the moon at all. This thought scared the daylights out of Tu Luong. Please tell me this rabbit is not another wolf in sheep's clothing hiding some insane god-tier power. Just look at its calm, majestic posture. For all he knew, it could be even deadlier than that supreme beast from earlier. Tu Luong was incredibly nervous, but he really wanted to use the moon book to find out what kind of holy being this rabbit actually was. He cautiously stepped forward and slowly reached out his hand. But after touching the moonlight rabbit, Tu Luong was hit with a wave of disappointment. As it turns out, this rabbit was not hiding any secret power at all, it was just straight up useless. Not only was it a low-tier beast, but it had been suffering from a birth defect since the day it was born. It can't absorb moonlight to power up on regular nights like other beasts do. Only on the night of a full moon, the one night when the moon is at its peak, can it actually tap into its combat strength. In other words, compared to your average low-tier beast, this rabbit is even more pathetic. Tu Luong couldn't help but feel disappointed. Clearly, those lucky encounters with high-level soul pets weren't meant for someone like him. But little did he know, someone had spotted him holding that moonlight rabbit. It was none other than Bai Yuer, the cat-eared girl with those beast-like eyes he'd run into earlier that afternoon. Before heading to bed, she'd planned to give the little bunny one last snack. Instead, she walked right into a scene featuring the King of the Moon, a man who absolutely never bothered with weak creatures. Yet, there he was, cradling that moonlight rabbit like it was the most natural thing in the world. Shaken to her core, Bayue stumbled back to her room. She blurted out, "Hey Takan, do you think there's any chance the King of the Moon actually really likes tiny animals? I mean, I'm just saying it's a possibility." Takan completely froze for a good few seconds before blinking and asking, "Huh? Did you study so much that your brain finally fried? Should I call in sick for you tomorrow?" "Haha, okay, I'm just joking." Bayue quickly changed the subject and headed to her own bedroom. However, she was dead certain that what she'd just seen wasn't an illusion. It turns out the legendary, unstoppable King of the Moon actually has such a warm and gentle side to him. The more she thought about it, the more excited she got. The idea that she was the only one who knew this secret side of Tu Luong made her heart race with thrill. As for Tu Luong, he knew Bayue had caught him red-handed, but he didn't really care all that much. If anything, he figured girls might actually dig that kind of vibe. It had been an exhausting day, and all Tu Luong wanted now was to crash and get some sleep. But the moment he stepped into his bedroom, he nearly jumped out of his skin. There was a complete stranger standing right there in his room. Wait, that figure didn't look entirely human. It felt more like a humanoid soul pet. The most terrifying part was the sheer pressure radiating from them. It was even more overwhelming than that cloud-stepping deer who could transform into a human. The figure took one slow step after another toward Tu Luong. He was so paralyzed with fear that he couldn't even move a muscle. Yet, for some reason, Tu Luong's rigid posture made him look incredibly imposing, like he was actually the one dominating the room. The person kept approaching until they were about 2 meters away, then suddenly dropped to their knees. "I greet the King of the Moon. I pay my respects to the great moon god." Well, this definitely wasn't what Tu Luong expected, but at least they weren't there to kill him. As they got closer, and he got a better look, Tu Luong realized this face seemed somewhat familiar based on the original owner's memories. This was one of the soul pets belonging to the 4 moon icons of the Double Moon sect. The only problem was, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember exactly who she was. So, while he was lost in thought, an icy, deathly silence filled the entire room. Since Tu Luong didn't say a word, the other person didn't dare move. She was so terrified, she barely even breathed. In her mind, she couldn't help but admire him. Truly, he is the King of the Moon, the strongest beastmaster in the world, a living legend. Even his silence felt majestic and divine. After about a minute of heart-pounding tension, Tu Luong still couldn't recall who she was. Finally, he just gave up. He let out a few dry coughs and asked, "Who are you?" The moment he spoke, the woman finally let out a long, shaky breath of relief. She then delivered the latest intelligence from the Double Moon sect. According to their believers investigating the central region, the remnants of the Black Moon sect have recently become active again in the heart of the continent. Specifically, they've been in close contact with the Beastmasters from the Moon God Palace. Hearing this, Tu Luong's head started spinning again. What the heck is the Black Moon sect? Why don't I have any memory of them at all? The girl eventually looked up, only to see Tu Luong with his back turned to her. "Sect leader?" she called out, sounding totally confused. "That's enough. Don't say another word. Just stop right there," Tu Luong barked. The woman immediately shut her mouth. In reality, he was frantically searching his mind to figure out what on earth the Black Moon sect actually was. Turns out, it was an organization that used to be based in the north. They worshipped gods similar to those in a palace of death. According to legend, the Black Moon possessed a strange miracle that once dyed the entire moon in pure darkness. 3 years ago, the Black Moon sect had a direct clash with the Double Moon sect. On the night of the full moon, they were completely wiped out. As the info updated in his head, Tu Luong realized it wasn't his fault for not knowing. It was just that this sect was too weak to remember. Even the original owner didn't give a damn about them, which is why he hadn't had a single memory of them until now. The leader of the Black Moon sect isn't even worth mentioning, but the Moon God Palace is now involved in this as well. That changes the entire nature of the situation, the girl added. When he heard the name Moon God Palace, Tu Luong's expression completely shifted. Unlike those other random organizations, the Moon God Palace was the true overlord of the central continent. They'd relied on legendary soul pets to rule the world for thousands of years. Though their status as the ultimate power had faded over time, in just 3 short years, their dominance had been seriously threatened by the Double Moon sect. The 4 moon icons have already prepared a battle plan. This way, even if the Moon God Palace starts a direct war, we can retreat safely. However, doing so would leave you without one of your closest personal guards. So, regarding our next move, Your subordinate is here to ask for your command. Sect leader. The girl spoke up again. It's okay, you can go. As long as I'm still on the side of the moonlight, everything will be fine. Tu Luong spoke cryptically, then sat down in his chair with his back to the full moon. The faint lunar glow made his unique eyes shine even more intensely. Combined with the tone he just used, Tu Luong looked more reliable right now than he ever had before. Yes, great leader, the girl shouted excitedly. She never imagined she would live to hear those words from the Moon King himself. She thought to herself that as long as the Moon King still had the lunar goddess butterfly, no one in this world would ever dare lay a finger on him. He didn't need anyone by his side to protect him. He was the most dazzling moonlight of all. The girl then hurried away. Once Tu Luong was certain she had disappeared, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. He honestly couldn't stand the cringy way he just spoke. It was all for the sake of trying to mimic the original owner of this body as closely as possible. Basically, the original guy used to say the weirdest things, always being cryptic and leaving sentences half-finished. But every time he spoke like that, his followers would misunderstand it as profound wisdom or a divine sign, even if it was actually just total nonsense. Tu Luong had to adapt. Since he had isekai'd into this body, he had to play the part perfectly. Then there was the Moon Goddess Palace, which was giving him a real headache. He had only been here for one day, and things had already become this complicated. Although to the original Moon King, the current Moon Goddess Palace wouldn't have been a concern at all. But that was assuming the Moon King actually possessed the lunar goddess butterfly. Right now, he was just Tu Luong, and his only beast was a super pathetic glitter butterfly. He was just forcing himself to act like the Moon King. The moment that girl left, Tu Luong felt a wave of instant regret. Now he had no guards left by his side. If he ran into any danger, he would definitely be toast. While he was moping about it, Tu Luong suddenly remembered something. Right. He still had the moon tome. After visiting the moon pavilion today and coming into contact with so many beasts, he probably had enough points saved up for a gacha pull. Tu Luong opened the moon tome, and sure enough, he could trade his points for a chance to flip a card. This gacha system had a chance to pull any moon-type beast, ranging from low to high quality. Once he pulled one, a contract would be formed automatically. But if he wasn't satisfied, he could choose to release it in exchange for some experience points. That wasn't a bad deal at all. Before the pull, Tu Luong prayed 77 times, 49 times. His current situation was pretty dire, but if he could pull a supreme tier beast, he'd be able to flip the script and have nothing to fear anymore. After Tu Luong triggered the pull, the moon tome emitted a blinding golden light after a series of over-the-top effects. It announced that Tu Luong had pulled a transparent moon shadow, a high-tier moon-type beast. It possessed 2 combat skills, moon scales and stealth. Even though it wasn't a supreme tier beast, a high-tier one wasn't too bad at all. In fact, if Tu Luong were just an ordinary student, he would have been ecstatic the moment he pulled a high-tier beast like the transparent moon shadow. But for the supreme leader of the twin moon cult, the Moon King himself, this transparent moon shadow really didn't count for much. Because the urgent problem right in front of him couldn't be solved by the power of a high-tier beast alone. So, after thinking it over carefully, Tu Luong decided to break the contract with it. The system actually had a conscience because the experience points he got from the release made his power skyrocket, nearly reaching the 2-star Beastmaster level. But even so, Tu Luong could hardly cheer up. Thinking back, the original owner of this body had so many opportunities within the Twin Moon cult. He could have contracted with supreme tier beasts, but it seemed like because he believed he actually had the lunar goddess butterfly, he didn't care about anything else. And now, Tu Luong was the one who had to suffer the consequences. He couldn't stop sighing deeply. Later, when he got into bed and was ready to sleep, Tu Luong realized a pretty serious problem. Even if a high-tier beast like the transparent moon shadow couldn't solve the core problem of fighting the Black Moon cult, it was still much stronger than his low-tier glitter butterfly, which had 0 combat ability. It could have at least helped in an emergency, yet he had broken the contract immediately without even thinking. Could it be that his personality was still being influenced by the original owner? No, it's still a bit different. At least I don't believe the lunar goddess butterfly is real. Tu Luong thought to himself, then collapsed onto the bed, still feeling a deep pang of regret over that transparent moon shadow. He swore that if he pulled a high-tier beast next time, he would sign the contract immediately. Tomorrow, he planned to go back to the moon pavilion to collect the rest of the low-tier beasts, as well as that cloud-treading moon deer. Tu Luong planned to give it some delicious treats, and then trick it into coming with him. The next morning, when the cloud-treading moon deer woke up, it discovered that its big home had been destroyed. Ah, did my little treasure finally wake up? Dap Van Hoon Niet jumped in surprise, only to realize the caregiver was just brushing its fur. Hey there, precious. Once we get to the Moon Goddess Palace, the grass will be way tastier than it is here. The messengers from the Moon Goddess Palace are coming for you soon. You have to stop being so picky and make sure you listen to your new handler, okay? Dap Van Honenguiet flinched again. What the heck did this person mean? Had it really been sold off to the Moon Goddess Palace? Its suspicions were quickly confirmed by reality. Outside, the two beast tamers from the Moon Goddess Palace, who were tasked with picking up Dap Van Hoen Negiet, had already arrived. They stood at the entrance of the Moonlight Pavilion. Their presence caused a stir, making the students from the academy gather around in curiosity. I heard the Moon King came here to cultivate, so I thought this place would be something special. Turns out it is just a bunch of little brats. How pathetic. One of the two messengers from the Moon Goddess Palace spoke up. Little sister, do not go looking for trouble. We are only here for the white flower deer. We cannot afford to cause any unnecessary scenes, especially anything involving the Moon King or the Twin Moon sect, the other sister reminded her. Ugh, fine, I know. I do not want any trouble either. Let us just take the white flower deer and get out of here. A few moments later, a woman wearing glasses stepped out from the Moonlight Pavilion. She introduced herself as Thanha, the master of the Moonlight Pavilion. Thanha glanced over, sizing up the two women. She was not surprised by their arrogant attitude. It was a shame that the Moon Goddess Palace had lost its golden age. Their era of ruling over all living things was over. No matter how prideful they acted, they could not change that fact. Messengers, since you are already here, let us not waste any time. Come inside and see the white flower deer with me, Thanha said. No need. We already saw the photos online, right? We will pay you 10 times the asking price. Just bring it out here. Stop dragging your feet. Hearing this, Thanha could not hide her shock. The white flower deer is currently on the verge of extinction because it is extremely picky about its mates. Because of that, even though it is a mid-level pet, its price tag is already as high as a high-level pet. Not to mention, this specific white flower deer in the academy is peerless in its beauty. The fact that the Moon Goddess Palace people came from so far and offered such a high price, it proved they were determined to have it at all costs. Sensing this, Thanha thought she should take this chance to squeeze a bit more out of them. You two might not know this, but this white flower deer is a descendant of a beast owned by the academy founder. That is why we have always raised it with the same care and resources as a supreme level pet. If the price is only 10 times, it really is not enough to cover the resources we have poured into it. Upon hearing that, the younger sister was the first to react, bursting into laughter. A descendant of an emperor-level beast? Give me a break. Is it not still just a mid-level pet, and you claim it gets supreme-level treatment? Looking at this dumpy place, I bet you have never even seen a real supreme-level beast in your life. Shut up. The older sister cut her off, then proceeded to double the offer to 20 times the price for the white flower deer. Big sis, what are you saying? 20 times is way too much. It is way over our budget, the younger sister tried to protest. But the older sister was determined to pay 20 times the price to take the white flower deer immediately. This was because her pet, the moon spirit, was an extremely rare type. It had the special ability to avoid misfortune and foresee danger. Ever since they stepped foot here, it had been acting incredibly frantic. It was like an omen that something terrible was about to happen. That was why she was willing to pay any price just to leave quickly, but it was too late. Just as that thought crossed her mind, she felt a crushing aura that felt like it could flatten anyone. Someone was coming, and the only person who possessed an aura so terrifying it could freeze someone in their tracks was the Moon King. The two messengers from the Moon Goddess Palace turned around and saw Tu Luong. Their entire bodies began to shake uncontrollably. They had no idea why he would show up at a place full of low-level pets like the Moonlight Pavilion. The younger sister had it even worse. Her mind was completely suppressed by the Moon King's presence, and she could no longer hear her sister's voice. Little sister, can you hear me? Lower your head. Do not look him in the eye. Wake up. Despite her sister's desperate signals, the red-haired messenger had lost all focus. She was too far gone to even see what was happening. It was not until she stumbled backward that the older sister rushed over to catch her. Then, both of them fell to their knees together. Tu Luong approached them, looking down with a cold, superior gaze. That arrogant and distant aura made it feel like he viewed everything in the world as mere dust. It felt like standing before a god. The two sisters were so terrified they could not even lift their heads. The air was thick with tension. In reality, Tu Luong was just staring at them. He was wondering why people from the Moon Goddess Palace were here, but because of his status, he could not just ask. Luckily, Thanha stepped in to break the ice. Lord Moon King. She rushed forward, bubbling with excitement. I am the owner of the Moon Pavilion. Getting to see your face in person today is truly a supreme honor. Then, Thanha happily bragged that, 3 months ago, she had just joined the Moon Cult. She enthusiastically introduced the two messengers as being from the Moon Goddess Palace. They were there to buy a mid-tier spirit beast, specifically that white flower deer you saw yesterday. That deer's appearance was so flawless that even the Moon Goddess Palace was willing to pay a massive price for it. Thanha just kept yapping and bragging. But when he heard that the Moon Pavilion wanted to sell the Cloud Steppe moon deer, Tu Luong was clearly unhappy. Moreover, that lavish treatment was only because of its bloodline and looks. The real kicker was its true nature as a supreme-tier spirit beast, which no one knew about except for him. This was something that money literally could not buy. So, Tu Luong became even more determined not to let the Moon Pavilion sell it off like that. Tu Luong simply turned his head and dropped a cryptic warning. Leave at once. This is no place for you. The moon is about to fall. If those words came from anyone else, it would just be nonsense, but they were spoken by the world-renowned, invincible Moon King. Everyone present turned pale the moment they heard it, especially the two messengers from the Moon Goddess Palace. They realized that if this statement applied to the Moon Goddess Palace, it would mean an unprecedented catastrophe. The moon will not fall, because the night is eternal. The younger sister somehow lost control of her own words. Perhaps because she wasn't thinking straight anymore, she subconsciously blurted out the motto of the Moon Goddess Palace as a response to the Moon King. Oh my god, she actually dared to talk back to the Moon King? The crowd buzzed with shock. It was only then that the woman realized what she had done, how incredibly disrespectful she had just been. She instinctively looked up, only to meet Tu Luong's gaze, which was colder than ice. She was so paralyzed by fear that she fainted on the spot. Only the older sister managed to stay somewhat composed in this situation. Right now, she felt that the white flower deer was no longer important because the situation had far exceeded their ability to handle it. She had to get back to the Moon Goddess Palace immediately to report what Tu Luong said to the 10-pillar consorts, as a great disaster was likely looming. Thinking of this, she immediately supported her sister and retreated. Thanha watched this scene with pure satisfaction. She had long been annoyed by the arrogant attitude of the people from the Moon Goddess Palace. What was that about the moon never setting? Because the night is eternal? Their dim little moon had set a long time ago. Because the true moon had already gone to sleep forever within the eyes of the Moon King, Tu Luong. After chasing away the messengers, Tu Luong stepped inside the Moon Pavilion. Once he was sure no one was watching anymore, he finally let out a long breath. That situation was way too intense. Having to act all high and mighty as the Moon King really exhausted him, although he didn't know if his acting was convincing enough. Since he had said all that, the people from the Moon Goddess Palace probably wouldn't be dreaming about that white deer anymore. Meanwhile, in the private room of the Cloud Steppe moon deer, the Moon Pavilion staff were starting to move its things out, but the deer was resisting with everything it had. It kept biting the staff's clothes and crying out piteously. The workers were all confused because it was usually such a well-behaved creature. Oh, is my little baby just sad to leave its mommy? The caretaker suddenly came up with this reason, and then lunged forward to give the deer a big hug. Don't worry, even when you go to the Moon Goddess Palace, mommy will come visit you all the time. Inside, the Cloud Steppe moon deer was screaming in protest. Who wants that? It just didn't want to go to the Moon Goddess Palace. Just then, the deer's bedding was flipped over, and the worker discovered a mountain of stuff hidden underneath. There were half-eaten bags of sunflower seeds, human-shaped dolls, mirrors, and even cheesy romance novels and a smartphone. A bunch of question marks popped up over her head. Do spirit beasts like these things too? Among them, that phone must be the most valuable item. The caretaker thought someone had dropped it and picked it up. Seeing this, the Cloud Steppe moon deer became incredibly stressed. Because it was terrified, its browser search history was about to be exposed. To protect its secret, it had to break its gentle image, lunging forward to headbutt its closest caretaker with a forceful blow. The phone flew out of her hand and landed right in the hands of Tu Luong, who had just entered the room. This situation was even more tragic than having the caretaker see its browser history. Tu Luong looked at the phone in his hand. Seeing a trashy web novel on the screen about a romance between a monarch and a beast, he was truly speechless. Meanwhile, the Cloud Steppe moon deer was so embarrassed that it hid behind its bed. Right now, it just wished it could dig a hole and crawl into it forever. After a few seconds, Tu Luong decided to regain his cold composure. He coldly tossed the phone away and turned his back, walking out as if nothing had ever happened. Then he announced, "Today's deal with the Moon Goddess Palace is officially cancelled. Everyone can stop packing your things. Members of the Twin Moon sect will be here soon to negotiate the takeover of the Moon Pavilion." After saying that, Tu Luong left without a single wasted movement, leaving the staff behind in total shock. He had actually come here today to discuss buying the Moon Pavilion in the first place. Running into the people from the Moon Goddess Palace was completely unexpected. After all, using this place as a cover would allow him to openly interact with more low-level monsters. However, Tu Luong didn't expect to walk right into a Supreme Beast's most embarrassing moment. He was genuinely afraid that if it got too humiliated and went into a frenzy, it would gore his guts out, which is why he made such a quick exit. As he left, the area fell deathly silent. After a few seconds of processing the information, the staff couldn't help but gasp in awe. The Moon King really just called off the deal? Did he meet the messenger from the Moon Goddess Palace outside? What just happened? I'm dying to know. I heard he terminated the deal unilaterally. That's so badass. As expected of our Moon King. Wait, does this mean he's declaring war on the Moon Goddess Palace? But will definitely be protected by the Twin Moon sect, right? Actually, I'm more curious about that phone. To think it could make the dignified Moon King show that kind of expression. What on earth was on it? Hearing this, Cloud Stepper Moonchanger's pride flared up again. Before anyone else could touch the phone, it lunged forward, clamped its teeth onto the device, and bolted outside. The staff couldn't catch it and were left staring at each other in confusion. They had no idea what was wrong with the little guy. Was it going through a rebellious phase? Cloud Stepper raced out of the Moon Pavilion, chasing after Tu Luong. Just the other day, he had seen through its identity, and now he'd discovered its shameful browsing history. Cloud Stepper felt that if it let him walk away like this today, it might as well move to another planet to die of shame. Stop right there. Moon King, you saw everything. The deer was incredibly fast and quickly blocked. To Luong's path, desperately speaking it had a beautiful voice, and a female one at that. To Luong realized instantly no wonder it was reading those cheesy Mary Sue novels. If you dare reveal this secret, I will never forgive you. Cloud Stepper threatened again. Tu Luong stayed silent for a few seconds, his face showing zero emotion. Just as the deer thought it had successfully intimidated him, the always stone-faced Moon King suddenly let out a smirk. My condolences. Sometimes, making a fool of yourself is just a way to say goodbye to your past. Isn't that right, little lady? You've successfully caught my attention. Tu Luong kept reciting those brain-dead lines from the novel, making Cloud Stepper so embarrassed it wanted to crawl into a hole. Shut up. Just shut up. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the Moon King. It screamed. If I hear that you've told anyone about my identity or those lines, I'll run straight out of this pavilion, find your house, and end my life right at your feet so my blood splatters all over you. These threats didn't actually have much bite, but they reminded Tu Luong of something important. That is, if you call the name of a beast within a certain radius, the beast can feel it internally. This is a unique sixth sense that only supreme-tier beasts possess. So, Tu Luong took this opportunity to strike a little deal with Cloud Stepper. So, if I call you, you'll definitely show up, right? Of course I will, the deer yelled. Only after saying it did it realize something was wrong. It was supposed to be the one threatening Tu Luong, so how did it end up like this? Then it's a deal. From now on, every time I call, and you don't show up, I'll tell everyone your little secret, Tu Luong said, then walked away casually. Cloud Stepper stood there dazed, but as Tu Luong was about to vanish from sight, it snapped out of it and shouted, telling him to be careful during the full moon. To maintain his cool guy image, Tu Luong didn't even look back. He just gave a quick mm and headed straight back to the dorms. Once he was completely gone, Cloud Stepper remained there, confused by Tu Luong's words. Maybe it had read too many novels, but those words felt just like a confession from a domineering CEO, sending its inner maiden heart into a flutter of joy. As for Tu Luong, once he was sure he was safe, he did what he always does, found a secluded spot to catch his breath because he was actually shaking from the stress. Tu Luong had originally just wanted to tease Cloud Stepper a bit, because that deer's embarrassed face was so entertaining, but he overdid the act and ended up threatening it. And somehow, the threat actually worked. Looks like that deer really cares about its image. but I have no idea what it meant by its last words, telling me to be careful during the full moon. Still, I've got this bad feeling. Is something crazy going to happen during the full moon in 3 days? If that's the case, I'm in deep trouble. Thanks to the double moon sect's latest personnel shuffle, I don't have a single bodyguard by my side right now. To be safe, I need to beef up my beast lineup. I'll pull out the Book of the Moon and hope I can summon something decent this time. Meanwhile, at the Moon God Palace, the 10-pillar consorts are holding a meeting. They're the top beastmasters of the palace. No one knows who they really are, but rumors say they're all stunningly beautiful women. Those 2 messenger sisters have returned, reporting to Luong's cryptic warning about the moon falling. Oh, even if we don't know what that means yet, the Moon King's words actually reminded me of something. The seasons are changing, and the full moon timing is different now. Don't forget to adjust your gauges. That was the 4th consort speaking. She's clearly trying to ease the tension, but it isn't working. Everyone is still sighing in frustration. They all assume someone as powerful as the Moon King would never mess with low-level beasts. So, his appearance at the Moon Tavern makes absolutely no sense to them. Someone guessed there must be something at the tavern that caught his eye, most likely an Emperor tier beast. As soon as that was said, the room went dead silent. After a while, a few people finally spoke up. An Emperor tier beast? If the Moon King can actually control a creature like that, it means the god residing inside his body is about to wake up. If that thing truly awakens, our Moon God Palace won't stand a chance. While the 10-pillar consorts meet in person, the 4th consort is also representing the palace in a remote call with the Black Moon cult. Panic is setting in, and they're desperately begging the Moon God Palace for protection to keep their cult safe. If the Moon King has contracted an Emperor tier beast, do you honestly think you have any chance of winning? The 4th consort asked the cult members. Hearing that Tu Luong might have an Emperor tier beast, the other side went completely silent. They were scared to death. She called out a few more times, but no one answered. Just as she was about to hang up, a man's voice finally replied, "Please rest easy, 4th consort. Tu Luong isn't the only one in this world watched over by the moonlight. The people of the Double Moon sect move fast. Before long, the Moon Tavern belonged to the Moon King. Tu Luong wasted no time, sending his followers to find moonlight attribute beasts everywhere and bring them to the academy. He was just doing this for his own needs, but it sent the entire Northern Territory into a total panic. Every faction is on high alert, terrified. They can't eat or sleep. Rumors even started spreading that the Moon King gets his power by eating small animals alive. And his recent moves? They say it's a sign the god inside him is waking up. The theories are wild, and the whole North is a chaotic mess right now. Meanwhile, the guy at the center of the storm is perfectly calm, ignorant, even. Every day, Tu Luong unlocks countless new monsters to earn more gacha pulls. Last time, his very first pull was a high-tier beast. But this time, after 5 pulls in a row, he only got 1 high tier, the moon in the lake. Even with the sect's help, these past 2 or 3 days have been a real struggle. Getting 5 pulls wasn't easy. He can't use low or mid-tier beasts, so he scrapped them all for experience points. As for that 1 high-tier beast, even though he planned to contract it, it seems like just a support type. He doesn't think it'll be much help. Plus, his predecessor's memories have no mention of a beast named Moon in the lake. This makes Tu Luong wonder if it's some kind of rare, special monster. He searched online, but couldn't find a single bit of info about it. This is insane. Is there really a monster out there that isn't in the encyclopedia? Just as he was panicking, Tu Luong suddenly remembered something. Since the lunar lake is already unlocked, he could just check the Book of the Moon directly. Why even bother with the internet? No sooner said than done. And sure enough, Tu Luong found the info on this beast. The lunar lake was a mutant creature that appeared in the world 13,000 years ago. The Book of the Moon had automatically detected it and added it to the records. It eventually went extinct because it couldn't reproduce, and the lineage of its ancestors remains a total mystery. The lunar lake's combat skill is called Sync, and its innate talent allows it to absorb all vibrations and ripples in the surrounding area. Once it reaches its breaking point, it explodes and dies. The Book of the Moon also noted that once this beast is under a contract, it will automatically resurrect if it loses its life. This is one of the main reasons why humans, once so fragile, can now stand side by side with these powerful beasts. Tu Luong was completely floored. 13,000 years ago? That's even older than the history of the Moon God Palace itself. No wonder there wasn't a single shred of info about the lunar lake online. Turns out, It's not even a creature of this era. But wait, if it's not from this era. He originally didn't want to contract with high-level beasts, mostly because he was afraid of getting caught. High-level beasts wouldn't fit the persona of the ordinary beastmaster he was pretending to be. But what if it's a high-level beast that nobody has ever heard of? The Lunar Lake was the perfect candidate, since, right now, Tu Luong is the only one who knows its true identity. Plus, its abilities are perfect for handling sudden threats, and its appearance is super hard to spot. Even though it lacks direct combat power, it's exactly what Tu Luong needs right now. With all that in mind, Tu Luong made a bold choice. He was going to form a contract with the Lunar Lake. At that moment, his beast space was empty, except for his sleeping flash butterfly. But the second the contract with the Lunar Lake was sealed, a massive flood of water suddenly surged into that space. Before long, it transformed into a vast lake reflecting the shimmering light of a crescent moon, making the flash butterfly shiver uncontrollably. At the same time, Tu Luong could feel the presence of this high-tier beast. But that ancient, mysterious aura was unlike any other high-level beast he'd ever sensed. He finally had his second pet, and Tu Luong really hoped it could give him a hand. Especially since the full moon night that the cloud-stepping mooncaller warned him about was almost here. In fact, it was happening the very next night. The members of the Black Moon cult were finally making their move. Based on their previous negotiations with the Moon God Temple, they suspected Tu Luong had acquired an Emperor-tier pet and would strike tonight under the full moon. One of the strongest members of the Black Moon cult who had been playing the role of a mole within the Beast Academy was assigned to guard this area. This was the spot closest to the Moon King. He was incredibly on edge, terrified that if Tu Luong sensed even a hint of hostility, he'd be a dead man the moment they crossed paths. Meanwhile, Tu Luong was still in his dorm. Strangely enough, his flash butterfly was flying back and forth, looking extremely anxious. It had never acted like this during previous full moons. The Lunar Lake, however, was still fast asleep, showing no signs of anything unusual. Tu Luong figured that a powerful beast must have appeared in the academy, scaring all the lower-level pets. All right, enough noise. Let me take you outside to see what's going on, Tu Luong told the flash butterfly, which then obediently perched on his shoulder. Even though the academy had a curfew on full moon nights, that wasn't an issue for Tu Luong given his special status. If something weird was happening in the academy, there was a good chance he was the target, and if things got dangerous, an open area would be much better for a counterattack than a cramped dorm room. Besides, Tu Luong didn't want to get the other students dragged into his mess, but once he stepped out of his room, he realized something was wrong. It wasn't just his flash butterfly. Many other low-level pets in the men's dorm were in a state of total panic. Students were running all over the place trying to catch their pets. This only made him feel more uneasy. Had the cloud-stepping mooncaller been right? Was a strange beast really going to attack him on this full moon night? Tu Luong felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Just what kind of beast would someone have to possess to be bold enough to target him? Right as that thought crossed his mind, a massive explosion erupted from the building next door. Tu Luong rushed to the window to see what happened, only to find the roof of that building had been completely blown away, but it seemed like the attack wasn't aimed at him. In reality, the person who had just been attacked was the Black Moon cult spy hiding in the academy. He had been blindsided by a bizarre creature. It was strange because the creature looked exactly like a low-level moonlight rabbit, but its size and aura were absolutely overwhelming, nothing like a weak little rabbit at all. In reality, it was just a moonlight rabbit born with a rare defect. It can only unleash its true power during the clearest nights of the full moon. But aside from Tu Luong, who possesses the moon book, absolutely no one knew that secret. Even that spy was clueless, unable to fathom what kind of creature he was facing. At this moment, the moonlight rabbit was using its long ears to launch a relentless assault. Anything those ears lashed against, even solid bricks and stones, was instantly pulverized into dust. Inside the dorms, the low-level pets were becoming increasingly terrified and agitated. They were trembling from the chaos outside and the terrifying roars of the moonlight rabbit. Over at the moon pavilion, the same scene was playing out as low-level beasts scrambled in a panic. Curiously, they were all running toward the room of the cloud stepper. This white deer had been sleeping, but was now wide awake and thoroughly annoyed by the racket. Seriously? Who is making all this noise in the middle of the night? So annoying. Everyone just go back to sleep. The pressure radiating from the cloud stepper was, of course, far greater than that of the moonlight rabbit. Upon hearing its command, the tiny, low-level beasts immediately settled down. One by one, They obediently returned to their nests to go back to sleep. But now that the cloud stepper was wide awake, it could not fall back asleep and started daydreaming again. It recalled to Luong's words from earlier that morning and felt a bit embarrassed. He is the Moon King, a figure on par with the legendary Pale Moon Emperor. There is no way he would actually need my help, the cloud stepper thought to itself. Then, it came up with a theory that Tu Luong was still just too young. In reality, his power has not even reached its peak yet. That must be why he needs to borrow the cloud stepper's strength to overcome these dangers. That silly deer actually convinced itself of that just to feel useful. Back at the academy dorms, the Moonlight Rabbit was still in a complete frenzy. Even the spy, a high-ranking member of the Black Moon sect, was stunned. This power was way beyond anything he had imagined. But as he watched the rabbit tear the academy apart, he figured it did not belong to the Twin Moon sect but was just some wild, rampaging monster. He was terrified that all this commotion would alert the Moon King. If that happened, neither he nor that rabbit would be getting out of there in one piece. Hey, listen up. Do you not realize this is the Moon King's territory? If we wake him up, there will not even be enough left of us to bury. The spy yelled, trying to negotiate a truce, but his opponent had completely lost its mind. So even if it heard him, the words did not register at all. It did not even wait for him to finish before lunging back into the fray. Faced with those murderous, high-powered strikes, the spy quickly commanded his own pets. The Moondrifter used its massive body to shield him, resulting in the two fish getting pretty beat up. However, the Moonlight Rabbit's attack was successfully neutralized. Good job. He patted the Moondrifter, and the wounds on its body slowly began to knit back together. After that exchange, he felt like he had a good handle on his opponent's strength. Sure, its raw power was huge, but it moved slowly, nothing like a high-level beast. There was no way it was a supreme-tier pet. Otherwise, the Moondrifter could never have tanked that hit. How interesting. If the Moon King is not coming, then why should I be afraid of you? The Black Moon Sect's spy let out a dark laugh and ordered his pets to go all out. Under the energy of the full moon, those two fish merged together into a ferocious shark. Suddenly, the spy felt a sharp pain in his chest. Moondrifter, stop absorbing, he screamed, having already hit his absolute limit. No one except the Pale Moon Emperor could let their pets absorb. The moon is about to rise. Su Luong muttered another cryptic line that didn't seem to make any sense. Honestly, he had no idea what he was talking about either. But hey, it sounded pretty cool. After dropping that line, Su Luong turned and walked away. Even though he now had the moon in the lake on his side, for some reason, he still felt a nagging sense of insecurity, especially on a full moon night like this. If he had to use one of the original owner's cheesy lines to describe it, it would be, The spy's spirit moon shark launched a vicious and brutal attack, so powerful that he was sure all he'd have to do next was pick up the remains of the Moonlight Rabbit. But to his absolute shock, once the dust settled, he saw that rabbit still standing tall and unshaken. This hit him hard. That spirit moon shark was the very beast that earned him his high rank in the Black Moon cult. How could it be struggling against a mere wild beast that had simply gone berserk? Meanwhile, Sukan and Bai Yueni were hiding behind a nearby building, watching the entire fight unfold. They knew it was dangerous, but they just had to come and see the drama for themselves. After all, the ceiling of their dorm had already been blown to bits anyway. As she watched, Bai Yueni couldn't shake the feeling that the beast looked a bit familiar. Sukan, however, thought it looked like some high-level plush rabbit, though its body shape was definitely freakish. Before they could say much else, the tide of the battle completely shifted. The Moonlight Rabbit used its long ears to tie up the spirit moon shark and slammed it violently into the ground. Against that rabbit, the shark was nothing more than a helpless koi fish. Its healing speed couldn't even come close to matching the damage being dealt by its opponent. Backed into a corner, the Black Moon spy was desperate. He ordered his beast to unleash its ultimate move, Moon Swallow. This technique was terrifying because once a target was hit, they would be shredded by an invisible force until they stopped breathing. But before that overpowered move could even fully activate, the Moonlight Rabbit let out a roar and swallowed the whole thing whole. The spy was frozen in shock. He couldn't believe a mere wild beast could possess such terrifying combat skills. Bai Yueni stood there, with her mouth wide open, completely blown away by the rabbit's incredible power. Suddenly, Sukan grabbed her from behind and summoned her own beast, the Moon Silver Fox. The fox used its massive tails to create a protective shield around the two of them. Right after that, the Moonlight Rabbit went all out, reflecting every bit of the power it had just swallowed. This taste of your own medicine move had the destructive force of an atomic bomb, and the spirit moon shark was instantly turned into grilled fish. The spy had lost everything. The massive shockwave from the blast leveled a whole section of the Beast Academy. Sukan and Bai Yue Ni only survived because Bai Yue Ni had also summoned her beast just in time. If they had relied only on the moon silver fox, they'd probably be half dead by now. However, Bai Yue Ni's white tiger caught the moonlight rabbit's eye. Now, they had nowhere left to hide. Finding themselves being stared down by the giant rabbit, the two girls could only huddle together, trembling, thinking they were totally finished. But the moonlight rabbit just approached them and stood still, showing no sign of wanting to attack. In fact, Sukan felt like the way it looked at Bai Yue Ni wasn't aggressive at all. After a while, the giant rabbit looked away and reached into the rubble to lift the trapped spy. Despite that massive explosion, the guy was somehow still breathing. Talk about being as stubborn as a cockroach. You think you can just walk away with your life. The Moon King is coming, and he's going to turn you into mincemeat. Desperate and cornered, the guy screamed his threats, but instead of intimidating the rabbit, he just pissed it off even more. It slammed the spy back down and lifted its foot, clearly intending to crush the life out of the defenseless man. Seeing this, Bai Yue Ni wanted to rush in and stop it. Sukan immediately held her back. "Stop it, are you crazy? You know your little white can't stop that giant monster. It's a high-level beast. If it dies in battle and has to be resurrected, its loyalty will drop significantly. But we can't just stand here and watch him die, right? How can we just look the other way?" Bai Yue Ni argued. Sukan knew her friend's personality too well. Realizing she couldn't talk her out of it, she just let Bai Yue Ni do what she wanted. But just as she was about to summon her beast again, a hand reached out and blocked her path. Su Luong, the Moon King, had arrived. Under the full moon, he looked more majestic and intimidating than ever. "Step back, this isn't a fight you can handle. The moonlight is starting to gather." A swirling halo of light appears right above the moonlight rabbit's head. As Tu Luong steps forward, brilliant rays of light radiate from his body, with multiple vortexes spinning above him. In the back, Tucan and Duyet Ni are left speechless by his power, whispering in awe, "It's so blinding. At this level, is he even human?" Right at that moment, the moonlight rabbit turns its head, locking its gaze on the small figure of Tu Luong walking toward it. With his clothes fluttering in the wind, he quietly contemplates that, based on its size and shape, there's no way it's a top-tier beast since none have been born yet. Tu Luong bites his lip, hesitating for a split second. Then, his eyes widen with sudden certainty as he confirms a theory in his head. There's only one possibility. 10 minutes ago, Tu Luong was secretly watching Tucan and Duyet Ni from behind a rock. A sense of unease filled my head. Despite my reckless thoughts, I arrived with an unexplainable confidence. He thinks to himself gloomily, realizing that there's absolutely no way to win this fight. Seeing the scene in front of him, he sinks deeper into despair. Even the high-level beasts of 4-star instructors were slaughtered instantly. Even after summoning the Book of the Moon, Tu Luong still feels a lingering sense of dread. My moon in the lake and shimmering butterfly can't even scratch it. To use the Book of the Moon to identify its rank, I have to make physical contact. But right now, I just can't do it. The light from the book reflects off his face, yet he continues to hesitate. What should I do? Am I really going to give up like this? Suddenly, Tu Luong's eyes snap open as something brings his train of thought to a screeching halt. Wait a second, up ahead, the moonlight rabbit is just standing there, staring fixedly at Tucan and Duyet Ni. It makes him wonder, why isn't that monster attacking those two? Tu Luong begins to analyze the situation, noticing how chaos and logic seem to coexist within the creature. This kind of contradiction shouldn't exist in a high-level beast. Snapping back to reality, he stands close to the moonlight rabbit and confidently reaches a conclusion. So, there is only one final possibility. Down below, Hakin is struck with shock as he stares at Tu Luong's back. The Moon King, he's actually standing right in front of me. He grins widely, unable to hide his excitement, thinking, am I really about to see the Moon King's beast with my own eyes? News about the Moon King's beast will be a world-shaking event, and I'm the only one here to witness it. However, his thoughts are cut short when Little White suddenly scoops him up and lifts him high into the air. As it successfully moves Hawkkin onto its back, Duyet Ni cheers happily. Good job, Little White. Meanwhile, Tucan urgently shouts, let's take this chance and get out of here. As the group starts to run, Hawkkin screams in a panic, hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't take me away. He keeps screaming at the top of his lungs while Little White dashes forward. Stop. Don't save me. Now, in the midst of the chaos, only Tu Luong and the Moonlight Rabbit remain. He looks up at it and calmly states his theory. A beast that goes wild under a full moon shouldn't be lucid. You aren't actually crazy at all. Seeing it listening quietly, he continues composedly. You're simply acting on pure instinct. A smile forms on his lips as Tu Luong realizes with excitement that only low-level beasts rely solely on instinct, so the truth is now obvious. A second later, without hesitation, he reaches his hand out. Looking at the Moonlight Rabbit, Tu Luong asks softly, "You've been looking for me this whole time, haven't you?" In the back, Duyet Ni and Tucan hold their breath, watching his every move. Tucan cries out in confusion, "The Moon King." What is he doing? Suddenly, Duyet Ni's eyes widen as she points and yells, "Tucan, look!" At that moment, the Moonlight Rabbit lets out a violent roar. It slams its two massive ears down with incredible force. Even though he's right under the attack, Tu Luong doesn't flinch, keeping his hand reached out. Tucan's jaw drops in disbelief, wondering why the Moon King didn't summon a single beast to defend himself. Beside her, Duyet Ni covers her face in terror, crying out that he's going to be crushed into a pulp. Right then, those rabbit ears are only a few centimeters away from Tu Luong. He doesn't dodge but shuts his eyes tight, focusing all his senses. A moment later, a drop of sweat from Tu Luong's face falls into the lake. A soft splash echoes through the air. At that exact time, the ears that were supposed to crush him suddenly curl upward, stopping mid-air. Beneath Tu Luong's feet, a mystical vortex of water begins to swirl. Moon in the lake emerges from the ripples, wrapping its arms around him from behind. It slowly opens its eyes, while he remains still with his eyes shut in fear. The scene leaves the three onlookers in the distance completely stunned. Ha King stands frozen, unable to utter a single word as the realization hits him. Seeing Moon in the lake separate from Tu Luong to block the beast's attack makes him even more certain. Ancient, mysterious, and unidentified. This is it. This is exactly what the Black Moon sect's internal intel described. His eyes stay glued to the scene. A king. A true king has finally been born. Right then, Tu Luong slowly opened his eyes, staring ahead with a heart full of anxiety. But the sight before him made him want to scream with joy. He suddenly remembered everything and felt a surge of relief deep inside. My gamble paid off. Ho Trung Nagyet actually managed to block that devastating strike, but his joy didn't last long before a shadow of worry returned to his face. He realized that the attack was so insanely powerful that even Ho Trung Nguyet wouldn't be able to survive a second hit. Quickly, Tu Luong looked at the status screen in front of him with a smug grin. It showed a Moonlight Rabbit with a low-tier crescent moon physique. He thought to himself with a sense of triumph. Looks like there is no need to fight anymore. Now that the truth was out, and he knew that terrifying beast was actually a Moonlight Rabbit, Tu Luong couldn't help but gush with excitement. I knew it was you. You didn't attack them because you felt a sense of familiarity, didn't you? My hunch was right on the money. He gently reached out to stroke its soft fur and whispered, "So that is how it is." Meanwhile, the Moonlight Rabbit's massive eyes were still staring him down. Tu Luong spoke without a hint of fear, saying, "A beast with a crescent moon physique can only absorb infinite power during a full moon. That is why you crave the moonlight so much, forcing yourself to evolve just so you can take down high-level beasts." Hearing those words, the creature suddenly froze for a moment, and its giant ears began to droop down. Right at that moment, someone landed nearby with graceful, slender legs. 3 female reinforcements wearing capes walked over. Seeing the absolute chaos around them, one girl asked in confusion, "What happened here? Are we too late?" Ha Kin, who was sprawled out on the ground, spat out bitterly, "You are not just late, you are freaking useless here." They asked him back, puzzled, "What did you just say?" He curled his lip and hissed every word. "We have disturbed the Moon King. We are all going to die." Hearing that, the 3 girls froze in shock and screamed in unison. The Moon King? On Tu Luong's side, he felt a bit uneasy seeing those 3. He knew he had to get out of there as soon as the reinforcements arrived. He couldn't afford to linger any longer. He turned to the Moonlight Rabbit and murmured, "So, did you come here just for me?" As soon as he finished his sentence, the beast suddenly slammed its paws onto the ground. A second later, it bowed its head low to the earth right in front of Tu Luong. The sight ordered, the 3 reinforcements speechless and stammering. Satisfied with the rabbit's submission, Tu Luong let a smirk play on his lips. He addressed the beast, "I can see your iron will and your obsession with the moonlight. I will grant you the moonlight you desire most." Then he lowered his voice to a whisper. "Let us meet again, where we first crossed paths." The moment he finished speaking, the moonlight rabbit slowly stood up and immediately whipped around. It bolted into the darkness while the reinforcements gossiped amongst themselves. "Why is it running away? Should we go after it? Are you insane? The Moon King hasn't even moved yet. Who do you think you are to chase it?" Suddenly, Hak Kin lunged forward and shouted in frustration, "What? We are just going to let it go like that?" His heart was full of resentment. "Damn it. I almost got killed, and I didn't even get a clear look at that Emperor rank beast." Then he turned to Tu Luong and yelled, "Great Moon King, that monster attacked you. How can you just forgive it?" Tu Luong looked at him with an icy expression, his voice turning low and cold. "You actually think that pathetic move counted as an attack?" Hak Kin flinched. Those eyes, that crescent moon within them, had changed, transforming into a one-of-a-kind full moon. Inside Hak Kin's mind, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Hak Kin, what did you see?" The voice called out again, "Hak Kin, answer me," but he just stood there like a statue, completely frozen. Suddenly, the image of the moonlight rabbit flashed through his mind. Then came the memory of Lin Donguyet being defeated in an instant, charred black and vanishing into thin air. Next were the images of Tu Luong and Ho Trunguyet. Finally, he saw Tu Luong's face, which was as cold as ice. That face. The eye that was once a crescent had now become a full moon. After putting all the pieces together, Hak Kin finally whispered, "The Emperor." His entire body began to tremble violently, and his face turned pale, as if all the blood had drained out of him. A second later, his knees hit the ground. He clutched his head in a total panic and cried out, "The Emperor! Yes, it is the Emperor! I saw him!" He kept screaming uncontrollably, "The Moon King! He is absolutely terrifying!" After his outburst, he slumped down, breathing heavily. The mysterious voice spoke up again immediately after. "Let us stop here for today. Pushing any further will be too much of a burden for you." A figure gradually appeared before Hak Kin and continued, "Hak Kin, just last night, the star-sinking crescent appeared in the northern territory. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. He waited in fear for what was coming next. A second later, he was teleported away with a new set of orders. The vice leader of the Black Moon cult's third branch has arrived in the north. This time, you will continue your role as our inside man." Even as Black Whale reached out in a panic, the other man ignored him and continued giving orders. "Watch every move the Moon King makes. If he does anything unusual, report it immediately." Suddenly, Black Whale jolted awake in a hospital bed. His hand was still reaching out into the empty air. As he regained his composure and looked around, he whispered to himself in worry, "I am in the Academy infirmary. Was it just a nightmare?" But then, his eyes turned hollow and distant. Wait, it wasn't a nightmare. Black Whale clutched his throbbing head, realizing with certainty that he had faced the beast of a high-ranking leader. The intersection of the moon and dreams. "The higher-ups are sending me a message. The star-sinking crescent has appeared in the northern territory, and a vice-sect leader has already arrived there." Remembering Su Liang's silhouette, Black Whale thought to himself in a daze, "But who is going to deal with the Moon King's great emperor?" His eyes widened in shock as a sudden thought hit him. No way, right? Could it be those people? Thinking of this, Black Whale whipped his head around, staring out the window in disbelief. Meanwhile, back at the academy dorms, our boy Su Liang rubbed his eyes, feeling something moving beside him. When he snapped his eyes open, the moonlight rabbit's cute face was right there, making him jump back with a loud yelp. He scrambled back in a panic while the rabbit looked on, confused. Then, Su Liang paused for a moment and finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh, right. I remember now." Watching the moonlight rabbit cheer with its paws up, Su Liang whispered to himself, "I already signed a contract with this little guy." On his way to their meeting spot, Su Liang felt a bit anxious. "I told it to meet where we first met. It understood me, right?" But suddenly, his jaw dropped as he looked ahead. His eyes sparkled with amazement. Seeing the moonlight rabbit happily chasing a butterfly, Su Liang thought with joy, "You really are here." He cleared his throat, but then a slightly devious idea popped into his head. "After all, I've been acting like some world-shaking powerhouse in front of everyone. If this rabbit finds out the Moon King is actually weak, it might go berserk right then and there, and I'll be finished. So, to stay safe, it's better to finalize the contract where no one is around." He straightened his posture to look dignified, reached out his hand, and commanded, "All right, Moonlight Rabbit." Sign the contract with me. The Moonlight Rabbit didn't flinch at all within the energy flow, standing perfectly still and letting Su Liang tame it. Once it was finished, he looked at the screen appearing before him with a bit of disappointment, feeling a sting in his heart over the stats. This doesn't look like a Moon King's stats at all. The three beasts Su Liang had contracted appeared one by one. First was the Shimmering Butterfly, a low-tier Moonlight type. Then came the Moon in the Lake, a high-tier Moonlight type. And the newest was the Moonlight Rabbit, a low-tier Moonlight type with a waning moon physique. But he forced a smile to comfort himself. It might look like a low-tier Moonlight Rabbit, but on the night of a full moon, it can crush high-tier beasts. Su Liang rubbed his chin, wondering if its potential could reach even higher levels. As he was deep in thought, his expression suddenly darkened, and his train of thought was cut off. Right now, the Moonlight Rabbit was down on the floor, chewing aggressively on Su Liang's shoe. It then looked up with a super adorable face, its eyes sparkling like pearls, making Su Liang sigh and walk away in defeat. He had an idea. He decided to head over to the Moon Pavilion to ask the manager for more details about the Moonlight Rabbit. After getting dressed in his proper uniform, Su Liang opened the door to step out, but he suddenly froze in his tracks. Watching the female students racing excitedly down the hallway in one direction, he wondered what on earth was going on. He looked around for a moment and realized that the atmosphere was completely different from yesterday. Just then, a girl shouted excitedly, "A wild, supreme-tier Moonlight beast has actually shown up in the Northern Territory, and it's not far from the academy." Her friend beside her asked, "You're not thinking of going there to try and sign a contract, are you?" The first girl quickly replied, "I'll just give it a shot. Who knows, I might get lucky." Overhearing their conversation, Su Liang's jaw dropped as he repeated the word supreme. He quickly pulled out his phone to search, frantically asking himself, which one is it? A wild supreme-tier beast wouldn't just wander out for no reason. Very quickly, he typed Northern Territory into the search bar. Su Liang immediately hit search. What appeared on his screen made his eyes pop out in shock. The screen displayed information that the Supreme Beast, the star-sinking crescent, had arrived in the Northern Territory early this morning. The surrounding area for hundreds of miles had already been cordoned off by the Moonlight forces. The crowd of onlookers had already exceeded 100,000 people. The star-sinking crescent is currently the only wild weapon-type beast in existence. It belongs to the highest Moonlight element. Because it never found a worthy Beastmaster, it has been in a deep slumber. Even the Azure Moon Emperor and the 10 Pillars of the Moon God Palace have been unable to wake it up. But yesterday, the Starlight Moon Swallow headed straight for the Northern Territory the moment it awakened. While he was engrossed in every line of text, 2 female assassins were secretly tailing him. As the final bits of information synced with his mind, he realized that every major power out there was already hunting for its existence. Just as those female assassins were about to leap through the window, Tu Luong went still for a moment after finishing the intel report. It was because the names Moon King and Tu Luong appeared right next to each other. He stared intensely at the phone in the hallway before slowly tucking it away. He thought to himself, so that is how it is. Almost every faction believes the Starlight Moon Swallow came here just for me. Behind him, the 2 cloaked girls tracking his every move suddenly widened their eyes in shock. After a moment of silence, Tu Luong finally started walking forward again. Seeing his back move in the opposite direction of everyone else, the 2 scouts were beyond surprised. The Moon King did not even seem to care about the Starlight Moon Swallow. At that moment, Tu Luong smirked and whispered to himself, "Although I really do want it." His expression shifted to one of dread as his thoughts raced. But am I really supposed to tame the Starlight Moon Swallow while hundreds of thousands of people are watching me? Thinking about the possibility of being taken down in front of a massive crowd, Tu Luong groaned internally. If I do not have the power to control it yet, won't I just die right then and there? With that in mind, he chose a much safer route. Better safe than sorry. Besides, there is a much cuter and more beautiful beast nearby anyway. A short while later, Tu Luong arrived at the Moon Pavilion. Inside, Huan Nugiet was lying on the bed, deep in thought. His hand gently pushed the door open. Huan Nugiet immediately whipped her head around to look at the wide-open entrance. Tu Luong walked in with a smile, waving his hand. "Long time no see." He continued his train of thought from earlier. "Why look so far away?" Shocked by his sudden appearance, she immediately asked, "Master, why are you here?" As Tu Luong stepped closer, Huan Nugiet still could not believe it. "The Starlight Moon Swallow has descended. Are you not going to check it out?" He chuckled at her question and teased her. "Of course, an internet addict like you would know all about that. Huan Nguyen snapped her head away, replying huffily. I sensed it long before it even hit the web. She slowly peeked back at Tu Luong, her voice turning serious as she asked, if you do not go, someone else might tame it. Do you not feel like you are missing out? Hearing this, Tu Luong wagged his finger. He smugly replied, they just do not get it. Then, he said something that left Huan Nguyen even more confused. Only those with true vision can see it. No legendary monster is truly cute. Remembering something important, Tu Luong reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Oh, right. He held out a piece of feed with a crescent moon symbol on it. This is a thank you gift for you. Looking at the strange gift, Huan Nguyen asked curiously, a thank you gift for what? He turned away and gave a fake cough, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, it was thanks to her tip that he managed to tame the moonlight rabbit, but he was not about to say that out loud. As a deer raised as a mid-tier beast, Huan Nguyen was stunned by the shimmering piece of food. Is this special feed made specifically for supreme tier beasts? Isn't this super expensive? Tu Luong smiled happily and said, it is nothing special. If you like it, I will bring you more tomorrow. He was confident because he knew his beast space had thousands of these, all offered up by the Twin Moon sect. Huan Nguyen took the feed, her eyes filled with hesitation. Suddenly, she tucked it away in her food box. Tu Luong was a bit surprised. What is wrong? Are you too afraid to eat it? Closing the box with a click, Huan Nguyen replied grumpily, no. I am saving it for when I am watching movies and reading novels. Snacks are better that way. Her weird attitude caught him off guard. Having finished his business, Tu Luong stood up and announced with a smile, well, I am heading out. If I stay too long, people might figure out your true identity. At that moment, Huan Nguyen pulled out her phone and giggled. An idea suddenly popped into his head. Wait, there is clearly a better way to stay in touch. A second later, Tu Luong took out his own phone. Right, let's add each other as friends. Huan Nguyen was surprised but agreed. Huh? Okay. Soon, a notification chimed on to Luong's phone. The screen showed that the user, Moon God Fluttering Butterfly, had added a new friend named Cloud, but to his surprise, her profile picture was a white-haired goddess with purple eyes that sparkled like diamonds. Looking at that face, Tu Luong immediately recognized her as the one from the Covenant of Clouds and Moon, the founder of the Moonbeast Academy from hundreds of years ago. He began to wonder, could this legendary Emperor Tier Beast be her ancestor? Then, he shot a suspicious look at Huan Nguyen, a question forming in his mind. Is it possible that cloud-treading Huan Nguyen can transform into a girl like that too? Seeing Tu Luong staring intensely at her, she tilted her head and asked in confusion, what is it? Right then, Tu Luong suddenly snapped back to reality. He awkwardly turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. It is nothing. I am heading back now. See you tomorrow. Inside, he was frantically asking himself what on earth he was thinking. Seeing this, Huan Nguyen also raised her hand to wave. After he had left, her face turned bright red with embarrassment, and she thought to herself sheepishly, the Stardust Crescent has clearly appeared, yet he does not care at all, and even came here to find me. Suddenly, Huan Nguyen clapped her hands together. I see, this must be that playing hard to get tactic. Then she imagined Tu Luong's devious side and started scolding him. He is definitely trying to trick me into joining the Twin Moon sect. A second later, she got all worked up, stood straight up, pointed forward, and said triumphantly, you cunning Moon King, I have seen through your little scheme. Suddenly she froze for a moment, her pointing finger not moving an inch. After analyzing the situation for a bit, Huan Nguyen flopped back onto the bed, thinking bashfully, did he just say, he is coming back tomorrow? 3 days passed, and the Moon King still paid no attention to the Stardust Crescent, and the Twin Moon sect showed no signs of movement. Because of that, the situation in the Northern Territory became increasingly chaotic. The number of people lining up to form a contract with the Stardust Crescent. The long, noisy line made a woman bark out in annoyance. Stop pushing. You are only here to open your eyes. Do you really think you can actually tame the Stardust Crescent? The person who just spoke in that harsh tone was Vice Principal Thuong Nu Nguyet of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. She held up a piece of paper and warned loudly that those who register will have basic safety guaranteed, while those who do not will face the consequences alone. One by one, people went up to register as Nu Nguyet instructed. She looked at them with disgust and wondered why she had to stay here and take responsibility for this. Her eyes stopped on someone, and surprise was written all over her face. It turned out to be that spy Hak Kin walking over with a bandaged arm. Noong Yet spoke up in confusion. Instructor Hak Kin, what are you doing here? He gave a slight smile and then gently suggested, please, let me handle this. I asked the healer to revive my beast. I am fine now. But hearing that, Noong Yet hesitated a bit, thought for a moment, and replied, is that so? Then she got up from her chair, giving her spot to Hak Kin. If you say so, then I will leave it to you. She flashed a playful smile, secretly mocking him in her head as just another dreamer. As soon as he sat down, a girl from the academy came over to check on him. Instructor Hak Kin, are you all right? Are you uncomfortable? Hak Kin gave a forced smile and stammered back. No, I am fine. Waiting for each person to fill out their registration, he said to himself seriously, that person has arrived. Looking at the powerful figure in front of him, Hak Kin speculated that the person would surely notify him in some way. Is this that person? A girl wearing a cloak stepped up right after, and Hak Kin quickly spoke. Next person. What is your name and student ID? Fill it out here. The girl lightly placed her hand on the signing pen, and a symbol appeared on her hand. That symbol was an open-mouthed snake circling an equilateral triangle. This was exactly the signature emblem of the Black Moon sect. Hak Kin stared directly at that symbol. The person thought to be the high-ranking official was actually Serpent Throne, a beast tamer from the Black Moon sect. She also turned her snake-like eyes toward him. Hak Kin was a bit frightened by that intense killing intent and stuttered for the next person to come forward. After that woman turned and left, sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. Looking at the shimmering barrier of the Stardust Crescent in the distance, someone could not help but exclaim in admiration. Is this the beast once known as the Destroyer of Stars? At this moment, the Water Creek sect from the Nine Hells region, under the force of Duong Huang Tuyen, also had to speak up. What an incredible aura. She stared intently at the barrier before her, continuing with full admiration. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Suddenly, a blond man approached from behind and asked a question that startled her. Are you clear on this yet? This man was Elder Golden Moon from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy in the Northern Territory. He spoke seriously about the gravity of the situation. Any non-Moonlight beast entering the barrier will be repelled. Any beast tamer who rushes in would just be throwing their life away. Then, the Spirit Moon sect of the Northern Territory also walked up and spoke with contempt. A mere non-Moonlight ranker actually wants to claim the treasure? Full Moon of the Northern Territory followed up sarcastically. You are truly daydreaming. Hearing those condescending words, Thuike glanced at them with disgust, then turned away with a smug smirk. Fine, I get it. I will order all the disciples in my sect to head back, but I want to stay here. As she spoke, she glanced back with pure contempt, looking at them like a bunch of idiots walking straight to their doom. After spitting out those words, Thuike slowly walked away. Lin Nguyen gritted her teeth, her blood boiling from those poisonous insults. This woman is seriously the worst. She's too chicken to go herself, yet she wants to stay and watch everyone else fail. Vinh Nguyen chimed in with her own complaints. If the Yellow Spring sect wasn't so powerful, they'd never let someone like her act so damn arrogant. Seeing the hostility from his two students, Kim Nyet stepped in and patted their shoulders, giving a slight shake of his head. Just let it go. Time is running out. We have to choose who's going in. Then, he shifted to a serious tone to give the final instructions. First, to avoid any rejection from the site, every beast must be a moonlight element. Second, if a supreme beast enters, the star-sinking crescent will immediately see it as a threat and attack. Hearing this, both Vinh Yet and Lin Nguyet looked visibly worried. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Kim Nguyet confirmed the bad news. That's right, only beasts below the supreme level can enter. At those words, Vinh Nguyet rubbed his chin and shared his theory. Is that why the Moon King hasn't shown up yet? Kim Nguyet nodded in agreement. That's likely the case. However, before he could finish his sentence, a pair of slender legs stepped up from behind and cut him off. We're here. All three of them turned around, eyes wide with caution as they looked at the newcomer. Noong Yet and the students from the Moonlight Beast Academy had finally arrived. A heavy feeling sat in her chest. She was terrified that these students were heading toward a bloodbath. Her gaze then shifted to Thuike, who was standing there with her arms crossed. Thuike glared back, her expression anything but friendly. Noong Yet decided to ignore her and turn to address her own students. Listen up, everyone. We're about to enter the territory of the star-sinking crescent. I'm going to explain the rules now, so pay attention. 1. While the star-sinking crescent is asleep, it's completely indestructible. 2. The moment it wakes up, it will unleash a chaotic slaughter. It will instantly disintegrate everything in the area. Meanwhile, back into Luang's room, he was reading the same intel on his phone, his face tensing up at the next line. Even though it's conscious and alive, communication is impossible. A message from Hoang Gyet popped up on the screen. Years ago, even Emperor Thuong Gyet and the Moon God Palace returned home empty-handed. It didn't matter who tried, it was useless. He pulled his moonlight rabbit into a hug, feeling skeptical about what he just read. So it just sleeps and beats people up? Are all supreme beasts this damn cocky? At 10:30 in the morning, in the Cloud and Dream Covenant group chat, Tu Luong typed out a question. Is there really no time when it's actually lucid? Huan Nguyet replied almost instantly. That's right, though it might not be by choice. The only reason it came to the northern region was for a chance to evolve. Then she sent another message. Are you really not going, sir? After reading that, he clicked the power button, turned off the phone, and tossed it aside. Staring at the ceiling, he wondered why a little deer trying to tame the star-sinking crescent should be any of his business. But then he imagined everyone's smug faces if he failed, and he muttered to himself like he was about to cough up blood. The famous Moon King accidentally killed by a supreme beast. That kind of joke would go down in history. He could already see the trending hashtags. Number 1, Moon King walks straight into his death. Number 2, the Moon God Flutterwing is a scam. Number 3, the dual moon cult becomes a laughingstock. As he lay there in a daze, something suddenly clicked in his mind, making him freeze. Wait, what? Tu Luong bolted upright, a sudden thought racing through his head. Hold on. A second later, he grabbed his phone and fumbled to turn it back on. He waited, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation. Back at the Hidden Moon Mountains, the atmosphere was electric as people lined up, desperate to enter the crescent barrier. In the long queue, Zachi looked around, still unable to believe it. She whispered to herself, I really didn't expect the Moon King to skip this. She placed a hand over her heart as anxiety bubbled up. If it were him, he'd definitely have a way to tame the star-sinking crescent. Looking at the massive, shimmering barrier in front of her, Zachi made a vow. Once I get my hands on that beast, I'll kill every single tamer here. Her serpent-like eyes remained fixed forward, determined to make sure not a single soul escaped with the secret. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a notification. Zachi pulled it out, her mind racing. A notification now? But as she looked at the screen, her face turned pale. No way. The image on the screen sent her into a total panic. The Moon King actually turned on his GPS tracker. What happened next made her blood run cold. Not only was he online, but he was moving fast toward the Hidden Moon Mountains. She stared at the screen, her heart hammering against her ribs. Why now? Why does he have to show up right now? Suddenly, Noong Yet walked over and pointed right at Zachi's phone, her voice sharp and loud, making the woman jump. What do you think you're doing on your phone at a time like this? Noong Yet was clearly fed up, snapping at her for being so distracted. Do you have a death wish or something? Zachi just silently watched her, but she knew better than to argue, lowering her head and offering a guilty apology. Seeing this, Noong Yet turned to leave, but not without one last jab. If you can't stay focused, you might as well just head back home. Watching her walk away, Zachi felt her blood boil. That orange-haired brat. How dare she try to lecture me? Suddenly, a vision of Noong Yet being swarmed by giant snakes flashed through Zachi's mind. Her expression darkened as a twisted thought took hold. Once I've captured the deep star crescent moon, I'm going to make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. At that moment, Noong Yet stepped out to face the long line of people, holding a strange stone in her hand. She held it high for everyone to see and made an announcement. For this activity, each of you will be given a secret teleportation stone. She then slowly explained how it worked. The moment you crush it, you'll be instantly teleported back out. Her face suddenly turned serious, and her voice dropped to a warning tone. The moment you notice the deep star crescent moon opening its eyes, you must crush the stone immediately. If you don't, you're dead meat. Holding the secret stones in their hands, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety. Standing before the place she was about to enter, Zachi had regained her composure, calmly calculating that the Moon King would arrive soon. In a nearby corner, Thuy Ke remained leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, silently observing the situation on her own. She looked at the others with a smug grin, her heart filled with pure contempt. You people don't seriously think a 1- or 2-star beast tamer can actually tame the deep star crescent moon, do you? Not even the 8-star Great Empress Thuong Nguyet could pull that off. She continued to scan the line of people waiting to enter the barrier. She looked toward the crescent moon barrier and thought to herself with a sigh, looking around, there are only 3 or 4 people who are even at 3-star rank. It doesn't look like things will get any more exciting just because the Moon King joined. How boring. Suddenly, from within the messy crowd, Za Chi's back caught Thuy Ke's eye, making her jump in surprise. Huh? Wait a second. The sheer killing intent and mysterious power radiating from Za Chi seemed to make the very air around them feel suffocating. All of a sudden, she whipped her head around, her eyes looking as if they wanted to swallow the entire space whole. It was as if flashes of raw power were shooting straight from her pupils. Thuy Ke instinctively froze solid. She couldn't utter a single word, her throat feeling as if it were being squeezed by those very eyes. Za Chi kept staring intensely toward the back. She kept searching for someone's presence, but eventually gave up and turned back around, focusing on what she came here to do. That scene just now left Thuy Ke completely shaken. Her previous arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer shock. What the hell was that? The mysterious dark aura oozing from Za Chi made her feel even more uneasy. Just what rank is that person? To think a monster like that was hiding inside Moonlight Academy. Right at that moment, a foot stepped lightly into the barrier. The line had shortened visibly as each person quickly made their way inside. There were only 2 people left before it was Za Chi's turn. She told herself that the Moon King would reach Moon Hidden Mountain very soon. Before that, I have to figure out the new mechanism of the deep star crescent moon. As the light from the barrier appeared before her eyes, she whispered under her breath, Silent Libra, block the entrance. Wait until the Moon King enters, then seal his imperial power. After a short wait, Za Chi finally stepped up to the barrier. A second later, her body slowly merged with the space inside. The person at the very end of the line also stepped into that shimmering barrier. Everyone standing behind watched on with bated breath. Chisk! Thuy Ke put on a fake smile and walked over to Nu Nguyet. Vice Principal Thuong Nu Nguyet, why are there only a few 1- and 2-star beast tamers here? Did the Moon King not show up either? She kept prying while Nu Nguyet didn't offer a single word in response. I guess he knows the deep star crescent moon can't be tamed. Then Thuy Ke smirked and asked a loaded question. Knowing that, you still sent people in. Your goal isn't just to let the students see a supreme tier beast, is it? Nu Nguyet's patience was reaching its limit after that barrage of questions, but she fought to keep her cool as she replied. You don't even have a compatible attribute, yet you rushed all the way here just to watch us make fools of ourselves. Or do you really think you can tame a supreme beast while being surrounded by other elements? Her sharp comeback clearly annoyed Thuy Ke. Her face visibly darkened. Both of them glared at each other, neither willing to back down. After observing for a moment, Thuy Ke began to speculate. What's going on? She doesn't seem to know anything about that black-haired woman. After thinking for a while, she finally spoke up. Your academy is truly strange. But her sentence was cut short when everyone suddenly turned to look in the same direction. Everyone's eyes widened in pure shock. In the distance, those familiar robes fluttered like butterfly wings in the wind. The figure appearing before them, leaving everyone speechless, was none other than the Moon King. The moment they saw him, a single question popped into everyone's mind. What on earth is he doing here? Nu Nguyet was the first to find her voice. Lord Moon King, have you come to tame the star-sinking crescent? Right after that, Vian Nguyet and Lin Nguyet both asked the same thing in unison. But what if the Moon King's power accidentally agitates the star-sinking crescent? Hearing those pessimistic words, Nu Nguyet shot them a smug look, showing off her absolute faith. You guys are blind. If Lord Moon King is here, Tu Luong stood tall against the wind as she excitedly declared, it means he's completely confident. Even without summoning an Emperor Beast, he can make the star-sinking crescent surrender. On the other hand, Tu Luong was actually thinking to himself quite nonchalant, it's actually very simple. As long as I can touch the star-sinking crescent's body, I can unlock its entry in the Moon Book. He fixed his gaze on the massive barrier ahead, his heart filled with determination. Once I do that, I'll understand how it works and why it woke up. I might even be able to tame it. After a moment of thought, Tu Luong spoke in a deep, commanding voice. There's no need for you all to show yourselves. Just follow my orders. Nu Nguyet and Thuy Ke quickly bowed and gave a short reply. Understood. A second later, Tu Luong began walking toward the barrier. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, as if he had just sensed something. At that moment, the Moon Book appeared before him. The pages flipped rapidly, as if caught in a breeze, catching Tu Luong by surprise. A new page was revealed. The text on it read, Silence Balance, the Pure Supreme, Combat Skill, Attack. An incredibly rare, pure attribute Supreme Beast. It has no means of direct attack and possesses a large number of restricted combat skills. It relies on stronger creatures to survive. Under its fairness rule, only supreme-level beasts can initiate an attack. Furthermore, when a Beastmaster enters the Silence Balance's domain, they cannot summon Emperor-level beasts. Under its silence rule, it can completely hide its presence from those stronger than itself. Even Emperor-level beasts wouldn't be able to find it. He froze for a moment, remembering that he was currently only at a 1-star rank. He stared at those words. Supreme rank. So, Tu Luong just stood there at the edge of the barrier, motionless, while everyone behind him held their breath in suspense. A moment later, he slowly lowered his foot, seemingly hesitant to step inside. Seeing his strange behavior, everyone had the same thought. What's going on? Why did the Moon King stop? But in the next second, Tu Luong casually pulled out his phone to look something up. Once again, his actions were so bizarre that no one could take their eyes off him. Nungyuyet couldn't take it anymore and immediately stepped forward to ask, Lord Moon King. While everyone was worrying, Tu Luong suddenly smirked and said something very mysterious. How did a little maggot from the Black Moon cult sneak in so easily? Everyone flinched the moment they heard the name Black Moon cult. Right after that, he continued walking into the barrier, giving orders as he went. From now on, the Twin Moon sect will take charge of this area. No one else is allowed to enter. Tu Luong flashed a confident smile. I'll handle the rest myself. Behind him, everyone stood frozen. The atmosphere became suffocating as they all panicked over the mention of the Black Moon cult. It was then that Thui K had a startling realization that terrifying woman was a Beastmaster from the Black Moon cult. In that heavy silence, Lin Ngyuyet hesitantly voiced her theory. Weren't they driven out of the northern region by our Twin Moon sect? Could they have returned because of the star-sinking crescent? Hearing that, a worried Vian Ngyuyet replied, The Moon King said it was just a maggot, but what about the students? Ngyuyet immediately tried to calm everyone down. They have teleportation stones, so it shouldn't be a major issue. While the people behind him were playing a guessing game, Tu Luong was making his own deductions. The Silence Balance is specifically designed to counter emperors. Does the Black Moon cult really think I have an emperor beast? A flash of unease crossed his mind. In other words, once he stepped inside, he might be facing more than just one supreme beast. This would be the most dangerous situation he had ever faced in his life. Thinking about this, he closed his eyes tightly, lost in thought. A moment later, Tu Luong took a light step forward with a final thought. If it were the me who had just crossed over to this world, I definitely wouldn't have the guts to go in. His face was now set with grim determination. All his initial hesitation and anxiety had completely vanished. He was now overflowing with confidence. He didn't wait another second and immediately marched inside. His robes fluttered in the wind like the wings of a butterfly. His body finally disappeared, merging into the glowing barrier. Everyone began to gasp in awe. As expected of the Great Moon King, his aura was overwhelming. Only Qin remained silent in the back, watching closely. He was incredibly anxious, a sense of dread rising in his heart. The Moon King had actually stepped into the serpent's seat. Suddenly, Qin stepped forward, saying something that startled everyone. The remnants of the Black Moon sect are inside. We should go in and help. Right after that, he raised his hand with determination, emphasizing every word. After all, the Moon King is one of our students. Those words made Ngyuyet hesitate. He had a point. Elder Kim Guyet nodded in agreement. So what should we do then? Should we all go in together to help? Seeing everyone's enthusiastic support, Qin quickly shook his head. No, your collective power is too strong. It will disturb the Starfall Moonblade. Then he started walking, his arms still in a cast, and spoke with absolute resolve. My beast was just resurrected and is still in a weakened state. I can go in alone. It won't be a problem at all. Seeing his condition, Vian Ngyuyet and Lin Ngyuyet asked in unison, skeptical. Looking like that, can we really trust you? Watching Qin's back as he approached the barrier, Ngyuyet wondered to herself, why is this guy acting so strange today? He is not even a member of the Twin Moon sect, so why is he so worried about the Moon King's safety? At that moment, Qin hesitated, walking slowly under everyone's confused stares. As he touched the shimmering barrier, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot through his hand. A second later, a force like a falling meteor slammed directly into Qin's position. He barely managed to leap away and dodge the blow. The sight left everyone behind them screaming in panic. What just happened? Kin tumbled to the ground, coughing through the thick smoke, and yelled at the top of his lungs. What the hell was that? Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making him jump. You total idiot. Have you let your imagination run wild or what? From the thick smoke, a woman appeared, her voice dripping with disdain. Even if your beast was in its prime, dreaming of disturbing the Starfall Moonblade is just that, a dream. Right then, Kin's eyes locked onto the butterfly emblem on the girl's thigh. His face froze as he realized she was 7, one of the 12 lunar insects of the Twin Moon sect. She was ranked 7th. Lord Serpent is in big trouble. 7 stepped forward, blocking the barrier, and asked them irritably. Furthermore, haven't you all heard the sect leader's orders? She declared boldly as everyone watched in shock. From now on, this area is under the control of the Twin Moon sect. Her next words carried a heavy, underlying threat. No one is allowed to enter. Kin glanced at 7, who stood with her hands on her hips in front of the massive barrier, and felt a secret wave of relief. She doesn't seem to have noticed the silent angel, and she has no intention of going inside. I can still turn this around. Meanwhile, inside the Starfall Moonblade barrier, Serpent walked silently through the ruins. She looked around with a hint of concern, thinking to herself, 17 minutes have passed, and I still haven't found the Starfall Moonblade. Looking at the desolate, lonely landscape, Serpent concluded that the others who came in with her had all vanished. Suddenly, a smirk played on her lips. A sinister thought crossed her mind. Low-level beasts trapped within a sovereign's domain have absolutely no way of escaping. Seeing the female students terrified of their surroundings, Serpent grew even more amused. These kids are so scared they are breaking their teleportation stones and running for their lives. After pondering for a moment, she decided to push forward. She felt relieved. Good, this way, no one will disturb me. Just then, a violent surge of energy erupted behind Serpent, as if it wanted to swallow the very space around her. She sensed the aura immediately and whipped her head around, her face lighting up with joy. As the dark energy filled the area, Serpent instantly recognized the breath of an incredibly powerful beast. Without wasting another second, she dashed like the wind toward the source of the aura. Pushing through the suffocating atmosphere, she charged ahead, eager to see what lay before her. When she arrived, Serpent's eyes widened in shock. She rejoiced, knowing her intuition was correct. I knew it. Seeing the legendary Starfall Moonblade shimmering in the wind, she finally felt at ease. I finally found you, the Starfall Moonblade. It stood majestically in midair, its base firmly rooted in the ground below. Its splendor left Serpent breathless. Truly a sovereign among weapons, it was dazzling to the extreme. A smile bloomed on her lips, as she couldn't take her eyes off the precious weapon. She thought with total satisfaction, all the effort I put in to maintain my elemental purity was worth it. I didn't even form a contract with the Silent Angel just for this. Thinking that, Serpent slowly walked toward the Moonblade and commanded, "Come with me, I know exactly what you want." As if she understood its very essence, she whispered those words over and over. You rejected Emperor Kang Yue and the Saintess of the Moon Goddess Palace just because they were born into royalty? You are a proud and arrogant weapon, unable to tolerate the feeling of being undervalued. Zha-Chi placed her hand over her heart and spoke with pure conviction. I might not be their equal yet, but I am still a proud 6-star Beastmaster. Reaching out to touch the crescent, she boldly declared, I promise you, I will never treat you poorly. Excitement surged through Zha-Chi as she screamed at the top of her lungs, Starfall Crescent, become a part of me. Just as her outstretched hand was inches away from the crescent's frame, a violent burst of light suddenly erupted, acting like an invisible force field to stop Zha-Chi from touching it. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but scream in shock. What? A massive, crushing pressure surged around the crescent, making it impossible for Zha-Chi to get close. She stammered in disbelief. How? How is this possible? She looked at the crescent in a state of total confusion, her heart sinking as the thought hit her. Am I being rejected? Zha-Chi stood there, clutching her head and gritting her teeth in rage. Is it possible the judgment of the Holy Mountain was wrong? She continued to scream like a madwoman, even as the power radiating from the crescent grew stronger. No way. He told me I was the most suitable person to tame the Starfall Crescent, so where exactly did things go wrong? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Hey, you woman from the Moonlight Beast Academy. A group of participants from the race appeared together, with Hanka leading the way, shouting in fury. You're the one who took down over 20 of our Spirit Moon Sect disciples. We're here to take revenge for our brothers. Not long ago, he had witnessed his fellow disciples lying scattered across the ground and called out from a distance in shock. Junior brothers? As he rushed over to hold one of them, he asked anxiously, "How did this happen? What went down?" The dying disciple gasped out every word. "We were attacked." The dying man struggled to catch his breath, stammering that it was a woman from the Beastmaster Academy with black hair and eyes like a snake. Back in the present, Zachi's face darkened as she faced the group's collective rage. "Everyone, let's take this woman down first. Then we can worry about taming the Starfall Crescent." Suddenly, she put her hand to her face and let out a sinister, twisted smile. The group from the Spirit Moon sect hesitated, feeling a chill run down their spines. Hanka took a few steps back, unnerved by her wicked expression, and stammered, "What are you laughing at?" Zachi suddenly broke into a manic laugh, spitting out venomous words. This was already annoying enough, and now a bunch of brats who don't know any better come here looking for a death wish? She glared at them with her snake-like eyes, her voice dripping with contempt. "You think trash like you can lay a finger on the Starfall Crescent?" A second later, her face contorted with pure malice as she hissed, "Come forth, my children." In an instant, 3 violent surges of power erupted from behind her. Crescent-shaped slashes appeared in the air, as if they were tearing through space itself. A moment later, 3 familiars appeared. The Moonblade, the massive Whale King, and the White Phantom, Thunder Spirit. Brilliant streaks of lightning crackled around. Seeing their overwhelming ferocity, Hanka, who had been so bold a moment ago, screamed in terror. "They're all high level? Summoning 3 at once. Is that a level a student can actually reach?" The beasts looked so fierce, they seemed ready to swallow, making him even more panicked as he said, "Besides, this terrifying aura. There's no telling how many thousands they've slaughtered to look like that." Beneath those monstrous familiars, Zachi stood tall, looking absolutely imposing and untouchable. After showing everyone just how terrifying she was, she curled her lip into a smirk. "Don't just stand there staring at me. You guys have high-level beasts too, right? Hurry up and summon them." As she signaled her spirits to unleash their energy, she roared, "Because you're all going to die!" As time passed, a single streak of blood ran down Zachi's cold, expressionless face. Above her, the Whale King was crushing another familiar in its jaws, its sharp teeth sinking deep. Fresh blood dripped down, rolling across Zachi's cheek. Turning back to the crescent with a look of desperate longing, she spoke again. "Starfall Crescent, did you see that?" Behind her was a scene of total carnage, with all sorts of creatures lying dead under the brutal power of her 3 familiars. Zachi continued her arrogant boasting. "Do you recognize my strength now?" Despite her sincere plea, the crescent remained completely unmoved, offering no reaction or response as the wind howled around it. Failing once again, Zachi frowned, refusing to accept defeat. She clenched her fists, her voice trembling as she spat out, "Damn it!" Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making Zachi jump. A remnant of the Black Moon sect? That voice belonged to Tuluong. He spoke with pure disdain, his lips curling into a smirk. "Seeing how desperate you are, even I can't help but laugh a little." She spun around to look at him, her voice slightly shaky. "So, you've arrived." All of Sachi's familiars shifted their deadly gaze toward Tuluong as she continued. "You certainly know how to stay calm, don't you?" she asked slowly, eyeing him up. "You're just a 1-star Beastmaster? And you didn't even bring any bodyguards with you?" That warning kept echoing in her ears. "Did you really think that just because you have an Emperor Beast, you'd have everything in this world?" On the outside, Tuluong was trying his best to look calm, but inside, his mind was racing with frantic questions. These brain-dead idiots actually thought he only had 1 emperor, but strangely enough, that realization put his mind at ease. No wonder they used the silent scales. "They must be absolutely certain that I can't summon my emperor right now. There is nothing I can do about that." After a moment of thought, Tuluong called out in a low voice, "Sha Chi Toa." With a faint smirk playing on his lips, he spoke softly. He explained to her that relying on an emperor alone obviously wouldn't give you everything in this life. His words came out in a steady, cold rhythm, making Sha-Chi even more anxious, regardless of whether the silent scales were active or not. The answer was always the same. Then, Tu Luong's eyes turned sharp as daggers as he gave her a final warning. "So, before the Twin Moon sect seals this place off, you'd better crush your secret stone and get the hell out of here." Sha-Chi's legs began to shake uncontrollably as she stammered, What? Sweat poured down her face like a waterfall. She froze, her mind flooded with 1,000 questions. Had the silent scales been exposed this quickly? At that moment, Tu Luong brushed right past Sha Qi. He knew his emperor was sealed, yet he intentionally walked into this alone. Hesitation flickered through Sha Qi's mind. Should she run or attack? Meanwhile, Tu Luong was closing in on the Yen Nuyet blade. Deep down, he was praying, "Please, just stay still like that and let me touch the star-sinking crescent blade." Moments later, the crescent blade was right in front of him. Staring at it in pure awe, Tu Luong whispered to himself, "This is it." His gaze fixed on the beast blade that was said to have once sliced stars right out of the sky. Tu Luong reached out his hand, ready to touch the blade's hilt, but a furious voice exploded from behind him. "Don't you dare touch the star-sinking crescent blade." All three of Sha Qi's battle pets unleashed their power at the same time. She screamed out fiercely, "Moon King!" The beasts charged at Tu Luong, backed by the deafening roar of the Whale King. Right at that second, lightning spirits began surging violently. A surge of powerful lightning gathers, then he spreads his arms to unleash a massive arc of electricity. In a flash, the crescent moon slash, the thunder spirit's bolt, and the Whale King's strike all converge on Tu Luong simultaneously. Right then, a flashing circle of light appears at his feet, and a rippling water aura wraps around his body. Instantly, a shield from the moon lake rises, surrounding him and completely neutralizing every single attack. Seeing this, Sha Qi drops her jaw in shock. What? How is this even possible? She stares in disbelief as Tu Luong stands perfectly still inside the shield. Neither the lightning nor the slashes could budge him an inch. Looking at Tu Luong's ice-cold expression, Sha Qi loses her cool, her mind screaming in panic. This guy. He hasn't even summoned a single beast yet. On the other side, as the shield fades, Tu Luong lets out a heavy breath and mutters to himself, "Man, that scared the crap out of me. It looked terrifying, but I guess it was all just for show." He silently thanks his luck. Even though he can't fight back, the Moon Lake's ability to bluff is absolutely incredible. Suddenly, Sha Qi's body begins to tremble. She gnashes her teeth and screams, "Moon Monarch!" Dreamy green light glows above her, right next to the crescent slash. She throws her arms wide and yells, "Stop acting so high and mighty." Tu Luong shifts his gaze towards Sha Qi. Her hands are shaking violently as she tries to convince herself. "You don't have an emperor-level beast." She slams her palms together, barking out, "You're nothing but a fraud putting on a big show." Sha Qi grinds her teeth, blood trickling down her trembling face. A magic circle erupts beneath her feet, surging with a violent, murderous aura and deadly streaks of mana. She crosses her arms high above her head, her face darkening as she mutters the incantation. "Come forth, great moon demon king." An explosion rips through the sky, and something starts crawling out from the center. The students below are sent into a panic by the massive shockwave. Tu Luong stares up, his mouth hanging open, unable to hide his pure shock. Dread washes over him as he realizes the Silent Libra's stealth skill had completely masked the creature's presence. It was that ultimate technique that kept the moon scimitar in the dark. Now, scales of a massive serpent begin to emerge from the rift in the air. Tu Luong realizes with a sinking heart that she is summoning another supreme-level beast. The giant pet's slimy tongue licks the air, preparing for a brutal hunt. The massive Great Moon Demon King lands right next to Sha Qi, its piercing eyes locked onto its target. Exhaustion is written all over her face, yet she still speaks with arrogant pride. "Well? Facing my most precious son. Are you finally feeling the fear?" Across from her, Tu Luong stands tall. Even face to face with the colossal beast, he doesn't flinch. His expression remains indifferent, as if nothing in the world could bother him. Seeing this, Sha Qi starts to spiral. How can he be so calm, she wonders. The sheer ferocity of her son only makes her more suspicious. Does he really look down on a supreme-level beast that much? But in reality, Tu Luong is frantically trying to remember an old post he saw online. When facing a giant monster, you have to look as mean as possible. He forces himself to stay composed, thinking pessimistically, "At least this way, I can die with some dignity." Sha Qi finally snaps. She points a finger at him and snarls, "Moon Monarch, are you still refusing to summon your beast?" The Great Moon Demon King lets out a bone-chilling roar right on cue. It aggressively hoists its massive tail and slams it into a nearby boulder as a blatant challenge. As the giant snake lifts its dirt-covered tail, the boulder crumbles into pieces, sending a cloud of dust into the air instantly. Tu Luong is genuinely impressed by the display. Not bad for a supreme level. Even its temper tantrums are on another level. A second later, Sha Qi ruthlessly orders the Demon King to kill him. It unhinges its jaw and fires a thick blast of purple dark energy straight ahead. Tu Luong shuts his eyes tight, gambling his life on one thing. Whatever happens, I am counting on you, Moon Lake. He waits in dead silence on the still water. Within a heartbeat, the beast's devastating move slams directly into Tu Luong's position. A massive shockwave explodes. As the mysterious black smoke clears, Tu Luong is revealed, still standing tall and unharmed. He lets out a tiny smirk after surviving that intense attack, though inside he is crying tears of joy and thanking every god he knows. He then calmly analyzes the situation. Moonlight beasts only function at half strength during the day. This time, it couldn't even deal 30% damage. He shoots a smug look over at her, feeling a surge of relief. If you want to break the Moon Lake's shield, you will have to try a lot harder than that. Though honestly, I doubt it will be worth the effort. Right now, Zachi is slumped on the ground in a pathetic state of defeat. Her eyes are vacant, and her voice is trembling uncontrollably. How could this even happen? Could this really be the legendary moon god beast from the myths? To ramp up her fear, Tu Luong speaks in a cold, heavy tone. You Black Moon sect trash, don't need to be in such a rush. Once I'm done dealing with the star-sinking crescent blade, it'll be your turn. With that, he immediately turns his back and walks away, leaving Zachi standing there in a daze. As Tu Luong's silhouette fades into the distance, Zachi suddenly realizes the truth. The Moon King had been ignoring her all along just so he wouldn't disturb the star-sinking crescent blade. His image is burned into her reptilian eyes as she whispers the name Moon King to herself. Watching Tu Luong prepare to lay his hands on the crescent blade, she wonders if that insane, invisible shield of his can actually block a weapon known for slicing stars right out of the sky. Her train of thought is suddenly cut short, and she lets out a scream that makes him jump. Still, Calendar Libra, cancel skill. Instantly, a wave of deadly dark energy erupts from the Great Moon Demon King. The crescent blade flares with a brilliant light, its hilt suddenly wrapped in swirls of jade-green mist. Seeing the blinding glow before his eyes, Tu Luong panics. Oh crap, he thinks to himself, his heart racing with anxiety. If that shield drops, my supreme breath will be exposed. A second later, a hand grips the hilt of the blade tightly, and its feet lift off the ground. Its awakened form is finally revealed, a young girl with flowing blue hair, holding the crescent blade high. Her eyes slowly flutter open, while Tu Luong watches in dread. The star-sinking crescent blade has finally awakened. At that exact moment, the crescent blade begins to vibrate violently in midair. Before long, the tremors get even more intense. The awakened spirit of the weapon tightens its grip, trying to hold it steady. The next second, she flashes a sharp, piercing gaze. The ground all around them shatters, making the entire scene even more chaotic. The shockwaves have the students panicking and asking each other, "What's happening now?" Someone screams that the star-sinking crescent blade has awakened and to run for their lives. All the students scramble to get outside as fast as they can. By now, the blade's power is exploding violently, and Tu Luong barely manages to throw up a barrier just in time. He grits his teeth and looks ahead, filled with dread. The Great Moon Demon King only took out less than 30% of the power, so the remaining barrier from Moon in the lake should be able to block it, right? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashes through his mind, leaving him stunned. Inside the beast space, the surface of the moon in the lake is churning with violent, crashing waves. It clings to Tu Luong from behind, trembling. Seeing its sheer terror, he realizes the grim truth. No way. The chance of blocking this is less than 1%. Unable to believe the reality of the situation, Tu Luong gasps in shock. What? Is there really such a massive power gap between supreme ranks? He quickly glances back, searching for any shred of hope. How is that Zachi woman protecting herself? He's left speechless by the sight of the Great Moon Demon King curled into a ball, shielding Zachi inside its massive body. While he's still reeling from the shock, the Blade Girl raises the weapon high into the air. Tu Luong's heart sinks. He thinks gloomily, if I can't find a way to stop this thing right now. His clothes whip around in the violent wind, and his thoughts suddenly stop. Then, Tu Luong lets out a desperate cry. Cloud-stepping moon morph, save me! A few minutes earlier, outside the barrier, a voice filled with hatred echoed through the air. Elder, did you hear that? Everyone is saying a woman from the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy attacked us. It's Han Ka. In a blind rage, he just won't stop screaming at the top of his lungs. How could someone from the Moonlight Academy do something so despicable? Lin Nuyet sighs and tries to explain. Everyone, please Please calm down. That wasn't one of ours. She's a high-level cultist from the Black Moon sect. She takes a weary breath, secretly relieved. If a normal academy student ran into a high-level cultist, they're lucky just to be alive. She turns to look at that Nguyet, who has been standing there in total silence this whole time. Seeing her look so unbothered, Lin Nguyet is confused. Why is that woman so incredibly calm right now? That Nguyet's cold expression only makes it harder to understand. Isn't she worried about the Moon King's safety at all? Suddenly, her face pales, and her eyes widen as she realizes something. That Nguyet whips her head around and shouts a warning. The star-sinking crescent blade has been disturbed. Everyone panics at once, shouting back, "Wait, it's about to awaken?" That Nguyet doesn't say another word. She rushes toward the group of students, yelling at them to move. "Everyone, get back right now." A second later, massive boulders come flying out of the barrier at insane speeds. Students scream and scatter in every direction. That Nguyet watches them flee, her mind racing with confusion. But what was that energy I just felt? Could it be the sect leader's emperor rank beast? Back inside the barrier, Luong is still giving it his all to resist Yen Nguyet's crushing pressure. He shields his eyes from the intense aura, wondering why calling out its name didn't change a single thing. Could the sound be blocked by this illusion combined with the silent Libra's combat skills? Watching Yen Nguyet prepare her final strike, Luong stays focused, realizing the star-sinking eclipse blade will break through in less than 3 seconds. As the 3-second countdown hits 0 in his mind, a smirk plays on his lips. He thinks to himself, the era of traditional combat is over. With only 2 seconds left, Luong frantically pulls out his phone and taps the screen repeatedly. The display shows the Cloud Dream Covenant chat room. Instead of replying to the incoming messages, he quickly types an emergency alert and sends it to Huan Nguyet. At that exact moment, Yen Nguyet charges down furiously, glaring at Luong. Gripping her massive weapon, she lunges toward him like a gale. In a flash, Yen Nguyet is right on top of him. Just as the gap between them vanishes, he takes his stance. Without wasting a single heartbeat, Luong thrusts his hand straight forward. Simultaneously, Yen Nguyet swings her blade down. His hand reaches out just as her attack lands. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of power erupts right above Luong's palm. In an instant, that colossal force seems to swallow his entire body whole. An earth-shattering explosion erupts with massive force, even shaking the area outside the barrier. Everyone within range is blown away. Shat Nguyet manages to create a sturdy shield just in time, protecting those standing behind her. She stares at the bizarre event unfolding, wondering if the Emperor barrier was just completely incinerated by the flames. Nu Nguyet asks anxiously, "Is the Moon King still trapped inside?" Shat Nguyet feels the same unease, thinking that if her senses aren't lying, the situation inside is 1,000 times more complicated. As the thick smoke clears, a familiar silhouette slowly emerges from the devastation. Zachi scurries out from the Great Moon Demon King's body, coughing and complaining. "That smoke almost killed me." She scans the area, noting she can no longer feel the silent Libra. It must have been neutralized by the star-sinking eclipse blade. Looking up at the weapon hovering in the air, she is absolutely ecstatic. The star-sinking eclipse blade has finally calmed down, but then, Zachi freezes in confusion. Wait, where is the Moon King? She steps onto the ground, looking around frantically. He was right next to the blade just now. How could he just vanish? Suddenly, her eyes light up as a realization hits her. Did the star-sinking eclipse blade decapitate him so thoroughly that not even ashes remain? She trembles with excitement, her mind racing. Since the blade was triggered by my scheme, that means. Zachi covers her mouth in pure joy, screaming internally. I actually defeated the Moon King. She bursts into a manic laughter, gloating loudly. The legendary Moon King really got his head chopped off by the star-sinking eclipse blade. The image of Luong tapping on his phone flashes in her mind, filling her with satisfaction. That idiot was staring at his phone until the very last second. God, that is hilarious. Then she screams at the top of her lungs, I am the one who took down the famous Moon King. She whips her head around, her face twisted with greed. Now, the star-sinking eclipse blade belongs to me. Suddenly the weapon lets out another deafening roar. Zachi stands frozen, stuttering. What? A second later, the awakened form begins swirling around Yen Nguyet again, leaving Zachi in utter shock. Why is the star-sinking eclipse blade reacting again? She stands there paralyzed, whispering in despair. The Demon King is too weak for this to be happening. All of a sudden, something catches her eye, making her gaze shift in terror. Plumes of dust and smoke billow out, accompanied by strange flickers of light. Out of the haze, Luang's heroic figure slowly becomes visible. Zachi breaks into a cold sweat, gasping in disbelief. No way. He does not have a single scratch on him. There is not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Right then, a massive shadow begins to tower over Luang. Giant, mysterious legs start emerging from the thick clouds of smoke. Staring at the scene, Zachi stammers, "What the hell is that?" Huan Nguyen's sharp eyes narrow as she wonders, "This thing is huge. Could it be an emperor tier?" Zachi stands there like a statue, her mind spiraling. If it is a supreme tier, the size makes sense. But if an emperor tier had arrived, the entire northern region would have felt the shockwaves. What on earth is this thing? Suddenly, her face goes pale, her features twitching in pure horror. Shaking, she reaches for her teleportation stone. She pulls it out instantly, but as her fingers tighten around it, a terrifying thought crosses her mind, making her hesitate. No, now is not the time to run. Besides, even if it's the last thing I do, I have to see the Moon King's beast with my own eyes. She is determined to stay, even though that massive figure hasn't fully revealed itself. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In an instant, shimmering antlers appeared clearly. Its majestic, snow-white body finally stepped out in all its glory. That legendary massive deer was none other than the supreme-tier cloud-treading Hoan Nguyen. Right then, a faint silhouette of a young girl appeared directly behind Hoan Nguyen. Shiji fell to her knees, her eyes wide with shock as she wondered, how is this possible? Her heart was racing with disbelief as she realized that this thing was 4 to 5 times larger than the Great Moon Demon King. In terms of raw physical power, the Great Moon Demon King was one of the most terrifying entities in the Black Moon cult. But only now did she see it, there was actually a supreme beast this massive. Shiji turned her gaze toward Su Liang, her mind filled with doubt. Moreover, with only his 1-star blessing, how could he possibly unleash the full power of a supreme-tier beast? She decisively concluded that this was clearly his only weakness. At that moment, Su Liang smirked with relief. His heart was still pounding. What a sight. He glanced back at Hoan Nguyen behind him. He marveled to himself. To think such a small deer could turn into something so magnificent. Even I am shocked. Then he wondered, but how did she get here? It was like teleportation. I couldn't even see how she saved me. Su Liang's gaze fixed on the blurry image of the woman behind him. His curiosity still piqued. Also, is that her ancestor behind her? Will she look like that when she grows up? Suddenly, Hoan Nguyen looked at Su Liang and spoke telepathically in a pampered voice. By the way, can you stop that star-sinking Yen Nguyen? I really don't want to get slashed by that blade again. Hearing this, he snapped out of it and asked, can I really stop it? It replied, since you are standing right here, you must have a way to deal with it, right? Su Liang fell back into his deductions as he realized something. Wait! He quickly summoned the Book of the Moon, his thoughts racing. Getting slashed is the same as direct contact with its true form. I should be able to see its detailed data in the Book of the Moon now. Thinking this, Su Liang quickly flipped through the pages. Looking at the text before him, he still felt a bit uneasy. But seeing it doesn't mean I can solve it. If it fails, I'll just have Hoan Nguyen take me and run. Inside, it said the supreme-tier star-sinking Yen Nguyen was a legendary beast that lost its scabbard after the moonlight shattered in ancient times. Because of that, it has been searching for thousands of years. During this time, it would fall asleep and wake up repeatedly. Unable to return to its scabbard, it refused to communicate with any living being. The final lines provided even more information. The old scabbard of star-sinking Yen Yet, the upper string moonbone flower, a moon-tier supreme item, currently locked. After reading those lines, Su Liang pondered, so there is actually a supreme-tier scabbard out there. If I have news about the scabbard, it shouldn't be hard to negotiate with Yen Nguyen, right? His eyes lit up when he saw the next part. But even the oldest moon god temple has no way to find it. Su Liang stared at the awakening Yen Nguyen. His reasoning reached a conclusion. Wait, does that mean Yen Nguyen is even older than the moon god temple? At that moment, Yen Nguyen began to arch her body back. In that split second, Su Liang suddenly understood. It is possible that even the host of the moonbone flower doesn't know its true origin. Yen Nguyen's eyes glowed fiercely, signaling she was about to unleash a devastating blow upon the world. Energy began to gather in the air. Terrified, Shizi ran away, screaming, "We are doomed! It is awakening again!" She bolted to her beast's side and barked an order. "Great Moon Demon King, protect me, now!" As Shiji muttered those words, the Great Moon Demon King, who was already on its last legs, let out a violent, desperate roar. Right then, Yen Guyet glared at Hoen Guyet. Not one to be intimidated, the deer glared back and snapped. "What are you looking at?" In the next second, both sides looked at each other with pure hatred. Their auras clashed violently, neither willing to back down. At that exact moment, Su Liang stepped forward. He dashed straight toward where Yen Nuyet was about to strike. Shi Zi, who was about to hide, asked in confusion, "The Moon King, what on earth is he doing?" As he took a few more steps, she cried out in shock. "He left the Supreme Beast's protection zone," Su Liang declared. "Star-sinking Yen Guyet, submit to me." Massive waves of pressure erupted continuously, creating a force field that swirled around his body. Immediately, Su Liang reached his hand straight out, his gaze sharp. In just a moment, his hand would touch the brilliant sphere of energy glowing above. Just then, Yen Nuyet was startled, her brows furrowing in irritation. The energy mass grew larger and larger, signaling that a wave of horrific destruction was about to explode. Despite the tension, Tu Luong stayed perfectly calm. He enunciated every single word, the scabbard of the crescent moon blossom. Those words hit Yen Guyet like a bolt of lightning, leaving her completely stunned. Meanwhile, his voice continued to ring out with steady confidence. "Sinking star Yen Guyet, you were looking for her, aren't you?" She turned her shimmering eyes toward Tu Luong, her face painted with pure shock. Standing there with an air of absolute authority, he kept going. "I swear upon the name of the moon goddess butterfly, within 3 years, that scabbard will be brought before you." Without a moment's hesitation, he laid out his terms. "In exchange, you must grant me one request." As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Nuyet fell into a deep sigh. She stayed quiet for a moment, weighing her options, before slowly letting her heavy eyelids close. With her eyes shut tight, her physical form began to dissolve into nothingness. In an instant, Yen Nuyet had become a shimmering, ethereal silhouette floating in midair. Tu Luong reached out, his hand sliding right into the center of that massive energy source. Behind him, Zachi's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She stammered in total confusion. "He went right through it? How is that even possible?" Right then, ripples of water began to swirl beneath his feet. A surge of brilliant blue water spiraled upward like silk threads, gently wrapping around the floating Yen Guyet. Down below, Tu Luong never took his eyes off her, tracking every single movement. A second later, Yen Guyet transformed into a stream of blue light, merging perfectly with the water. The two energies flowed together, spiraling toward Tu Luong's chest. That was when it finally clicked for Zachi. Has sinking star Yen Nuyet actually accepted the Moon King? Beside them, Hoen Ingiyet stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she watched the miracle unfold. The two energy streams fused into one, dancing around Tu Luong in a mesmerizing display. Hoen Ingiyet couldn't help but think that this was going to send shockwaves through the entire world. In the blink of an eye, he had completely tamed that wild weapon. He looked up at the sky, a surge of pure satisfaction washing over him. Zachi felt like she had been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning. She stood there frozen, her mind screaming, "No way, this can't be happening." Thousands of beast tamers had tried and failed before him, because sinking star Yen Nuyet was supposed to be completely indestructible. But there was a catch. Once a contract is signed, the weapon can only be destroyed if its master dies. That meant for Yen Nuyet to agree to a contract, she had to believe that her master was someone who could never be defeated. Tu Luong's face flashed through Zachi's mind. She was forced to admit the terrifying truth. This man really is the Moon King. Shaking off her confusion, Zachi staggered to her feet and whispered to herself, "I guess some things you just have to see with your own eyes to believe." Suddenly, her eyes narrowed with a desperate resolve. "If that is the case, then I will use my own death to get this message out. The Black Moon cult has to know." She growled, before screaming out the name, "Great Moon Demon King." The moment the words left her lips, her jagged, monstrous pet came thundering toward her. From a distance, Tu Luong immediately sensed something was wrong. He shot a cold, piercing glare at Zachi and muttered, "That woman has seen way too much. I don't usually like tying up loose." Understanding his unspoken command, Hoen Ingiyet slammed her foot onto the ground with earth-shattering force. She unleashed a blinding beam of pure energy, aimed straight at the Great Moon Demon King. A split second later, that massive serpent just vanished into thin air, erased by the blast. That lightning-fast strike did not just blow the Demon King away, It left the entire area looking like a total war zone. Staring at the mountain range that had just been leveled, Tu Luong was left speechless. He couldn't help but wonder, man, did I accidentally feed her something way too powerful? Amidst the wreckage, droplets of blood began to pitter-patter onto the broken ground. It was Za Qi, coughing up blood in a pathetic state. Her mind was racing as she tried to piece everything together. The moon goddess temple, the moon pavilion, the white deer, the moon king, it all makes sense now. Glancing at Hoan Nuyet, she became even more certain of one thing. This was not just some naturally Za Qi's face went pale as the realization hit her. This creature is a direct descendant of the emperor. Her eyes locked onto Hoan Nuyet's shadow. A terrifying thought crossed her mind, and her ancestor, it could only be him. She cut her thoughts short and desperately grabbed a teleportation stone, trying to steady her breathing. I can't die here. This intel is way more important than that weapon. Everyone needs to know the truth. Her face twisted with spiteful determination as she began to scheme. First, I will distract them, then I will make my break for it. With a silent command, she sent her 3 remaining pets charging forward as meat shields. Then, she spun around to flee. Gripping the teleportation stone tight, she told herself, this area isn't completely sealed off yet. As long as I get away from the Moon King, I have a chance. But just then, a flash of light streaked past, snatching away her final hope of survival. She stared down at her empty hand, her voice failing her as she realized it was all over. Across from him, Hon Nguyet's jaw hit the floor at the sight. Tu Luong's tiny butterfly was clutching the stone firmly in its feelers. Hon Nguyet couldn't hide her shock when she saw it. That thing was just a low-level glimmer butterfly. In the blink of an eye, the glimmer butterfly teleported the stone right back into Tu Luong's hand, leaving Serpent Seat standing there in a complete daze. A smirk played on his lips as he explained triumphantly, in a battlefield filled with supreme beings, no one would ever suspect a lowly glimmer butterfly. Am I right? Hearing those words, she went stone cold, her body unable to move even an inch in midair. Finally, she spoke. Her voice so calm, it was clear she had completely given up on life. Even though it might be too late, I finally understand why you are called the Moon King. Hoan Nuyet didn't hesitate, taking in sharp, cold breaths. Her body began to fade away into nothingness, her face blurring as a faint smile appeared on her lips, silently whispering a final goodbye. Moon King, it was a true honor to fight against you. She kept that smile until the very end, even as the last sparks of her life flickered out. The scene shifts outside the barrier, where that Nguyet's eyes suddenly widened as she spotted something approaching. Seeing Tu Luong walking out from the chaos with such a calm and relaxed expression made her stammer in shock. Great sect leader. He walked past the crowd, everyone's eyes glued to him, and made a cool, composed announcement. Serpent Seed is dead. Lift the blockade. Then, he slowly uttered 2 words that left everyone buzzing with curiosity. Tu Luong turned his crescent moon eyes toward them and emphasized slowly, from this moment on, the star-sinking crescent belongs to me. News of the Moon King claiming the star-sinking crescent sent shockwaves through every corner of the Moonlight forces. Meanwhile, at the Lunar Saint sect in the Southern Territory, a young woman was shown from behind, soaking in a pool with her long, shimmering hair cascading down. A maid came rushing in from behind to deliver the news. Empress Thuong Nuyet, we have a problem. The star-sinking crescent has been taken by the Moon King. She scooped up some water in her hand and replied calmly, don't panic. I already knew this would happen. Then, Thuong Nuyet stood up, still looking completely unbothered, and began to explain. The Moon King is the favorite child of the moonlight and the one who holds the Book of the Moon. This was bound to happen eventually. The servant still couldn't accept it, raising her voice in protest. But Empress, you are the same. You were born a 4-star Beastmaster. Not to mention, you have an Emperor-grade beast and eyes that can see through all the moonlight in the world. Thuong Nuyet let out a sinister little smirk and replied, you're right. I'm actually quite curious myself. Which of us does the moonlight truly favor? Then, she gave a decisive command. Tell everyone in the sect who is testing for the moon god ritual to withdraw immediately. Those words hit the servant like a bolt of lightning. She froze on the spot, unable to even form a sentence. At the same time, on the northern edge of the central region, a figure cloaked in black from head to toe stood on the shore, staring out into the distance. Behind him, a woman spoke up to report, Lord Than's son, those two are arriving. Than's son immediately asked, Spirit Seat, do you think I'll lose to the Moon King again this time? Without skipping a beat, Spirit Seat replied firmly, Even though I am the only one left among your top followers, I have never once doubted you. You will definitely defeat the Moon King and restore the glory of the Black Moon cult. Suddenly, mysterious whirlpools and beams of light appeared on the surface of the sea. A voice echoed from within the swirling water. Thon, son of the Black Moon, I hope your plan doesn't disappoint us. Tinmei Nguyet from the Nine Eyes appeared with a bold declaration, stating that if they died in battle, their sect would willingly submit to the Moon King. Standing next to her, Duang Huang Tuyen from the Nine Hells agreed, saying, no one can stand against the gods. You should understand that by now. Hearing this, Thonson replied with absolute confidence. Rest assured, the plan will definitely succeed. After that, he turned around and headed inside, speaking with grim determination. Let's go. We're going to the Moonlight Beast Academy. We'll wait for the Moon God ritual, and then we kill the Moon King. The scene shifts to the Starry Moon Hall. Someone was screaming in a total panic. Is the Moon God ritual really about to start? It was Hoen Nguyet, still reeling from the news. She shouted in disbelief. The Moon God only descends to give guidance when the moonlight is at its brightest. The last Moon God ritual was over 1,000 years ago. Tu Luong leaned his head on his hand, looking bored as he replied, I know. The academy principal contacted me a long time ago. Back then, a multicolored ruby appeared and explained everything to him. Once the Moon God ritual begins, all chosen Moonlight Beastmasters will become sacrifices in a struggle to claim the title of the final Moon King. The reward for winning is so great it will make a Beastmaster's growth absolutely terrifying. It might even trigger the War of the Emperors all over again. The ritual won't end until someone takes the throne or everyone else steps down. Therefore, this Moon God ritual won't be over until you defeat Empress Thuong Nguyet 3 years from now. Hearing those words, Tu Luong could only stand there with a blank face, resigned to his fate. He opened his phone to show Huan Nguyet, reading the lines on the screen with pure frustration. Not only that, but these sacrifices could actually track each other's locations. So, according to the dean's request, I have to help her protect these 2 students who have been marked as sacrifices. But it felt like a bolt from the blue, leaving him totally stunned. Why on earth do I have to fulfill a promise made by my predecessor? Just how many people did the previous owner of this body scam using the name of the Moon Goddess? Suddenly, Huan Nungyet said something so calmly, it made his jaw drop. You don't need to be so stressed out. Aren't there rewards for this battle? Who knows, after 3 years, even the great Emperor Kang Yue might not be worthy of shining your shoes. The moment it mentioned there was an extremely rare chance to find the missing pages of the Book of the Moon, it was like a light bulb went off in his head. Seeing Tu Luong's shocked expression, Huan Nungyet slowly explained, Did you seriously not know? They say whoever possesses the missing pages of the Book of the Moon can break their contract limits and sign with dozens of beasts. Hearing that, he was hit with another wave of shock, his eyes widening as his mind started racing. If just having the missing pages lets you sign that many, then I have the entire book. But then the anxiety came back, and he asked himself in confusion, wait, the Book of the Moon is right here with me, so how could anyone else have the missing pages? Seeing Tu Luong just sitting there rubbing his chin, Huan Nguyet used its head to shove him forward and demanded, Hey, stop thinking and tell the breeder to let me roam around freely. It clasped its paws together with a pitiful expression, looking at Tu Luong with puppy dog eyes. If I can go out and look at the moon, I can keep an eye on those 2 little brats for you. When there was no reply, Huan Nguyet curiously glanced over at him. It turned out that Tu Luong had been accidentally slammed against the wall by that last shove. He quickly scrambled out of the room, rubbing his backside while searching for something on his phone, complaining the whole time. A headbutt from a supreme tier almost punctured my kidney. An article titled 100 Ways to Cook Venison was immediately shared into Tu Luong's chat with Huan Nguyet. It could only reply with a bunch of dots in silence. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen, and Tu Luong asked in surprise, Oh, did the files for those 2 students arrive already? Inside, a photo of a cat-eared girl appeared along with her info. Bai Yue 16 years old, from the White Saint clan in the west. She's the Emperor's daughter, a hybrid of human and tiger. She possesses supreme power, but for some reason, she's fallen into a deep sleep. It's suspected that her level is too low for her to manifest. After reading the text on the screen, he rubbed his chin and sighed. At first, I thought she was just a cat girl, but it turns out she's a tiger. Then, a blue-haired girl appeared on the screen with similar info lines next to her. Bi Dao, 16 years old, comes from the most prosperous human kingdom in the Northern Territories. As the fourth princess of the Nguyen Empire, she's had a track record of summoning supreme-tier beasts to fight her enemies since she was a child. After seeing their profiles, Tuluong sighed and swiped his phone, saying, "A princess and an emperor's daughter. These two are nothing but trouble. I'll just send this over and deal with it later." In no time, the information on the two girls was shared with Huan Nguyen. It got super excited and immediately replied, "The one on the top page looks really interesting. Leave her to me." The scene shifts to the academy as night begins to fall, showing Yue's sleepy face. Swinging on a bench with Toucan, she began to wonder out loud. The Starlight Crescent was actually tamed by the Moon King just like that. I wouldn't have believed it even in my dreams. Toucan suddenly stood up, saying excitedly, "All right then, let's get to the lecture hall. Aren't there some important announcements being made?" With that, the two girls started heading toward the teaching area. Huan Nguyen's antlers peeked out from the shadows. It silently confirmed that this was indeed the hybrid girl from the White Saint clan. It kept its eyes fixed on Yue's back, muttering to itself. Her scent is easy to remember, but she doesn't seem very bright. A raindrop landed right on Huan Nguyen's nose. It looked up and said, "It's about to rain." It then slowly backed away, thinking to itself, "I should head back for now. My powers drop significantly when it rains, so I need to be careful in case something happens." But less than a second later, it stopped in its tracks, its expression turning serious, as it sensed something. A violent whirlpool suddenly manifested out of thin air. Then it exploded with massive force, rings of water spiraling up as if to swallow the sky. Right after that, the supreme-tier Fishman Storm Tyrant appeared right in front of Yue and Toucan. It placed a hand on its chest and growled, "Found you, one of the 5 supreme targets." Immediately after, the tyrant opened its mouth like a black hole and roared in a terrifying voice, "My child, I will give you 10 seconds to summon all your beasts. I have no interest in killing a Beastmaster's physical body with a sneak attack." Below, Yue and Toucan clutched each other's hands, their eyes filled with pure terror. Seeing the mark on its shoulder, Huan Nguyen stares from a distance in total shock. 7 stars. Does this beast really belong to a 7-star Beastmaster? Pure terror is written all over Huan Nguyen's face. Seeing a 7-star Beastmaster proves he possesses Emperor-level power. The scene shifts to the road leading to the Academy's main gate. A few figures are walking in the distance. Someone mutters, "It is raining." Servants trudge through the downpour. Princess Bitch Jiao, walking under an umbrella, snaps irritably, "Why are we being forced to gather at the teaching area in this rain? What is going on?" Suddenly, a tiny butterfly flutters right in front of Bitch Jiao. It immediately catches her eye. After watching it for a moment, she is surprised to find it is just a low-level, shimmering butterfly. The butterfly gently lands on Bitch Jiao's finger. She lets it stay there. A maid quickly warns her, "Princess, that is a low-level beast. You should not touch it." But before the maid can even finish, she cuts her off in frustration. "What, are you following the Moon King's weird philosophy now? What is the harm in playing with it for a bit?" For all we know, the Moon King might be secretly playing with little beasts too. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind, making Bic Jiao and her servants whip their heads around. "Are you guys talking about the Moon King?" A short-haired woman with a sinister smile suggests. "The Moon King is my favorite topic. Mind if I join in?" In the distance, a figure with 2 long horns on her head slowly approaches. The maid, on high alert, immediately shouts, "Who goes there?" As the maid releases her power, Bitch Jiao takes a step back and barks, "Get lost, you ugly freak. Can't you see I am on my way to an academy meeting?" It turns out the woman is Lin Chi Toa. She keeps a fake smile on her face, trying to stay calm as she says, "I want to join too." Inside, she is fuming over being called an ugly freak. Lin Chi then summons her soul beast, boasting smugly, "It is such a shame I have to deal with a brat who only has a rookie supreme. It is so pathetic I might just cry." The maid's jaws drop in horror when they realize it is the supreme-level evil-eyed gazelle. Standing behind them, Bitch Jiao loses her cool as the words, "Dark Moon Cult" flash through her mind. The scene shifts to the teaching square of the Beast Academy. A massive crowd of students has already gathered there. Everyone looks miserable standing out in the rain. Nu Nguyet and Kim Nguyet are standing in the center of the square. Nu Nguyet glances over the crowd, feeling a sense of dread. Bak Duyet Ni and Bish Jiao are both missing, giving her a really bad feeling. She clears her throat to get everyone's attention. She begins the planned announcement. "Dear students, Please listen very carefully to what I am about to say. When she announces that the moon goddess ritual is about to begin for the first time in over 1,000 years, the students below are visibly stunned. Noon Nguyet keeps scanning the area while she speaks. Once the ritual begins, Moonlight-type Beastmasters with high potential will be chosen. They will serve as sacrificial combatants to please the gods. Each victory will grant rewards beyond your wildest imagination. And here are the rules to determine the final winner. But before she can finish, a booming voice interrupts and echoes across the square. The sacrifices must slaughter one another until only one is left standing. Noon Nguyet and Kim Nguyet both look up at the glowing. The guardian spirit appears with a twisted, creepy grin, gleefully adding, "That person will be the one true Moon King of this era." Seeing that distorted face, Noon Nguyet immediately barks orders at the students. "Everyone, retreat now." But the moment she finishes her sentence, the guardian spirit drops an explosion like a falling meteor, its brilliant light nearly blinding the dark night. Noon Nguyet quickly activates her defensive skills. She peers through the chaos, a massive sense of unease rising in her chest. Damn it, that was a 7-star supreme combat skill. My moon-hidden snake can only manage to protect itself. The students are terrified, as the thick dust and smoke from that earth-shattering explosion slowly begin to clear. As the rain continues to pour, Noon Nguyet stands frozen, staring at the students who are completely unharmed. She is speechless. Elder Kim Nguyet rushes to her side, both of them sharing the same question. What just happened? The guardian spirit still has that twisted look, feeling a bit annoyed. My attack was absorbed. It looks like the Moon King has made his move. Somewhere in the teaching area, the familiar cloaked figure of Tu Luong stands among the students. He does not move an inch, quietly observing the situation. Tu Luong's gaze is as sharp as a dagger. The guardian spirit's voice rings out with certainty. The Moon King is watching me. At that moment, he thinks to himself. Thanks to the battle at Moon Hidden Mountain, the protection skills of Moon in the Lake have tripled in power. But a new sense of worry appears when Tu Luong looks at the state of Moon in the lake. This time, 40% of the shield was blown away. He realizes that the enemy's strength this time really cannot be taken lightly anymore. This battle is definitely going to be an incredibly brutal challenge for all of us. Back in the day, everyone here would have been blown to bits, but now, he just smirks, thinking to himself he's almost forgotten how good it feels to finally let loose. The moment his thoughts fade, the sky bleeds with crimson lightning. Everyone starts screaming in a panic. What the hell is that? Space is being torn apart. From the void, a woman with fluttering angel wings emerges. It's the moon-guiding celestial maiden. Seeing the 7-star crest on her chest, Noon Nguyet trembles. She thinks to herself, a second 7-star supreme? A 7-star beastmaster? That means the enemy has at least one emperor-level beast. Suddenly, the maiden snarls, what do you think you're doing? What happens if all these people die? Is this really necessary? The guardian spirit shoots back coldly. What do you know? Since when did the Moon King care about the lives of these ants? She doesn't back down, snapping right back at him. You idiot, this is Twin Moon Sect territory. Our job is just to stall the 2 vice principals. Listening in, Noon Nguyet pieces it together and yells out to the 2 strangers. Wait, is the celestial maiden with the star-lost moon? She asks them, her voice shaking with confusion. 5 years ago, I went to Star-Lost Moon as an exchange student. I saw what they could do firsthand. Why are you attacking us? The guardian spirit turns to the maiden. Well, what should we do? My other half. The maiden gives the order to the guardian spirit. Fine, I'll give you 1 minute to teach these naive students a lesson. After that, we aren't holding back. The students scramble, running for their lives after hearing that. But amidst the chaos, one person stays perfectly calm. While everyone is running away, Tu Luong is walking straight toward the danger, totally relaxed. He's even tapping away on his phone. Facing the 2 troublemakers, he growls. So, it's the star-lost moon, huh? They whip around, eyes locked on him with suspicion. Tu Luong's face is dark with rage. He sneers. Cowards who won't show their faces. Even their emperor is hiding. You really think you're leaving here alive after causing this mess? A second later, he summons Yen Nguyet. She rockets into the air, wreathed in blinding energy. Noon Nguyet and Kim Nguyet can only watch in shock. They realize she's a supreme rank Yen Nguyet. Right then, the ultimate weapon enters her awakened state. Yen Nguyet stands still for a moment, scanning the battlefield, before her eyes flare with a terrifying light. She grips her blade with both hands, energy surging through her. A massive wave of destruction is coming. Nunguyet realizes something is wrong and panics. Wait, that stance. She's not distinguishing between friend or foe. Seeing that look on Yenguyet's face, Nunguyet is horrified. Is she planning to kill everyone here? In a flash, the awakened Yenguyet unleashes a devastating blow. The attack slams into the guardian spirit and the celestial maiden. The light is blinding. Thick smoke billows from the impact zone, and the ground is completely torn up. From within the haze, Nunguyet is heard coughing fitfully. She's on the ground, but miraculously unhurt. She touches a scratch on her face, still stunned. I actually survived. Slowly standing up, she looks at the massive crater. I guess the Moon King still cares about his own people after all. The two villains are crushed at the bottom of the pit, barely able to breathe. Is this the power of Yenguyet? At the edge of the crater, Tuluong stands tall, his coat fluttering in the wind, with the awakened Yenguyet hovering above him. The maiden glares at him, still spitting threats. Even if we die here, this is just a little welcoming gift for you. The guardian spirit regains his cool and adds, one last warning, an emperor will be standing before you soon enough. The next second, the two of them start to merge. The spirit erupts in light, and the maiden summons glowing spheres around her. Seeing the shift, Yenguyet's eyes blaze. She dives down, staring them down. Tu Luong watches from behind, his jaw tight. He's worried. After 2 attacks, the Lake Moon shield is down to 4%. It's useless now. While the maiden and spirit chant under their breath, Tu Luong's mind is racing. Only 3 seconds until Yenguyet draws her blade. If they don't stop, everyone's going to be turned to ash. His eyes blur from the stress. What do I do? But just then, Yenguyet's eyes glow brighter than ever. A split second later, she swung her blade forward with all her might, sending a massive crescent-shaped shockwave ripping through the air. The slash crashed down like a meteor right toward the two of them. Dan Yue froze as she watched the attack coming, her face turning pale with absolute terror. She could only stand there in shock, feeling her life hanging by a thread. An instant later, Yan Yue's strike shook the entire sky. Blinding light surged higher and higher, and the shockwave was so powerful that even the students watching from a distance couldn't stay on their feet. One student cried out in a panic. With this much power, could that be the Moon King's beast? Suddenly, another guy behind him shouted, "Everyone, look up there, what is that?" 2 moons had appeared in the sky, a crescent moon and a full moon. The students were all stunned when they realized there were actually 2 moons hanging above them. From within the thick clouds of smoke, the spirit's voice rang out in a frantic scream. Are you out of your mind? Why would you use your power to create a full moon? She slowly materialized in her human form, still screaming at the top of her lungs. Even if you used the full moon's evolution to save a life, did you ever stop to think about how disastrous the consequences would be? Six-winged Dan Yue sat there sobbing, instinctively apologizing through her tears. She tried to say she was confident it would be fine, but she didn't even get the chance to finish. Her guardian spirit cut her off venomously. You stupid woman. Right now, we have to face the Moon King under a full moon. Their argument came to a screeching halt as they both turned to look ahead. The Moonlight Rabbit had transformed into a towering giant, all thanks to the power of tonight's full moon. The guardian spirit gasped in shock, asking, "Is that the supreme-level Moonliar Jade Pestle?" But no matter how she looked at it, something felt horribly wrong. Dan Yue cowered behind her, her face filled with dread as she made an observation. Not only that, but the star slasher Yan Yue has changed too. They both noticed the savage, murderous glint in Yan Yue's eyes. A terrified question escaped their lips. Don't tell me we have to fight both of them at the same time? Without wasting a single second, Yan Yue, fueled by pure rage, gripped her blade with both hands. Then, out of nowhere, she slashed right through the Moonlight Rabbit's stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere as its body was ripped clean in half. The sight left the guardian spirit, and Dan Yue even more horrified. What? She actually killed her own teammate? After that strike, Yan Yue turned her razor-sharp gaze toward the back. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Moonlight Beast Academy. Outside the royal mansion, a sinister and eerie magical energy began to seep from the ground. Baijiao's servants couldn't help but tremble in fear. In the middle of this suffocating atmosphere, Ling Qi leaned forward, looking down at the beasts the others had summoned. She scoffed in pure contempt. Are you kidding me? You think you can last even 1 minute against me? Then, Ling Qi calmly called out the name of the evil-eyed antelope. The massive beast behind her immediately fired 8 laser-like beams of light forward. In the blink of an eye, those deadly beams tore right through the weak beasts standing in their way. Massive holes were blasted through their bodies as smoke hissed from the wounds. Within seconds, the beasts' entire bodies just went limp and collapsed. As a thick mist began to rise, one servant screamed in total confusion. "What? What's happening?" Seeing the desperate situation, Bai Jiao didn't hesitate. She immediately summoned her jade-scaled eagle, and the massive bird quickly appeared by her side. On the other side, Ling Qi looked pleased with herself, her lips curling into a cruel smirk. "Finally, you've decided to bring out your little supreme-level pet. Now this is getting interesting." Unfortunately, once again, those high-intensity beams quickly pierced right through the beast, while Ling Qi mocked her. "The jade-scaled eagle doesn't belong to the moonlight element, so it doesn't match your attributes. That's why it's never been able to evolve, right?" A servant quickly summoned a long-legged leopard and ordered it to carry Bi Jiao away, shouting, "Princess, you have to run to the edge of the black mist. If you can make it out, you might still have a chance." That pathetic attempt only made Ling Qi more disgusted. She asked nonchalantly, "You really think you can escape with that pathetic level of skill?" As soon as she finished speaking, the evil-eyed antelope began charging a massive ball of energy in its mouth, with glowing rings appearing around its eyes. In an instant, the death rays were fired again, tearing straight through the female servants. The leopard carrying Bi Jiao couldn't escape either. It crashed to the ground instantly after taking the hit. Bi Jiao's eyes widened in horror. She stared ahead with her mouth agape, so choked up with fear that she couldn't even make a sound. Ling Qi walked toward her one step at a time, looking completely relaxed as she delivered a cold threat. "Looks like it's time to end this." Suddenly, the tiny flash butterfly fluttered past Bi Jiao's hand, hovering in the air, as Bi Jiao watched in total shock. Ling Qi was suddenly hit with a wave of panic when she saw the tiny creature. Beside her, the evil-eyed antelope began to stumble and lose its footing. Her own legs started shaking violently, and she could barely keep her balance. A second later, Ling Qi collapsed to the ground, clutching her pale face and wondering, how is this even possible? How could a glimmer butterfly be all the way out here? As the glimmer butterfly fluttered right in front of her, she was paralyzed with terror. Her voice shook as she whimpered, "Why? Why does it have to be right now?" Seeing Ling Qi absolutely losing her mind over that tiny butterfly, a sudden realization flashed through Bitch Dao's head. Could this glimmer butterfly actually be here to save her? A split second later, she whipped around to make her escape, trying to keep her cool as she thought, "Never mind that. I need to get out of here first and figure the rest out later." Ling Qi remained kneeling pathetically on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry, Lord Saint Mountain. I can't continue the mission anymore." She clutched her evil-eyed antelope tight, tears streaming down her face as she wailed in despair. "Because we in the Black Moon cult fear the glimmer butterfly more than anything else in this world." Switching scenes over to Tukan and Duyet Ni, the two girls were currently clinging to each other in terror as the countdown hit 10, 9, 8, and 7. That tyrant just kept right on going behind them. 6, 5, 4, and 3. Huan Yue couldn't help but look on with curiosity, wondering to herself, is that really the supreme eternal rain tyrant? Does that mean the water-type emperor, underworld path, is also here? If I take out the small fry and attract the big boss, what am I supposed to do? This is going to be a huge mess. Right at that moment, the final three numbers escaped his lips. 2, 1, 0. Receiving no response at all, the tyrant immediately swung his hand forward, his voice cold and threatening. "What a pity. Don't blame me for what happens next." Instantly, massive whirlpools of water erupted from his hands. In a flash, Duyet Ni and Tukan were completely swallowed by the rushing, violent currents. Suddenly, pink and purple clouds appeared out of thin air. The clouds charged straight at the tyrant, catching him completely by surprise. By some miracle, those unexpected clouds managed to save Duyet Ni and Tukan's lives just in time. Shaken by what just happened, the tyrant immediately barked out a question. "Clouds. This can't be the power of the White Saint clan. It looks like my intel was wrong. Who are you?" The two stunned girls also turned their eyes toward the direction he was looking, filled with curiosity. Up ahead, a pair of stylish feet stepped lightly onto the clouds as the calm figure of Huan Yue finally revealed herself before them. As soon as Tukan saw Huan Yue, she couldn't hide her shock. She asked, "That mid-level white flower deer actually saved us from a supreme being?" At that moment, she was feeling quite bored and tried to reassure herself. "Since I gave my word to the Moon King, I just have to see this through to the end." The tyrant immediately stepped forward to face Huan Yue, putting on an act of respect as she heard this and just glanced around casually, asking, "That leader guy, Eternal, didn't come with you?" The tyrant was absolutely fuming inside. How dare she refer to the emperor as that guy, but he kept a straight face and replied calmly. According to the rules of the dual moon cult leaders, the emperor will not step onto the stage, especially since this is merely a battle between supremes. A smirk played on Huan Yue's lips as she said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Then we have no problems here." She then took a bold and heroic stance, muttering confidently to herself, "Honestly, I'm the type who's soft with the weak, but plays hardball with the tough guys." Hearing that, the man couldn't contain his rage anymore. He slammed his hands together and growled, "Don't push your luck." He slapped his palms together, activating his combat skill. Deep Sea Abyss. A massive cube of water materialized high in the air, with violent, rushing currents swirling at the bottom. Huan Yue was caught completely off guard and was instantly swept into the middle of that vast, watery prison. Suddenly, her body vanished from the rushing water. A moment later, brilliant rays of light began to gather at a single point high in the sky. In an instant, Huan Yue's entire body reappeared in mid-air, surrounded by trails of gorgeous energy. Her reappearance left the tyrant completely stunned. "Wait, do you also lack a physical form just like me?" But he quickly regained his composure, crossing his arms over his chest as he muttered, "Fine, if that's the case, I'll just have to use that move." A second later, a whirlpool, like a massive tornado, appeared right above Huan Yue's head. With every passing moment, the currents from the tyrant's technique became more intense. Once the energy reached its peak, the whirlpool crashed down like a catastrophic flood. Not long after, the mist and steam began to slowly fade away into the air. Looking down at the deep crater in the ground, the tyrant felt satisfied, thinking there wouldn't even be a corpse left. But suddenly, something else caught his eye and he couldn't look away. High up in the sky, the sight of two moons appearing together hit the tyrant's gaze. He wondered to himself, what is that star moon guy up to now? Why would he go and change the shape of the moon without permission? He looked around nervously, thinking that being in a place with so many moonlight-type beasts would be a huge disadvantage for a water type like him. But his anxiety slowly faded. Well, at least the enemy has been dealt with. With that thought, he casually turned to leave, feeling nothing but irritation. He planned to demand a full explanation once he got back. Suddenly, a strand of long, silky hair drifted past the tyrant from behind, followed by the words, "I'm not done talking." Hearing that voice, the tyrant whipped his head around in shock. A woman's sultry figure slowly materialized as the Huan Yue clouds gathered together. Now in her transformed state, she glided across the ground and calmly issued a warning. "Look, let's just wait until the full moon is over before we keep fighting, okay? Honestly, I don't even need the full moon to wipe the floor with you. Seriously." It was like she'd finally pushed the tyrant past its limit. Consumed by rage, the beast lunged at her with its fists, screaming in triumph. "What did you just say? So what if I want to kill you during the full moon?" But in just a few seconds, that smug look on its face vanished completely. At that moment, the tyrant's body, along with several unlucky rooftops, was skewered by giant stag antlers. As its body began to fade into the void, the dying beast couldn't help but wonder, how is this possible? This power is far beyond a supreme. Could it be a royal bloodline? Staring at Huan Yue's calm expression, the tyrant finally realized the terrifying truth. There was a supreme standing here that no opponent could ever hope to touch. Her voice grew cold, emphasizing every single word. "I really wasn't trying to use the full moon to bully you. Do you hear me?" With its life slipping away, the tyrant struggled to look up at the sky, silently sending out its final message. "Master. The next move must be." Its body dissolved into nothingness before it could finish, leaving only a final warning. "Be very careful." Not long after, a massive crowd of students gathered to catch a glimpse of Huan Yue. Hearing the whispers behind her, she thought to herself, was I being a little too obvious? Her gaze suddenly shifted, looking over the surrounding ruins as she began to piece things together. It looks like both the Mastermind and the Moon King are over there. She tilted her head to the side, wondering what her next move should be. 3 minutes earlier at the teaching area square, the scene was one of total devastation, with thick clouds of dust and smoke hanging in the air. The guardian spirit and Dan Yue were sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. In the distance, the dark silhouette of Yan Yue loomed. Right now, Yan Yue was completely out of control, lashing out with one violent strike after another. Suddenly, its gaze froze in midair as if it had seen something impossible. The moonlight rabbit, which had just been sliced in half, was actually regenerating its body. Clouds began to swirl around its severed parts, reforming its upper torso. In an instant, the moonlight rabbit reappeared in its powerful full moon form. Level, low. Physique, waning moon. Combat skills, super regeneration and physical enhancement. Suddenly, its two rabbit ears stood straight up. In a flash, the moonlight rabbit reached out and grabbed the blade in Yan Yue's hand. She looked incredibly annoyed by its actions. Her face twisted in pure frustration. Without warning, the moonlight rabbit grabbed Yan Yue and leaped away, racing toward a specific destination. At that same moment, deep inside the forest, near the academy, Mi Yue spoke up, questioning the man leading the way. "Hey, Sheng Shan, are you sure the Double Moon sect won't be able to track us on this path?" He let out a smug smirk, his voice dripping with overconfidence. "You're seriously underestimating me." He continued to brag, completely unaware of the intense beam of light descending right next to them. "This is top secret info sent directly from my mole. There won't be any issues, I guarantee it." But as the blinding light exploded against the ground right in front of him, Sheng Shan went dead silent, frozen in shock. From the thick smoke, the massive figure of the moonlight rabbit emerged, still tightly gripping Yan Yue and her weapon. Seeing this, the man couldn't even find his voice. Beside him, Mi Yue and Huang Quan gasped in horror. "Crap, we've been spotted by the Moon King." After a moment of paralysis, Sheng Shan regained some of his composure and tried to calm them down. "Stay calm. In all this chaos, it might not be the Moon King." But his sentence cut short when he saw the moonlight rabbit sticking its own ear into its mouth to pull something out. In an instant, a cloak fluttered in the wind like the wings of a butterfly, and there he was, Su Liang, looking as majestic as ever, being pulled right out of the rabbit's mouth. The moment they saw his familiar face, the three of them froze, completely unable to move a muscle. Su Liang, on the other hand, just casually looked over. He was a bit surprised to see the Black Moon Star, Mi Yue, and Tang Huang Quan standing there. Huang Quan was currently having a total existential crisis. "Where am I? Who am I? I'm a water-type tamer, so why on earth am I facing the Moon King during a full moon?" Paralyzed by fear, she decided to play nice first, desperately trying to justify herself. "Oh, great Moon King, I'm only here to protect the Black Moon Saint, Sheng Shan. I have absolutely no intention of starting a fight with you." However, Sheng Shan stepped forward aggressively and declared, "Moon King, I am here to challenge you." Huang Quan went stiff, whispering under her breath, "Fine, whatever, just destroy everything." Su Liang looked down at them, his curiosity piqued. He paused to think for a moment, and then the crescent moon in his eyes began to glow with a brilliant light. He muttered the words challenge back to them. Sheng Shan didn't hesitate, boldly declaring, "During the next full moon, once the moon god sacrifice begins, I will come with the emperor to end this once and for all. Carrying the final wishes of all our fallen believers, I will defeat you." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with rage as his mind drifted back to 3 years ago. The Black Moon Cult headquarters lay in ruins, and I even lost my sight facing some truly terrifying entities. Tu Luang's effortless and calm expression from that day flashed in his mind, making his blood boil with even more rage. Back then, you were just like you are today, looking down on us with that same pitying gaze, as if we were nothing but insects. This was simply how Lord Moon was. As that realization hit, Tu Luang's face went blank for a second. Right now, he was actually panicking internally, wondering, what the heck is this guy even talking about? Why didn't the original owner of this body have any memories of this? Did he just forget everything? He shot a nervous glance at Yen Guiyet, who was currently overflowing with power. Worried, he thought to himself, I need to come up with an excuse fast. Star-sinking Crescent is about to lose control. After a moment's thought, Tu Luang regained his composure and replied calmly, "Even though watching bugs squirm is pathetic, I'll give you guys one last chance." The three below fell dead, silent, hanging on to every word. His expression darkened as he continued with a menacing tone. "But since you dared to provoke me, you will pay. I'm ordering the Twin Moon cult to hunt you down relentlessly from this moment on, if you can make it out alive." Hearing those words, Holy Mountain began to shake uncontrollably. While Fascinating Moon and Yellow Spring couldn't hide there, Tu Luang turned to leave, leaving them with one final warning. "Only then will I grant your request." As soon as he finished, he called out loudly to Star-sinking Crescent. Having waited for the command, Crescent immediately hoisted its massive blade. In an instant, A terrifying strike lit up the night sky. The explosion felt like a meteor had slammed into the earth. 10 minutes later, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Below in the forest, smoke and dust still lingered over the scorched trees. Someone coughed violently, asking, "Is the Moon King gone yet?" The three of them slowly crawled out from underground. Fascinating Moon spoke up nervously. The power of that star-sinking crescent. Something was off. If our emperor hadn't secretly intervened, we'd be dead meat. She stood up abruptly, fuming with anger, but that went against the rules. Plus, the Twin Moon cult's overlord might have noticed. From here on, we need to split up. Yellow Spring sighed, sounding completely drained. Now we have to use our brains to figure out how to outrun the Twin Moon cult's pursuit. She glanced toward the distant mountains, a heavy sense of dread pooling in her chest. Forget star-sinking crescent against a 7-star sovereign like the Storm Tyrant. We wouldn't even have a chance to run. Then, Yellow Spring stated firmly, "There's still a mysterious, unknown force hidden within the Moonlight Beast Academy." After leaving the forest, Tu Luong walked around the academy. Seeing the heavy destruction, he couldn't help but sigh. This battle really trashed the academy, didn't it? He stopped, a sudden doubt crossing his mind. But wait. How did Star-Sinking Crescent and Moon Chaser defeat a 7-star sovereign so easily? Even so, he felt a surge of pride. I haven't even signed a contract yet, but I've already taken down a bunch of big shots. Suddenly, a shrill scream from the distance caught his attention. A figure came sprinting toward him out of nowhere. The figure slammed into Tu Luong, knocking him off balance. It was Mooncaller in her human form, now sitting right on top of his stomach. She started hitting him, sobbing uncontrollably. "Listen to me. I just ran into a 7-star Beastmaster. I almost got beaten, it was so scary." She kept whining while Tu Luong just lay there in silence. "If I weren't here, the whole academy would be underwater. Even that little white saint girl would have drowned." After her crying fit, Mooncaller suddenly went quiet, her body freezing as she remembered something important. Wait, did I forget to transform back? But before she could do anything, Tu Luong gently placed a hand on her head and stroked her hair. He looked at Mooncaller with such soft, adoring eyes that she immediately started to calm down. Then he made a suggestion to her. "In a few days, come back to the Twin Moon cult with me. I have something to discuss with the Sovereign." Mooncaller paused, mulling over the word sovereign in her head. When a thought suddenly struck her, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She wondered, "Is this meeting the family?" She looked all shy and mumbled, "Isn't this a bit too fast?" Meanwhile, her inner self was screaming with joy. The scene shifts to the next morning at the Twin Moon cult headquarters Heavenly Fortune Island, floating high above the thick clouds. Down below, a group of people in white robes gazed up at the island, whispering about its beauty. Is that island modeled after the legendary emperor, the Silver Dream of Life? It truly is a masterpiece. The Twin Moon cult really is a power that can stand toe-to-toe with the Holy Moon sect. The only person here not wearing a cloak is Dao Xiaoju from the Blue Moon Holy Sect's Peach Moon Pavilion. She glares at the group behind her and barks, "You guys haven't forgotten why we're here today, have you?" Then she turns forward, her voice sharp and clear. The Eastern Emperor's treasure is hidden right inside the headquarters of the Twin Moon sect. Xiaoju clenches her fist, her eyes burning with determination. "I am getting my hands on it today, no matter what it takes." Not long after, Xiaoju and her attendants set foot on Paradise Island. The moment she sees the view, her jaw drops in absolute shock. Watching the crowds bustling through the streets lined with towering skyscrapers, she can't help but exclaim, "Whoa, this place is insanely lively." Xiaoju bites down on her white handkerchief, her mind racing with frustration. She had expected the Twin Moon sect to be a heavily guarded fortress, but it turns out to be nothing more than a scenic tourist trap. I wonder how much money they rake in every day. She grumbles to herself before continuing her journey with her group. Right behind Xiaoju, a figure in a black cloak and a butterfly mask is watching closely. It is none other than Su Liang. He tilts his head slightly as he watches her go, wondering to himself, why would a Beastmaster from the southern region's Peach Moon Pavilion show up here? Hearing this, Huan Yue pokes its head out curiously and asks, "Who are you talking about?" When it catches a glimpse of her back, the beast gasps in surprise. "Wait, isn't that girl Dao Xiaoju?" It then starts tugging urgently on Su Liang's sleeve. It starts ranting irritably. She's a candidate for the Saintess title at Peach Moon Pavilion and a descendant of the Blue Moon Emperor. She's been acting like a total lunatic. The beast clenches its little paws in anger, declaring, "That brat actually blocked me after I called her out in a private message." We have to take this chance to make her apologize. Su Liang just sighs, completely exhausted by the drama. Making someone apologize over an internet fight? How petty can you get? Seeing the beast still fuming, he tries to distract it. Just let it go. Besides that, is there anything else you want to go see? He thinks to himself, we still have plenty of time before the moon rises. Ignoring Su Liang's enthusiasm, Huan Yue gives him a flat, firm no. Right then, a sign for a beast-eating challenge catches its eye. It says anonymous entries are welcome and there is no limit on participants. Registration closes at 5 o'clock. The beast immediately points at the sign and shouts excitedly, I'm doing it. Su Liang is speechless, face-palming in his mind. The Moon King's personal beast is actually going to enter an eating contest? If word gets out, I'll never be able to show my face again. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, grabbing his attention. Hurry up, we're running out of time. Go sign me up right now. It's Xiaoju again. She is practically bouncing with excitement at the registration desk. Once she's signed up, she says proudly, as long as I take first place, my power will definitely stand out among all the Saintess candidates. Su Liang overhears her and mumbles the word prizes to himself. Curious, he turns his gaze toward the contest's prize board. It is the prize list for the Ultimate Big Eater Championship. First place is a drop of essence from the Pink Cherry Blossom Emperor. Second place is a box of face masks. And third place is a bottle of hand cream. Looking at the list, Su Liang's mouth hangs open in disbelief. He can't help but ask, wait, what the hell is with this massive gap in prizes? He thinks to himself, still completely baffled. The Pink Cherry Blossom Emperor. Isn't that the legendary ruler of the Eastern Realm? Rumor has it that wherever it goes, the sky turns red for 1,000 miles. Cherry blossoms scatter in its wake, but because the electronic signals in the eastern sector are cut off, very few people have ever seen its true form. Su Liang huffs in annoyance. Who organized this contest? How dare they put an emperor rank essence in the same category as hand cream? Huan Yue looks at him, confused by his question, and asks, wait, isn't this exactly what you Twin Moon sect people have been teaching? It's supposed to be a way to get back at the Pink Cherry Blossom Emperor. Hearing that, Su Liang suddenly goes dead silent. Huan Yue then seriously explains that there are rumors online saying the Twin Moon sect has been hoarding items lately. They have been snatching up huge quantities of delicacies that butterfly-type beasts love, which has caused a lot of friction with the Pink Cherry Blossom Emperor. You didn't know? I thought you were the one who gave the order. Su Liang can only hide his embarrassment, responding silently in his head. How is that possible? My low-level flashing butterfly can't even handle food meant for an emperor rank beast. Even so, he keeps his eyes on the competition, feeling a surge of excitement. Well, regardless, I'm actually getting interested in this. At that moment, the Moonbook's interface pops up. Stage 2 is now active, with a new function that consumes a set number of gacha pulls. You can now see clues for every unlocked pet. It takes 5 pulls to get a clue for a high-level beast. It takes 30 pulls for a mid-level beast clue, and 100 pulls to get a clue for a supreme rank beast. Seeing this, Su Liang lets out a smirk, his heart racing with joy. Once he unlocks enough supreme rank illustrations, he is certain that he will soon be the one wielding ultimate power. The Book of Lunar Shadows just leveled up, and who knows what kind of crazy new powers are waiting to be unlocked. Not long after, the host grabbed the mic to make an announcement. Welcome everyone, to the Monster Eating Challenge hosted by the Twin Moon Cult. I'm your host, Yue Ni. Yue Ni stood right between the two competition tables as a massive crowd swarmed in to catch the action. She shouted with excitement, "Thank you all for the incredible turnout." Meanwhile, people in the crowd started whispering to each other, who in their right mind would want to get caught up in this mess? They're talking about the beef between the Twin Moon Cult and the Shadow Phantom branch. Are these contestants total idiots? Or just paid actors the cult hired to put... Ignoring the gossip, the host moved right along to the rules of the game. Each contestant can summon a maximum of 2 beasts to participate in the feast. But fair warning, we're using supreme tier monster food today. We're talking face-melting heat that only a supreme beast can handle. Hearing that, the 2 girls with Xiaoju looked completely shell-shocked, but she remained dead set on winning. Trays of bright red cakes were slowly laid out on the tables. The steam rising from the plates carried an unbearable, stinging spice. The sharp aroma hit the noses of the pets belonging to the girls following Xiaoju. It didn't take long before they couldn't stand it anymore. But while everyone else was struggling, Huan Yue was practically drooling over the pungent feast. Over on her side, Xiaoju remained unshaken, and made a bold declaration. You guys don't have to force yourselves. I'm not going to lose anyway. With that, she immediately summoned her beast. Come forth. It was the heavenly flame butterfly, a supreme tier fire butterfly with shimmering pink wings. Holding her beast, Xiaoju gave the crowd a smug look, thinking to herself, it looks like even in the Twin Moon cult, supreme beasts aren't exactly common. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the other side and widened in shock. The sight of Su Liang and Huan Yue standing behind 3 massive trays of red cakes left her completely. What the hell? Is that guy really using a mid-tier beast for this competition? Xiaoju breathed a sigh of relief, her face full of contempt. She wondered if he was trying to kill his pet with that spice. On the other side, Su Liang was dead serious, analyzing the situation in his head. Even though that girl only summoned 1 supreme beast, if she's this determined to win the prize, she's definitely got something up her sleeve. He glanced over at Huan Yue, who he whispered to himself that even though he had the star-suppressing crescent, he obviously couldn't pull it out for an event like this. His eyes flared with confidence as he thought, luckily, I've still got another ace in the hole. Across from him, Xiaoju shot Su Liang, a cold, piercing glare. Right then, Yue Ni held up a stopwatch and announced loudly, there's only 1 round, and you've got 10 minutes. As soon as she shouted for the match to begin, both sides stared each other down with total confidence. A fierce desire to win burned in everyone's hearts. Without wasting a second, the heavenly flame butterfly picked up a spicy cake bigger than its own head and opened its mouth wide. In one quick motion, it started wolfing down the massive piece of food. The low-level pets below were already struggling, tears streaming down their faces as the intense spice scorched their tongues. On the other side, Huan Yue was devouring cake after cake she was clearly loving every second of it. Seeing how fast she was eating, Xiaoju started to get worried, wondering, wait, is that thing actually a supreme beast? She glanced back at her heavenly flame butterfly and questioned herself. Who still plays the weakling act these days just to catch people off guard? Then, Xiaoju let out a determined scream. I don't care what happens, I am absolutely not losing to you. 3 minutes later, all the low-level pets belonging to the cloaked women were collapsed on the ground. They couldn't handle the extreme flavors at all. The heavenly flame butterfly was also reaching its limit, panting heavily with a bloated stomach after eating 30 cakes. Seeing her beast, looking so drained, Xiaoju couldn't hide her panic. She knew her butterfly couldn't take another bite. She glanced at her opponent, her heart racing with anxiety. But on the other side, Su Liang was just as shocked by Huan Yue's appetite and tried to check on her. You can still eat? Didn't you just finish a mountain of snacks? Don't push yourself if you're full. She took another bite and explained that it was fine she had a separate stomach for snacks and a separate one for monster food. Watching Huan Yue continue to gobble everything up, Xiaoju felt a wave of terror wash over her. How is this possible? That thing isn't even flinching. She tried to calm herself down and started calculating her next move. As a 4-star beast tamer, if I summon 2 supreme beasts at once, I can probably only hold it for 5 minutes. She's gritting her teeth in frustration. Her will to win was still burning bright. For the sake of the Emperor's fluid, I have to win no matter what. Without waiting another second, Xiaoju shouted for her next beast. Show yourself. The Azure Moon Soul, a massive, muscular moonlight element supreme beast, instantly materialized behind her. It didn't hesitate for a second, grabbing an entire plate of spicy cakes and dumping them into its mouth, swallowing the whole thing in a single gulp. Seeing that guy's insane appetite, Honenguyet couldn't hide her fear as she asked, if he eats like that, won't he get diarrhea later? Tioku has finally regained her confidence. She clenches her fists, her whole body trembling as she declares, his intake has doubled. This time, the win is definitely ours. The host's voice rings out, announcing that the competition has reached its final 60 seconds. Than Lin Nguyet Fach has already devoured 72 pieces, while Hon Nguyet is still stuck at 34. The situation has shifted in the blink of an eye, yet Tu Luong remains perfectly calm, whispering to himself, it's time. The moment the thought crosses his mind, he shouts the name Ho Trung Nguyet. Ribbons of water erupt from Ho Trung Nguyet, quickly coiling around the trays of spicy cakes. Icy whirlpools hover in the air, instantly vacuuming up every single cake on the table in a heartbeat. Outside the arena, everyone is stunned by what just unfolded. The crowd immediately breaks into a frantic buzz. What's going on? What just happened? Every eye is fixed on the 5 empty trays at Tu Luong's table. Someone shouts in shock. Hundreds of pet treats just vanished into thin air. Tuku is so shocked she's frozen solid, barely able to stammer out. This This is absolutely impossible. Shortly after, the host rings the bell. Ding! Along with the sound comes the announcement. The competition is over. She gestures toward Tuluong and the bloated Hoan Ningyiet beside him, excitedly declaring, "The winner is this contestant right here." That declaration felt like 100 daggers stabbing Tuku's heart. She collapses to her knees, muttering in agony, "No." Immediately after, Nguyen turns to leave, her face suddenly darkening. As she walks away, she tells Tuluong in a low voice, "Please follow me backstage to claim your reward." A short while later, night falls. A faint crescent moon appears behind the buildings. Inside, Nguyen hands a vial of liquid to Tuluong and asks, "My lord, there are still over a dozen drops of Phi An Fan Dong liquid in the vault. Do you need me to bring them all out?" Taking the vial, he asks in surprise, "You recognized me?" She begins to explain while Hoan Nguyen stands there in a daze. "I was only suspicious at first because of the rumors that you've been close to a white deer lately." Nguyen then delivers urgent news. "But the Overlord has just awakened. I was told to inform you to come to the main hall immediately to discuss important matters. That's how I officially confirmed your identity." Hearing this, Tuluong is terrified but tries to act cool, his voice sounding incredibly condescending. "Fine." That guy woke up right as the moon rose. After examining it for a bit, he pops the cap off the vial. He slowly brings it to his nose to catch the scent. Suddenly, his eyes widen as if he's just sensed a bad omen. Seeing Tuluong turn back and his body start to twitch, Nguyen calls out in worry, "My lord," but his body won't stop shaking. In his hands are lines of information from the Book of the Moon. Sky Element, Emperor Class, Phi An Fan Dong has been unlocked. Reward, 50 consecutive summons. Unlocking rules have changed. All Moonlight Element monsters in sight will now automatically unlock in the encyclopedia. As he reads that an Emperor-class beast has been entrenched in the East City continent for over 10,000 years, one of the three bitch two with combat power nearly equal to the Overlord of Kuilao. Tuluong can't hide his shock. If it's nearly equal to the Overlord, then this isn't just some ordinary Emperor-class beast. He reaches up to steady his mask, whispering in exhaustion, "Too many screens popping up. I'm going numb." Then a smile crosses his lips, his thoughts turning ambitious. In other words, is it too early for the Double Moon sect to clash with Phi An Fan Dong? A short while later, they arrive at the main hall of the Double Moon sect headquarters. Inside the massive facility, Tuluong and Hoan Nguyen walk in leisurely, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Hoan Nguyen notices the women in robes standing with their heads bowed and thinks in awe. Is this the prestige of the Moon King title? Soon, the two of them reach the gates leading to the main sanctuary. A radiant light pours out from within. Without hesitating for a single second, Tuluong steps through the gate. He closes his eyes, waiting to reach the destination. Once the blinding light fades completely, he snaps his eyes open. Tuluong and Hoan Nguyen are now standing on a lake. High above, a figure sits with its back turned on a crescent moon. Hoan Nguyen can't look away from the figure in the distance, gasping in shock. This is the Overlord. Tuluong keeps his cool, slowly explaining to Hoan Nguyen, "That's right. This is the supreme ruler of the entire North Territory, the guardian beast of the Double Moon sect, and the 12th protector of the Moonlight. Her name is Bik Hai Chiet Kung Nguyet." After a long silence, Kung Nguyet's voice echoes through the misty air. "Moon King, it seems you've finally made up your mind." Her expression turns visibly grim. She calmly explained that the lunar festival had been on hold for 3 whole years, just waiting for his response. Below, Tuluong listened intently to every word echoing from the Moon Palace. That old geezer from the Western Territory was absolutely fuming. The gods aren't too happy about this delay either. As she finished speaking, he did his best to stay cool, even though he was freaking out inside. Tuluong thought to himself, worried. In his memories, the Moon King really was waiting for some opportunity he'd completely forgotten about. Even so, he faked a couple of coughs and declared loudly, "That's exactly why I'm here. Let the moon sacrifice begin." But when he added, "But before that, I have a question." Kung Nguyet looked a bit curious and slowly turned her head toward him. Right then, Tuluong asked clearly, "How do I win in the Battle of Kings?" She replied instantly, "Which rank of king? Be specific. I can't personally intervene during the lunar festival." Tuluong rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment, "I'm not sure, but the opponent is likely the Black Moon sect." Kung Nguyet's brows furrowed in confusion as she whispered the words Black Moon sect to herself. Then she said something that made Tuluong freeze. "Moon King, Please stop joking with me. You are a miracle of the moon. Don't waste my expectations on something so trivial. He was suffering inside because he couldn't tell the truth. A one-star Beastmaster has no business fighting a king. Just as he was losing hope, a ring appeared out of thin air right in front of his eyes. Both Tu Luong and Hoan Niet looked at the item curiously while Kung Niet explained. This is the token of the moon goddess, proving your status as the king of the Northern Territory. Once you put it on, the rite will begin. The ring flew straight to Tu Luong's hand, but it didn't want to go on just yet. It kept signaling him to take off the ring he already had on his middle finger. Seeing that, he complied and said, "All right, fine." In a flash, the mysterious ring slipped onto Tu Luong's middle finger. A second later, a blinding light burst from where he stood, surrounded by swirling halos of every color. In an instant, a quiet scene appeared, an ancient town sitting right at the foot of a mountain. Just then, the system screen popped up, announcing that the lunar sacrifice was starting. It was checking the token and confirming the Northern Territory moon represent. Suddenly, the system turned red with an error message. While it was rechecking, Tu Luong finally opened his eyes. A notification appeared. The authority level of the holder of the Book of the Moon has been upgraded. Your identity as the Moonbook holder can now be disguised. Would you like to use a disguise? Yes or no? After reading that, he looked around in a daze. The space was filled with system screens, making him panic. Where the heck am I? Did I just teleport? Right then, another notification caught Tu Luong's eye, making him stop and read carefully. It showed his face and info. Name Tu Luong can be hidden, but one-star realm cannot. Gender, male, appearance, customizable. 3 character templates were found for direct inheritance as a disguise. Warning: if you don't use a template, your true realm will be discovered by other representatives. He smirked bitterly. He hadn't realized his one-star rank would instantly blow his cover as the Northern King. 3 disguise templates appeared. First was the Jade Sea Moonbreaker Emperor template. Next was the Deep Star Hidden Moon Supreme and the Cloud Stepping Moon Transformation Supreme. After checking them all out, Tu Luong rubbed his chin, thinking hard. The most important thing right now was not to look weak. If he did, things would go south real fast once the ceremony started. He figured picking a powerful template was the way to go. He immediately tapped the Jade Sea Moonbreaker Emperor option. Instantly, the surrounding screens faded away, leaving only one final notification: transformation to the template in progress. Meanwhile, at the lunar rite, the atmosphere was heavy as light, beamed into the center. Chairs were neatly arranged, and a dark figure emerged from the path leading to the ceremony. The person muttered a familiar line: "The moon never sets, for the night is eternal." This was the Chu Niet Santes, the representative of the Central Territory. As she sat down, she looked surprised by something. On the opposite side, another shadow stepped out with a greeting: "Chu Niet Santes, it's been a long time." This was the Thuong Niet Emperor, representing the Southern Territory. She walked over with a smile and said, "The moon sacrifice is finally about to begin." Chu Niet stayed silent. Just then, a small shadow appeared. A little girl in a nightgown slowly walked out. Meet Tu Ho, the official representative of the West Realm. Chu Niet gives her a pretty cold stare, while Thuong Niet just waves happily at the young girl. "Long time no see, King of the West." Tu Ho responds to the warm welcome with a lazy, half-hearted nod. After struggling to climb into the oversized chair, the girl shuts her eyes tight and drifts off into a deep sleep. A few moments later, a woman with long, flowing hair makes her entrance. Dressed in a provocative outfit, this newcomer is Bang Dan, the representative for the East Realm. She glances around the room and sighs in disappointment. Really? Nothing but women? How incredibly boring." Chun Yuyet doesn't miss a beat, firing back with pure contempt. What is someone like Bang Dan from the East Realm even doing here? Non-moonlight stains only threaten the purity of the moon. Bang Dan ignores the insult, gracefully taking her seat with a smug smile. "Well, since I'm the one holding the moon god's token, I couldn't exactly skip out, could I?" Now, 4 of them are settled into their designated seats. However, one chair remains empty. Bang Dan notices the vacant spot and asks, clearly confused, "Where is the last one? When do we move to the next step?" Thuong Niet smirks and announces that the only one left from the North Realm must be the Moon King. Tio Ho finally wakes up, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she looks toward the empty seat. "Are we talking about the guy who went on that crazy rampage 3 years ago? The one who kept the moon full for an entire month?" Chunyut scoffs, her voice dripping with disdain. "He's nothing but a fraud." Just as she finishes her sentence, The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoes through the hall. Tuho and Thuong Nuyet immediately turn toward the sound. Even Chu Nuyet and Bang Dan can't hide their curiosity. A young woman's silhouette slowly emerges from the darkness. The moment Bang Dan sees her, her jaw drops in total shock. What? Thuong Nuyet jumps to her feet, screaming in disbelief. This is impossible. It can't be. It's Tu Luong, currently inhabiting the body of the turquoise sea palace moon, standing before everyone as the representative of the North Realm. His eyes glow with the familiar crescent moon symbol. Thuong Nuyet stares blankly, still unable to process what she's seeing. She stammers under her breath, The moon has given us a sign. As he takes his seat, she continues to cry out, how can the North Realm's representative not be the Moon King? Chu Nuyet, however, is much more composed, calmly offering her own theory. It seems the Moon King was just an ordinary guy after all. There are plenty of better choices than him. Chu Nuyet goes quiet for a moment, keeping a close eye on Tu Luong. His unnerving calmness starts to make her feel suspicious. Is it possible he really has no connection to the Moon King? Meanwhile, on the inside, Tu Luong is actually crying. She looks so cute, so why does she have such a toxic mouth? He quickly snaps back into a serious mindset, analyzing the situation. The form of the turquoise sea palace moon has them all rattled. It seems the authority of the Book of the Moon is way higher than those moon god tokens. Now that the representatives of all 5 realms have arrived, a booming announcement fills the air. After 1,000 years, the Moon God Festival is finally beginning. The ultimate winner will be decided by the kings. The voice keeps droning on, much to Chu Nguyet's annoyance, but before the final, brutal showdown, the Moon God wants to see something a bit more interesting. The announcement continues while Tuho starts nodding off again. Therefore, you must choose the strongest sacrifice that you trust. Kings are strictly forbidden from fighting each other until their unique sacrifice has been defeated. Bang Dan looks like she's actually enjoying the information. If a king personally steps in to slaughter other sacrifices, they will be disqualified immediately. Thuong Nuyet ignores the rules. Her eyes are glued to Tu Luong. Finally, it is forbidden to designate an overlord tier beast as your unique sacrifice. The beast must belong to your own faction, otherwise, you'll have to choose again. After a long-winded explanation, the call to action finally comes. All right, it's time. Please announce your unique sacrifices now. Tu Luong is panicking as he realizes he's in a tight spot. Besides the beasts in the dual moon cult, does he even have another option? He starts sweating buckets, and a wave of humiliation washes over him. His hard-earned disguise is about to be exposed right at the start. How embarrassing. Bang Dan lets out a long yawn and sighs. This is so boring. I was hoping to see what their sacrifices were capable of, but it turns out I can't even participate myself. She immediately summons her unique sacrifice. A system screen flashes into existence right after. The East Realm's unique sacrifice has been confirmed. Sky type, Emperor, tier, the Cherry Blossom Pink Child. The sight leaves Tu Luong even more shook. They're starting off with an Emperor tier right out of the gate? That means there's a good chance she's contracted to something even more terrifying than that. A second later, the Central Realm's unique sacrifice is identified as a Moonlight type, Emperor tier, the Fallen Full Moon. Reading the system stats, Tu Luong becomes even more flustered. Falling Moon, the legendary Emperor of the Moonlight type and the ultimate symbol of the Moon Goddess Palace. Xiao Hu, still half asleep, summoned her sacrifice. She grumbled lazily. What a pain. The system chimed in immediately. The exclusive sacrifice for the Western region has been identified as the Emperor rank Moonlight Beast, the first-generation White Saint. Su Liang's eyes widened in shock as he muttered the words first-generation White Saint. He suddenly realized this was the original ancestor of the White Saint clan. Its power must be on the level of an overlord, right? Chang Yue still hadn't made a move. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Liang. Then, an urgent voice rang out. Remaining kings, please present your exclusive sacrifices within 1 minute. At that exact moment, Su Liang seemed to remember something very important. That's right, there was an emperor who once lived in the Northern Territory, but their whereabouts are unknown. At least there's some connection to me. A moment later, a blurry silhouette with deer antlers appeared. He was overjoyed and whispered to himself, I found it! Without a second thought, he declared boldly, Book of the Moon, use 100 draws. The pages of the Book of the Moon flipped like a whirlwind. Soon, a notification for an Emperor rank beast's entry appeared on the screen. It was an image of the Cloud Dream Covenant, an ancient Emperor rank beast from the northern region, and the founder of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. Entry number 1. Thousands of years ago, the Cloud Dream Covenant was the guardian of the White Deer Palace within the 12 lunar glow palaces. After the lunar glow was shattered, it fell from its status as a ruling overlord to a normal emperor rank and fell into a deep sleep. It sleeps within the sea of clouds and mist at the northern border, waiting for the moonlight to gather so it can finally wake up. Entry number 2. The 12 lunar glow palaces belong to the 12 fragments of the moon goddess butterfly system. The only surviving guardian to this day is from the 9th palace, the crescent moon of the blue sea from the Archer Palace. A sudden notification rang out while Su Liang was still dazed. 5 seconds remaining. If you do not choose, you will be disqualified. Entry number 3. The descendant of the Cloud Dream Covenant, the supreme rank cloud-stepping moon chaser, can upgrade to emperor rank after obtaining a lunar glow fragment. Su Liang was still reeling from the words appearing in front of him. As the countdown continued, 4, 3, the fourth and final entry appeared. The Cloud Dream Covenant and the host belong to the same faction and can pass the judgment for this moon goddess ritual's exclusive sacrifice. Hope flared in his eyes. Just as the countdown hit 1, both Su Liang and Chang Yue presented their sacrifices at the same time. The first notification popped up. The exclusive sacrifice for the northern region is the Emperor rank Moonlight Beast, the Cloud Dream Covenant. Chang Yue was speechless after reading that. She never expected that it wouldn't actually be a beast from the Twin Moon cult. Meanwhile, Su Liang was stunned. He realized the sacrifice the great Emperor Chang Yue chose was only supreme rank. The board showed the exclusive sacrifice for the southern region is the supreme rank Moonlight Beast, Naraku, of the first quarter moon. That information reminded him of something very important. Plus, this prefix is just like the scabbard that the sinking star crescent moon is looking for. First quarter moon, General Changhua. Immediately, rings of light filled the room along with an announcement. Exclusive sacrifices confirmed. The moon goddess ritual is about to begin. Su Liang's body began to fade. This was the teleportation process taking him back. Xiao Hu was about to close her eyes for a nap during the trip. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, her face filled with total shock. Wait, the Cloud Dream Covenant? Xiao Hu looked at Su Liang as he vanished and cried out, "How is that even possible?" That name is actually before she could finish. The teleportation ended. Su Liang was back inside the main hall. He was surprised by the scene before him. Just then, Gong Yue, sitting on a crescent moon, softly called out, "Moon King." She looked at Su Liang and asked, "Can you feel it?" Just a few seconds ago, the moon goddess ritual began. Now, go and seize the throne that belongs to you. Hearing those words, his gaze became incredibly determined. He turned around to leave, saying a few words. "Yeah, I should go prepare. Let's call it a day." Gong Yue replied happily from above. "Fine. Next time we meet, the moon goddess ritual might already be over." The figures of Su Liang and Huan Yue began to fade. Gong Yue watched them go, her voice full of promise. "I hope by then, our agreement can be fulfilled." Once the Moon King's presence had completely vanished from the hall, she turned around and muttered to herself, "He actually asked me how to defeat the Black Moon Holy Mountain. What a funny little ant." Remembering his determined face back then, she was absolutely certain of one thing. He was still completely in the dark about his own power. Then, Kung Nguyet began to lay out her deductions, questioning the choice made by Nguyet Ki Thursday. She felt a wave of fear toward the other monarchs. A slight smirk tugged at her lips, her excitement bleeding through every word she uttered. Looks like his memories are coming back. I wonder how those people at the Moon Goddess Temple are going to react. I can't wait. Shifting to the center of the Twin Moon cult, a massive pillar of light suddenly shot straight into the sky, the air currents around it exploding violently. The scene before them threw everyone into a total frenzy, with panic written on every single face. What on earth is happening? In the middle of the crowd, a girl rushed forward, pointing to the sky and shouting, "Everyone, look!" A blood-red crescent moon appeared, glowing intensely in the night sky. That eerie light blended with the never-ending screams echoing around. The moon had turned blood red. Right then, a crescent moon sigil, looking like it was carved from bloody light, appeared on the back of the girl's hand, making her scream in terror. What is this? Every single person there suddenly had the same sigil on their hands. Amidst the horror, they frantically guessed, could some kind of catastrophe have happened? Meanwhile, as Thuong Niet was leisurely soaking in her bath, a maid rushed in, out of breath. "Great Empress, the moon goddess rite has officially begun." She didn't seem to care at all, just staring blankly and muttering, It is impossible. Thuong Nguyet's face went pale, her eyes completely vacant. She kept whispering to herself, "The Moon King is the answer given by the moon? If that is true, wouldn't I just be a total joke?" The maid timidly continued, "Great Empress, you mentioned before that once the moon goddess rite starts, all the disciples in the sect should withdraw?" She slowly turned her head, her dull expression and ice-cold gaze immediately striking fear into the girl. Thuong Nguyet slowly closed her eyes. After regaining her composure, she reached up to brush back her hair and replied indifferently, "No need, I have changed my mind." Thuong Nguyet stood up and announced seriously, "For the temporary sacrifices in the sect, let the 5 leaves participate in the sacrifice elimination assembly that the North region is about to host." With that, she reached for a towel and said in a cold voice, "And as for me, I need to make a trip there myself." Thuong Nguyet stood up, loosely throwing the towel over her shoulders, and added, "I have to see for myself what exactly is going on with that Moon King and the moon over there." Watching her silhouette fade away, the maid suddenly remembered something and shouted in a panic, "Great Empress, wait!" She hurriedly chased after her, asking in disbelief, "The 5 leaves sacrifices, are they all being sent out as pawns?" Receiving no response, the maid stood there, frozen with worry. On the day of the Northern Region's Sacrifice Elimination Assembly, it would also be a full moon. What exactly was waiting for them? Outside the Twin Moon Cult City, the maid's voice still drifted through the quiet air. The War of the Monarchs was about to begin. At that very moment, Honan Nguyet landed on a nearby roof. It was carrying Tu Luong on its back, quietly observing the situation around them. A second later, he stepped down coldly, thinking to himself, "The number of Supremes hiding around the academy has suddenly become abnormal. It looks like the Twin Moon Cult's legions have all rushed here." Amidst his flickering thoughts, a familiar voice rang out. "Lord Moon King, you are finally back." Tu Luong looked back curiously and saw Thanha rushing toward him in a hurry. Thanha shoved her phone in front of him, her face full of resentment, as she shouted, "You have to get justice for us. That Empress Thuong Nguyet suddenly declared war on us." Tu Luong picked up the phone to look and saw the notification. Unexpected. Empress Thuong Nguyet declares war on the Moonlit Beast Taming Academy. The 5 leaves of the South region will participate in the Northern region's sacrifice. Thanha could not hide her anger and burst out. "This is clearly an attempt to eliminate all the sacrifices in our academy." He stared intently, having a strong gut feeling about the hidden motive behind Thuong Nguyet's move. By declaring war on the academy, it seems she wants to test me, so she is intentionally sending the 5 leaves to stir up trouble. Tu Luong remained calm. He gently waved his hand and reassured her, "Don't worry. I will let the Twin Moon Cult handle this issue." After saying that, Tu Luong and Hoan Nguyet turned to leave, leaving behind a final instruction, "I need to go get some rest. Just send me the list of factions participating in the assembly, that is all." Though a bit surprised, Thanha could only nod and go along with it. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. In his room, Hoan Nguyet was curled up asleep, hugging the moonlight rabbit and the glimmering butterfly. Under the dim lamp, Tu Luong was still quietly and carefully checking every single name on the list of factions participating in the assembly. He tilted his head, resting his chin on his hand as he fell deep into thought. It turns out this elimination assembly was first proposed by the Bitch Nguyet Empire, but as a descendant of Kung Nguyet of the Azure Sea Palace, she surely would not do anything to hurt me. Looking at the list for a long time, Tu Luong's mind was still spinning with endless thoughts. The Ling Ngyet sect and Vien Ngyet are both old friends. They are probably just here for the show. As for the Northern region participants, the Bitch Ngyet Empire, Moonlight Beast Taming Academy, Spirit Moon Sect, Flame Moon, everyone participating from the Central Domain, the Cross Moon Pavilion, the Libra Society, the Southern Domain participants, and Wu Ye. The Cross Moon Pavilion and the Libra Society are just small-time supporters of the Twin Moon Cult, so we can ignore them for now. At that moment, his face was a mask of stone, his eyes filled with a heavy silence. Finally, he reached the core of his thoughts. The first name that popped into Su Liang's head was Wu Ye, and his gaze lingered on the list of Southern Domain participants. Wu Ye, the image of Little Nine flashed through his mind, a saintess candidate from Moonlight Island, which boasts 2 supreme beings. Su Liang didn't need much time to realize the massive power gap. He wondered just how terrifyingly strong a true saintess would be. It was likely that both the cloud-treading Moon Chaser and the star-sinking Crescent Moon wouldn't even stand a chance against her. He bolted upright, thinking that he might have to send the 12 Moonlight Generals to deal with this. Su Liang slumped back onto the bed, his face pale and drained. He muttered to himself in total frustration, "Man, this is such a drag. I'm so exhausted." He glanced over at Huan Yue, who was fast asleep beside him, and fell deep into thought. Even though I have the cloud-treading moon chaser, the star-sinking crescent moon, and the temporarily invincible jade rabbit on a full moon. Very quickly, a sense of unease crept back into his heart, because he would soon have to face a true emperor. Right now, there's no way I can reach the end of the moon goddess festival. In the quiet moment, he gently stroked Huan Yue's ears. Unless a miracle happens, the only way is to have the little deer seize the moon fragment from the White Deer Palace. Suddenly, something caught Su Liang's eye, making him freeze for a split second. He stared in confusion, thinking to himself, "Does she really go to sleep without even taking off that crystal necklace on her head?" Su Liang, trying to be helpful, reached out and gently unfastened the necklace from Huan Yue's head to make her more comfortable. He didn't think twice about it and quickly crawled under the covers. "I'm so beat, I'd better get some sleep too." In the middle of the night, Su Liang suddenly snapped awake, his eyes opening in the darkness. He dizzily wondered, "It's still the middle of the night. Why am I awake?" He had no idea a strange shadow was pressed right against him. When he finally noticed, Su Liang's eyes nearly popped out of his head, paralyzed with shock. It turned out to be Huan Yue, in her human form, and she was completely naked. In her sleep, she had lunged over and wrapped herself around him, leaving him in a total state of panic. What on earth is this? Their bodies were pressed tightly together, with only a thin layer of clothes between them, making the atmosphere incredibly thick. Feeling her skin against his, Su Liang's face turned beet red instantly. His whole body went stiff, sweat pouring down as his mind started racing. "Is it because I took off that necklace?" Su Liang nervously glanced down at Huan Yue, who was peacefully sleeping on top of him. Fear surged through his mind. If she wakes up, is she gonna kill me? He didn't dare move an inch, terrified of waking her up. He just lay there silently, staring at her beautiful, sleeping face. She was completely off her guard. As she dreamed, she unconsciously shifted even closer, making Su Liang even more flustered. Right then, Huan Yue's eyelashes started to flutter. Her eyes slowly blinked open, and the two of them were caught in a very awkward position, just as the tension filled the room. The moonlight rabbit started mumbling in her sleep. As their eyes met, he managed to force a very awkward, shaky smile. Su Liang scrambled back in a panic, his face pale as a ghost, completely at a loss for words. The first thing Huan Yue did wasn't attack Su Liang. Instead, she dizzily reached up to feel the top of her head. She quickly realized something was missing and asked in a cold voice, "Where is it?" He thought in terror. "Yup, it's definitely because I took that necklace off." Su Liang could only stammer out an answer. After hearing him, Huan Yue's face remained expressionless, her eyes locked onto him without saying a word. A long moment passed before her mind fully cleared. She let out a small, soft sound in response, her face still looking very sleepy. Without another word, Huan Yue just rolled over and went right back to sleep, leaving Su Liang standing there in utter shock. "Wait, you're not mad? I took your necklace off without asking." Faced with his rapid-fire questions, she lazily opened one eye. She mumbled back, "I'll just put it back on later. What's there to be mad about?" It was only then that she noticed the look on his face. She asked curiously, "You seem really tense. Did something happen?" Su Liang's face flushed deep red as he whispered awkwardly, Don't you think our current situation is a little embarrassing?" Hearing this, she looked completely bewildered. A million question marks popped up in her head. Embarrassing? Why? After a moment of being stunned, he suddenly understood. Wait a second, wasn't it said that only emperor-level beasts could transform into humans? Could it be that they're just used to not wearing clothes? Is being completely exposed just a normal thing for a beast? Seeing Su Liang just standing there like a statue, Huan Yue got a bit annoyed and leaned forward to urge him on. Wait, what exactly is there to be embarrassed about? All you're doing is backing away and acting all flustered. Well, at least Tu Luong's quick wit helped him come up with a logical excuse on the fly. What I mean is, your human form is stunning. You're the most beautiful creature I've ever seen. Honestly, words can't even describe it. Hoan Nguyen stood there frozen for a moment, completely stunned by an answer she never could have expected. In an instant, her cheeks turned a deep shade of crimson, leaving Tu Luong even more baffled. Seriously, what was there to be so embarrassed about? The next morning, the dawn sky draped itself in the vibrant blue of early morning as sunlight began to filter through the window panes. She lazily rubbed her eyes, her face still heavy with sleep. As he pulled the curtains aside, Tu Luong glanced back at Hoan Nuyet and asked in a gentle voice, "You're awake?" Still not fully conscious, she silently watched the boy, her expression dazed and vacant. A moment later, Hoan Nuyet whispered softly, "Tu Luong, I don't know why, but ever since the first time I saw you, you've always been so incredibly tense. It was like you were constantly worried about something." She tilted her head, unable to hide the surprise in her voice. "But today, you seem to have changed. You've become so relaxed and happy." Tu Luong responded with a gentle smile. "You're not wrong," he thought to himself. "Before, I was completely consumed by my identity as the Moon King, obsessed with how to deceive the world and defeat my enemies. I was so stressed I was on the verge of a total breakdown. But after that heart-pounding moment last night, I realized that just thinking about it, Tu Luong then expressed his sincere gratitude to her, saying, 'Thanks to you, I've finally managed to calm down.'" Hoan Nguyen went silent, pure disbelief written all over her face. Tu Luong gave a refreshed stretch. "Next, we need to get ready for the Moon God Festival. I think I've finally found a way to take down the Emperor." She asked blankly, "But I didn't even do anything." After a short while, Hoan Nguyen finally understood and immediately started cheering and shouting with joy. "Wait, are you planning to go out like that?" Seeing her about to run off without a stitch of clothing on, he hurriedly warned her, "Hold on, put some clothes on first." Soon, both of them were standing on the roof of a towering spire. That was when Tu Luong cautiously turned and whispered a question. "So, if that string of yours is removed, it will just..." Faced with that question, Hoan Nuyet looked a bit confused. Seeing her silence, he explained awkwardly, "Didn't I take off your necklace yesterday?" Even though you kept seriously asking where it was, Hoan Nguyen didn't hesitate to reply, "Well, that's because it was left to me by my mother. Of course I had to ask where it was. I only suddenly transformed into a human because the full moon is approaching, and my energy flow went out of control. What does that have to do with the necklace?" Tu Luong let out a small sigh. It seemed he had been overthinking things way too much. He stood there frozen after being hit with a reality check by her answer. Putting that aside for now, she asked him suspiciously, "But why did you bring me here? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the Battle of the Emperors?" Tu Luong looked ahead thoughtfully and began to analyze the situation. "This is the highest building in the academy. You can see the entire school from here, including the arena for the sacrifice elimination tournament." Then, he switched to a serious tone and announced, "I'm going to face the Emperor right here." Hoan Nguyen looked around at her empty surroundings. "Here? But there's nothing here." Tu Luong turned and gave a slight smile. "I want to test something first, to see if I, as the Moon King, can communicate with the gods." With that, he shouted out boldly, "Come forth!" Upon hearing the command, his spirit beast, the glimmer butterfly, immediately appeared. Its whole body glowed like a blend of sunlight and moonlight. Hoan Nguyen watched silently as it flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. The next second, she quickly voiced her doubt. "What kind of test is this? You just let out a single little butterfly." Tu Luong pointed forward and cried out, "Look again!" Hoan Nguyen curiously followed the direction of his hand. The scene before her eyes made her jaw drop in wonder. It turned out to be a massive swarm of glimmer butterflies, so many that they covered the entire sky. Tu Luong calmly explained, "Low-level glimmer butterflies are basically only good for scouting, but they do have one specific trait, and that is their love for gathering together." He looked at the spirit beast perched on his hand with an affectionate gaze and continued, "Every time my glimmer butterfly goes out, it attracts a huge number of wild ones along the way, and no one can tell which one is mine." A swarm of glowing butterflies suddenly fluttered right in front of Hoan Nguyet's face. It made her lean in curiously to get a closer look. They clustered into a single point, and then suddenly burst apart, creating a brilliant halo of light. That sight scared the life out of her. Hoan Nguyen spun around and demanded an answer angrily. "It's gone. Tu Luong, what did you do?" Right after that, he put a finger to his lips to signal for silence and replied nonchalantly, "It's a secret. You'll find out when the full moon arrives." Hearing that, Hoan Nguyen wasn't happy at all, and her face instantly darkened. At that moment, a sudden notification popped up, taking Tu Luong by surprise. Contract complete. He thought to himself, it worked. Above Tu Luong's head, a very special beast information panel appeared, including Moon in the Lake, a level 10 Moonlight Rabbit, Intermediate Moonlight Jade, Crescent Moon Physique, Shimmering Light Butterfly 1, Low-Level Moonlight Rank, Shimmering Light Butterfly 2, Low-Level Moonlight Rank. Skimming through the status window that popped up, He could hardly believe his eyes. He couldn't help but marvel at the Book of the Moon, his ultimate cheat code that allowed for unlimited contracts. In one go, he formed contracts with over 1,000 shimmering light butterflies. Tu Luong raised both hands, staring at them intently in deep thought. His gaze was filled with contemplation. He was still nowhere near his limit. In fact, he didn't feel a single thing. A smirk played on his lips. He was getting more and more hyped for the grand plan he had set in motion. If the gods truly love miracles, then if I pull off the most spectacular miracle imaginable, will they finally show themselves? Meanwhile, Ho Ningyiet was slumped in a corner, resting her chin on her hands. Her eyes never left Tu Luong, filled with a look of pure reproach. Suddenly, a wave of shouting and cursing from below made her jump. She couldn't believe such absolute nobodies were making a scene here. The startled voices continued to echo from beneath the academy, successfully drawing everyone's attention. 1 star, 2 star, even 3 stars are rare. This is unbelievable. It turned out those words were coming from the 5-leaf holy maiden, Kuk Nguyet Dai. She wouldn't stop complaining. 3 stars is the bare minimum to join Kuk Nguyet Dai, so why on earth did the great emperor send us here? Standing beside her, the 5-leaf holy maiden Mai Nguyet Shuang coldly adjusted her hat and gave a nonchalant reply. The great emperor has his own reasons. Besides, without the Moon King, the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy is basically a joke. Kuk Nguyet Dai gave her a bored look and started grumbling. This was honestly such a huge letdown. Right then, an invisible wave of killing intent brushed past the back of her neck, sending a sudden shiver down her spine. It felt as if a pair of eyes was silently. Her instincts screamed at her. She froze, her face turning pale as ice, her eyes locking in a state of pure shock. Kuk Nguyet Dai realized something terrifying was out there, her own unusual fear becoming painfully obvious. The 5-leaf holy maiden Dao Nguyet Quan, who was standing nearby, also sensed it and whispered, "I can feel it too. That's not an enemy we can handle." She quickly added a warning. "That must be an elite from the Twin Moon cult. It is best if we do not even look their way." Over on the other side, Hoan Nguyet sat there dazed, her gaze drifting into the distance. She looked completely drained and bored. Suddenly, Tu Luong, wow, I have to hand it to the Moon Goddess sect. Their influence is huge, with supreme experts crawling everywhere. He slowly walked over to get a closer look, muttering to himself, "Is a Sand King really worth less than a dog?" Hoan Nguyet looked at him with a stone-cold face and snapped bluntly, "You've been reading way too many novels. It's been ages since we've seen a real showdown between emperors, hasn't it?" Tu Luong tilted his head curiously, noticing her sour expression. "Are you still mad?" he whispered. Seeing she wasn't in the mood to talk, he caught the hint and flashed a grin, trying to play nice. "Come on, let's make up." Instead, she just huffed and turned her back on him completely. Watching her walk away, Tu Luong fell into a deep thought. After a long silence, a devious smirk spread across his face. A pretty wicked idea had just popped into his head. "Well, if that's how it's going to be, don't blame me for using my trump card." With that thought, Tu Luong's voice suddenly shifted. The moment she heard him, she flinched, recognizing that familiar tone. He felt a rush of excitement and kept teasing her. "You have successfully caught my attention." That line alone was enough to make Hoan Nguyet shake with rage. She whirled around, her face turning beet red as she gnashed her teeth in frustration. "You," Tu Luong just chuckled, his words leaving her with no room to argue. "Are you that scared I'll tell everyone about your secret novel reading habit?" By then, her fury had reached its boiling point, and she screamed. "Of course! Telling them would be the death of me." Tu Luong lowered his head slightly. He tapped his chin as if weighing his options, letting out a cold hum. Once he finished plotting, he made his move. "Fine, then come over here," Hoan Nguyet asked nervously. "For what?" Tu Luong smirked, giving her a mischievous look to keep the pressure on. "Come here and stay still. I want to flirt with you a bit. If you dare refuse, I'll make sure everyone in the academy hears that line." Hoan Nguyet was speechless, her face turning as red as a tomato. He let out a small, helpless laugh at how flustered she was. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she just stood there in silence. She bit her lip, looking utterly resentful. Sensing things were getting a bit too awkward, Tu Luong waved his hand to break the tension. All right, I was only joking." Just then, a light breeze caught her long, silky hair, making it flutter. Suddenly, Hoan Nguyet lunged forward and pulled Tu Luong into a tight embrace before he could even react. Tu Luong froze, his eyes going wide with shock. As they both slumped to the ground, he stared down at her, totally dazed. His mind was racing, trying to process what just happened. When he finally snapped out of it, his face turned bright red as he stuttered. "You." The position they were in was beyond suggestive. Both were incredibly embarrassed, not daring to make eye contact. Hwan Nungiet timidly leaned in, her lips brushing against his ear. Her warm breath made Tu Luong's entire face flush. She gripped his shoulders and slowly backed away, her every move leaving him more confused than ever. Looking visibly annoyed, she grumbled, "You're such a pest, always taking advantage of people. It's so annoying." Without a second thought, she turned to leave. "I'm going back to the moon pavilion," she said, leaving Tu Luong standing there like an idiot. She leaped away decisively, though she couldn't hide her blushing face. "And don't you dare come looking for me." With those words, her figure dissolved into mist and vanished. Tu Luong stood up with a sigh, watching her go and thinking, "Man, she's fast." His mind was still filled with thoughts of Hwan Nuyet. Why is she even still here? Does she really care that much about a silly threat? He had no idea someone had suddenly appeared right behind him. Tu Luong remained oblivious, still lost in his own little world. It's not like being naked would be an issue anyway. I really don't get why she's so shy. Suddenly, a respectful voice spoke up. "Grandmaster, I hope I'm not disturbing you?" He froze instantly, a shiver running down his spine. It turned out to be a member of the Dual Moon sect, specifically, the second ranked of the 12 moons, known as Silver Rabbit. Tu Luong quickly regained his composure and replied coldly, "It's fine, go ahead." But deep down, he was freaking out. Talk about perfect timing. I had no idea how to end that situation. Silver Rabbit bowed and began her report. "We managed to severely wound the leader of the Black Moon Holy Mountain, but he escaped. There will be a clash of emperors during the full moon." Before she could finish, Tu Luong interrupted calmly. "That's fine. We'll just wait for the full moon then." She quickly replied, "As you command." Silver Rabbit didn't linger and vanished immediately. He stood there in the silence, watching the spot where she had been as his mind raced. Well, he did inherit the legacy of the Black Moon sect. It makes sense that he wouldn't be taken down so easily. A moment later, Tu Luong called out in a serious tone, "Moon in the lake." Following his summon, a pale blue ripple immediately appeared. They swirled freely through the air, before slowly fading away into the wind. This left Tram Tin Yen Guyet floating in front of him in her blade form. Tu Luong didn't waste a second and quickly spoke up. "Tram Tin Yen Guyet, let's make a deal." He immediately laid out his proposal. "Lend me your power during the full moon." Hidden within the blade, Yen Nuyet could faintly hear Tu Luong's offer to strike a bargain. "In exchange, I will tell you where your scabbard is." The moment he said that, the blade trembled slightly. Her eyes, which had been tightly shut, coldly snapped open. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted from the top of the tower, spreading across the sky, and bringing with it waves of thick spiritual energy. Below, the Ingu Deep group quickly noticed the strange disturbance and looked up in confusion. Nguyet Quan wondered. It is from that direction again. At that same moment, a hand reached out and firmly gripped the blade, swinging it in one decisive motion. As he did, Yen Nguyet manifested into her human form, hovering gracefully in the air. Looking up at her, Tu Luong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that she must have agreed to the deal. He immediately pulled out the Book of Moon and gave a command. Book of Moon, use 30 draw attempts to search for information on the Supreme Class Beast, Upper Moon Shuang Hoa. A second later, the pages flipped rapidly, beginning the search for the requested information. In an instant, a system notification popped up, stating that the host lacks sufficient authority and some information will be hidden. This caught him by surprise. Only a blurred silhouette appeared, along with some very basic details. Supreme Class, Moonlight Attribute, Upper Moon Zhuang Hoa has been unlocked. This is basic info on the scabbard of Tram Tin Yen Guyet, one of the 7 mystics of the ancient era. Subinfo 1, the 7 mystics are the 7 greatest masterpieces, all of which are weapon-type beasts. Subinfo 2, the 7 mystics, in order of birth, are Fangshu, Tianqi, Zishao, Shuanghoa, Nailuo, Yuji, and Liga. Each possesses a different core ability, but all have the necessary traits for the host to evolve them to Tier 1. Subinfo 3, Upper Moon Shuang Hoa and Tram Tin Yen Guyet once defeated the Gemini Palace. They were the guardians of the 12 Moon Radiance Palaces 20,000 years ago. Afterward, they were both injured and fell into a deep sleep. Tram Tin Yen Guyet woke up 10,000 years ago, but Upper Moon Shuang Hoa remains in a deep slumber. She is currently located in the eastern region, within the treasury of Queen Bingwu. Suddenly, the system blared a warning, making Tu Luong cry out in shock. The warning stated that the host is not qualified to engage in battle with the Eastern Overlord, Queen Bingwu. The host must contract at least one Emperor-class beast to have even the most basic chance of survival in the Eastern region. He stared at the notification, stunned. What the hell is this? He thought frantically. The Eastern Overlord? Am I dreaming if I think I can get the scabbard back from her? Tu Luong quickly sent a message to Yen Guyet. Upper Moon Shuanghua is currently in the Eastern region. After hearing this, her eyes remained closed, and she did not say a word. Maintaining a serious tone, he continued. To get the scabbard back, the opponent we have to face is Queen Bingwu, Tu Luong stated without hesitation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yen Guyet seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, her body trembling instinctively. In that moment, her face darkened, filled with intense killing intent. Without a word, she coldly turned her back and started to walk away, her fists clenched in pure rage. Seeing this, Tu Luong could only fall silent, his face turning pale with worry. He thought to himself that the truth is, the current strength of the Double Moon sect is absolutely no match for Queen Bingwu. Images of Thuong Nuyet and Queen Bingwu flashed through his mind. The massive power gap left him feeling deeply uneasy. This opponent was 10,000 times more terrifying than the Thuong Nuyet Emperor he was supposed to face 3 years from now. Looking at Yen Guyet's cold, distant expression, his mind continued to race with doubt. For some reason, Yen Guyet looked incredibly lonely and still. Tu Luong's face was tight with tension as he swallowed hard, trying to steady himself. After a moment of hesitation, he regained his composure and mustered the courage to speak up. "Hey," he said boldly, 3 years. Just those 2 words were enough to make Yen Guyet look back in curiosity. With a look of absolute determination, he placed a hand over his heart and made a sincere vow. "Give me 3 years. In 3 years, I will defeat Queen Bingwu." Yen Guyet was momentarily stunned, frozen in place by Tu Luong's promise. Under her gaze, he suddenly hesitated for a second, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. "Wait, what did I just say?" Tu Luong asked uncertainly. "If I say that, will you believe me?" She remained silent as usual, but then, out of nowhere, she finally spoke. "Tu Luong, in the ancient times, we, 7 mystics and the moon goddess Flash Butterfly faction, were never compatible. I have always held a grudge against your kind." Hearing those words, Tu Luong's face went blank from sheer shock. Unable to hide her extreme confusion, she whispered, "But, thank you." In that moment, Yen Nuyet's eyes slowly fluttered open. Her gaze was slightly hazy, like it was covered in mist. She gave a faint, gentle smile and said, "Even if it is just for a moment, let me stay in this short dream." The fury in his heart began to boil over. Tu Luong clenched his fists in rage, his face darkening as he cursed under his breath. "No way. So you actually can communicate?" Images of Yen Guyet began to flood his mind one after another. Tu Luong thought to himself, was all that reckless slashing just to intimidate me? If it hadn't been for Ho Trung Nguyet, I would have been ripped to pieces several times by now. Tu Luong let out a helpless sigh, trying to brush it aside to calm himself down. Forget it. What is done is done. There is no point in dwelling on it. He then casually stepped forward, walking right past Yen Guyet while leaving her with a promise. "No matter what happens, I will make this dream last as long as possible." With a sly look on his face, Tu Luong turned back and smirked. "But if this dream actually comes true, are you planning to offer yourself to me as a reward?" She lowered her head slightly and replied with total sincerity. "The era of hostility between the gods ended a long time ago. If you can find my scabbard for me, marriage is not out of the question. But if you are looking to produce an heir right now, I cannot do that without my scabbard." Hearing this, Tu Luong's jaw dropped in shock. He could not believe his ears, thinking to himself, this girl is unexpectedly serious. The scene shifts to the reception hall of the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. At this moment, Nguyen Dai is absolutely livid. She barked out rudely, "You little brat, what did you just say? Say that to my face again." The girl in the black dress stood there arrogantly with her hands on her hips, hurling insults. "Are you deaf? I told you all to get the hell back to wherever you came from." The little girl pointed straight at Nguyen Dai's face, screaming at her. "Besides, the Azure Moon Emperor has already declared war on us, so I could totally take out you scumbags right here and now." She was fuming, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Damn it, you." Before she could even vent her rage, a hand reached out from behind and covered her mouth. It was Nguyen Quan. She hissed a warning into her ear. "Shut your mouth. You can tear her limb from limb, but you better not insult her." Looking at the little girl in front of them, Nguyen Quan whispered a reminder. "This brat is a descendant of the side branch of the Bikhai lineage. Watch your tongue, or you will bring disaster upon us. Not even the Azure Moon Emperor could save us then." She took the initiative to step forward and speak, but her tone was incredibly cold, as if she were threatening her opponent. "You are Bitch Thon K, the 7th princess of the Bitch Nuyet Empire. Even though you possess the Saint Moon physique, if you want to challenge me, you better wait another 10 years. Hearing this, Nguyen Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could process it, she realized this little brat could already fully unleash the power of a Saint Moon physique summoned beast. Facing the members of the Five Leaves group alone, Thon K didn't flinch at all. Instead, she made a bold declaration. "Listen, ladies, whether I can beat you or not is a different story, but this reception building is sponsored by our Bitch Nuyet Empire. If I say you cannot stay here, then you cannot stay here. Get out and sleep in the street." Every mocking word coming from a little girl's mouth made it impossible for the four saintesses to endure any longer. Their anger exploded instantly. Nguyen Quan glared at Thon K and snapped a warning. "You little brat, do not push your luck." Thon K just curled her lips into a faint smirk, her calm demeanor acting like a slap in the face to their rage. Without saying a word, the little girl directly unleashed her internal power, releasing a massive wave of energy that created a vortex, blowing them all away. As the thick smoke slowly cleared in the wind, a figure gradually emerged. Silver Rabbit's cold warning rang out, terrifying Nguyen Dai and Nguyen Quan. "If any of you from the Five Leaves dare to make a move again before the assembly begins, you will be disqualified immediately." Silver Rabbit looked toward Thon K and said in a deep voice, "7th princess, let them in. This is the Moon King's wish." Nguyen Quan looked curious and pressed for answers. "Are you one of the 12 moons of the Twin Moon sect?" Silver Rabbit ignored the question and simply repeated her command firmly. "7th princess, let them in." Thon K's face fell, her eyes filled with a hint of sadness. After a moment of hesitation, the little girl's attitude flipped instantly. She flashed a bright smile and replied obediently, "Yes, Silver Rabbit sister." In the blink of an eye, the Five Leaves group entered the Twin Moon sect's reception building. However, their expressions seemed quite heavy, and no one said a word. At that moment, Thon K followed behind and asked excitedly, "Hey, Silver Rabbit sister, what rank do you hold among the 12 moons?" Silver Rabbit looked back gently, smiled, and replied, "The 2nd seat. Why do you ask?" Upon hearing that, Thon He began to calculate to herself. "The 10th seat is probably only slightly better than me. If I can become the top rank within 3 years, I will be qualified to challenge the 4 Moon Generals." Silver Rabbit listened in silence, her eyes fixed on the little girl. Thon K's face turned bright red as she laced her fingers together, lost in her wild fantasies. "If only I had been born 3 or 4 years earlier, I might have been able to leave behind the strongest bloodline in the world, with the Moon King." Silver Rabbit gave a forced smile, brushing it off to move the conversation along. "Well, your big sister will be waiting for the day we can fight side by side." After that, she quickly hurried away. After walking for a short distance, Silver Rabbit's expression turns ice cold. "Arrogant little brat," she thinks to herself. A mysterious smirk plays on her lips. "Just wait until the meeting the day after tomorrow. Then we'll see the true power of this sacred moon body." Under the brilliant glow of the full moon, before the night reaches its peak, 2 guards in white cloaks patrol the academy grounds. As they pass a tree by the road, they have no idea a 6-tailed spirit beast is lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. It's none other than the 6-tailed Emperor rank fox, Moon Mist. She smirks, her voice dripping with arrogance. "Their security is a joke. They can't even sense my presence." Moon Mist locks her eyes on a leaf on the tree and suddenly speaks up. "Hey, Styx, did you come here to join the fun too?" A large water droplet on the leaf trembles slightly, and a voice echoes from within. "You should probably keep a low profile. This is the Northern Territory. For all we know, we're already being watched." It turns out to be the brilliant incarnation of the 9 hells, the Emperor rank Styx, also known as Frozen Malice. Moon Mist leans against the tree, looking bored. "Stop trying to scare me. Didn't you accept the Black Moon cult's request because you were curious too?" A split second later, a wicked grin spreads across her face. "Styx, who do you think will be the last one standing? I honestly can't even imagine what the Moon King's beast looks like." Her face lights up with excitement as she continues, He's just a one-star Beastmaster, right? Can he actually control an Emperor rank? I'm dying to find out. When she only receives silence in return, she looks up, annoyed. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Styx slowly floats down and replies, in my opinion, the fact that he's only a one-star Beastmaster is exactly why the Moon King is so terrifying. Before Moon Mist can reply, she's stopped cold by his next question. Do you know the difference between a vessel and an apostle? Moon Mist asks skeptically. You mean an apostle is someone who never loses, and those who get beaten are just vessels? Because once they fail, they're no longer worthy of the god's gaze. That was the answer she just gave. In the darkness, a pair of sharp, cold eyes appears. A giant hand reaches down from above, controlling a mindless wooden puppet with strings as thin as paper. Styx shakes his head. Your theory isn't wrong. An apostle is indeed more powerful than a vessel, but it's not judged by the final result. The images that follow perfectly illustrate Styx's explanation. According to the ancient records of the 9 hells, the most direct difference is this. Vessels believe they are receiving guidance from the gods in the shadows, like receiving a main quest in a game. He adds, most representatives of the gods in this world are vessels. Only a tiny fraction are true apostles. They claim to have seen the gods in their dreams, as if they've become a part of the gods themselves. But do you know what the Moon King said back then? Moon Mist freezes at the question. Tuluong stands silently on the tower, gazing pensively at the bright moon, but Styx's voice continues to haunt the air. Even now, thinking back on those words gives me the chills, he said. At that moment, the boy stares intensely in one direction. From behind the buildings, a blinding light erupts, tearing through the night. As the light hits him full force, Tuluong's eyes snap open, sharp and alert. The beams grow more intense, bathing the top of the tower. In the blink of an eye, the energy surges forward without mercy, slamming into Tuluong. A massive explosion rocks the area, shaking the very sky. As the dust settles and the smoke clears, a manic laugh rings out. Lin Chi appears from the smoke with her spirit beast. Gasping for air, she gloats. That final strike cost me years of my life. There's no way he could have blocked it. Lin Chi glances at Hak Kin, who is peeking from behind a tree, with a look of gratitude. Well done, Hak Kin. Thanks to you, I was able to get close to the Moon King. He asks nervously, Lady Lin Chi, what's up? She turns back calmly. Escape? Why would we? I've already defeated the Moon King. Lin Chi drops to her knees, arms wide, lost in her own delusion. From this moment on, the gods and the moon will watch over me. Her joy is short-lived. Her eyes widen in pure horror as she realizes something is wrong. On the smoke-covered tower, Tuluong steps out completely unscathed, surrounded and protected by swirling currents of water. Good job, Moon in the Lake, he whispers. Then, he barks an order. Open your eyes. Yen Guyet instantly takes human form, enveloped by the power of the moon in the lake. He shouts, Star-slaying Yen Guyet. Her eyes snap open, cold as ice, locking onto Lin Chi. Furious, Yen Guyet grips her blade, ready to strike. Green lightning flickered and sparked all around her. The moment she saw it, Lin Chi jumped out of her skin. Her teeth chattered as sweat poured down her face like rain. In that split second, she slammed her hand onto the ground. A blood seal was instantly summoned beneath her. In a flash, Lin Chi vanished without a trace. Hak Kin screamed out in total despair. He couldn't believe it. Lin Chi had actually abandoned both him and the beast to save her own skin. Facing a life-or-death moment, the evil-eyed gazelle suddenly grimaced. It immediately unleashed its combat skill, the evil-eyed shield. It quickly expanded its defense, just in time to block Yen Guyet's fierce attack, for a brief second. Tuluong stood tall with an aura of absolute power as he coldly raised his hand. Instantly, green spiritual energy from all directions began to converge on him. Then, Tuluong slowly thrust his arm forward. A massive surge of power exploded outward with total conviction, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Caught off guard by such overwhelming force, Hak Kin and the evil-eyed gazelle didn't stand a chance and were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Lin Chi had managed to flee into a dense forest. She leaned heavily against a tree, gasping for air. She had already run over 100 kilometers. She thought she was safe there, but she had no idea Tuluong's strike was that powerful. Right now, it was closing in on her at a terrifying speed. As soon as she sensed it, Lin Chi whipped her head around. But the massive surge of power was already right in front of her. The brilliant green light reflected off her tear-stained face, as she let out a blood-curdling scream. Lord Thonsun, help! Before she could finish her final words, Lin Chi's body vanished into the violent burst of light. Time flew by, and finally, the day of the Great Assembly arrived. Tuku stepped out with a big smile, waving enthusiastically. Hey everyone! The Sacrifice Elimination Assembly is about to begin. She grinned from ear to ear, clearly enjoying herself as she live-streamed the announcement. I'll be taking you guys along to witness the entire event. Make sure to show some love by tapping the screen 3 times to follow. Tuku stared intently at her phone screen. She couldn't hide her excitement as the viewer count skyrocketed. She thought to herself that with tens of millions of people watching live, this was 100 times more than her usual audience. But just like everyone else, Tuku's main goal was to see the Moon King's Beast lineup, which was set to be revealed today. Over at the spectator stands, not a single soul had appeared yet. 2 girls were chatting nearby. Isn't it a bit early for the conference to start? The full moon is still a long way off. Mo Dung nodded in agreement. You're right. Without the full moon, how can anyone showcase their true strength? Nguyet Kwan turned back and spoke up. Forget this assembly. Even at the Moon Goddess Festival, it doesn't matter whether we win or lose. She didn't seem to care about fame or glory, staying focused solely on her original goal. As long as we can witness the Battle of the Kings today and make it back alive, that's enough for me. Before long, the stands were packed with spectators. Nguyet Kwan sat there, lost in thought. Even though our match is just the opening act. She glanced at Than Ke, who was smiling calmly, as if she didn't have a care in the world. Nguyet Kwan's thoughts turned cold and calculating. It would be better if this brat got eliminated right here. Nguyet Kwan remained silent, her expression tense. If she let that girl move forward, it could mess up the results of the Moon Goddess Festival. As the moonlight began to peek through, shining brightly in the dark night sky, the announcer's voice finally boomed over the speakers. Thank you all for traveling from afar to join us for this Sacrifice Elimination Assembly. Bik He Vu, the caretaker of the Twin Moon Sect's overlord and a member of the Jade Moon Empire's royalty, stood in the center of the arena to lead the event. Allow me to go over the rules one more time. One by one, the rules were announced under Wai Vu's guidance. First, all contestants must be under 20 years old. Second, battle beasts must be summoned before the match. Summoning during the fight is strictly forbidden. Third, both sides can withdraw unconditionally at any point without losing their eligibility for the Moon Goddess Festival. Everyone listened intently. Fourth, any attacks on the audience or the beast tamers are strictly prohibited. After finishing the rules, Wai Vu loudly declared the opening. The competition officially begins now. Would any challengers like to step up to the stage? Before she could even finish, Thon Ke couldn't wait any longer. She ran up eagerly and asked, Auntie, I'm ready. Can I get in the ring now? Oh? Wai Vu gave her a warm smile and gently patted the little girl's head. Not just yet, sweetie. The full moon hasn't shown itself yet. She continued to stroke Thon He's head gently. Her voice was calm, but her words were filled with absolute confidence. You are the one who will help the Moon King defeat the Azure Moon Emperor in the future. Elsewhere, Tu Luang was quietly watching the assembly from a distance. He pondered the situation. The battle has started, but the real threat isn't even in that ring. With his sharp senses, Tu Luang quickly felt several powerful auras approaching. They had to be kings among beasts. He immediately realized what they were up to. They're only here to witness my battle with the Black Moon Sect's king tonight. Amidst the deep silence, the sound of footsteps echoed closer, and the person took the lead to speak. Tu Luang, can you feel it yet? It turned out to be Yen Nuyet. Hearing that, Tu Luang made an educated guess. You mean those emperors? She shut her eyes tight and looked up, whispering softly. No, what I mean is. Yen Nuyet paused for a second, then continued with a dead serious tone. The gods are watching you. Back at the tournament, the battle was still raging fiercely. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. As the dust settled, a powerful beast emerged from the smoke, baring its fangs aggressively. A wave of spiritual energy surged out, sweeping across the entire space. At that same moment, the man across the field collapsed at the edge of a crater. Tears streamed down his face as he wailed in agony, "My beast!" No! Right then, the moon seal on the back of his hand slowly faded away. On the sidelines, Nguyen Dai woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes and letting out a long yawn as she grumbled. That fight between the Libra Guild and the Spirit Moon Sect is so noisy, it actually woke me up. She asked groggily, "How many high-level beast battles has it been already?" Mu Rong replied immediately, "The 5th match, Nguyen Dai stretched, her body still sluggish as if she had not fully woken up yet. What a waste of time. It is almost our turn, right? She curled her lips into a sinister smirk. That little brat with the noble blood cannot sit still anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Nguyen Dai leaped straight down into the arena. She beckoned with her hand arrogantly, wearing a provocative look on her face. Handling these little brats from the Jade Moon Empire should not be a problem, right? Thankay gritted her teeth, absolutely livid at those disrespectful words. Before charging in for the showdown, the young girl did not dare act rashly and went to ask Wai Vu for permission. What? Wai Vu firmly held her back. No, it is not time yet. Right after that, a white-bearded old man appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. Leave this to me. He placed his hand over his heart and bowed respectfully. The Chrysanthemum Moon Saintess is only ranked 4th among the 5 leaves. Sending the 7th princess would be a waste. 5 minutes later, witnessing the scene before them, Wai Vu and Than Ke were speechless with frustration. The white-bearded man, who had been so boastful earlier, was now slumped weakly in the middle of the arena, holding the upper hand, along with her beasts. Nguyen Dai stood there with her 2 beasts, the 6-star Imperial Moonflower, a supreme-level Moonlight type, and the 6-star Night-Blooming Sirius. The supreme-level Moonlight types loomed over him as she scoffed with pure contempt, not forgetting to throw a jab. Hey, is this really all you have got? With a triumphant smirk, she casually mocked him. The rewards for winning this are not even worth 3 or 4 days of my meditation. Something flashed past Wai Vu at the speed of light, making her jump in surprise. Wai Vu's face went pale as she realized what happened, screaming out a warning. Stop, we need to wait a little longer. It turned out Than Ke could not take it anymore and had jumped down. The girl replied, It is fine, I will just drag it out for a bit. Right at that moment, she quickly reached the arena, her expression still full of pride. She was worried that if she delayed any longer, the Black Moon Holy Mountain would arrive soon. Nguyen Dai glanced at Than Ke, her voice dripping with provocation. Hey brat, do you really want to get serious with me? The young girl chuckled softly and responded calmly. Well, the moon is almost full. If I do not get in now, there will not be any time left. Than Ke looked at her with pure disdain, not holding back her insults. How could I miss the chance to shut the mouths of you southern region runts? Nguyen Dai's face turned red with rage, so angry she could not even think of a comeback. You! Just as she was about to explode, a hand was gently placed on her shoulder. Nguyen Quan stepped forward coldly and made a simple announcement, switching out. Nguyen Dai frowned in confusion and asked, She is just a 3-star brat. Why do you need to step in personally? Her eyes widened in shock as she noticed the intense tension and the chilling gaze in Nguyen Quan's eyes. Nguyen Dai immediately wondered if Nguyen Quan wanted to accidentally kill that brat right here to avoid any future trouble. Thinking of this, Nguyen Dai warned her nervously. Even if you are the leader of the 5 leaves, this is being way too arrogant. But all she got in return was a haunting silence and a bone-chilling stare from Nguyen Quan that made Nguyen Dai jump, not daring to say another word. Standing behind, she could only swallow her anger and glare at her rival. On the other side, Nguyen Quan stared intently at Than Ke, sensing something was off. There is something wrong with this kid. She told herself firmly that the 5 leaves could absolutely not be eliminated in the early stages of the Moon God Festival. I have to see it for myself. Than Ke smiled calmly, her voice full of provocation as she threatened. Wise choice. Those annoying words from earlier, I am going to erase them right now. Hearing that, Nguyen Dai lunged forward in a rage but was held back, screaming in fury. You damn brat. What did you just say? Shifting her gaze to Nguyen Quan's emotionless face, the young girl looked quite amused. If it is you, then maybe I can play around for a little longer. At that very moment, 3 beams of light, in 3 different colors, shot out from Nguyen Quan. As expected, it was the aura radiating from the beasts she commanded. First up is a blazing orange orb. It's the supreme tier Moonlight type Moonlight Spirit Pearl, followed by a humanoid beast, the supreme tier Moonlight type Faded Moon Witch. And the final beast is perched right on top of the supreme tier plant type 6-leaf island Heaven Moon. Looking at her opponent, she asks curiously, Aren't you going to call back your beasts? Don't tell me you're so scared you're about to run away? Than Ke giggles and gives a silly answer. My beast is actually constipated right now, so it's going to take a minute. Hearing that, Nguyen Dai was speechless, her face completely stunned by the sheer absurdity. Can she even do that? Surprisingly, Nguyen Quan was strangely calm and agreed. No problem. Take as much time as you need. The entire crowd suddenly went silent. A moment later, Thon K pulled out a small brown pill. Without hesitation, the girl swallowed the pill right in front of everyone, acting like it was no big deal. After a moment of shock, Nguyen Dai immediately pointed her finger and shouted, "Hey, why are you using drugs?" Nguyet Kwan calmly explained, "No, that's not a performance enhancer. It's for cultivation support. The effect isn't that strong." Standing by the ring, Mu Dong also realized what was happening. Is she stuck at a bottleneck and trying to break through right before the fight? Just then, Thon K's eyes flew open. She had successfully broken through to the 4-star realm. Mu Dong rubbed his chin, calculating the odds. If she hits the 4-star realm, she can finally unleash the full power of a supreme tier beast. But even at this level, beating a 6-star Saint Moon Saintess is still impossible. Thon K smirked confidently. "Alright, that'll do for now." In an instant, blue and gold auras flared up behind Thon Ki. First came a mermaid-like beast named Q Nuyet, the supreme tier moonlight type Q Nguyet. Then, Thon He called out decisively, "New Moon Song!" The second beast appeared as a crescent moon, draped with strings as thin as silk. The supreme tier moonlight type New Moon Song. Nguyet Kwan stared at the summoned beasts and asked bluntly, "Seriously? You really think this is enough to beat me? Or are you just waiting for the people from the bitch Nuyet Empire to come bail you out?" Hearing that, Thon He went blank for a second. Her cheeks quickly puffed out as if she was holding something in. She tried to hold back her laughter but failed miserably, bursting out a few seconds later. "Wow, you Southern Territory folks really don't know a thing about the Saint Moon physique, do you?" Thon K held her forehead, looking up and trying to catch her breath. "Don't worry, you're about to find out." She stared intensely at Nguyet Kwan. "I'm about to show you the difference between us." Immediately, Q Nguyet moved, vanishing from her spot in the blink of an eye, leaving Nguyet Kwan shocked. In reality, Q Nguyet was charging straight at Nguyet Kwan at the speed of light. They were now face to face. 2 slashing attacks were launched instantly, but Nguyet Kwan just stood there, paralyzed with shock. In that split second, a massive explosion of blue light swallowed the entire arena, the sheer pressure cracking the ground itself. Nguyen Dai couldn't believe her eyes and screamed in terror. "What the hell is this? This is the power of a 4-star supreme?" She gritted her teeth in frustration. The opponent hadn't even used a skill yet. Mu Dong remained strangely calm. "What's there to worry about? This is only the beginning." As the thick dust cleared, Nguyet Kwan was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, she stepped out, completely unscathed, thanks to Sixleaf. Seeing her unharmed, Q Nguyet gritted her teeth in frustration. She lunged forward again, more aggressive than ever. A deafening sound echoed through the stands, making everyone wince. People covered their ears, cursing, "Damn it, I am gonna go deaf." Nguyet Kwan kept her eyes closed, then slowly opened them, giving Q Nguyet a murderous glare. Her voice was ice cold. "Are you done playing?" Suddenly, the Moonlight Spirit Pearl dropped down between them and launched a brutal attack. It was a direct hit, sending Q Nguyet flying before she could even react. She slammed hard into the floor, the impact so violent it shattered the stones beneath her. Q Nguyet let out an angry roar. She struggled to get back on her feet as the Moonlight Spirit Pearl circled above her. Under the cover of the chaos, Q Nguyet used her tail to lift a massive rock and whipped it toward her opponent the moment they let their guard down. But before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, Duyen Nguyet had already closed the distance. Q Nguyet snarled aggressively, trying to intimidate her. Duyen Nguyet just smirked and pointed her finger. A small orb appeared, showing an image of Q Nguyet inside. With a gentle tap, the orb shattered. Duyen Nguyet flicked her finger, sending a mysterious power deep into Q Nguyet's body. It is eating her from the inside out, making her writhe in agony as she struggles desperately. In no time, Q Nguyet's body crumbled into ash, leaving nothing behind but a lonely fishtail lying on the ground. Watching the whole thing unfold, every single guest was terrified by this brutality, gasping in shock. "It is over, and it was absolutely brutal." Nguyen Dai reached out, shaking his head repeatedly with a smug grin. "That is the power of a 6-star Dao Nguyet Holy Maiden. No matter how strong that Holy Moon physique is, it cannot bridge such a massive gap in ranks." At that moment, Thon K was only slightly surprised. Her eyes remained locked forward as her voice rang out like an omen. This match should end now. Right then, a water sphere appeared, reflecting the little girl's image within. Duyen Nguyet did not hesitate for a second, thrusting her hand into the sphere and shattering it instantly. Ironically, the one who got hurt this time was Nguyen Quan, the sphere's own master. One moment she was fine, and the next she was coughing up blood out of nowhere. Suddenly, flames erupted in a massive explosion, catching Nguyen Quan completely off guard. The shockwave sent her flying backward. Nguyen Dai screamed in horror. What? How is this even possible? She collapsed to her knees, bracing herself with one hand while covered in blood, unable to believe what was happening. What the hell is going on? Nguyen Quan trembled violently, gritting her teeth and glaring forward with pure rage. She never expected her own Moonlight Witch attack to be reflected right back at her. Luke Diep panicked, seeing her master so badly injured, and quickly scattered healing petals over her. It dove down, using a gust of wind to help the petals fuse into Nguyen Quan's body. Soon, the wounds on her chest were healed. Inside the barrier, Nguyen Quan slowly began to recover. Seeing she was safe, Nguyen Dai let out a sigh of relief, but the crowd started whispering in confusion. It can heal and defend? That is clearly not a Moonlight-type beast, so how is it this strong? Staring intensely at Than Ke, Nguyen Quan became much more cautious with her every move. Since I cannot use the Moonlight Witch for now, I guess I will send the Moonlight Spirit Pearl to test the waters. Her expression darkened as she frowned deeply, whispering to herself. The Moonlight Spirit Pearl has terrifying explosive power. There is no way she can block this easily. It tore through the air like a blazing fireball, carrying a wave of pure destruction. Suddenly, the fishtail lying in the rubble twitched, as if it had been breathed back to life, and started thrashing. Immediately after, Kyunuyet's body began to regenerate. Flesh and blood knitted back together, bringing her back to life in a heartbeat. But this time, she returned with a twisted, monstrous appearance, radiating dark energy. Nguyen Quan gasped in shock. How is this possible? Kyunuyet charged forward aggressively, meeting the Moonlight Spirit Pearl head-on and delivering a lethal strike. The brutal blow stopped the attack dead in its tracks. Instantly, cracks spider-webbed across the surface of the pearl. Nguyen Quan grew more incredulous by the second. How could a beast that was already dead come back to life so fast? This makes no sense. Watching Than He quietly look up at the sky, can the Holy Moon physique really do this? The little girl simply said calmly, the real fight starts now. Then, Than Ke slowly approached Nguyen Quan, bathed in the moonlight. The girl looked even more majestic. This game needs to end, and then, the long-awaited moment of the full moon finally arrived. In the blink of an eye, she entered an evolved state, her entire body transforming as a massive surge. Nguyen Quan pointed a finger, her eyes wide with shock. It is true that a full moon significantly boosts a beast's power, but this is just ridiculous. Nguyen Quan bit her lip, trying to make sense of it all. Could the Holy Moon physique combined with a full moon really bridge a 3-star gap? Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance. So that is how it is. Tu Luong rubbed his chin, smiling slightly as he admired the ongoing battle. A 4-star realm being able to touch a 7-star supreme? The Holy Moon physique is truly something else. From atop a tall building, he watched the scene unfold, his voice tinged with curiosity. But this kid has not summoned any beast other than her supreme one. Tu Luong suddenly realized, it seems that unlike the waning moon physique, beasts affected by the Holy Moon physique do not have the ability to fight across multiple ranks. Kyunuyet was now much larger, baring her fangs with a fierce growl. With one sharp flick of her tail, the ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Nguyen Quan couldn't even process what was happening. Her body moved on instinct, her arms flying up to shield herself. Floating in midair, Kyunuyet was glowing with a blinding ray. Nguyen Quan collapsed onto the ground, her eyes wide with shock. She stared up, confused. Why isn't she attacking me? What is she even trying to do? High above, Kyunuyet didn't hesitate for a second. She swung her tail with violent force, unleashing a wave of pure, terrifying power. But then, as the spiritual energy began to fade, a mysterious figure wrapped in a black cloak slowly emerged from the mist. Ta Duong stood there, tall and imposing under the brilliant moonlight. His voice rang out, cold and sharp as a blade. So, you got yourself a Holy Moon body, and now you think you're hot stuff? Typical Jade Moon Empire arrogance. He let out a low, wicked chuckle, a sinister smirk playing on his lip. With that pathetic level of power, you're nowhere near ready to stick your nose into this fight. The moment the words left his mouth, Ta Duong thrust his arm toward the sky. On his command, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the heavens and crashed down, striking Q Nuyet with pinpoint accuracy. A desperate, agonizing scream echoed through the air before her body was instantly incinerated, leaving nothing behind but ash. At that exact moment, the phone Tu Ku was using to live stream the event suddenly cut to black for no apparent reason. She started freakishly screaming her head off. "Oh my God, you have got to be kidding me. I was finally streaming something epic. There goes my dream of becoming a star." Tu Ku looked around in a daze, only to realize everyone else was in the same boat. Every single device in the area had been smashed to pieces. Suddenly, something caught her eye that made her heart skip a beat. She watched in absolute terror as a massive moonlight rabbit stood its ground, staring down Ta Duong in the sky. "What on earth is that thing?" The beast roared as it charged into the fray, its long ears twisting and swirling to create a terrifying amount of pressure. Ta Duong didn't flinch, shouting out a single command. Mo ran. In a flash, a pillar of dark, grayish light slammed into the ground right in front of the moonlight rabbit. His pet appeared. It looked like it belonged to the rabbit family, but its entire body was covered in a deep, midnight black fur. A glowing crescent moon mark sat right on its chest. This was the sovereign rank moonlight beast, Mo Ran of the Storm Moon Jade Mace. It hopped forward and whispered a question. "Hey, you look like a moonlight rabbit too. Are you a boy or a girl? Can you even talk?" The moonlight rabbit didn't appreciate the sudden interrogation, responding only with a frustrated, angry scowl. Mo Ran let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. "I guess you're just a mindless beast then. How boring." Suddenly, the moon mark on its chest shifted into messy, ink-like strokes, opening up a small, swirling void. Mo Ran casually reached inside with its ears and pulled something out. It swung its long ears upward, revealing two massive, heavy spiked maces. Losing its patience, the moonlight rabbit snapped. Its fur bristled with rage and its eyes turned a deep, blood red. It began stomping the ground with thunderous force. It launched itself directly at its opponent, but strangely, Mo Ran was nowhere to be found. All that remained was the spiked mace, which swung through the air and delivered a crushing blow. A violent explosion rocked the sky. Ta Duong spoke with a chilling, eerie voice, his words dripping with a dark, hidden secret. "It's getting closer. Almost there now." He stared intently at the building where Tu Luong was standing, a creepy, bone-chilling smile spreading across his face. His voice drifted through the air like a ghost. Up there, Tu Luong stood tall and composed, silently watching the chaos unfold below. Glowing butterflies fluttered around him in the night sky. Standing beside him were the two girls, Yen Nguyet and Hon Nguyet. Seeing the situation turn south, Hoan Nguyet couldn't hide her anxiety. She whispered softly, "What do we do now?" To her surprise, he remained incredibly calm. He spoke in a gentle, reassuring tone. "Don't worry, that's a moonlight rabbit with a waning moon physique. Its ability to regenerate is even more insane than a holy moon body." As they were talking, a massive boom made Hon Nguyet jump. Even Yen Nguyet winced, her face tightening in discomfort. Somewhere else, a hand reached up toward the sky. It belonged to the sovereign rank moonlight princess, Lei Nguyet. Fierce, howling currents of lightning began to gather in her palms, ready to be unleashed. A second later, Lei Nguyet dropped her hand. Waves of electricity surged across the sky like a divine net of thunder, tearing through the darkness and striking the arena. In the blink of an eye, the lightning tore through every building in the academy with brutal efficiency. The bolts slammed into the earth, grinding solid rock into fine dust as thick, gray smoke billowed into the air. As the dust settled, a powerful barrier could be seen. It had been erected just in time, successfully shielding the entire arena. The priestesses of the Five Leaves were panicking, clutching onto each other with looks of pure terror. Waivu looked up, feeling a wave of relief. Thank goodness for the shield the Emperor of the Twin Moon sect set up earlier. But then, she suddenly remembered something vital and screamed in a panic. "But what about Lord Moon King?" Waivu suddenly froze, her eyes widening in total disbelief as she stared at the scene. She gasped, "How is that even possible?" Despite that vicious, terrifying lightning strike, the building where Tu Luong stood remained perfectly intact among the rubble, without a single scratch on it. Ta Duong stood on Loi Nguyet's shoulder, fuming as he shouted, "This is a scam, there is no way." Seeing Tu Luong standing there completely unscathed after those intense attacks made him even more incredulous. Could it be that even an attack of this magnitude could not take down the Emperor of the Moon King? Despite looking like a cool and collected hero to everyone else, his face was actually pale as a ghost as he thought, Holy crap, that scared the living daylights out of me. Looking over at Ho Trung and Nguyet, he could not wrap his head around how her defense was able to stop those strikes so easily. At that moment, Tu Luong's health bar was practically flashing red, making him break out in a cold sweat. But then, Princess Loi Nguyet sent him flying with a single blow. Yen Nguyet stepped forward and declared, "Tu Luong, let me handle this." Before he could even respond, she had already leaped into the air. She spread her arms wide as swirls of spiritual energy circled around her. Within seconds, they transformed into countless razor-sharp fragments. Yen Nguyet raised her hands slightly, and the fragments immediately gathered together as if summoned by an invisible force. Witnessing this, a sudden wave of unease washed over Ta Duong, and he cautiously warned, "Watch out!" While his voice was still echoing, the fragments shot forward one after another, glowing brilliantly like a path made of moonlight. At that exact moment, the dual weapons in Loi Nguyet's hands suddenly began to vibrate violently. Sensing something was wrong, she did not hesitate to let go, allowing the two weapons to hover in midair. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into human forms known as the Nguyet twins, supreme rank moonlight types. The two of them shouted excitedly, "We will be your opponents." The pink-haired Nguyet let out a mocking sneer. She did not hold back on the insults, saying, "I heard you are known as the strongest supreme weapon, some ancient relic from the past." The two of them charged forward with overwhelming confidence, throwing out one last jab. "Too bad I was born so late, otherwise I would have already claimed your spot. You won't be arrogant for long." A blinding light suddenly hit Nguyet's face, causing her to freeze in shock. Yen Nguyet's crushing attack slammed into them, instantly seizing the upper hand. It happened so fast that both Nguyets could not even react, suffering a total defeat from just one of Yen Nguyet's strikes. Below, the two priestesses, Nguyet Dai and Nguyet Quan, screamed in sheer terror. What? Only a few minutes after the battle began, the first supreme killer had appeared. The pain was suffocating as the soul pet took a lethal blow. Ta Duong immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, his entire body trembling as his eyes turned bloodshot with rage, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Ta Duong suddenly looked up at the sky, where the fragments were swirling under the moonlight, gradually gathering under Yen Nguyet's control. Realizing another massive attack was coming, Ta Duong cried out in a panic, "This is bad! Block it now!" He managed to summon the Void Moon Lion, a supreme rank moonlight type, creating a protective shield in front of Loi Nguyet. A massive pillar of energy erupted from the fragments, obliterating everything below with no sign of stopping. By then, the area around the arena had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Tu Ku and her two descendants were still covering their faces in fear. "Oh my God," she whispered, only daring to peek out once she had calmed down. Outside the arena, the once thriving urban district was now nothing but ash and ruins. The Void Moon Lion was no longer intact, its body covered in jagged wounds. Meanwhile, those fragments began to gather once more. Surprisingly, they were obediently returning to Yen Nguyet, disappearing right back into her body. Tu Luong stared in awe, thinking to himself, so her combat skills are not just limited to swinging a blade. Her complete form after the body and scabbard merged was not just a simple weapon. Nguyet Quan stood there, completely stunned. To think a single strike could severely wound three of the Black Moon Sect's supremes, no wonder Emperor Thuong Nguyet was so interested. A second later, Yen Nguyet suddenly went silent and lowered her head, her expression turning incredibly dark. Than Ke, who was being carried away with heavy injuries, could not help but chime in with a look of pure admiration. She really is the supreme that even Emperor Thuong Nguyet could not tame. The true power of the Moon King. Yen Nguyet suddenly turned around with a stern look, her voice sharp as she warned, "Tu Luong, you had better not get too comfortable. Even on a full moon, I can only use that last move one more time." He let out a confident smirk. Without hesitation, he replied, "You can still use it once? That is more than enough." He then looked over at Huan Nguyet and commanded, "It is your turn. Go out there and stall that team for as long as you can." Hearing that, she pouted and complained, "You really know how to give the most difficult assignments." Just then, a single flash butterfly landed on his hand, followed by a whole swarm that quickly surrounded Tu Luong. His voice rings out with cold determination. It's almost time for the next clash between the monarchs. The scene shifts. Ta Duong, currently perched on Lei Yue's shoulder, suddenly breaks into a violent fit of coughing. He quickly wipes a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice thick with suppressed rage. It has been a long time since he's felt the agonizing pain of losing one of his beasts. Fragmented memories flood Ta Duong's mind. The last time this happened was that full moon night 3 years ago. He still remembers it like it was yesterday. That day, he found himself kneeling before a cold-blooded, white-haired youth, looking like nothing more than a pathetic stray dog. Recalling Tu Luong's icy expression from back then, Ta Duong wonders, will things be a little different this time? After a heavy, ragged breath, he bursts into a manic laugh. Ta Duong tilts his head back, his eyes glowing with a brilliant, eerie light. A crazed smile stays plastered on his face. Moon King. Whether you truly represent the moon god priest of the north or not, he screams at the top of his lungs. The point is, you're sick. You're so sick that you've forgotten everything. Do you even remember the words you once said to me? Facing those words, Tu Luong stands there stunned, completely unsure of how to react. His eyes widen in shock as those rapid-fire questions echo in his ears. Why did you spare my life? What the hell happened after I blacked out that day? Why did the Northern Realm's territory shrink by 1/3 after our battle? Why did one of your most vital beasts go missing? Could it be that you've been abandoned by the gods? As a sharp, stabbing pain hits him, Tu Luong immediately clutches his head, struggling to endure it. His head is throbbing, he just can't make sense of any of this. He thinks to himself that he has absolutely no idea what this guy is talking about. He doesn't possess a single memory related to his past life. Moments later, Tu Luong slowly regains his composure. He tells himself that regardless of the past, he can't afford to waste energy on this arch-enemy. Right then, he remembers something crucial he almost overlooked. Down below, amidst the desolate ruins, thick clouds of smoke rise into the air, almost blotting out the sky. Tu Luong glances over, feeling a surge of curiosity. Speaking of which, he still doesn't know what she looks like during a full moon. If she can successfully handle a 1 versus 3 fight, that would be perfect. The mist begins to envelop Lei Yue and Ta Duong. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the battle between the two rabbits continues. Mo Ran gazes up at the strange clouds in the sky, looking dazed. A split second later, a plume of smoke rises behind its back. Driven by curiosity, Mo Ran quickly turns around to check, only to see thick smoke billowing everywhere. It even emits eerie, unsettling sounds. Then, out of the hazy smoke, the Moonlight Rabbit emerges. Upon seeing this, Mo Ran scoffs with arrogance. Super speed regeneration, huh? Looks like I've finally got something fun to play with. The Moonlight Rabbit's eyes glow a fierce red as it charges forward with absolute conviction. Mo Ran immediately readies its spiked maces. It jeers openly, too slow. With a wicked grin, the 2 spiked maces on its ears begin to spin as fast as propellers. During the clash, while the Moonlight Rabbit seems distracted, Mo Ran decisively slices off one of its opponent's ears. But in the blink of an eye, that ear regenerates back to its original state. Mo Ran grinds its teeth in fury, unable to believe its eyes. What kind of insane regeneration speed is this? In a blind rage, it launches a barrage of violent attacks, literally tearing the Moonlight Rabbit apart. In a mere instant, the Moonlight Rabbit is fully restored without a single scratch. The speed is so terrifying that Mo Ran is struck with horror. Did you grow up eating supreme meat or something? Exhausted, its ears finally go limp and thud against the ground. Mo Ran's entire body is spent, its breath coming in heavy gasps. Looking at the lowly creature before it, a new plan suddenly takes shape. Wait, if I just trap it somewhere it can't escape, that'll be enough. Mo Ran doesn't hesitate and acts immediately. Its previously limp ears suddenly swing upward with lethal intent. The Moonlight Rabbit looks up, dazed. Mo Ran slams them down with massive pressure, causing the ground to explode and brutally crushing its opponent without a hint of mercy. Even the barrier surrounding the arena can't escape the impact, shaking violently under the extreme pressure. The observers cry out in shock. The ground is sinking. Only Mo Ran remains, its ears still plunged deep into the massive crater. Plumes of black smoke rise continuously. Thinking it has won, Mo Ran slowly retracts its ears, a smug grin spreading across its face. It must have been turned into a meat pancake by now, pinned thousands of meters underground, with no hope of escape. Tu Luong, watching the battle from a distance, can't help but marvel. He didn't expect this rabbit's power to be so terrifying. In this dire situation, his first thought is to use the stellar moonblade to take it down. Before he can even process the thought, the ground beneath his feet begins to tremble. Tu Luong is momentarily stunned. Over at the arena, Mo Ran also loses its balance from the earthquake, It gasps in shock. What? From the depths of the pit, something is gripping the edge tightly, as if preparing to haul itself out. A terrifying wave of pressure suddenly erupts, leaving everyone in the arena trembling in absolute fear. Look at that. The Moonlight Rabbit has transcended into a stunning new form, harnessing the power of the full moon to launch itself into the sky. Mo-Ran stands frozen in shock, suddenly realizing that his opponent has somehow evolved into a mid-tier jade-tail rabbit. He can't help but wonder, what is with this sudden, overwhelming rage? This Moonlight Rabbit is becoming harder and harder to read. Was this guy really just a low-tier Moonlight Rabbit before? Su Liang frantically flips through the Book of the Moon to see what kind of mutation is happening. It's a jade-tail rabbit with a mid-tier waning moon constitution, moonlight attribute, currently in a full moon state, stage 3. Its combat skills include rapid regeneration, physical boost, skin hardening, jump boost, jade star, and physical insight. The waning moon constitution allows for specialization during the full moon, with its power evolving the longer it stays active under the moonlight. The evolution cycle can be drastically shortened when the creature experiences intense emotional spikes. Su Liang stares in awe, whispering to himself, it actually evolved. So the waning moon constitution keeps getting stronger as time goes on? Mo-Ran refuses to accept it. His face contorts with rage as he grinds his teeth. This can't be happening. To think a mere Moonlight Rabbit could actually stand on equal footing with me. Mo-Ran is losing his mind with fury. He screams and lunges at the Moonlight Rabbit in a frenzied attack. Do you really think you can cross the line and become a sovereign? You arrogant brat. Even though it's facing a barrage of devastating blows, the Moonlight Rabbit doesn't seem bothered at all. Suddenly, a voice echoes in Mo-Ran's ear. Is it so wrong to want the full moon? What? Every month feels like an eternity. I only need one night. Is that too much to ask? Hearing this, Mo-Ran pauses for a moment, his face a mask of confusion. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, the Moonlight Rabbit's ears are silently twitching. Mo-Ran snaps back into his rage and charges forward to clash once more. But suddenly, he freezes, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. In an instant, the ears on the rabbit's head have completely vanished. Mo-Ran is left reeling in shock as blood begins to spray across his face. He stares in pure terror at the Moonlight Rabbit, which is now locking onto him. He gasps out a question. What are you exactly? Mo-Ran doesn't even get an answer before the Moonlight Rabbit delivers a final, lethal blow in the blink of an eye. Zi Yang clutches his cloak, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. Damn it! Even Mo-Ran was defeated? Suddenly, a figure appears. Huan Yue materializes right in front of Xie Yang and Lei Yue, leaving them both stunned. She looks down with cold, indifferent eyes, a powerful and suffocating aura radiating from her body. Xie Yang's jaw drops. He can't believe what he's seeing. Is this a monster that can take human form? It all starts clicking in his head. So that's how it is. You're the one who took down the Storm Tyrant. You possess the sovereign bloodline. Xi Yang stays on high alert as he faces Huan Yue with Princess Lei Yue, a sovereign-tier moonlight attribute beast, by his side. She's wielding the Autumn Night Sky and the Void Moon Remnant, both sovereign-tier weapons. Xie Yang sneers with utter contempt. You might be strong, but you can't beat me all by yourself. You can see that my companions are. Before he can even finish, Huan Yue cuts him off with cold arrogance. Save your breath. I'm not wasting my time on 3 pieces of trash. Bring out your strongest warrior right now. Her sheer arrogance sends Night Sky into a fit of rage. It screams, you've got a big mouth for someone so small. The pages of the book flip automatically, revealing strange and twisted symbols as it speaks. Every sovereign I defeat becomes mine. I can use all of their combat skills as I please. You're not just fighting me, you're fighting 10 sovereigns at once. It continues to boast. Once I crush you, I'll see if you're worthy of being the next one to join my collection. But Huan Yue just gives it a look of pure disgust, so noisy. She closes her eyes, focusing her spiritual energy before speaking. Fine. If that's how it is, I'll give you a little taste. Huan Yue raises both hands, and a massive surge of power erupts around her. Her voice echoes through the air. This is a move that can only be performed on a night with a full moon. Xie Yang and Lei Yue instinctively shield their faces. Panic starts to set in. Lei Yue is so terrified she can't even form a coherent sentence. Huan Yue now stands tall, wielding the Rain Weaver and the Cloud Maiden. Lei Yue realizes with horror that those are Emperor-tier weapons. Huan Yue exhales slowly, centering the internal energy flowing through her body. She lightly spins the blade in her hand, blurring past Lei Yue like a gust of wind before raising her sword to strike. With one decisive, lightning-fast blow, she nearly obliterates Xie Yang and Lei Yue in a single move. The observer can't hide her shock, shouting out, "It's over! Just like that! That was the Sovereign Cloud Maiden!" The ground is covered in thousands of cracks. Night Sky and Lei Yue watch in pure terror as the fragments of the moon remnant fade away into nothingness. Huan Yue looked on in utter shock, her voice trembling as she realized it was a suicidal move designed to redirect all the damage back at her. Da Tian clearly wasn't ready to back down. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Don't get too ahead of yourself." Suddenly, a butterfly emblem appeared and began to glow with a blinding light. Huan Yue's eyes widened, her mind racing to process what was happening before those surging beams of light slammed into her. But thanks to her lightning-fast reflexes, Huan Yue gracefully leaped through the air, dodging the onslaught with ease. Out of nowhere, a streak of light flashed behind her. Even though she reacted in time, the blade of light still managed to tear through a corner of her skirt. Huan Yue looked down at her torn hem, her expression darkening with annoyance. A split second later, a deafening explosion rocked the entire area. Before anyone could blink, Huan Yue was already standing right behind Da Tian. She scoffed with pure disdain. "Is this it? After all that effort, the combat skills you've gathered, so that's why you've been losing, huh?" Da Tian couldn't believe his ears. He gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "What? How is this possible?" Huan Yue raised her sword high, her voice cold and commanding. "Why on earth would you ever rely on the strength of those weaker than yourself?" With one clean strike, she sliced Da Tian into two pieces. Ta Yang clutched his cloak, trembling as he muttered, "In just a heartbeat, everyone is gone and only one survivor remains. I've lost." Hovering in midair, Huan Yue's voice carried an aura of absolute authority. "If you had just done what I told you from the very beginning, you wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state." Ta Yang secretly reached for a spiritual talisman, though he kept his head bowed, sounding like he had finally surrendered. "You're right. I was arrogant and didn't know my place. I was a fool to think I could actually defeat the Moon King." Suddenly, Ta Yang whipped out the talisman and shouted, "Moon Goddess Temple, let us sign the transfer agreement right now." Watching from a cloud, Liu Wei let out a long, bored yawn. "How dull," she complained. "Is it really going to end just like that?" Leng Duan seemed to sense something deeper. "That child," he mused, "she might actually become the next Ice Queen." Liu Wei didn't buy it, scoffing. "Are you kidding me? An Ice Queen of that caliber being touched by a sovereign level? No way." But then, Liu Wei suddenly jolted as a massive surge of energy erupted. A pillar of light slammed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. In an instant, the entire city was reduced to nothing but smoldering ruins. Su Liang hovered in the air, his eyes fixed on Huan Yue. He asked nervously, "This overwhelming pressure, is this the power of an emperor?" Huan Yue replied immediately, "No, of course not." She used her sword to pull herself up and added, "But as for this newcomer," her eyes sharpened as she sensed the threat. "This one has already planted half a foot through the doorway of the Emperor Tier." A blinding blue light burst forth. From within the glowing sphere, a foot slowly stepped out. The figure was a girl with messy blue hair, looking incredibly bored and sluggish. Seeing her, Yue Guan gasped in disbelief. What in the world? Liu Wei couldn't stop screaming from her vantage point. "That's cheating. Isn't she the sovereign of the Moon Goddess Temple? Why would she be summoned by the Black Moon Holy Mountain?" Just then, the system interface flashed in front of Su Liang's eyes. A new beast has been unlocked. The number of entries in his encyclopedia grew as the system description scrolled by. Possesses a high concentration of Emperor Tier bloodline. She is considered the crown jewel of the Moon Goddess Temple. Even the current Holy Maiden cannot easily form a contract with her. Her combat power is infinitely close to an Emperor Tier beast, and the world knows her as the strongest sovereign. This blue-haired girl was the 9-turn Jade Scale, a sovereign of the Moonlight system. Sheng Shi, who was lying on a stretcher, couldn't help but curse. The Moon Goddess Temple actually dared to interfere. How shameless. Fine then, everyone from the Twin Moon sect, get in there and fight together. But Yiwu quickly stepped in to stop them. No, if the Black Moon Holy Mountain has already formed a contract with her, then everything is perfectly legal. From this moment on, she officially belongs to the Black Moon Holy Mountain. Jade Scale let out a massive yawn and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, her face turned pale. Ta Yang, perched on the shoulder of Lei Yue, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Jade Scale spoke up, her voice serious for once. "The moonlight here. It isn't normal." She began to explain that the distribution of the glimmer butterflies in this area was no matter how strong the moonlight is here, it shouldn't be able to attract more than half of all the glimmer butterflies in the entire northern region. Hearing this, Taeyang quickly did the math. More than half of the entire northern region? That's insane. Jade Scale sighed, looking exhausted. Whatever. Whatever happens next is out of my hands anyway. She turned her gaze toward Huan Yue. First, I need to take care of the opponent right in front of me. Huan Yue gripped her sword tight, her eyes radiating pure murderous intent. On the other side, Jade Scale flashed a playful smirk. Yunji, so that's how it is. She began to channel an enormous amount of power. Her fingernails sharpened into lethal claws as bolts of lightning began to crackle and strike all around her body. Huan Yue adjusted her stance to steady herself. She lunged forward with the first strike, and the two massive forces collided head-on. Sparks flew in every direction, flickering like a dying light bulb. Seeing the speed of the fight, Yue Guan cried out, "They're too fast. I can't even see them." Yue Guan added in shock. To think the Moon King's beast can actually go toe-to-toe with the 9-turn Jade Scale, who is practically an emperor. Su Liang watched from the sidelines, feeling a chill run down his spine. In all the time I've known her, this is the first time I've ever seen her fight with every ounce of her strength. He kept his eyes glued to the battle, his mind racing as he analyzed every move. I never thought I'd witness a god-tier clash of this scale. My mind is absolutely reeling. As a mere mortal, there's nothing I can do to intervene anymore. Huan Yue is gasping for air after barely blocking that last hit. Jade Scale isn't slowing down at all. She's channeling a massive surge of energy, condensing it into a giant green orb. That orb is 100 times her size, lighting up the entire horizon. Huan Yue looks completely stunned by that level of power. Her silhouette merges with Jade Scale's green radiance. That spiritual energy feels like it's tearing the sky apart. Somehow, Huan Yue manages to break free, but her clothes are in tatters. She grinds her teeth in frustration. Su Liang is paralyzed with fear. He's staring in shock. Even the Moonlight Rabbit didn't come out of that unscathed. Talk about terrifying power. My thoughts are racing like a flood. If I recall correctly, her waning moon physique is highly unstable. It gets stronger based on her mood and the time of day. The Moonlight Rabbit crouches low to the ground, building up momentum. Then it lunges forward, sending dirt and trees flying everywhere. Jade Scale and Huan Yue collide in a brutal exchange. Jade Scale senses something. Out of nowhere, the Moonlight Rabbit ambushes her. She screams in a panic. "Hey, wait! Why are you sucker punching me?" It uses its ears to hoist her high into the air and slams her straight into the dirt. A massive crash echoes as thick dust billows up. Huan Yue glares down from above, her eyes glowing. She crosses her blades into an X, focusing her spiritual energy. Huan Yue raises her sword high, spiritual energy swirling around the blade as she prepares to strike. Her eyes turn murderous for a split second, and she slams a devastating blow into the ground. Another massive explosion rocks the area. Taeyang shouts in a panic, "This is bad. Princess Snowmoon, please help." Lei Yue raises her hand, manifesting a surge of power. She chants her spell, Heavenly Lightning, Fading Moon. The sky crackles with faint purple bolts as dark clouds begin to swirl together. Suddenly, she remembers something and looks back. Yan Yue is slowly approaching. Her eyes are hollow but filled with a deadly aura. Lei Yue grits her teeth, thinking, star-sinking Yan Yue. When did she get here? She releases her energy, whispering, I have to protect the holy mountain first. Yan Yue keeps walking calmly, as if nothing is happening. A thunderous boom echoes through the air as Huan Yue lands, with the Moonlight Rabbit right by her side. Jade Scale is fuming. You dare to ambush me, you pathetic insects. She has completely reverted to her original form. Jade Scale screams in rage. Taste true fear. She lets out a crazed roar, infinite jade wind. Crescent moon rings erupt from her body and fly forward. 3 massive waves of power surge out, shattering the ground. When the green crescents hit her, Huan Yue dissolves into mist. She weaves through the attacks in her gaseous form, dodging every wave. But the Moonlight Rabbit isn't so lucky. Huan Yue lands and exhales sharply. That was way too close. My cloud form speed can barely keep up with the formation of those moon rings. I almost got shredded into pieces. I guess I'll just have to hide behind this rabbit for a bit. Her mind starts racing. It's a good thing that no matter how bad its wounds are, it can always regenerate. Huan Yue hides behind the Moonlight Rabbit, calculating her next move. But this could go on forever. If only I could stall her for just 1 minute. Suddenly, she sees sharp arrows streaking through the air. Jade Scale gasps in surprise. What? Damn it. Is that star-sinking Yan Yue? She grinds her teeth. What a pain. I was so close to finishing this. Huan Yue seizes the moment. This is it. Time to end this once and for all. She closes her eyes and swings her sword, concentrating her inner power. Su Liang thinks, what kind of embarrassing pose is that? Energy begins to coalesce into waves of spiritual pressure. Even Jade Scale looks panicked by the shift in the air. The Moonlight Rabbit stands its ground as a towering cyclone of spiritual energy rises behind them. Jade Scale demands, who the hell are you? Identify yourself right now. Hovering in the air, Huan Yue replies, I am the cloud-treading moon chaser. She says coldly, if you survive this hit, I might actually consider letting you be one of my underlings. Jade Scale laughs mockingly and spits back, I'm your damn mother. Jade Scale clasps her hands, shouting her spell, Jade Wind Annihilation. Su Liang stares up at the massive black hole forming above. That's the strongest combat skill of the 9-turn Jade Scale. Her voice echoes in Huan Yue's ears. One touch from that black hole and everything is obliterated. But Huan Yue doesn't even flinch. She closes her eyes to cast her own spell. She transforms into a white flower deer, twice the size of that black hole. Its hooves glide effortlessly through the air. It rams its powerful antlers straight into Jade Scale's black hole. A deafening boom shakes the world as dust and smoke cloud the view. Everyone in the stands falls into a suffocating, dead silence. Ta Duang burst out laughing, his voice dripping with disdain as he spoke. To think you weren't even a match for me. What a pathetic excuse for a supreme battle. Honenguyet, Tu Luong, Yenguyet, and the Moonlight Rabbit stood together as one. Ta Duang looked up at the sky and muttered, that should be enough. I'm sure the gods will be thrilled when they see this. He spoke with a dark, cryptic tone. Now, the real feast can finally begin. Nguyen Dai looked around, crying out in terror. Why can't I see anything all of a sudden? Nguyen Quan rushed to calm him down. Get a grip! The night just suddenly turned pitch black. The once bright moon was swallowed by darkness as thick, black clouds rolled in. Tu Luong closed his eyes, trying to steady his racing heart. He thought to himself, honestly, my heart has been pounding throughout this entire supreme battle. Tu Luong whispered to himself, but now that I'm about to face an emperor, I suddenly don't feel nervous at all. Hoan Ningyiet asked Tu Luong anxiously, well, are you sure about this? He gave her a mysterious smile, his voice brimming with absolute confidence. I don't feel like there's any chance I'll lose. Hoan Ningyiet looked at him skeptically and asked, are you for real? Tu Luong just gave a soft, calm smile in return. Yeah, that sounds arrogant. Just like the former Moon King. Memories began to flood his mind. The words from the Black Moon Holy Mountain had triggered memories that shouldn't even exist. No, calling them memories isn't quite right. They felt more like vivid hallucinations. Like how his past self grew up in the Moon God Palace of the northern region, or scenes of his mother, and even glimpses of his younger self. To verify if these memories were real, he had once kept a journal written in English. However, one day, every single one of those memories was wiped clean. It was done by some higher power. So, it wasn't a case of body snatching after all. His past self and his current self were one and the same. Since birth, Tu Luong had carried the memories of his previous life into this world, but he was forced to lose them all exactly 3 years ago. It wasn't until 2 months ago that he finally started to recover fragments of his past. Snapping out of his thoughts, Tu Luong's expression turned grim as he realized the truth. If that's the case, then that entity must be far beyond my current reach. He looked up at the full moon as it emerged from the shadows, calculating his next move. Moreover, what the Black Moon Holy Mountain said was true. 3 years ago, I really did forget an incredibly important beast, and that is exactly why I became an apostle of the gods. Just then, a massive foot lifted high into the air. Its eyes peered down at the small crater it had just crushed into the earth. That massive creature was the evil moon-horned spirit, an emperor-level moonlight type. Its gaze swept toward the spot where the group was hiding. At that moment, a crack appeared on their defensive shield. Tu Luong narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The shield isn't going to hold much longer. I just hope it doesn't start mindlessly slaughtering innocent people. The beast looked down and muttered, I have no idea what era this is, but the Black Moon has certainly declined. The spirit of darkness asked Ta Duong, who was standing on its eyelash. Who is the opponent? He quickly replied, Great spirit of darkness, I have sacrificed 20 years of my own life just to bring you back into this world, so you can defeat an apostle of the gods. Hearing those words, the beast's interest was piqued. It glanced at the destruction it had just caused and whispered to itself, Very well. I can no longer feel the will of even half the believers in the northern region. Has the Black Moon sect truly reached its end? Its eyes scanned the ruins as it made a decision. If that's how it is, then let's make this last battle a glorious one. The scene shifted as Tu Luong's silhouette appeared in the distance. He stared back at the beast, his face unreadable. In Tu Luong's hand was a vial containing flying cherry-pink liquid. Honan Nguyen was stunned, realizing it was an incredibly rare and precious substance. Without saying a word, he popped the cap open. Tu Luong began pouring the liquid onto the ground. This sight left both Hoan Nguyen and Yen Nguyen completely speechless. She shouted in protest, Hey, that's a priceless liquid from a high-level emperor. You're just gonna throw it away like that? What on earth are you doing? Tu Luong smiled and explained, I figured this might make it easier for them to find their way. Han Nguyen just stood there, her mind going blank. What? Suddenly sensing something, she whipped her head around. In the stands, the crowd gasped in shock. Nguyen Quan instinctively cried out, What is that? I can see golden lights appearing in the sky from all the way over here. As those lights drew closer and became clearer, it turned out to be his flashing butterflies. Tu Luong closed his eyes, and his voice echoed through the air. Ah, the master of the moon book. Back at the base, everyone could hear his voice, along with the apostle of the moon radiance. Tu Luong was calling out to summon every single flashing butterfly in the northern region. Even the beast looked on in horror. What? By now, an immense swarm of flashing butterflies had gathered, filling the sky. Hoan Nguyen watched in awe as the butterflies swirled around them. Suddenly, his voice rang out again. I want to unite with all of you. Tu Luong's eyes sharpened as he declared, Let us forge a contract. Let's rewind for a moment. This is the message Tu Luong sent to the rest of the swarm using a glimmer butterfly just a few days ago. Back then, everyone was cheering with excitement. All the glimmer butterflies in the sanctuary took flight at once. It was the same story in the city. People were wondering, why did my glimmer butterfly just terminate its contract? Tu Luong kept his head down, not wanting to draw any unwanted attention. I've had them hidden throughout the northern territory, Tu Luong thought as he looked up at the sky, now thick with swarms of glimmer butterflies. He couldn't help but feel satisfied with his plan. He had waited until the Battle of the Emperors began to finally call them back. The Book of the Moon opened on its own. Resting in Waivu's lap, Thun Ke asked curiously, Are we almost there? Even Nguyen Dai was stunned, stammering out, Wait, what? Look at the Moon King's beasts. Why are they suddenly abandoning him and flying away? High in the sky, Tu Luong was surrounded by countless glimmer butterflies, while his beasts stood firmly behind him. Hoan Nguyen stared at the scene, completely paralyzed with shock. Nguyen Quan's voice rang out in a sharp rebuke. You idiots! They're not just leaving. They're withdrawing. She looked up at Tu Luong in the sky, whispering to herself, because, very soon, as Tu Luong hovered amidst the butterflies, Nguyen Quan's voice grew certain. This place is about to become the battlefield of the emperors. Suddenly, Tu Luong looked up toward the heavens and asked, Current moon god, are you watching this? Gazing at the full moon, he muttered, I wonder, is the opening act of this moon god festival enough to satisfy your appetite? Shaking off his gloomy expression, a smirk played on his lips. If you've truly awakened, then sit back and enjoy the show. You're about to witness a miracle. The dark spirit's heart sank at the sight. Damn it, it cursed. They might not be a direct threat, but this many of them is going to be a massive pain in the neck. It closed its eyes, calculating its moves. Even if it really wanted to kill him with one strike, it knew it was impossible right now. Looking up at Tu Luong, the dark spirit realized it couldn't interfere. It didn't dare ruin the entertainment of the gods. Meanwhile, Tu Luong wore a satisfied smile. His system was going wild, flashing constant notifications of new contracts with the glimmer butterflies. 130,037,486 low-level contracts. Even the Book of the Moon was flipping through its pages frantically. Suddenly, it slammed shut on the Emperor tier category. Tu Luong frowned, unable to turn the next page. His face darkened as he struggled. Just a little more. This had to be the most stubborn page in the entire history of the Book of the Moon. He thought back to the contents of the book, his mind racing. He had always believed that the Book of the Moon could eventually summon the gods themselves. Tu Luong suddenly realized something. The fact that the Seven Mysteries intel was forcibly hidden was a warning. The Book of the Moon was nothing more than a tool for the gods. He grit his teeth. Even my original power should be far superior to this book. Suddenly, a single glimmer butterfly fluttered toward him. At that exact moment, thunder shook the heavens, and Tu Luong's eyes widened in pure disbelief. The Book of the Moon finally flipped to a new page, and a massive pillar of light erupted from Tu Luong, shooting straight into the sky. Luke V was so shaken she lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. This pressure, she gasped. How can it be powerful enough to terrify even an emperor like us? What on earth is that? Suddenly, a voice drifted from behind her. No wonder there's been an uprising in the Southern Territory. So, this is why. Luke Vi spun around on high alert, only to see Thuong Niet. The woman let out a delighted laugh. Moon King, whether you're the representative of the North or not doesn't matter. You've earned the right to follow me to the very end of the Moon God Festival. Thuong Niet turned her back and whispered, "There's no point in watching any further for now." Luke Vi stood there, frozen, as she watched her walk away. After a long moment, she finally found her voice. "Holy crap! How long has the great Emperor Thuong Niet been standing behind us? She nearly gave me a heart attack. She's a literal demon woman." Luke Vi screamed in frustration. Back in the sky, the swarm of glimmer butterflies began to converge. They began to arrange themselves, forming a pair of massive, glowing wings. Everyone watching from below was absolutely speechless with awe. Wai Vu and the people around her couldn't help but fall to their knees. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. "My lifelong dream," she whispered, her voice trembling, "was to witness the miracle of this very moment." Even Ta Duong was terrified by the sight. He stammered, What do we do? Can we even fight that?" The dark spirit stared up at the sky in silence before letting out a long, heavy sigh. Sensing something was wrong, Ta Duong looked at it in horror. The dark spirit actually had tears welling up in its eyes. It let out a wild, crazed laugh. "You little brat, you actually want me to take on the being standing right in front of us?" Its voice shook with fear. It was short-lived. But the mission of our Black Moon sect is over. The dark spirit closed its eyes, completely accepting its fate. Its voice became strangely calm and firm. "This is the end. Now, get down there." It sent Ta Duong flying back. "Sit tight and watch the grand finale, like a good little boy. This is no longer an era that belongs to us." Ta Duong lay helpless in Thunder Moon's grasp, staring up in terror. The dark spirit glared, questioning everything. "Apostles of the gods? In all my years, I've never even heard of such a thing." He looked toward Tu Luong, his voice trembling with disbelief. Could there really be a divine apostle at this level? Meanwhile, Tu Luong stood tall, looking down from the heavens. Looming behind him was a colossal silhouette. From the 12 houses of the moon, the guardian of the second house Taurus, the 8-winged lunar monarch. Sunset muttered weakly, "So that is how it is. This was never a battle between mere kings." The 8 wings quivered slightly as the monarch's entire body erupted in a blinding radiance. Everyone at the base was blinded by the light, and many people collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure. Thunder Moon was not doing any better. She was being completely crushed by this overwhelming power. Hoan Nuyet, Uyen Nuyet, and the Moonlight Rabbit were no exception. Six Tails let out a roar, struggling with all his might to stay upright. What kind of power is this? The mere pressure alone is enough to shake an entire continent. She was blasted far away, screaming in agony as the entire Central Territory was wiped off the map. The Shadow Spirit watched the scene in silence, struggling to force the words out. "It is a true honor. I have no regrets left in this life," he muttered to himself, watching the light closing in on him. "After I die, I hope to become a part of the moonlight." The light showed no mercy, sweeping right through him. With those final words, his body slowly began to fade away. With his dying breath, the Shadow Spirit whispered one last time, "May it last forever." His eyes went still, as if he had completely accepted his fate. Finally, the light washed over the Shadow Spirit, and he vanished entirely from this world. A quiet night fell, and from behind the thick black clouds, a crescent moon silently emerged. Amidst the ruins of the battlefield, Hoen Nugiet and Uyen Nugiet lay motionless on the ground, each at the bottom of a deep crater. Tu Luong quietly floated up, a small silhouette against the sky. He lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh. Here we go again. Painful memories flooded back, memories of when Tu Luong didn't have a single stitch of clothing on his back. 3 years ago, it was the same scene of destruction. Everything was gone. He had been stunned by the people's worship back then. Without rhyme or reason, the world had crowned him the Moon King. Returning to reality, Tu Luong stared at his palm, lost in thought. But this time, I haven't lost my memory. That means whatever happened back then had nothing to do with the 8-winged lunar monarch. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he had realized something. Could it be? He whispered suspiciously. He quickly rushed back to the base, but seeing nothing but a pile of rubble, Tu Luong couldn't help but shout. As I thought, the protective shield was shattered. He stood there calmly, looking at the unconscious faces lying on the ground. Based on what I can see, those inside don't seem to have any casualties. The Jade Sea Moonbow must have blocked the impact. Tu Luong slowly walked toward the Moonlight Girl, thinking to himself, she probably doesn't know I lost my memories. That's why she found it so strange that I was constantly worried about a battle between emperors. One might expect him to stop and show some pity, but Tu Luong walked right past her with total indifference. He was calculating his next move. Tu Luong's silhouette grew smaller as he walked away. If I want to return to my original self, he told himself that he had to recover his lost memories first. Tu Luong's gaze landed on Sunset, who was shivering uncontrollably on the ground, his whole body shaking. He muttered, "This guy." Tu Luong recalled that burning 2 years of one's life was a signature technique of the Dark Moon cult. This method has been used since ancient times. Tu Luong's face grew serious as he thought, which means, whether you won or lost, you weren't going to survive today anyway. What was the point of a fight like this? Right then, Sunset slowly regained consciousness, his voice cutting through Tu Luong's train of thought. It seems the gods aren't watching over me after all. Tu Luong questioned him bluntly. Was your life really worth throwing away? Did you do all this just to fight me? Did you really hope the Moon God Festival reward could save you? His question was so sudden that it made the man fall silent for a moment. Then, Sunset let out a mocking smirk. For the great Moon King, that's a pretty ridiculous question to ask. His weak voice echoed in the air. As a member of the Moonlight faction, is it so wrong to want to surpass the strongest person in my own element? Sunset lay there, but his words remained sharp. As long as I could defeat you, my life was a price I was willing to pay. Too bad the gap was just too wide. Perhaps even the gods think this is a joke. Sunset asked a fine. Tu Luong thought to himself that at this point, there was no reason to keep insulting him. Ta Duong let out a faint laugh and muttered, "Thanks. Finally, I got to hear a lie that actually makes me happy. Moon King, listen closely to what I'm about to tell you. This might be the reason behind your memory loss." Those words made his eyes widen. He pressed his lips together, hanging onto every single syllable. Ta Duong spoke with great difficulty, even though the one I faced back then might have been the 8-winged Moon Lord. He pictured the 8-winged Lord in his mind and continued, but for some reason, even if that scene happened all over again, the unsettling feeling in my gut would never go away. That incident wiped out a third of the North Realm territory. But no one ever mentions where those people went. It is like they were just erased from existence. A massive question mark hangs over it all. Were they really just forgotten like that? The thought left him stunned. Tiny specks of light began to swirl around Ta Duong. He hesitated for a moment. Moon King, what happened back then? It definitely wasn't that simple. Then, Ta Duong's body slowly started to dissolve into the wind. He did not forget to leave behind one last sentence before departing this world. Take care of yourself. With those final words, Ta Duong completely vanished into thin air. Only a faint glow remained in front of Tu Luong. He stood there in total silence, processing everything he had just heard. A wave of unease washed over him. Tu Luong looked up and said bitterly, "With the death of the very last member, the Black Moon sect has finally come to an end, but I don't feel happy at all." He clenched his hands into tight fists. Tu Luong tried to justify it to himself. The reason I lost my memories, it has nothing to do with the Black Moon sect after all. He reached out his hand, almost touching the glowing specks that reflected his face, his mind filled with doubt. But that existence that caused a third of the North Realm to be forgotten, I still can't reach it yet. Tu Luong tightened his grip again, his whole body trembling. But a moment later, he had no choice but to let go and relax his hands. Standing alone in the vast, dark void, he let out a long sigh, trying to shake off the heavy weight crushing his chest. Feeling helpless, Tu Luong ran his fingers through his hair and groaned, Why do I feel so heavy? At least the immediate threat is finally over. Exhausted, he muttered to himself. No matter what happens next, I can finally relax for a little while. Tu Luong gently brushed his robe back and collapsed onto the ground, wanting nothing more than to rest after such a long, grueling day. A few hours later, a voice echoed through the space. I guess it is all over now, huh? Luke Vi scratched his head with a grimace and complained. Just the after effects of that pressure kept us blacked out for several hours. London, standing beside him, chimed in. Well, it was the eight-winged Moon Lord. After all, she turned her head, frowning in thought. I assume all those spectators have already left, right? Suddenly, Luke V's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His face went pale, overcome with sheer terror. London followed his gaze. Her jaw dropped, and she broke into a cold sweat at the sight of a white deer standing right in front of them. Kiep Nguyet closed its eyes, radiating a cold, majestic beauty. From a distance, Amphi nimbly leaped over the obstacles. Approaching them, she raised both hands and asked with a mischievous, squinty-eyed grin, So, how was it? Van Vu Hai? Amphi kept her eyes on Kiep Nguyet while probing for a reaction. Was the opening ceremony I organized for the Moon God Festival exciting enough for you? She gestured wildly, chattering with excitement. The fragments of the moon radiance are finally coming together. The Seven Strings and White Deer clans still haven't made a move yet. What should we do? Just then, a voice cut her off. Current Moon God, stop right there. Don't interfere with the Moon God Festival any further. Kiepengayet opened its eyes and spoke with heavy emphasis. From here on out, I won't allow you to cause any more trouble in the North Realm. Amphi was completely stunned by those words. She stared blankly at Kiepengayet, but then her attitude flipped a full 180 degrees. The fear from before was gone. Instead, she had a beaming smile and teased, Ooh, so scary. Amphi playfully skipped around Kiepengayet and explained, You have got it all wrong. I didn't interfere with the Moon God Festival on my own. Her eyes sparkled as she rubbed her chin, putting on a devious little face. Actually, it was some little brat who stole the Book of the Moon and won the battle between emperors. After saying that, she acted all cute and winked. That is totally worth a reward, don't you think? Amphi didn't even give Kiepengayet a chance to respond. She just kept babbling as she walked away. You don't need to worry your little head about it anymore. After getting some distance, she turned back, pulled down one of her eyelids, and stuck out her tongue. Lord Pure White, Kiepengayet. Kiepengayet didn't say a word, just coldly watched, as Amphi vanished in an instant. Kiepengayet remained as still and silent as always. Its eyes narrowed slightly, showing a trace of helplessness that was hard to spot. A moment later, its gaze slowly shifted downward. The one who caught Kiepengayet's attention was none other than Hoen Nguyet, who was lying motionless on the cold ground, looking completely broken. It's going to be okay. Tu Luong looks like a total prince while he is deep in sleep, his face so peaceful that you would not dare disturb him. Suddenly, a sly smirk creeps onto his lips, as if he is hiding a massive secret. After a long silence, Kiepengayet turns around and walks away. His figure fades into the thick white mist. Half an hour later, Luke Vi is still breaking out in a cold sweat, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She bites her lip and gulps hard, pure panic written all over her face. She is paralyzed with fear, unable to believe they are even in this situation. Are we actually still alive? Luke V quickly realizes that the person just now was the overlord of the Cloud Mist Sea, the deity of the White Deer tribe, the creator of the Seven Mysteries Pure White Kiepengayet and the current Moon Goddess, Silent Moon Queen Tai Amphi. Pure White Kiepengayet has not appeared for 20,000 years, and he did not even show up for the previous era's Moon Goddess Festival. Luke Vi whispers nervously, noting that based on their conversation, the two gods still seem to be bitter enemies. London stands beside her, looking just as confused. He stammers, saying that the gods do not give a damn about our existence. He quickly comes up with a plan and says, We need to act like nothing happened. Do not say a single word to anyone. Luke Vi can only nod her head frantically, following his lead. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy streaks past, scaring the life out of them. They are so terrified that their hair stands on end. Both of them spin around as Luke Vi screams at the top of her lungs. Who is it this time? Waivu and Kung Yet immediately appear before them and demand, Was a god really just here? Luke Vi scowls, thinking to herself that humans can actually sense the presence of a deity. London is also puzzled, wondering when they arrived since he did not notice them at all. Kung Niet, standing in the palm of Waivu's hand, looks up and confirms, "They are gone now, so there is no need to worry." Luke Vi points her finger at the two newcomers and shouts, "Enough! Stop playing these mind games. Who the hell are you people?" Waivu closes her eyes and introduces herself calmly. "You two noble Nine Hell Emperors. I am Bic Waivu, the Beastmaster of the Twin Moon sect, just a humble mortal not worth mentioning." Luke Vi and Lon Don both look annoyed, but they still listen closely. "You two arrived in the northern region without a proper welcome, so I apologize on behalf of the Jade Moon Empire." Waivu gently lifts Kung Niet up and smiles. "Also, this lady in my hand seems to have something to say to you." Kung Niet, in the form of a bird, remains silent while staring at them with her piercing green eyes. The two emperors shiver under that cold gaze, their faces turning pale as they stand there helplessly. Suddenly, Luke Vi drops to both knees as if she has met a supreme being. She is terrified. Her face completely drained of color. Just one look and I am down? Could she be? At that moment, Kung Niet spreads her wings and flies out of Waivu's hand. In the blink of an eye, her entire body glows in midair, a light so brilliant it blinds Luke Vi. Her emerald hair flows in the wind as Kung Niet's voice rings out. He did not even bother to say hello. That guy is just as annoying as ever. The woman in the green dress, standing before them, is the Lord of the Jade Sea, Kung Niet, the seventh house of the 12 houses of the Shining Moon, the guardian of Sagittarius, and the supreme protector of the Twin Moon sect. She issues a cold warning. "You have violated my laws by entering the northern region without permission. You will not be allowed to leave for 1 year, and you are forbidden from sending out any information." Kung Niet's threatening voice makes the two emperors bow their heads in a trembling silence. "If you disobey, the Star Maze Moon and the Yellow Spring Road will be completely wiped out." She closes her eyes and hesitates. "Furthermore, while I cannot interfere with the initial outcome of the Moon Goddess Festival," Kung Niet reaches her arm forward. "But regarding the Moon Goddess Palace, you have broken the first rule." She mimics the pose of holding a bow, pointing 2 fingers at them. Like a threatening arrow, she can still carry out a warning punishment. High in the sky, the stars of Sagittarius align and connect. Kung Niet's posture now perfectly mirrors the legendary archer protecting the constellation of Sagittarius. Soon, 4 pitch-black vortexes appear in the sky, swirling violently as if a great disaster is taking shape. Her figure glides through the vortexes, graceful yet decisive, before stopping in front of a massive cannon standing tall in the heavens. Kung Niet coldly pulls her 2 fingers down, her eyes sharp as knives, staring straight ahead without a hint of hesitation. Immediately, light begins to gather at the tip of the cannon, with every spark of spiritual energy focusing on a single point. In an instant, a blinding white blast of spiritual energy fires out, spiraling through the air with overwhelming pressure. That massive energy travels at the speed of light, tearing through several towering mountains in its path. Directly ahead is the Moon Goddess Palace. Sure enough, that terrifying blast slams straight into the heart of the palace. It triggers an explosion that shakes the very foundations of the earth, causing the mountain range to crumble into massive pieces. Just a moment later, the ground where the impact hit was transformed into a massive, gaping crater, with thick black smoke billowing into the air. Chu Nugget and the 2 envoys stood frozen amidst the ruins, unable to hide the sheer terror in their eyes. The sovereign of the Moon Goddess Palace stood there in her stunning robes, radiating a seductive yet deadly charm. She marched forward with a deep scowl, her furious energy still. It felt as if she was about to crush everything in her path, so the woman had no choice but to bow her head and beg for mercy. "Great sovereign of lunar radiance, the Moon Goddess Palace has absolutely no intention of provoking you. Please, I beg you, calm your anger." The sovereign whirled around in a rage and barked, "Who authorized the deployment of the 9-turn Jade Forest? Step forward right now." At that exact moment, a pair of feet slowly stepped out from the shadows. 2 feet clasped her hands together, her face clouded with a deep sadness as she stood before the sovereign to take the blame for the mistake. Seeing this, the sovereign issued her cold command. From this moment on, 2 Fee is stripped of her rank in the 10 Pillars and must leave the Moon Goddess Palace within 3 days. She could only bow her head and whisper a soft, broken response, "Yes, ma'am." 2 Fee walked alone through the thick of the night, with only the pale sliver of a crescent moon silently watching over her lonely silhouette. She paused, leaning her back against a cold wall. Tu Fi pulled out a photograph, her eyes lingering on the image, filled with a silent, unspoken sorrow. She gripped the photo of herself and a white-haired man, her heart aching with a regret that just would not go away. Why does everyone say the northern region branch of the Moon Goddess Palace doesn't exist? Big sister clearly told me she was going there to take over as the branch leader. Tu Fi whispered tiredly, her voice a fragile mix of resentment and desperation. What really happened 3 years ago? Can you give me an answer now? She looked up at the crescent moon and called out softly to the void. Guiet Fuang, Tu Luang, my grandson. The scene then shifts to Tu Luang, who is still lost deep within his own dreams. Slowly, Tu Luang opened his eyes, and he was completely stunned by the sight before him. Tu Luang bolted upright and asked himself, "Where on earth am I?" He looked around frantically, but he had no clue where he had ended up. Tu Luang squinted into the distance and saw a tiny, blurry shadow. It was none other than Fi, with those sparkling eyes and incredibly long ears. He stared at it blankly for a long moment before blurting out a sound. Then, it finally clicked, and Tu Luang let out a startled yell. "A moonlight rabbit!" He hunched over, whispering in total disbelief. Why the hell is there a moonlight rabbit in a place like this? Tu Luang could not help himself. He reached out his palm, wanting to touch the creature, but before he could do anything, Fi clutched its body and started flailing around. "You creep! What do you think you're doing?" That reaction caught him completely off guard. He broke out in a cold sweat, fumbling around in a panic and wondering what to do. "What?" Tu Luang snapped out of it, frowning as he asked point blank, "Wait a minute, you can actually talk?" He watched its smug gestures with intense curiosity. Tu Luang reasoned that finding a high-level beast that could speak was rare enough, but for a low-level one, that should be absolutely impossible. He stood up and pointed his finger right at its face. "Stop the act. What exactly are you, and where is this place?" After getting bombarded by Tu Luang, Fi just sighed and complained. "How rude. I specifically came here to give you a gift, you know." He leaned back, looking surprised as he repeated, "A gift?" It tilted its chin up and smiled. "Of course. It is your reward for the Moon Goddess Festival." Fi playfully circled around him, listing off things like the remaining pages of the Book of the Moon, supreme beasts, hybrid beauties, or even immortality. It looked at Tu Luang with mischievous eyes and asked softly, "Tu Luang, what is it that you truly want?" Without even waiting for an answer, Fi kept rambling on. "Oh, I forgot. My Book of the Moon was already stolen by you, wasn't it?" He was stunned and grew suspicious. "Your Book of the Moon? So you're that little brat?" Tu Luang scanned the creature from head to toe. Then it hit him. This was the current moon goddess, the Tears of the Moon, Fi, the winner of the last Moon Goddess Festival. Tu Luang bit his lip, thinking to himself, "So this is my guide within the dream, but I am not the one who is supposed to replace the current moon goddess." Fi looked up, cutting straight to the point. "Fine, I will stop playing around. Host of the Golden Butterfly Palace, I will be blunt with you." It called out to him, without any hesitation. "Join my side and win this Moon Goddess Festival." Tu Luang was hit with one shock after another and protested, "What are you talking about? I am an apostle of lunar radiance. We are literally on opposing sides." Fi smirked and whispered, "My boy, do you still not get it?" Its flesh and fur began to shift and transform, slowly taking on a human shape. Fi beckoned him, "Bring the Golden Butterfly Palace to my side." Now in the form of Thuong Nuyet, it spoke, "You want to defeat the great emperor Thuong Nuyet, don't you?" Tu Luang was floored by this new appearance. He turned his head away, acting like he didn't care, but Fi kept trying to convince him. "Whether it is the great emperor, Thuong Nuyet, or something even more powerful, I can help you crush them with ease." It leaned in close and nudged Tu Luang's shoulder provocatively. "Your weak little friends can't exactly do that for you, can they?" Yin Empress lowered her face, her voice cold and sharp. "That moonlight rabbit of yours is nothing more than a defective failure. I have had to dilute its bloodline over countless generations." As she spoke, a mysterious pink aura swirled around, enveloping Tu Luang. Yin Empress gently tilted his chin up, her hand pressing against his cheek as she spoke in a seductive, enchanting tone. "Just give up on them already. I can grant you the power to trample over everything in your path. I can even help you leave behind a perfect bloodline with the most beautiful beast in this world." Right at that moment, Tu Luang's eyes widened. It was as if he had seen something strange. In truth, he was remembering the people who were currently by his side. Tu Luang immediately brushed Yin Empress's hand away and gave her a blunt answer. "I refuse. She gasped in surprise, questioning him. Why? I can satisfy every single one of your desires. Yin Empress smoothed her hair and added another point. That little brat from the Flying Rabbit Palace back then was just like you. But in the end, he followed his heart and joined me. She reached her hand out toward Tu Luong as if trying to coax him. Your existence is even more vital to me. So I do not mind if you want to act out or throw a little tantrum right now. He quickly grabbed her wrist and fired back. No, you are wrong. Tu Luong's voice grew sharper and more firm. The moon goddess might be able to grant any wish, but she does not get to decide the final winner of the Moon God Festival. Frowning, Tu Luong struck a nerve. The only reason you are trying to win me over right now is that you are worried about me, are you not? Worried that the Apostle of Moon Radiance will be the one to claim the final throne? His words made her face darken with irritation. You have no right to judge my companions. One day, I will take those weaklings you talk about. Tu Luong growled. And defeat every single apostle under your command to seize the final throne of the Moon God Festival. He yelled out a curse. Before Moon Radiance triumphs, you had better wait in agony, despair, and torment. Hearing this, she glared at him, fuming at his insults. Yet, Yin Empress did not lift a finger to hurt him. Instead, she just chuckled. A second later, she looked up at the sky and burst into a fit of crazed, manic laughter. Yin Empress used her spiritual energy to revert to her original form. She slipped out of Tu Luong's grip and spoke. Fine then, Apostle of Moon Radiance. She stood before him as an adorable rabbit, throwing down the gauntlet. If you are really that confident, then I will wait patiently. Her eyes glowed intensely as she emphasized her words. The Flying Rabbit Palace is about to be reborn, and my descendants, who have evolved to perfection, will return soon. Suddenly, a pitch-black vortex swirled around them. She slowly sank into the circle, issuing one last challenge. The invincible solar eclipse of October is waiting for you. Before vanishing completely, she did not forget to leave him with one final message. From this moment on, it is the Moon King, Tu Luong, against the current moon goddess of the Yin Empress faction. Hearing that, Tu Luong looked up. He looked stunned. 3 beams of white light shot past his face out of nowhere. He closed his eyes and suddenly leaned back. He slowly faded away from that place. His eyes shut tight as if his mind were weighed down by deep thoughts. A single phrase echoed in his head. I will fight until my very last breath. The scene shifts to 10 days after the Battle of the Emperors. Everyone was working together to rebuild their homes. A scavenger cleaning up the battlefield stood on a cold cliffside. Looking out at the construction, a voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Well? Adat asked, standing beside her. Do you feel anything? Aylin trembled violently as she replied, It is terrifying. Even after 10 days, the aura of those 2 overlords has not faded. He looked up at the sky and set a goal. Before the Moon God Festival reaches its peak, we should finish our investigation and evacuate as soon as possible, Adat reasoned. Half of the 10 yin pillars guarded by the Moon Goddess Palace have fallen to the enemy. The Flying Rabbit Palace, the leader of the 10 moon eclipses, is descending. From now on, it will be the era of monsters. He turned to her and asked a question. Based on your calculations, what are the odds for the current Moon King, Tu Luong? Aylin went silent for a few seconds. As if running numbers in her head, she whispered, 0.08%. Adat heard this and shouted in shock. What? How can they be that high? Aylin said nothing, only opening her book to check. It read, Western Region, Gemini, Bach, Duyet Han 0.018%. Southern Region, Emperor Thuong, Nguyet 0.03%. Central Region, Holy Maiden Chu Ngiet 0.001%. Northern Region, Moon King Tu Luong 0.08%. He took back his doubt, replacing it with absolute trust. If that is your judgment, then it must be right. Adat thought back to the past. 3 years ago, the full moon stayed in the sky for 30 days and nights. Since then, our gods have fallen into a deep sleep. Even if the odds are slim, the culprit must be among those moonlight apostles. Tu Luong had once stated that those numbers were the exact probability of defeating the gods to return to reality, but deep down, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. No matter who it is, once they are discovered, our cult from the other world will hunt them down to the very end. The words hunt and kill echoed ominously, sounding like a grim omen of the tragedy about to strike. The scene shifts to a simple tent pitched amidst the smoldering ashes of a battlefield that had finally gone quiet. Outside, 2 people stood guard. Inside, Tu Luong was lying on a soft, comfortable bed, his eyes tightly shut, as if he were still lost in a deep dream. A moment later, he slowly fluttered his eyelids open. The first thing that came into Tu Luong's view was Hoan Nguyet and her very impressive figure. As it turned out, the soft bed he was resting his head on was actually her lap. Hoan Nguyet looked a bit surprised to see Tu Luong waking up. Before he could even process where he was, she started nagging him. "If you are awake, then get up already. Stop being so lazy, you have been out for days." Tu Luong just stared blankly, his eyes completely glued to her chest. Without saying a word, he simply closed his eyes again, leaving Hoan Nguyet looking totally bewildered. In his mind, Tu Luong called out to the moon book, and the beast information panel immediately flashed before him. It showed an update for the silver-winged moon monarch, a moonlight type at the emperor rank, currently in a sealed state. Because his current level was too low, he could only unlock it by raising the host to a 7-star rank, or by gathering the explosive energy of 100 billion low-level glimmering butterflies. However, the unlocking conditions could be triggered temporarily under certain circumstances. As for the low-level moonlight glimmering butterflies, there were 132,422,834,056 of them, all currently sealed. Due to his low level, the host could not summon them all at once. On a full moon, he could summon 100,000, but at any other time, the maximum limit was only 10,000. There was also the intermediate moonlight jade tail rabbit with a waning moon constitution, and the high-level lake moon. He furrowed his brows in thought. He had assumed that if they had a falling out, the moon book would be confiscated, but it seemed the other party didn't actually have that power. Thinking Tu Luong had fallen back asleep, Hoan Nguyet didn't hesitate to flick his forehead hard. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" After taking that physical hit, a large bump started forming on Tu Luong's forehead, forcing him to open his eyes. He turned over and rubbed his face against Hoan Nguyet's lap like a spoiled. She was honestly at a loss for words seeing Tu Luong act so childishly. With his face still pressed against her lap, he lazily asked, "How many days have I been asleep?" Just then, Yen Nguyet walked in, crossing her arms as she added, "Still dreaming, are we?" Seeing her, Tu Luong felt a jolt of embarrassment. He quickly sat up and let out a few fake coughs to try and play it cool. Tu Luong felt a headache coming on as he sensed the deadly tension between the two women. They were locked in an intense stare-down, and he thought to himself, "I completely forgot that Yen Nguyet was here too." He waved his hands around awkwardly to hide his embarrassment, trying to act calm as he asked, "Wait, what? What is the situation right now?" Hoan Nguyet, sitting beside him, explained that the school was being rebuilt and the northern region was relatively peaceful. But the central region, Yen Nguyet interrupted. "The 7 stars of Hoan Nguyet have appeared in the central region and are frantically attacking the 10 yin pillars. The moon god palace can only hold out for half a month at most." Tu Luong listened. "Once all the 10 yin pillars are destroyed, the legendary guardian of the flying rabbit palace will be resurrected." She closed her eyes, speaking in a mysterious tone. "When that happens, the true moon god festival will finally be revealed." He leaned forward, questioning her seriously. "Who exactly is this guardian of the flying rabbit palace?" Yen Nguyet sighed gloomily, explaining that she once led the 7 stars to hunt down the final winner of the moon god festival in the previous era. She then pointed it out directly. Originally the 8th of the 12 lunar radiance protectors of the flying rabbit palace, she is now the leader of the lunar eclipse 10 moons, Bai Yuqing. Yen Nguyet's next words left Tu Luong completely stunned. And the master of Bai Yuqing was none other than the moon king of the previous era. It felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him. Tu Luong's eyes widened in shock. He thought of someone, recalling a scene filled with bodies lying everywhere and a majestic throne at the top of the stairs, wondering to himself, wasn't the final winner of the Moon God Festival in the last era supposed to be the strongest creature of the Moonlight system? Doubts immediately filled Tu Luong's mind. Why would an existence like that betray the Lunar Radiance faction? To think they became the strongest unit of the lunar sect. He scowled, deeply lost in his own thoughts. Wait, if they won the last Moon God Festival, why are we talking about a resurrection? Tu Luong asked clearly. Why exactly was she sealed in the first place? Yen Ingiet's face flushed slightly as she gave a vague answer. That, I don't know. I have no idea what happened after I fell into that deep sleep. He looked at her expression and immediately realized something was off. Why is she reacting so strongly? It's like she's hiding something. Meanwhile, Hoan Nguyet puffed out her cheeks, staring intensely at Tu. She felt a bit hurt, thinking to herself, why are they both suddenly so quiet? Did something happen between them while I wasn't around? In her imagination, The two of them were walking hand in hand, looking perfectly happy together. Ho Nguyen struggled with the thought. Do they have a little secret of their own now? Without realizing it, she clenched her fists tight. A moment later, a scream of pure agony erupted from the hut, scaring off a flock of birds that took flight in a panic. Tu Luong stumbled outside with a footprint from someone's kick, still clearly marked on his back. He leaned against a tree, feeling totally wronged, and muttered, "What did I do wrong this time?" He glanced back, holding a grudge in his heart. That woman really didn't hold back. Just you wait. I'm definitely going to teach her a lesson later. He didn't notice the prisoner being escorted away at first. Once he got himself together, Tu Luong finally caught sight of the commotion. He looked at the woman bound in red cords, her body covered in messy ink stains, and realized it was Nine-Turn Jade Lan. With scratches all over her face, she shot a glare toward Tu Luong, gritting her teeth in pure rage. He stood there silently as Jade Lan was shoved forward by two guards. They kept shouting at her to move faster. This caused Tu Luong to turn his head and watch her go, his eyes full of sorrow as a thought crossed his mind. Since it was just a temporary contract, she didn't have to die along with the Black Moon Holy Mountain, right? Suddenly, Wai Vu and Kung Yet landed on his shoulders to greet him. "Grandmaster, we are about to set off for the Azure Moon Empire." Seeing his silence, she continued, "What are your plans from here on out?" Her question made Tu Luong pause and think. His plans? He thought back to that brutal battle. Before this, his only goal was just surviving the clash between the kings. He hadn't given the future much thought until the arrogant image of Yin Fi flashed through his mind. It seemed he finally had his answer. If he was going to declare war on the current moon goddess, then his next move was obvious. Tu Luong laid out a new plan. First, he had to strengthen his lineup to become even more powerful, crush everyone in his path, and reach the final stage of the Moon God Emperor. His gaze turned incredibly sharp as he got lost in his own head. Only then could he finally stand face to face with that prideful goddess. He wanted to drag her off that throne, completely unaware that someone was calling his name. "Grandmaster!" Wai Vu tilted her head and called out respectfully again. "Grandmaster!" Tu Luong suddenly blurted out, "Hey, can I hitch a ride with you guys?" She was taken aback, letting out a confused, "Huh?" He quickly made up a random excuse and laughed. "I have just never been to the Azure Moon Empire before. A journey through the Bichnuiet Empire." Ivu stood there, dazed for a moment, her eyes wide with shock, before she clumsily raised her hand. "Yes, sir." Hearing that, Tu Luong turned away, rubbing his chin as he fell deep into thought. The Bichnuiet Empire seems to be located right near those ruins from 3 years ago. He asked himself, if he went back there, could he finally uncover the truth about his past? Standing behind him, Wai Vu looked at Tu Luong's back and felt like something was off. The great leader seemed different than before. She remembered his once strict face and compared it to the cold, terrifying apostle who used to follow the gods' every footstep. Then, the image of his bright smile from just a moment ago flashed in her mind, making Wai Vu blush. She muttered, "He's different now." The scene shifts to the northern border, where a massive bird is soaring through the clouds. Wai Vu gently placed her hands over her stomach and gave a respectful bow. "Thank you all for coming all this way to pick us up." She brushed her hair aside, speaking elegantly. "Even though the great leader doesn't really need our protection," the woman in the bird mask nodded. "I understand. Our job is to make sure the great leader doesn't get bored during this trip." Silver Rabbit also chimed in. "All right, from now on, everyone stay on high alert." The three of them stood on the bird's back, staring out into the distance. Tu Luong's eyes nearly popped out at the sight before him, and he gasped, "You can actually use a beast like this?" Tu Luong was shocked to see a hot spring. Besides restaurants and inns, they even built a hot spring on its back. Meanwhile, Ho Nguyen was lounging on a red chair. She closed her eyes, soaking in the atmosphere. In the hot spring, another beast was submerged, looking completely relaxed. He quietly walked in while Ho Nguyen was playing around, splashing water at the white rabbit, until it had to raise a white flag in surrender. She turned her head, saw him, and said happily, "You're finally here." But Tu Luong was still thinking, should I build something on the back of the cloud chaser later? This left Ho Nguyen a bit confused, and she shouted, "What are you just standing there for? Get your clothes off and get in here." He froze, letting out a confused, "Huh?" Tu Luong suddenly realized, wait a second, even if you guys are beasts, you're still girls. He closed his eyes and walked straight ahead, wondering if he even should be taking a hot spring bath. Besides, There shouldn't be any secrets between a master and his beasts anyway. Tu Luong slowly took off his coat, tossed his clothes on the ground, and quickly jumped into the water. Soaking in the warm water, Tu Luong let out a sigh of relief. This feels amazing. Ho Nungiet saw how happy he was, but noticed he was keeping his distance, which gave her a bold idea. Ho Nungiet slowly crawled closer, making him ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" She gently touched his cheek, her eyes sparkling as she spoke in a seductive tone. "I read in novels that it's supposed to be embarrassing for a man and a woman to bathe together, right?" Hoan Nguyen squeezed both his cheeks and complained, "Why isn't your face red? Why isn't your heart racing?" Tu Luong went blank and thought, "This stupid deer." He squinted at her and explained, "Aren't you running around naked every day in your beast form anyway? Is there really a difference between being on land and being in the water?" Hoan Nguyen rubbed her chin and argued, "No way, you're definitely faking it." She moved around him, inspecting every angle. "I need to check this thoroughly." She was determined to find a way. "I have to make sure he never gets the chance to use the woman card against me again. She successfully caught my attention, and there's no way I'm letting this chance to find out his secrets slip away." She lifted her front leg out of the water. In an instant, it transformed into a slender hand, beckoning Tu Luong. Hoan Nguyen had suddenly turned into an incredibly beautiful young woman. She naturally tumbled into his arms, and Tu Luong reflexively caught her. His face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he couldn't help but feel completely flustered. "Hold on." Hoan Nguyen's seductive curves were now pressed right against Tu Luong's six-pack abs. He was so embarrassed, his whole body started heating up, his head spinning as he wondered what on earth was happening. Meanwhile, she rested her cheek against his chest and whispered in confusion, "Why did I forcibly transform into a human? It's still a long time until the full moon." Suddenly, Hoan Nguyet's eyes went wide, and she said in surprise, "Huh?" Hoan Nguyet looked down at her chest and asked innocently, "What are these things?" When she looked up at him, Tu Luong quickly turned his head away. Hoan Nguyet just kept staring at him, not even blinking once. She suddenly stood up, making Tu Luong even more embarrassed. Hoan Nguyen took the chance to press herself against him, grinning as she questioned, "Come on, tell me, what are these?" While Tu Luong was dying of embarrassment and looking away, Hoan Nguyen was having the time of her life teasing him. "Isn't this exactly what I saw in those novels?" Her hands playfully explored everywhere. Turns out the legendary Moon King is just like this, no different from an ordinary guy. Tu Luong's face was red as a beet as he grumbled, "Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the legendary Moon King? I was originally just a normal guy." Hoan Nguyen asked skeptically, "Hey, I clearly have you cornered, so what's with that attitude?" When he didn't answer, she stepped closer and pressed him further. "Shouldn't your reaction be a bit bigger than this?" Tu Luong couldn't take it anymore. He reached out, grabbed Hoan Nguyen, and shouted, "Hey, quit messing around." She struggled uncomfortably and shoved his hand away. Whether it was on purpose or an accident, his hand slid right down onto her chest. Hoan Nguyet's eyes went wide, and her whole body froze. Tu Luong stood there like an idiot for 3 seconds, feeling the weight of those massive buns in his hand getting heavier by the moment. Hoan Nguyet's expression shifted from confusion to pure panic, her entire face turning bright red. She stammered, unable to find her words. Tu Luong also stared wide-eyed at the beast girl in front of him. Seeing her reaction, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. He then wrapped his arm around Hoan Nguyen, pulling her close, and whispering in her ear, "Don't make such a scene. Don't you know the charm of the Three Beauties tribe better than anyone?" Now, Hoan Nguyen looked anxious, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Tu Luong's voice suddenly turned cold and sharp. "After taking liberties like that, do you really think you can just walk away so easily?" Hoan Nguyen didn't say a word. Instead, she suddenly opened her mouth wide. You'd think she was going to scream, but no, she took a massive bite right out of Tu Luong's shoulder. The pain was so intense he let out a house-shaking scream. Yen Nguyen, who was relaxing, was jolted awake by the ear-splitting yell. Wondering what on earth happened, she saw Tu Luong trudging out with a look of utter disappointment. Noticing the teeth marks on his neck, Yen Nguyen stared, but he quickly made an excuse, claiming it was just a mosquito bite. After saying that, Tu Luong turned and walked straight out, leaving the older girl standing there dazed. Yen Nguyen just stared blankly and thought to herself, "That guy is way too calculating." Stepping out of the bathroom, Tu Luong crossed his arms and was deep in thought. Honestly, he really wanted to sign a contract with her right now so she'd understand the true relationship between a master and a beast. But with his current 1-star rank, he couldn't summon her anymore. He reached up to touch the bite mark on his neck and sighed, thinking about the intimate contact they had today. The scene shifts to the northern region of the Blue Moon Empire, a place filled with modern skyscrapers. Tu Luong's crane landed on the rooftop of a building. The sheer glamour of the city left him in awe. The Blue Moon Empire is incredibly prosperous. Meanwhile, the silver rabbit and white crane were fixated on Tu Luong's collar. Why is the Grandmaster always pulling at his collar? Yi Wu chimed in to answer his confusion. Actually, the Blue Moon Empire only reached this level of development in recent years. It's all thanks to the imperial decree from Lord Sagittarius. Lord Sagittarius once said that technology 10,000 years ago was hundreds of times more advanced than it is now. Hearing this, he turned back to listen intently. Yi Wu continued. However, because of an all-out war between two overlords, every electronic device in the world was destroyed, and technology was set back tens of thousands of years. Tu Luong asked in shock, "Every electronic device in the entire world?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, it also caused the deaths of billions of people." Of course, both overlords were severely punished afterward. Standing to the side, Yen Nguyen thought irritably, "This idiot doesn't even know who the two overlords are, and he still claims he'll help me get the Peach Pit back. The Ice Queen is breaking tradition to join the Moon Goddess Festival this time, probably because she hasn't been able to completely crush the Flying Rabbit Palace yet. She must have been suppressing her rage for tens of thousands of years." At that thought, she let out a worried sigh. "Tu Luong, you better stay out of this, or you'll end up dead in no time." At this point, he spoke loudly to everyone. "All right, let's head out on our own from here. You guys can just drop us off." Immediately after, a powerful gust of wind blew as Honenguyet appeared in her beast form for Tu Luong to ride. The strong wind kicked up dust, stinging the eyes of the girls nearby. By the time the dust cleared, he was nowhere to be found. The silver rabbit looked up at the sky and asked, "Come to think of it, do you guys still remember the Moon King's original appearance?" Hearing that, the white crane asked, "Are you talking about the day the heavenly abyss appeared?" Yi Wu added, "How could we ever forget?" The silver rabbit shook her head in frustration and said, "I never imagined the Grandmaster would be taking his spirit beast out to enjoy the scenery like this." The white crane agreed. "I used to think he didn't even have basic human emotions." However, Yi Wu had a strong reaction when she heard them talking like that. "All right, that's enough." Her voice was filled with emotion as she recalled that day. "Actually, the ones who fear and respect the Moon King the most aren't outsiders, it's us, the apostles who witnessed the miracle with our own eyes." Her mind was now filled only with the grand image of Tu Luong. The scene shifts to a snow-capped mountain range, shrouded in eternal mist, known as the North Abyss. Down there lies a strangely shaped chasm. Looking into that deep abyss, Su Liang speaks up. That is exactly why it is called the Twin Moon Cult. He then turns to give orders to his two subordinates, standing nearby. "I need to head inside for a bit. Make sure absolutely no one else enters." They immediately bow, accepting the command. From a distance, two members of the cleanup crew are watching Su Liang's every move. One of them speaks up, asking, "Why did the Moon King suddenly return to the territory of the Moon God Palace?" The other replies skeptically, "Princess Yun's odds were supposed to be the highest, but it looks like something went wrong. She said she could vaguely sense a divine aura coming from him. His danger level is even higher than Princess Yun's." Hearing this, Ada doesn't overthink it and says, boldly, "Tell you what, I will go in and check it out. You stay here on guard." A Ling is startled and asks, "What?" Ada doesn't explain further, only warning her, "If I die, you need to run immediately. Bump the Moon King's probability up to 100% and send a dream message to the others to gather at the North Abyss. We must all join forces to take down the Moon King." Meanwhile, Su Liang and Huan Yue are now trekking down a narrow trail. The two of them walk between high cliffs deep inside the abyss. Su Liang looks around, feeling curious. It is clearly the middle of the day, so why does it feel so suffocating? Noticing Su Liang's cautious behavior, Huan Yue, walking behind him, speaks up. "What is it? Are we lost?" He closes his eyes and says in a low voice, "No, I just have a bad feeling. This place is a bit eerie." After that, Su Liang falls silent and continues walking. His mind is racing with thoughts about the Twin Moon Cult's headquarters and the nearby Azure Moon Empire. If there really was a problem, the Azure Sea Sacred Moon Palace would have noticed it by now. The two keep heading deeper. Even though he cannot remember anything right now, following the original path should lead back to where his memories began. He believes he might find some clues here. Seeing Su Liang lost in thought, Huan Yue lets out a long sigh. In the gloomy atmosphere of this place, neither of them notices that someone is tailing them from behind. It turns out to be a Ling. After following Su Liang for quite a distance, she calculates her move and snaps her fingers. Suddenly, a strange object appears in the air, near the mouth of the chasm, looking like a massive, pitch-black dome. It then falls into the canyon at an incredible speed. Inside the canyon, Su Liang stares thoughtfully at the ground. It seems the Twin Moon cult has preserved this place very well. There aren't even any footprints. Suddenly, he flinches. His eyes widen as he comes to a dead stop, causing Huan Yue to accidentally bump into him. She asks in confusion, "What's wrong?" At this moment, Su Liang doesn't notice anything but what is right in front of him. He gasps, "How is this possible?" The thing that left Su Liang stunned is a purple notebook lying on the ground. He wonders, "Why is my diary here?" His mind flashes back to when he first transmigrated here, still dressed like a modern person. Wait, could it have been with me all along? Maybe I used to carry it with me, which is why it is still intact. And then, after I lost my memory, I must have tossed it here. The diary had been forgotten in this place, just like that. Without a second thought, Su Liang rushes toward the notebook. Even though she is confused, Huan Yue stays close behind him. Suddenly, a hand snatches the diary away. A woman dressed in a stunning red robe appears out of nowhere. She holds the notebook and cheers happily. "I found it!" This lady quickly flips through it with excitement. This is a guide left behind by the gods. But in the next second, the content inside makes her freeze. The diary is filled with rows of English text. The scribbled handwriting and meaningless drawings leave her bewildered. She wonders if the divine guidance is just too complex to understand. As for Su Liang and Huan Yue, they are both shocked to see this woman in red appear. Sensing danger, Huan Yue immediately lunges forward and demands loudly, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Su Liang is tense, trying to calculate his next move. Even though he cannot tell her cultivation level, he feels she is extremely dangerous. He shouts, "Starfall Crescent Blade." In an instant, the weapon manifests with power. The woman in red stays silent, facing the blue blade and the purple horn before her. Without another word, Crescent Blade charges forward with a cold, expressionless gaze. She leaps high into the air and strikes down. A massive force creates a burst of golden light that slams down, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Su Liang watches in horror through the cloud of dust. What happened? This power seems way too ordinary. The woman in red is still standing in the exact same spot, completely unharmed. She puts on an innocent look and asks, "What do you think you are doing? You're not actually thinking of picking a fight in broad daylight, are you?" The three on this side looked tense, their faces tightening as they realized they were facing a formidable opponent. He thought to himself, "She's right. This is the one situation most Moonlight Beastmasters try to avoid at all costs." He looked up at the scorching sun, its rays piercing through the cracks and flooding the area with blinding light. Tu Luong wondered, "If it comes down to a daytime battle, how do I handle this?" Just then, Hongwei spoke up. "Moon King, we don't really have a reason to fight you yet, so we'll take our leave for now." Seeing them walk away, Huan Yue lost her cool and lunged forward. "You think you can just leave? Drop what's in your hand first." Tu Luong shouted, "Wait." In that split second, he froze, unable to believe what his senses were telling him. This aura, it's far beyond a supreme. This person is an emperor. Tu Luong stood frozen, watching the figure in red fly away as a million thoughts raced through his mind. The Book of Moonlight didn't react. She's not a Moonlight user, so how can she hide the Jade Sea Moonbow here? Who the hell is she? Suddenly, Hongwei turned back with a chilling question. "Don't tell me. You actually know what's written on this?" Her expression twisted into something dark and sinister. "Do you know what happened in this place?" The pure coldness radiating from her left, Tu Luong speechless and paralyzed with shock. Hongwei let out a wicked laugh. "I've changed my mind. I think I'll just rip the memories right out of your head." She thrust her hand forward, unleashing dozens of pitch-black tentacles that surged toward Tu Luong. In a flash, Huan Yue intercepted the attack, shielding Tu Luong. She unleashed a burst of purple light to push back the encroaching darkness. But those black tentacles suddenly turned hard and razor-sharp. They tore right through Huan Yue, leaving her screaming in agony, unable to fight back. Tu Luong roared, "Star-sinking crescent blade." The massive blade materialized in his hand instantly, just in time to clash with the woman's giant hand. The two massive forces collided, triggering a violent shockwave. Tu Luong was sent flying back, coughing up blood as he hit the ground. Having barely escaped death, he thought, If it wasn't for the unchanging trait of this blade, I'd be a dead man right now. Looking at the absolute chaos around him and Huan Yue lying motionless, he felt a surge of panic. How? That was just a casual strike from her. Tu Luong struggled to find his feet. Is this really the price for challenging an emperor in the middle of the day? Hong Wei said calmly, just give up. Moon King. The miracles of the moonlight path only bloom under a full moon. She pulled back her hand, her voice dripping with arrogance. Right now, you're nothing more than a bug to me. This woman in red was none other than the leader of the Paramita cult, Thu Hoa Ko. She stepped forward slowly. Don't expect any miracles. The Sagittarius bow won't even realize what's happening here. Hoa Ko sneered. This is the grace bestowed upon us by the Paramita gods. Not even the Holy Land can peer into this place. Her words stung. Tu Luong gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath to force himself to stay calm. He finally spoke up. You're right about one thing. He wiped the blood from his face, a provocative smirk playing on his lips. But that's no reason for you to treat my childhood doodles like they're some kind of masterpiece. It's honestly embarrassing how much credit you're giving them. Hoa Ko's face twisted in annoyance, her confidence wavering for a moment. But then she flashed a smug grin. It doesn't matter. Once I read your memories, I'll know everything. Still, something was bugging her. So, if you've been here before, coming back to this place now, don't tell me the legendary Moon King has actually lost his memory? Tu Luong flinched, his body stiffening as his eyes shook. He couldn't find the words to deny it, and seeing his reaction left Hoa Ko stunned. Suddenly, her voice trembled, and tears began to stream down her face. So that's it, you're the one who did it. She buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. I witnessed that existence with my own eyes. And yet you've only lost a few memories. Seeing her suddenly break down like that, Tu Luong was baffled. He stayed silent, watching her with extreme caution. After her crying fit, Hoa Ko let out a scream of pure rage. From this moment on, the Paramita cult will hunt the Double Moon cult until we're all dead. She pointed a finger right at Tu Luong's face and barked, and as for me, the seventh dream, Thu Hoa Ko, I'm going to kill you right here. With that declaration of war, she let out a deafening roar, her power exploding outward and shredding her clothes to pieces. Her true form was revealed, a seductive body covered in countless mouths. Behind her, a massive, ancient red maple tree materialized. Tu Luong watched, strangely intrigued. It looks like I finally found the reason for my amnesia, even if things look pretty hopeless right now. Hoa Ko didn't waste any more words. She gestured, and the red maple tree responded to her command. Its power surged as red leaves swirled into a high-speed vortex. Facing this overwhelming attack, Tu Luong gripped his starlight crescent blade, bracing for the impact. But just a split second before the vortex could reach him, Honan Guyet lunged forward to shield. She unleashed a massive wave of energy to hold back that storm of red maple leaves. The resulting shockwave was massive, plowing up the very earth beneath them. Tu Luong was blown back, while Honan Guyet struggled just to land on her feet. Through the thick haze of dust and debris, he could barely make out her silhouette, still standing tall. As the smoke cleared, the damage became clear. Honan Guyet was covered in cuts and bruises. Her clothes were in tatters, and her legs were beginning to give out. Suddenly, Honan Guyet collapsed right in front of Tu Luong, unconscious. He watched in horror as the purple gem on her forehead fell to the ground and shattered. Tu Luong reached out and grabbed his starlight crescent blade once again. His grip on the handle tightened until his hands began to shake uncontrollably. His voice dropped to a deadly, low growl. You! In a fit of rage, Tu Luong swung his blade, unleashing a barrage of powerful blue moonlight slashes. Despite the fierce counterattack, Hoa Ko stood her ground, completely unfazed. Not a single one of his strikes managed to land on her. Hoa Ko narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself, was that an illusion just now? She looked over at the unconscious Honan Guyet and wondered, it seems this one passed out even before I could deliver a finishing blow. With a cold expression, Hoa Ko snapped her fingers to strike again. Tu Luong took the hit directly and let out a scream of pure agony. Even so, that attack wasn't enough to kill him. Despite coughing up a mouthful of blood, he refused to go down, his hands still locked firmly onto his blade. Tu Luong grit his teeth in frustration, thinking, the gap in our power is just too wide during the daytime. Even as a peak supreme of the Moonlight system, he just didn't have enough strength to stand against a standard Emperor-tier opponent. Hoa Ko mocked him loudly. Stop struggling, Moon King. You will never be able to defeat me. To be honest, killing an apostle like you isn't exactly easy. She then began to try and sweet-talk him. Even if that grudge from 3 years ago is real, I'm willing to back off for now and wait for your revenge in the future. Hoako smiled brightly and continued. So, just be a good boy and let me see your memories. Don't you want to know what really happened back then? Tu Luong didn't bother answering. He forced himself to stand upright, glaring at her with cold, murderous eyes as he leveled his massive blade at her. Hoako looked at him with pure disdain and said, Fine then, I guess negotiations are over. She then started walking toward him, step by step. But in the blink of an eye, she was suddenly right in his face, barely an arm's length away. Without warning, a giant mouth split open on Hoako's chest, and a pitch-black tentacle shot out. The thing attacked relentlessly, forcing him into a desperate struggle just to stay alive. However, appearances were deceiving. Just as she thought she had the upper hand, Hoako suddenly realized something was wrong. Tu Luong let out a small, triumphant smirk. It worked. Thanks to her constant rambling, he had enough time to figure out a way to defend himself. The secret was that during the beast food consumption challenge, the moon in the lake had stored up a massive amount of supplies. By absorbing that beast food, the energy for the moon in the lake's shield could regenerate at a rate of 5% per second. Refusing to lose, Hoako took to the air and intensified her assault. Their clash caused the ground beneath them to crack and shatter once again. Tu Luong calculated his moves as he defended, realizing that pure defense was a losing game. He had to find a way to take her down quickly. Meanwhile, Hoako seemed to be losing her mind, screaming that this was impossible. More giant mouths began to manifest all over her body. This descent into madness only made her fighting style even more savage and terrifying. Tu Luong struggled to hold her back, and his earlier confidence was quickly replaced by growing anxiety. Damn it, her attacks are too fast and too violent. My hands are about to cramp up. Sensing a gap in his defense, one of her tentacles seized the opportunity and lunged forward, trying to rip the starlight crescent blade from his hands. But the blade reacted on its own, flying up to strike the tentacle with incredible force. Tu Luong was stunned. The blade is moving by itself? A faint, ghostly hand reached out to grip the handle alongside him. It was Yen Inguyet, the spirit of the blade. Seeing him dazed, she spoke up. Don't you have someone to save? Just focus on the fight. The battle raged on. Even though he was slammed into the cliffside over and over, his will to fight never wavered for a second. His stubborn refusal to die was driving Hoako absolutely insane with rage. This time, she didn't just use 1 or 2 mouths. She used every single mouth on her body to launch a massive, coordinated strike. The sheer force of the blow sent him flying backward. Tu Luong struggled amidst the chaos of the tentacles, thinking, her attack speed is getting even faster. Hoako gloated loudly. How does it feel? You still can't stop me. In the end, you're nothing but a pathetic human. Just a puppet of the Golden Butterfly Palace. An overlord would never share a grave with the likes of you, so just give up and be obedient. Just then, the Yen Nguyen blade suddenly erupted with a strange, mystical glow. The sight left her speechless, her face frozen in disbelief, and Tu Luong finally snapped back into it, his fighting spirit reignited as he swung his glowing blade with total confidence. A powerful beam of moonlight surged upward, shooting out from the crevice and shining with a brilliant radiance. At that same moment, deep within the canyon, the ancient red maple tree was sliced clean through, leaving Hoako completely stunned. Soon after, those black tentacles vanished, and every single mouth on her body began coughing up blood simultaneously. Yen Guyet said, sadly, this time, the last bit of energy left in the scabbard has been completely drained. She turned away without even glancing at him, asking coldly, Tu Luong, how much longer are you going to let her keep talking? Aren't you supposed to be the Moon King? Don't we still have to defeat the Ice King and the Flying Rabbit Palace? But at this pathetic level, it's just not going to happen. You're truly disappointing me. Yen Guyet's words left Tu Luong completely speechless. He thought to himself, she's right, what the hell am I doing? She's just a run-of-the-mill monarch. Even though she was heavily wounded, Hoako still had a big mouth. Damn it, do you really think you can beat me in broad daylight? Then she started screaming insults like it was her job. Moon King, I have always hated you moonlight types more than anything, always acting so high and mighty, like no one else even exists. After the moon brilliance era crumbled, didn't all those arrogant overlords end up buried in the dirt anyway? How pathetic. However, Tu Luong remained completely indifferent, which only made her yell louder. Wake up, kid. The era where the moon brilliance ruled everything ended a long time ago. Despite her nasty words, Tu Luong still didn't seem to care one bit, almost as if he was focused on something else entirely. Seeing herself getting ignored, Hoako screamed in a blind rage, "Hey, you! I'm talking to you!" But his only response was silence. She was fuming, her whole body trembling as she hissed through gritted teeth. "You are making me so incredibly angry!" Hoako lunged with her tentacles again, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Just die already, Moon King." This was when he finally spoke up. "Maybe you're right, but that's exactly why I'm standing here." Tu Luong spoke softly, weighing every word. "I'm going to take that throne and bring back the moonlight, so bottom feeders like you never have to show your faces again." These words left Hoako feeling a bit dazed and confused. Suddenly, he shouted out a bold declaration, "This is the reason I was born into this era." His cry echoed through the heavens, and suddenly a pillar of light tore through the clouds, shining down into the deep canyon. That brilliant light enveloped Tu Luong, replenishing his strength. At the same time, it made Hoako's tentacles retract in pure terror. "Wait, what the hell is this?" But he didn't bother answering, staying silent as he slowly absorbed the energy from the light. Quickly, Tu Luong pulled out the Book of Moon and started his calculations. "Thanks to the 700 draws I've saved up, I've finally figured out how to take down a monarch." He raised his hand high and shouted at the top of his lungs. 700 consecutive draws. The Book of Moon flew into the air and fanned out in an impressive display. The system in Tu Luong's head announced that new beasts had been unlocked. The number of illuminated illustrations had increased. Original Color Mystic Wheel, Supreme Grade, Moonlight Element, Snow Sound Heavens Palace, Supreme Grade Moonlight Element, Ice Sleep Frozen Moonstone, Supreme Grade Moonlight Element, Waning Moon. He was now surrounded by 700 purple cards. Looking at the information, Tu Luong thought, there aren't any monarchs, but there are some incredibly rare ancient species. Then, a confident smile spread across his face. Tu Luong shouted out forcefully, "Renounce all contracts, convert everything into benefit points." As soon as he spoke, every single purple card was shredded into tiny fragments. Then they merged together and poured into Tu Luong's body. His entire being erupted in a mysterious, flickering flame. Tu Luong watched his body's reaction and cheered internally, thinking that if he absorbed all this energy, he might actually be able to break straight into the 6-star realm. However, he still felt it wasn't enough, because a 5-star realm alone couldn't defeat a monarch. An idea suddenly popped into Tu Luong's head, and he spread his arms wide, looking up at the sky and shouting, "Golden Butterfly Palace, I don't want any of this stuff. Take it all back." That sentence caused the magical light to react suddenly. Tu Luong stood perfectly still, watching as the fragments slowly faded away. He thought to himself smugly that with all this energy, the Golden Butterfly Palace could surely do it. But then, the unexpected happened, and the system returned a result that couldn't have been more shocking. Silverwing Moon Monarch. Unlock progress 0.001%. Tu Luong stood there frozen, his mind screaming in agony. How is that possible? Only 0.001% unlocked? This thing has a massive appetite. He looked at his trembling hands, feeling a wave of panic. All the energy is gone, and now I just look like a total clown. Meanwhile, Hoako had moved into a fighting stance, ready for battle. Suddenly, something appeared that made her eyes widen in total shock. A stream of light poured down from the heavens toward where Tu Luong was standing. Even he was pretty surprised by this turn of events. It turns out it wasn't the golden butterfly bow absorbing the energy, but those 100 billion glimmering butterflies from before. So that dazzling light was actually their doing. Space and time are warping. Huaji screams in a panic. What is happening? Why did it get dark so suddenly? I look up and see a massive moon. What? The moon is rising? I look at Su Liang, completely bewildered, thinking to myself, he actually forcibly changed the celestial phenomenon. This guy isn't just some messenger. Right now, his face wears the smile of a winner. I warned you. If you had just handed over my diary, it would never have come to this. With that, a beam of light pierces straight through Huaji's heart. Then, the light explodes violently, splitting the massive ancient tree in half once again. The tentacles on Huaji's body begin to vanish, and her physical form dissolves along with the red leaves. Before turning to dust, she gives a faint smile and says, "Moon King." As she speaks, Huaji fades into nothingness, leaving only red leaves scattered everywhere. Su Liang watches as the red smoke slowly dissipates and drifts out of the canyon. He lets out a sigh and says irritably, You have literally vanished into thin air, and you still claim you won? Seeing that things have settled, Su Liang relaxes and sits down, complaining, I am exhausted. He collapses onto the ground, closing his eyes to enjoy the peace. Let me just lie here for a second, and then I will figure it out. Suddenly, a voice rings out from nowhere, jolting Su Liang awake. That is right. We did win. From behind a rock, a girl in a flared black dress slowly steps out. She is Ju Meng, the sister of Hua Ji, the seventh dream. Ju Meng walks over to a red leaf floating in a pool of blood and says, Seventh sister, you were absolutely right. It is a good thing you had me hide in the shadows first, because if we had shown up together, he definitely would have wiped us both out. This was why, even when she saw her sister being beaten until her soul shattered, she could not show herself, no matter how much she wanted to. As she speaks, her sorrowful expression is replaced by a smug grin. But now, there is no reason for us to lose anymore. Fearless and confident, Ju Meng walks up to Su Liang, her voice dripping with disdain. Even if you have surpassed the realm of an apostle, it is all over now. She asserts firmly that the invincible Moon King will die right here. Hearing Ju Meng's words, Su Liang is obviously pissed. However, he is truly exhausted and running on fumes. Just as she is about to step closer, Huan Yue's voice suddenly rings out. What is going on? Why is the moon out? Hearing this, Ju Meng turns around curiously to look. Huan Yue slowly wakes up with a million questions in her head. Did I sleep until nightfall? While still dazed, she suddenly catches the eye of a stranger. A stranger is staring at her intently, and she notices Ju Meng standing dangerously close to Su Liang. He is lying helpless on the ground, and it looks like she has bad intentions. Huan Yue immediately enters a defensive stance, thinking to herself, she is not human. To be precise, this woman is another emperor. Ju Meng looks at Huan Yue with a judgmental, silent gaze. After a moment, she lets out a sigh and says mockingly, after witnessing that battle, I can confirm this dear girl poses zero threat. She turns her gaze toward the starlight crescent blade and continues her critique. This blade just used up its last bit of strength. It is no longer dangerous at all. Then she starts calculating under her breath. The only real concern now is the overlord of the Sagittarius Palace. It will take 5 minutes for it to descend. Wait, no, that overlord does not follow the rules. I need to eliminate the risk within 1 minute. Actually, 10 seconds should be enough. With that, she raises her hand and snaps her fingers. Suddenly, a ginormous black umbrella appears out of thin air, blotting out the shining moonlight. A few drops of water land on Huan Yue's cheek. Feeling strange, she looks up and wonders, is it raining? Indeed, a heavy downpour begins to soak the spot where Huan Yue and Su Liang are. At this moment, the woman boldly declares, I am Ju Meng of the Equinox Flower Divine Sect, Supreme Eternal Night. From this moment on, the era of the moon radiance will be completely ended by my hand. It turns out this rain is being created by that massive umbrella. However, this is not normal rain. The water is scalding hot. Everything it touches begins to corrode. The starlight crescent blade lies on the ground, getting drenched by the rain. The spots where the rain hits Huan Yue's skin start to burn painfully, and Su Liang is suffering just as much. He grits his teeth to hold back the pain, but these physical wounds are not as agonizing as the feeling of helplessness in his heart. Damn it. I do not have the strength to fight back anymore. Suddenly, a band of white clouds flies in and wraps around Su Liang's body. In the blink of an eye, he is teleported out of Ju Meng's sight. She immediately recognizes this as the fog realm of the White Deer tribe. Huan Yue's entire body radiates powerful energy, her eyes filled with rising murderous intent as she glares directly at Ju Meng. She thinks in silence for a moment, then decides to say a few words to her opponent before launching an attack. You have made 2 mistakes. This statement from Huan Yue leaves Ju Meng stunned. She probably has no idea what she did wrong. First of all, saying I'm not a threat, that's actually a little insulting. Second, you really shouldn't be standing in front of a member of the White Deer tribe at night. As she spoke, she reached up to grab the purple jade hairpiece she always wore, only to realize with a start that it was gone. Staring at her empty hand, Huan Yue muttered to herself, it's already been shattered. Oh well, forget it. This gorgeous lady never ran out of treasures. Huan Yue's eyes glowed with a brilliant pinkish-purple light, and she pressed her hands against her chest. Then, from her ample cleavage, she pulled out 2 divine swords. This was a special pair of twin blades, one named Wu Xiang, and the other. However, this didn't scare Ju Meng one bit. She let out a mocking laugh. Ha, you sure talk big. Jumong spread her hands and screamed, "You're just a supreme rank, yet you dare to act so arrogant." The acid rain transformed into pitch-black droplets, looking as foul as the water from a city sewer. At her command, they shifted their trajectory, all of them zooming straight toward Huan, but her body seemed to dissolve like a light mist in the blink of an eye. This sight caught Jumong completely off guard. She vanished? While she was still trying to figure out how her opponent had disappeared, her own arm was suddenly sliced into 3 pieces. Panic began to set in as Jumong wondered, how is this possible? Clearly, just a moment ago, she couldn't even touch a single hair on the 7th sister. This unanswered question sent Jumong spiraling further into a state of panic. I can't even see her movements anymore. Even now, Jumong couldn't believe what had just happened to her. Her aura is clearly at the supreme rank, so what on earth is going on? Gripping her twin swords, Huan Yue's expression turned grim. Seeing her like this made Jumong even more anxious. What is happening? How can a supreme rank overcome an emperor? A heavy tension settled between Jumong and Huan Yue. Clutching her severed arm, she tried to rationalize. Maybe she's just putting on a front. Somehow, Jumeng's arm began to regrow. She quickly thrust both hands forward, stretching her muscles to prepare for the next round. This made Huan Yu freeze, staring ahead in shock. She stood rooted to the spot, her grip tightening on her 2 swords. Seeing this, Jumong let out a provocative laugh. She confidently unleashed her skill, Shadow Knight Malice. Huan Yue slowly raised her swords, her body trembling as she struggled to stay calm. Just as she was about to strike, she was horrified to find something holding her back. Seeing her struggle, Jumeng gloated. Well, looks like there's nothing you can do this time, right? Huan Yue was indeed hovering in front of a colorful circular barrier, surrounded by black thorn-like streaks that were pinning her down. They say no one can break the White Deer tribe's mist realm, but only an emperor can fully phase through it. A second later, Huan Yue vanished. All that remained was the chaotic, colorful barrier and those black thorns, accompanied by Jumeng's contemptuous words. If I were facing an emperor, I obviously wouldn't stand a chance, but a mere supreme like you can't pull that off. The darkness gradually crept in and swallowed everything, before dissolving into clouds of dark purple energy. Watching her opponent get taken down by her technique right before her eyes, Jumong was absolutely thrilled. She said with pure delight, "You're nothing but an ant. Yet you dared to be arrogant with me?" Jumong raised a hand to her chin with a look of supreme pride. "My apologies, but defeating a mere supreme is really nothing to brag about." She turned away, speaking triumphantly. "The mist realm has shattered. This time, the Moon Queen will have nowhere left to hide." Suddenly, something made Jumeng's face turn pale with pure terror. It was Huan Yue, standing right behind her in the flesh with a stern expression. She spoke in a low, cold voice. 10 seconds have passed, and you still haven't kept your promise. I'm starting to get a little bored." Huan Yue stepped forward gracefully, her feet landing firmly on the ground. Huan Yue closed her eyes to sense the energy. At that moment, she was surrounded by a powerful, divine aura. Huan Yue opened her eyes and said indifferently, "You know, even though my mother is gone, she'd still be furious if the keepsake she left me was destroyed. And if she gets angry, the consequences will be very severe." Jumeng's face darkened as she broke into a cold sweat. Her mind raced in a panic. Was that a full-body mist realm phase? Huan Yue slowly approached her, continuing coldly. "That's right, you probably don't understand, but the White Deer tribe possesses a mist realm that has a different understanding of death compared to other creatures." As she walked, she adjusted her hair to look her best. "Sorry that I won't be able to come back anytime soon, so I unconsciously wanted to say a few more words. So, let's just end it like this." Jumeng gasped, her eyes widening in shock. All that was left in front of Jumeng was empty air, mixed with the faint scent of Huan Yue. She looked up, silently blaming herself. "Seventh sister, my judgment was wrong. I should have notified the others immediately." But then, Jumeng changed her mind. "No, maybe this isn't so bad." She stood there motionless, helplessly letting the pink silk threads wrap tightly around her body. Jumeng was all alone in the darkness, but at least she wouldn't drag anyone else down with her. In the end, she let out a satisfied smile. So this is the true cosmic journey. Jumeng's body was torn into countless jagged pieces. Even her favorite black ribbon wasn't spared. Fragments of her form drifted away with the wind, vanishing into the rising smoke and dust. Now, only the star-sinking crescent blade lay there, resting silently on the cold ground. After awakening, Yen Nguyet remained silent, her mind consumed by thoughts of that perfected cosmic journey. She was lost in thought, realizing it was impossible to tell when she might ever return. Under the pitch-black night sky, a glowing pink orb swirled between two massive cliffs. Yen Nguyet spun around in surprise. There was Tulong, unconscious, floating right in the middle of that shimmering pink light. Just as Tuluong was about to hit the ground, Yen Nguyet lunged forward and caught him. She pulled him into her arms, holding him tightly. She thought to herself, "Now I finally understand why the white deer disappeared for tens of thousands of years." Looking up at the sky, Yen Nguyet couldn't stop wondering. The 12 moon radiance palaces still held their thrones, but tonight, the full moon looked bleak and hollow. A moment later, Tuluong finally opened his eyes. Yen Nguyet watched him silently as he sat slumped on a rock, clutching a diary in his hands. Tuluong flipped through the pages, as if retracing every second of his lost memories. His hands trembled with every turn of the paper. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and ripped the pages out, a surge of uncontrollable rage boiling over inside him. Yen Nguyet gasped, completely blindsided by his sudden outburst. After shredding the diary he had literally bled to reclaim, Tuluong just sat there, head down, exhausted and silent. Out of nowhere, Tuluong stood up. He straightened his collar and said softly to Yen Nguyet, "Let us go." She asked worriedly, "Are you sure you are okay?" Tuluong replied coldly, "I will remember everything sooner or later." He started walking down the path ahead. After taking down those two emperors, I remembered a few things. The power of the Paramita cult is likely tied to forgetting. Tuluong knew this and began making his own plans. So, if I just wipe out the entire Paramita cult, I can get my memories back, right? Yen Nguyet stayed quiet. She saw right through him. He was furious, because her death had only fueled his burning hatred for the Paramita cult. Meanwhile, up on the canyon ridge, Yi Wu and the others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yen Nguyet and Tuluong emerge, they shouted, "Lord Leader!" Silver Rabbit and White Crane rushed toward Tuluong, panicking. "Lord Leader, please, tell us what happened." He did not answer. Instead, he fired a question right back at them. "Sagittarius Palace, at the last Moon God Festival, you survived by hiding from the challenge, did not you?" Everyone froze, unable to hide their shock. Yi Wu's face turned pale with fear, and she could not find the words to answer. Tuluong just glared at her with cold, sharp eyes. "I do not care what your plan is, but I hope the next time we meet, we are not enemies." Silver Rabbit and White Crane were stunned. Yi Wu watched with teary eyes as Tuluong turned his back on them and walked away in anger. He thought to himself that as the moon changed and darkness fell, the Jade Sea Crescent Moon Palace could not have missed it. Yet they never came to help. Silver Rabbit and White Crane both started having doubts about this Moon King. Why would he warn the overlords of the Twin Moon cult like that? What the hell actually happened down there? The moonbow on Yi Wu's shoulder let out a soft sigh. Watching Tuluong's retreating figure, someone whispered a silent promise that next time, things would be different. The entire Sagittarius Palace crew stood there completely helpless, paralyzed by the silence. A thought crossed Silver Rabbit's mind. The current Moon King was even more terrifying than the one from 3 years ago. Or maybe he had finally found his true self. Tuluong walked forward with a grim expression, calculating his next move. "Even though my memory is not fully back, I still remember the important stuff." He pulled up the current map in his mind. This world was not just made of 5 earthly realms. There were even more mysterious sacred lands out there. Despite the beautiful moonlight tonight, Tuluong was deep in thought. The territory within those sacred lands seemed to be millions of times larger than this planet. A woman's shadow flickered through his mind, leaving him wondering. But what was even more shocking were the overlords. Beings with the power to literally destroy stars were living alongside humans. These overlords ruled over mortals and messed with the real world directly. Why have they not been wiped out yet? Being drowned in all these questions gave Tuluong a massive headache. He shook his head to clear the fog and tried to stay positive. Besides all that, there was one even more vital piece of information. Thinking about the cycle of creation, Tuluong realized the ages of the 12 moon radiance palaces were all different. Before the final Moon God Festival started, only 6 palaces remained: the Flying Earth, Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini, Aquarius, and Peacock Palace. Not to mention the Flying Earth Palace fled after murdering the Aquarius Palace. Before the festival even began, only 4 were left: It seemed the appearance of the Golden Butterfly Palace brought high among the jagged mountain peaks that pierce the clouds at the edge of the northern realm lies a place known as the Cloud Mist Sea. Hoen Guyet walked alone upon a blanket of white clouds, her fists clenched tight as she marched forward with unwavering determination. Suddenly, Hoen Nguyet stopped in her tracks and lifted her eyes to gaze at the mysterious sky above her. Before her stood a grand staircase leading to an ethereal barrier portal. Suspended right in the heart of the heavens, 3 girls were waiting in front of the barrier. First was Van Ko, an emperor class of the Moonlight system, who bowed deeply and spoke with great respect. Van Ko greets the great matriarch. Next was Lin U Kong Kuyet, also an emperor class of the Moonlight system, who followed with a polite bow. Lin U Kong Kuyet greets the great matriarch. Only the last one remained relaxed, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Princess Van greets the great matriarch. Hoen Nguyet slowly walked toward the gate as her 2 subordinates stood by in reverence. Princess Van followed closely behind, her voice chirping away like a restless bird. Great matriarch, have you awakened your bloodline memories yet? According to our agreement, we need to sign the contract. We want to represent the White Deer tribe in this Moon Goddess festival and crush everyone who holds the 7 profound items. Hoen Nguyet didn't say a word. Princess Van continued to ramble behind her, saying that Emperor Thuong Nguyet, the Gemini of the Western region, and the Moon King are all our enemies. With the White Deer bloodline and your help, we'll be able to move freely. But Hoan Nguyet remained as cold as ever, refusing to utter a single word. She felt that if she didn't give this girl some kind of answer, she would never shut up. Hoan Nguyet barked out a single word in response. Get lost. This sudden rejection left Princess Van completely embarrassed and totally speechless. Both Van Ko and Lin Hu were just as shocked by her icy attitude. Princess Van's cheerful smile vanished instantly as she asked suspiciously, being this angry, did something happen in the real world? She let out a long sigh and scurried inside, saying, whatever, there is still plenty of time anyway. She is Princess Van, a half-human beastmaster at nearly the 9-star realm. The princess tried to reassure herself, thinking she would just try to get closer to her later on. Meanwhile, beneath a crescent moon at the gates of the Moon Goddess Palace, the dominant moonlight power has ruled the central realm for thousands of years. Chiu Nuyet sat proudly in the highest position. For some reason, all the core members of the main branch were beautiful young women. There were plenty of rumors about this place. It was said that if a male was ever born, even a half-breed, they would be sent away to the southern or western sectors. There was an area filled with nothing but towering pillars, some of which were wrapped in heavy chains. Although Kung Fi Tho had seized the throne of the Moon Goddess Empress, she was eventually sealed by the Moon Goddess Palace beneath the 10 yin pillars. She was suppressed by generations of saints and the guardians of the 10 pillars. That chain-wrapped pillar was currently absorbing golden rays of light from the sky. But now, at the sealing site of the 6th pillar within the Moon Goddess Palace, lightning strikes were appearing more and more frequently. They crashed directly into the center pillar. The 2 sisters from the palace who were present couldn't hide their fear, screaming to sound the alarm immediately. One of the chains on the pillar suddenly snapped. Right after that, a light dragon appeared, coiling around the pillar with a thunderous roar. It was known as the Radiant Moon Glory Dragon, an emperor-class beast, and one of the 7 stars that surround the moon. Looking down at the weak girls supporting each other below, the dragon spoke in a deep, mocking tone. Why is it nothing but a bunch of weak ants? This is truly disappointing. It looked up and spoke words full of frustration about the current state of the world. As the years go by, is this all the descendants of the goddess are capable of? Below, the girls tried to comfort each other, saying that Lady Luke Fee would be there soon. In the midst of this chaos, Chu Nuyet whispered in a daze, Master, is this really going to be okay? If the 10 yin pillars keep breaking, the 10 moons will truly descend upon this world. Isn't it just a matter of time before the seal on Kung Fi Tho is broken? At this moment, the light dragon seemed very somber. A mysterious voice echoed through the space, telling Chu Nguyet, there is no need to worry, I will handle it. Hearing this, she asked in disbelief, really? The reason Chu Nuyet was so skeptical was because of a childhood memory where the dragon had asked her to buy some adult comics when she was only 6 years old. If it had only happened once, it wouldn't be so bad. But she had been tricked over and over again. Losing all faith, Chu Nguyet asked, or are you tricking me again just to get me to come into the bathroom and wash you every day? Faced with her blatant contempt, the dragon replied in a mischievous voice, I am serious this time. Chirnagyet let out a tired sigh. Fine, I will believe you one more time. I am leaving. Then, she turned back and asked one more thing. Master, by the way, all of my cultivation resources have disappeared. Where did they go? The light dragon replied. I just thought of them as snacks and ate them all. She walked away, leaving everyone behind with the roaring light dragon. The sky was clear blue with layers of white clouds piled high. Soaring through the sky was the sea halberd whale, a supreme-class Moonlight System beast that served as public transportation for the Three Kings Spring Holy Land. The interior of the sea halberd was incredibly luxurious and well-equipped. A stunning woman and her daughter were standing there, taking in the beautiful view. Suddenly, a glimmer butterfly appeared right before their eyes. The little girl playfully chased after the golden butterfly, shouting, Mom, look, that butterfly is so pretty. The butterfly fluttered forward and landed softly on the white sleeve of a mysterious man. It was none other than Tu Luong. He was wearing a hood, clearly trying to keep a low profile, as if he was afraid of being recognized. Golden butterflies swarmed all around him. Nearby, a few girls glanced at Tu Luong, who was sitting alone in a corner of the boat like a total loner. They whispered among themselves, What is with that guy? White hair and glimmer butterfly? Is he cosplaying as the Moon King? Ever since the news of the 8-winged Moon Monarch's appearance broke out, the number of Moon King fanboys has skyrocketed. The real Moon King should be stationed in the Northern Domain right now, so how could he possibly be traveling to the Central Domain? He must be some obsessed fan. Despite the butterflies fluttering around him and the rumors swirling, Tu Luong just kept his head down in silence. He gave a bitter smile, thinking to himself, why doesn't it occur to them that I might actually be the Moon King? Suddenly, a voice whispered right in his ear, Have you made up your mind yet? There is still a chance to turn back. It was Yan Yue, who was hiding nearby in stealth. If news of you heading to the Central Domain alone gets out, every faction in the Moonlight System will likely make a move on you. Tu Luong sighed, It is not that I do not trust Sagittarius. I know she has her own agenda, but in the end, she would not hurt me. It is just that staying in the Northern Domain has become pointless now. As he spoke, his mind drifted back to a few days ago. I received a reply from one of the 4 Moon Generals. They said they found a way to quickly break through my current realm and told me to meet up with them in the Central Domain. Tu Luong thought of a hooded figure, a black rabbit shadow flickering on the floor. If my recovered memories are correct, that person was once a subordinate of Aquarius. He has a blood feud with the lunar sect, so he is someone I can definitely trust. He fell silent, lost in thought. To avoid exposing my identity, I have to use a mask to hide my eyes and rely on the glimmer butterfly's vision to scout the way ahead. Tu Luong scanned the ship. Compared to the limited vision of a human, the glimmer butterfly's perspective was much more convenient. He could see everything inside and out, from the kitchen all the way to the pool. Looking up at the peaceful blue sky, Tu Luong muttered to himself, My most urgent task right now is to join forces with the 4 Moon Generals and gain enough power to make the 8-winged Moon Monarch reappear. He thought of Hua Yue's slender figure. Cloud Moon Chaser was gone, or at least would not be back for several years. Then, Tu Luong worried about Yan Yue. The power remaining in the scabbard of the star, Sinking Crescent, was almost completely drained. He checked his inventory again. All the gacha pulls he had saved up in the Book of the Moon were gone. Tu Luong's face darkened as he let out a forced laugh, wondering, if I run into another Emperor-level enemy right now, will I have to write my final will and testament on the spot? Suddenly, the High G started smoking. It seemed like it had lost its sense of direction. The people on board felt the ship rocking and started whispering, What is going on? Are we landing already? That is weird. It should take twice this long to get from the Central Domain to the Northern Domain. Sensing something was wrong, a pink-haired woman asked in a panic, Don't tell me we accidentally wandered into the Deep Demon Pillar battlefield? The person next to her tried to calm her down. Even if the 7-star moons and the Moon God Palace go to war, they have no right to stop a Holy Land's airship. But before long, a powerful beam of golden light struck the High G directly, causing it to tilt sharply to one side. The High G was likely damaged, as it opened its mouth and let out a roar of pure agony. By now, no one could keep their footing on the tilting cruise ship, and some people were even thrown overboard. In a corner where no one was looking, Tu Luong scrambled to his feet. His eyes widened in horror. Talk about a self-fulfilling prophecy. That terrifying pressure was coming from a dark sphere pulsing with energy, heading straight for the High G. Emperor level? No way. Tu Luong could not believe his eyes. Am I really this unlucky? Some people started getting angry. A tourist pointed at the dark sphere and cursed. Who dares to attack a holy palace airship? Are you with the moon god palace? A moonlight attribute brat dares to attack a water attribute beast tamer? The Three Kings Spring won't let you get away with this. The sphere quickly replied, there is no need to panic. I am not from the moon god palace or the 7-star moons, nor do I intend to provoke the holy land of Three Kings Spring. Still surrounded by butterflies, Tu Luong listened tensely as the voice from the sphere continued. I am one of the 9 dreams from the Equinox cult. From this moment on, anyone leaving the northern domain must pass my inspection before they can proceed. As those words were spoken, dark purple mist began to billow out from the sphere. Don't worry, I will simply erase everyone's memories. Just think of it as a short nightmare. By now, the tourists were collapsing onto the deck, coughing uncontrollably. While everyone else had collapsed onto the floor, Tu Luong was suddenly enveloped in a faint blue light. He watched closely, his mind sharp. Thu Hoko and Vo Thuong Minda had both been slaughtered in that battle. My goal is set on the northern region to find the truth, and I won't hesitate. Tu Luong bowed his head, muttering under his breath. The butterflies seemed to understand his intent, and fluttered away. Tu Luong was likely fading out of consciousness. So now, let me probe your memories. How did they actually die? What really happened 3 years ago? He slumped to the floor, his eyes growing heavy as he drifted off. Amidst Tu Luong's doubts, has anyone ever truly lost their memory? An ancient house stood firm in the middle of a forest of equinox flowers. In truth, the Equinox cult is a name that vanished from the world's collective memory long ago. Tens of thousands of years back, they ruled over an entire domain. The sect even had a guardian god known by the code name Equinox. In the end, all that remained was a single arm reaching out from a pile of blood. Because Vo Wai interfered in a certain moon god ritual, the Equinox god was severely wounded by a terrifying existence. Unable to remain in this world, the god fell into a deep slumber within the spiritual realm, in a place where no one would ever notice. Every last follower was banished from the 5 realms and the 3 holy lands, fleeing to a remote island where they were slowly forgotten by time. Until tens of thousands of years later, one day, a descendant accidentally discovered that the power of the gods had ascended. Many people donned the signature red robes, excited as they held pink orbs in their hands. This could only mean one thing. The gods had returned. The Equinox gods were about to return to the world, and every single believer was driven into a state of pure frenzy. But suddenly, everyone felt a wave of disappointment. Despite the signal of a return, in less than a single night, the power completely dissipated. The god had barely woken up before falling back into an eternal slumber. This was nothing new. It was just like the 12 phases of the moon. Those people lived together day after day in that desolate wasteland. As time passed, the number of Equinox followers dwindled rapidly. Their power faded until only 9 emperors remained, gathering all the residual strength left within the 9 dreams. But it wasn't over yet. Their goal was to use the chaos of the moon god ritual to uncover the hidden truth. And now, the orb belonging to the 9 dreams has appeared within the Equinox cult. If it hadn't, once the dust from the moon god ritual settled, they would never have another chance to rise again. Floating in a mysterious void, that orb looked exactly like a giant eyeball. It snapped its eye open, but inside that one eye were 3 distinct pupils. Lord Equinox gazed into the blue lights, reflecting various images. Exactly what happened back then. A desperate plea echoed out. If you exist within this memory, please answer me. The triple pupil 9 dreams orb observed for a while, and about 30 minutes later, it wondered to itself. What the hell is this? Why is it all just random junk? Right in front of it was a girl in a costume rubbing her cheek against a rabbit, making the orb recoil in pure contempt. Playing with such low-level spirit beasts and being so happy about it, what a pathetic, mediocre life. Another person was smiling brightly while taking a photo with a scorpion spirit, and here I thought these were important memories. The 9 dreams orb grew impatient. Why has 1/3 of the northern region map vanished? It shifted its gaze to another frame and muttered, "Whatever, it doesn't matter. They were just the first group anyway." The 9 dreams orb drifted closer. Its eye didn't blink for even a second. From the corners of the 9 dreams orb's eye, tears of blood began to stream down. Suddenly, something made it snap its eye wide. There was another image hidden behind. Yen Guyet appeared with her eyes tightly shut. This is the supreme tier weapon, the Stardust Crescent Blade. The 9 dreams orb looked again, but this time with a bit more interest. Even though the user is just a weak supreme tier brat, let's see what we have here. Looking at the flood of information, I should avoid the most recent memories. A series of memories began to play. After all, the overwhelming power of the golden butterfly bow descending still has an effect on me. It was so excited it didn't dare blink. Your entire life is nothing more than a single breath to me. Let's see what you've been waiting for. But 20 minutes quickly passed, and after finding absolutely nothing, the Nine Dreams orb realized something was very wrong. Wait a second, how can this not be over yet? Just when the hell was she born? It stared at the dense mountain of information in shock. It was stunned. Has she actually been alive longer than I have? Among the countless blue frames, one glowed with a brilliant golden light. The Nine Dreams orb rushed forward to get a better look, its eye fixed on the light without blinking for a moment. Tears of blood continued to pour from the corners of the Nine Dreams orb's eye. That day was the night of a massive full moon. Inside, an ancient city stood a magnificent palace, known as the Gemini Palace. At that time, a woman was gripping the Stardust Crescent Blade tightly. She was surrounded by several multicolored orbs. The Stardust Crescent Blade even showed signs of resonance. The woman lowered her weapon and spoke softly. I'm sorry, but my life force is almost completely spent. Because of that, I can't go with everyone to the final stage of the Moon God ritual. This is a burden that I must carry all by myself. These memories were never meant to exist in this world in the first place. Flames erupted, incinerating everything in sight. The Nine Dreams orb shook violently in the face of this terrifying power. It realized that this was no ordinary human, but an ancient entity that was slowly beginning to awaken. With that, she strode toward the stairs, leading to the statues of two women joined together. So, let's go wild one last time. Overlord of the Lunar Gemini Palace. Those two stone statues were carved with incredible detail. They're likely the symbol of the Gemini constellation. That woman stood silent under the full moon. A supreme weapon like you wouldn't shy away from a fight, would you? She swung the stellar crescent blade forward with everything she had. Amidst the jagged mountain peaks, a powerful surge of energy erupted, echoing through the clouds. At the same time, the info screens shattered into a million pieces. Blood poured from the Orb of Nine Dreams, soaking its entire body. It was gravely injured. Under the clear blue sky of a new day, the Orb of Nine Dreams from the Shoreless God cult lay on the floor, bleeding out. It was completely helpless. That was the third lunar palace, the Gemini Palace. Thinking about the Gemini statue made it feel weak. A single strike had sliced right through the Cold Star Half-Moon soul-severing technique. The Orb of Nine Dreams began to wilt. Why didn't anyone warn me about the sheer power of a blade strike buried so deep within those memories? Thinking back to the path leading to the Gemini Palace castle, who would have thought an overlord once stood before the hidden Gemini Palace in the northern region? It tried to fly into the air. No, I can't hold on any longer. I have to get back and heal my wounds right now. That was the plan. But suddenly, something made the Orb of Nine Dreams freeze in its tracks. Wait. Seeing Tu Luong unconscious on the floor, it sensed something. This man. The orb realized he had actually lost his memories. It stared with bloodshot eyes, debating whether it should peek into his mind. If this powerhouse wakes up, I'm dead meat. Suddenly, the orb snapped out of it. No, what am I thinking? Looking at the bodies on the floor, it reminded itself that its own safety didn't matter at all. It's not every day you find someone with memory loss. What if he's actually seen the gods before? Even if I'm bleeding out, I can't back down now, no matter what happens. With that thought, a mess of purple slime splattered through the air. It latched onto a woman, and soon, almost everyone was covered in it. The slime slowly took a human shape as it landed. It seemed to absorb the other puddles to form a complete body. It turned out the Orb of Nine Dreams had transformed into a human. It approached Tu Luong and whispered, "All right, let's see what's hidden in your head." It reached out with a limp, boneless hand. The orb seemed genuinely excited. That's right, one look at his face, and it knew he was the Moon King. Its hand started trembling. It told itself to stay calm, ignore the risk of death, and just keep watching. Even though it was a temporary human form, it didn't forget to give itself a pretty high-quality chest. It leaned forward, desperate for answers. The shattering of divine power, the slumber of the gods, and the truth behind the full moon miracle 3 years ago. Suddenly, Tu Luong was dazed, lost for words. He couldn't believe he was standing in a strange, cosmic space. Tu Luong looked up at the system screen through a fog. A new pet had been unlocked, and the number of entries in his encyclopedia was growing. The system text changed again. 6 Moon Phantom Emperor Tier Nightmare, the 6th dream of the 9 Heavens dreams belonging to the Shoreless God cult. One look was all Tu Luong needed. His eyes widened as everything finally clicked into place. So that's it. This kid's body contains mixed moonlight-type blood, and the Book of the Moon detected it. Tu Luong looked around and said, "So this is a dream world? The six-moon phantom is trying to dig into my past." His mind flashed back to when the orb from the Shoreless God cult intercepted the naval strike ship. The Shoreless God cult has been investigating that incident from 3 years ago. Their target wasn't really me, it was everyone in the northern region. Tu Luong rubbed his head as a headache set in. So I just happened to get lucky and win the misfortune lottery. Talk about bad luck. He turned his attention back to the info board. Right now, his memories had rewound to the moment he first arrived at the academy. A bit further back, and it'll show the destruction of the Black Moon cult and the founding of the Twin Moon cult. Tu Luong was curious, even though these were his own memories. But going any further back meant even he couldn't access those fragmented blocks of memory anymore. He floated alone in the void, facing a long trail of memory shards. Is an Emperor-tier beast really enough to reach the deepest parts of my mind? Tu Luong smirked confidently. Well, I've got nothing to lose. Might as well take a look, right? Meanwhile, back in the real world, the transformed orb was reaching its limp, boneless hand toward the unconscious Tu Luong. But even if it does find the truth in the end, Tu Luong, half conscious, gripped the stellar crescent blade tightly. You're going to pay a price you can't afford. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, Tu Luong was in total shock. Don't tell me that after half my memories woke up, I'm going to look back and realize I've been confusing myself with someone else this whole time? He gave a wry smile, feeling like this was a pretty fresh experience. The screen showed a scene of Tu Luong, being worshipped by a crowd of people kneeling before him. The variant of the 9 Dream Orb was on edge, sensing that the moment was finally here. But instead of a breakthrough, all it got was static and interference on the screen. The orb's eye bulged in pure rage. Outside, the night sky had already swallowed everything. It was a perfect full moon night. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, illuminating a lonely village tucked between jagged mountain peaks. Suddenly, every wooden house touched by that light simply evaporated. In an instant, the massive crater left behind began to fill with water. Amidst the eerie silence of the lake, a lone figure stood out. It was Tu Luong, shirtless and standing firm in the chilling, desolate air. The 9 Dream Orb's eye nearly popped out of its socket. How could one being radiate such invisible despair, making it feel like it was literally suffocating? It started to lose its shape, turning fluid like water before being swept away by the wind. Was this the divine punishment promised for offending the other shore cult? It realized now, it should have retreated 3 years ago. Slowly, the creature dissolved until only a few slimy fragments remained. The space around it shimmered like glass before shattering into a million pieces. But no matter the cost, this intel had to get out. In a corner of the high-kitch ship, the orb from the other shore cult clutched onto its lingering resentment. The investigation was over. There was no doubt about it, the Moon King was the one who killed Thu Hoa Ko and Vo Thuong Minda. It launched itself into the air, its mind racing. That brat has already transcended the level of vessels and apostles. We will need every single member of the Ninefold Dream to take him down. This was its final purpose for existing. On the ship, the passengers were slowly waking up with splitting headaches. Tu Luong also finally regained consciousness. He looked around, his heart racing. Why couldn't he see the vision through the orb's eyes until the very end? He had been kicked out right in the middle of chasing those memories, watching the 9 Dream Orb flee. Tu Luong's mind was heavy with questions. What on earth did it see? Why was it running away in such a desperate panic? Could the god of the other shore cult really be connected to him? He forced himself up, teeth clenched. No, I have to stop it right here. Tu Luong vividly remembered what he did right before passing out. He had released a swarm of glowing butterflies. There must be millions of them by now, wandering all over the place. Around him, countless butterflies emitting a golden light began to appear. The number of glowing butterflies in the central realm was 4 or 5 times higher than in the northern realm. I don't have to fear anyone here. Suddenly, something clicked in Tu Luong's head. Wait a second. Seeing that dark aura blending with the wind and rushing forward, he realized the June Phantom Walk had completely lost its way. Tu Luong thought the situation looked grim. Suddenly, the high-kitch ship lit up like it was about to explode, and a black hole ripped open right in the center of the vessel. Destructive tornadoes tore through the ship like lightning, sending the high-kitch plummeting. The ship snapped in two, and the passengers screamed in terror as they fell through the sky. The 9 Dream Orb was trapped on board. It felt utterly helpless. It was so close to escaping and exposing the Moon King. But how could its luck be this rotten? As death approached, it spent its final moments staring at the blinding light next to it. A golden dragon soared upward, looking down at the smoking wreckage of the high kitch. The orb wondered why it had accidentally run straight into the war zone. That golden dragon was the culprit. It muttered to itself, "Crap, I accidentally hit a ship from the Three King Springs. I am dead meat this time." It turned and snarled at the 9 dream orb. "This is all your fault. You nameless ant. Why did a moonlight type like you have to come here and mess things up?" The orb snapped back immediately. "And I thought you were some emperor sent by the moon god palace to fight." The two of them were screaming at each other. Would they have to kill all the witnesses? Elsewhere, Tu Luong pushed himself up, his eyes locked onto the notifications appearing before him. New pet unlocked. The number of entries in the illustrated handbook has increased. Emperor rank, moonlight type, radiant moon glory dragon, one of the full moon stars. Under the command of the Flying Earth Palace, the winner of the last moon god festival. Its power is beyond what the moon book can read. Reading this, Tu Luong's face went pale. He let out a bitter laugh. Seriously, what kind of bad luck charm did I step on today? Is the emperor rank really this pathetic now? Looking at the light-type dragon and the orb from the other shore cult, he whispered, "I am not the same person I was before." Tu Luong's gaze sharpened as he stared ahead. This timing is perfect. Now the June Phantom has nowhere to run. A smug smirk spread across his face. The glowing butterflies were almost fully gathered. The emperor rank refers to beings who have stood at the pinnacle of the world since birth. Because their power can literally destroy the world, most emperors are bound by gods. After signing a contract, they usually stay and guard specific territories. Unless it is a special circumstance, they do not just wander around freely. However, even among emperors, the gap in power is beyond anything other living creatures can imagine. People divide the emperor rank into overlords, high emperors, and normal emperors. An overlord can crush a normal emperor to death with nothing but their sheer presence. There is an energy so powerful it can fire an arrow across the azure seas at the very edge of the world just to cleave the crescent moon in two. Then there is the ice feather heavenly scale queen, whose mere body temperature can alter the entire climate of a region. And let us not forget the 3 kings of the abyss, who rule over. If they were to unleash their full power, they could obliterate this entire planet in the blink of an eye. Among the high emperors, the crimson-winged monarch can spread its wings for 10,000 miles, blotting out the very sun. The White Saint clan possesses the power to manipulate the transition of even the fallen full moon of the moon god palace, whose name is etched in eternity, represents the absolute pinnacle of the high emperor rank. In the end, 90% of all emperors are just ordinary ones. But even among those ordinary emperors, there are beings that exist, those with absolute dominance, making them nearly impossible to defeat. For instance, one who woke up after 1,000 years of slumber and took down the entire moon god palace in just 2 weeks. And that moonlight dragon is one of the 7 stars of the full moon, the radiant moonlight dragon. Right now, it exhales a breath of pure death, its voice low and rumbling as it speaks. There is no other way. It looks like I have to silence everyone here. I really do not want to provoke a holy ground level power at this stage. After that last strike, the sky whale swayed violently in mid-air, its massive mouth hanging open as it let out a roar of agonizing pain. Radiant summoned a blinding pillar of light, muttering under its breath. Even if we have to go to war with the holy grounds, we have to at least wait until all the overlords of the 10. Instantly, a barrage of light shards, acting like lethal ammunition, was fired directly at the sky whale. The passengers on the airship were hit hard by the impact, thrown around like dolls as their screams filled the air. "Help me! Someone help!" The cries for mercy grew more desperate by the second. Right then, Yue spoke up. "Luong, what is your next move?" She stepped out from the flickering shadows, her expression grim as she explained that while my physical body cannot be destroyed, that does not change the fact that you are in mortal danger. Finishing her sentence, she cast a doubtful look at Luong. She was worried, but at that moment, he spoke up to reassure her. "Do not worry. The glimmer butterflies I sent out a few seconds ago have already regrouped. They are swarming back to this side as we speak." Luong glanced at the glowing butterflies fluttering around him, his voice filled with excitement. "As long as we can block that initial strike, we will have a chance to pin him down." Even though the scene was pure chaos, he remained calm and imposing. A system notification hovered above his head, showing the number of glimmer butterflies he could control within his body, jumping from 10,000 to 6 million. He stared straight ahead with unwavering determination and delivered a serious update. The shield of the moon in the lake is also nearly restored. If I can just hold him off for a moment, I can track the Emperor's attack patterns. Just as he finished speaking, a massive, glowing golden sphere appeared behind the sky whale. Radiant began charging energy in its claws, hissing out a cold threat. Do not blame me, you insects. If you want to blame someone, blame your own pathetic weakness. A second later, it jerked its hands apart. Streaks of light began to manifest as it snarled, "Turn into dust!" Then, it roared the name of its ultimate move, Flash Seaver. In an instant, beams of light slashed through the airship passengers, threatening to tear everyone into 100 pieces. Right then, Luong was giving everything he had to resist as the sky whale took more and more damage. He looked at the innocent passengers, whispering with deep regret, "I am sorry. Right now, I can only protect myself. I cannot save you all." The girls who had just been hit by those invisible slashes were in critical condition. Their eyes had turned completely white, but suddenly, the light slashes vanished, and life began to flow back into everyone. Luong was stunned by the sight before him. Even Radiant froze for a few seconds, gasping in shock. What? Just then, the slender legs of a young girl gradually came into view. A woman in a flowing white cloak appeared in mid-air. Both Radiant and Luong turned their gaze toward her. At that moment, she crossed her arms, and a crescent moon symbol appeared as she commanded, "Shift, sun and moon." The woman then moved her hands into a butterfly shape, and the crescent moon symbol rotated inward, revealing a brilliant, blazing sun. Looking at the scene, Luong could not believe his eyes, stuttering in disbelief. Even Radiant stood there, with its mouth agape, shouting, "What on earth?" In a flash, the light from the rising sun spread across the void, illuminating the once gloomy sky. The falling sky whale began to stabilize, its wounds vanishing under the warmth of the sun. The Nine Dreams orb was also completely bewildered. The bloodstains around it evaporated into wisps of smoke, causing it to cry out in surprise. "What happened? My wounds have all healed. How is this possible?" Radiant was now trembling with fear, realizing it was facing a High Emperor. The woman remained calm and composed, explaining simply, "No need to wonder. I have simply reverted your life states to how they were 24 hours ago. Of course, I cannot erase your memories." Her face remained cold and expressionless as her words echoed steadily. "The Equinox cult is guilty of a grave sin. It is not our Five Realms Emperor, but you who have dared to interfere in the Moon God Festival once again. By involving innocent people from the North Realm and repeating past mistakes, you have sealed your fate." The Nine Dreams orb stared at her. It did not even dare to blink. Still wearing that icy expression, the mysterious woman uttered 4 simple words. It was a formal death sentence. In an instant, the orb exploded into nothingness in midair. Witnessing this scene, the light element could not help but shrink back in terror, and the woman fixed her razor-sharp gaze right on it. Immediately, the light element whipped its head around and bolted forward in sheer desperation. Seeing this, she slowly issued a declaration. "The Crescent 7 Stars is a member of the Moon God Temple. Eliminating external enemies is not a crime, but the plot to silence the Royal Fountain flying boat is a capital offense. I will report the absolute truth to the Holy Land." The light element continued to run for its life. Hearing those words, it cried out in total confusion. "Who is that woman? Talk about being a busybody." The figure of the light element faded into a tiny speck of light, followed by its distant wailing. That high and mighty attitude of hers is really annoying. The woman watched it go in silence. Then she turned around and spoke softly. "Great King of the Moon, according to our agreement, I will take you to a place where you can rapidly increase your cultivation level. These small fry cannot change anything. You surely understand that there is no need to waste too many miracles." With that, she teleported Tu Luong away. He was transported to a freezing region with heavy snowfall, followed by a sudden notification. "Before you return next time, you must possess the strength to defeat the Flying Rabbit Palace." The plunging temperature and the biting air around him quickly caused him to let out a massive sneeze. His body began to shiver uncontrollably, and with a pale face, Tu Luong cried out in fear. What? What is going on here?" He hugged his trembling body tightly, his eyes darting in every direction. Tu Luong was breathing heavily. His face was on the verge of freezing solid, and he could only shout out in agony about how freezing it was. His cheeks were flushed red from the biting cold, and he could not stop complaining about this unnatural atmosphere. This bizarre aura from some strange creature was enough to give anyone goosebumps. Taking in the surrounding scenery, he concluded in his mind that this must be the East Realm. A question quickly flashed through his thoughts. Why am I suddenly in the East Realm? For an ordinary beastmaster, this place is incredibly dangerous. Right then, he suddenly recalled the images from just before he was teleported. While he was flying, he had been attacked by the radiant moon dragon, and the image of that mysterious woman appeared in his mind. Before losing consciousness, he had felt the aura of the 4 moon generals. His entire body shuddered. He could not stop speculating that if the 4 moon generals had saved him, then why were his teammates not with him? Suddenly, a gust of freezing wind blew past, cutting off his train of thought. He shouted out Ho Trung Nuyet name. Her shield quickly wrapped around him, blocking out the frigid air from the outside. The wind continued to howl. Tu Luong finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was finally warmer, and he had almost frozen to death. Then he picked up the eye mask and stared intensely at it. In this climate, he could not use his spirit beasts, nor could he wear the mask. Tu Luong's face darkened at the harsh reality he found hard to believe. Does this mean I am all alone now? Both the Glimmer Butterfly and the Jade Tail Rabbit are unable to fight. Falling Star Crescent and Cloud Walker Moon are both scattered, and Ho Trung Nuyet's shield is slowly fading away. The bridge of his nose turned red in the freezing air, and a sense of dread began to well up in his heart. Once Ho Trung Nuyet runs out of energy, or if I encounter an enemy, I am dead. Tu Luong slowly trudged forward. He tried to calm himself down, telling himself that the priority was to find a way to survive. His steps grew heavier. Even his voice seemed to be freezing up. After walking a bit further, a desolate landscape with no one in sight appeared. He stood frozen in the middle of the vast blizzard and asked in total despair, "Which way am I supposed to go now?" Right at that moment, Ho Trung Nguyen alerted him that someone was there. Tu Luong's eyes suddenly widened as he looked ahead. 3 dark silhouettes emerged and began walking toward him. They were 3 girls wearing thin clothing, trekking through the snow. He realized they were ice dwellers. The 3 girls, with soulless eyes, looked toward Tu Luong and then silently brushed past him. Tu Luong was momentarily stunned by their reaction. Wait, what? Right then, the girls suddenly stopped in their tracks, making him even more alert. The girl with the twin tails turned her head to look at him, her face filled with confusion at his human-like question. "It's not safe being this far from the mine. If you can't make it back tonight, what are you going to do? You should head back and get some rest quickly." Hearing those words, Tu Luong whipped his head around, shock written all over his face. Huh? Images of ice dwellers with wicked faces flashed through his mind. He remembered seeing a picture like that on his computer back then. He realized now that he'd been wrong. He'd thought the ice dwellers hated outsiders, but it seemed like those things on the internet were totally unreliable. As the 3 ice dwellers stared at him with curiosity, he could only stammer. Then, he said something that made the twin-tailed girl freeze in her tracks. "I'm lost. What should I do?" Right now, he looked like a helpless little bunny, making his plea with the most pathetic face possible. "Could you kind people lead me out of here?" The twin-tailed girl tilted her head slightly, asking in confusion, "You're lost? All you have to do is follow the direction where the moonlight energy is strongest." Then she leaned in close to Tu Luong's face, asking suspiciously, "Aren't you a moonlight type?" A short-haired ice dweller also walked over and stared at him, just as confused. Was there some kind of mistake? "Hold on. I'll contact them and have you move to a different mine." He hurriedly took a few steps back, stumbling over an excuse. "No, that's not necessary. I am a moonlight type. It was just so cold that my brain froze for a second. My bad." With that, Tu Luong turned and bolted. He thought to himself, "So that's how it is. This is a moonlight type camp." But then, a question flashed through his mind. Why on earth would there be a moonlight mine in the ice domain? Without thinking further, Tu Luong began walking forward aimlessly. The group behind him just stood there, watching his departing figure. The twin-tailed girl didn't take her eyes off him, muttering, "What a strange human." Half a day later, at the Moonlight Vein, tents were pitched side by side right at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Tu Luong's heavy footsteps finally reached the camp. He was gasping for air, completely exhausted. Looking at the scene before him, he was overjoyed, but he could only stutter out a few words. Finally, Tu Luong tilted to one side and lost his balance as his strength gave out. He collapsed flat on the snow-covered ground. He spoke through his exhaustion as the fatigue finally caught up to him. He couldn't stop gasping for air. He realized that the shield of the moon and lake was about to disappear. No wonder that snow girl said it was dangerous here. Thinking of Hon Nguyet's adorable face, he couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. If cloud-walking Hon Nguyet were here, this journey would have only taken a few seconds. He paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on the distant night sky. After regaining some of his strength, he suddenly sat up. He spoke up curiously. "This is so weird. We're clearly in the ice domain, yet the moonlight energy here is even stronger than at the Beast Taming Academy." Seeing the sea currents forming right in front of him, Tu Luong became even more bewildered. In an instant, his fatigue completely vanished. What's more, even the shield of the moon and lake was slowly recovering. He cautiously made his way toward the nearby tents. He couldn't stop speculating. It must be related to the moonlight vein. He watched the locals walking around in their thick coats. He grew even more suspicious. It seemed like the Beastmasters weren't being controlled by the ice dwellers. If that was the case, then why? Right then, he whipped his head around as if he'd just sensed something. A moonlight-type pet had appeared behind him. It was a high-level pet called the giant moon flower pot. Right now, it was staring at him with eyes full of admiration. Seeing this, Tu Luong smirked, thinking triumphantly to himself. It seemed this thing's eyes were completely suppressed by a superior moonlight-type master. He then raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers as a thought occurred to him. If I want information, I just need to do this. However, before he could do anything, he had to pull his hand back as massive silhouettes appeared before him. Wait, what? It turned out that right in front of Tu Luong were beasts staring intensely at him. But their gazes were anything but friendly. Immediately after, the animals started yelling and cursing at each other. Spit was flying everywhere as they shouted in their own unique language, leaving him speechless. The beasts wouldn't stop arguing, and Tu Luong was starting to feel terrified. He didn't understand a single thing that was happening. Feeling completely drained, he covered his eyes with his hand and finally made a demand. All right, everyone, get in line. One at a time. The first one was the little blue-haired boy with bullhorns. The boy was crying his eyes out, looking absolutely miserable. He pleaded, "Dear Moon King, please take me home. My master sold me, and I've had to spend 3 years mining just to afford the travel expenses." Next up was a pathetic-looking bear girl. Her voice was just as heartbreaking. "Great one, the currency in the Eastern Domain is different from other regions, so all our assets are completely worthless." Next was a dog wearing very thin clothes. His body wouldn't stop shivering from the cold wind, but he still struggled to speak. "Please help me, I just want to go home after so many months of suffering in this freezing place. Even though these icemen aren't keeping us prisoner, this brutal climate is so hellish that we won't last 3 days. There is absolutely no way to leave this place. Just look at this poor little wolf pup with a Doraemon bell around his neck. He's sobbing his heart out, crying that he only came here for a vacation and never thought he'd never be able to go home again. The only reason Tu Luong can understand the language of these creatures is thanks to his own private translator. After thinking for a moment, Ho Trung and Yet spoke up to comfort the unfortunate animals. "All right, I get the situation now. I'll get you all out of here soon." Then, Tu Luong asked with a serious expression, "But does anyone know why there are so many moonlight mineral veins here and how do they even function in such freezing temperatures?" Suddenly, a set of butterfly wings appeared right behind him. It spoke up, answering on behalf of the other beasts. This mine was sold to the Ice Queen back in the day by the guardian of the Aquarius Palace, the Grandmaster himself. Hearing those words, Tu Luong was instantly stunned. He turned his head toward the voice in total confusion, wondering why anyone in this desolate mine would call him Grandmaster. The voice belonged to Hoi Than, a high-level beast from the Moonlight system. It wore a bright, beaming smile and began to explain. "Grandmaster, I am also a member of the Two Moons cult. Not long ago, I got lost in the Eastern Domain while I was out scouting the enemy's situation." Hoi Than's wings fluttered rapidly with excitement. It continued proudly. "The moment I looked into your eyes, I recognized you instantly." It tried to calm its racing heart, thinking to itself, even though it's unlikely he came here just for someone like me. If a legendary figure of his level has appeared here, then something massive must be happening. After that long explanation, Tu Luong remained silent, not offering any response. Even so, Hoi Than's eyes were still filled with pure admiration, its heart fluttering with hope. "If I can just catch the Grandmaster's eye, my future career will be smooth sailing. I'll be set for life." After a long pause for thought, he finally replied, "Fine then. Why don't you give me a detailed breakdown of the situation here?" Hoi Than was overjoyed. Its wings flapped frantically as it replied, "It would be my absolute honor, Grandmaster." Tu Luong turned away, his expression darkening noticeably. He started piecing everything together in his mind. "Actually, I can pretty much guess what's going on." He cast a cold, sharp glance at the animals behind him. A massive question weighed on his mind. How did they all end up here? And specifically at a moonlight mineral vein? This definitely isn't an accident. He then remembered the woman who had teleported him here, and realized, thinking back, this must have been orchestrated by someone from the Four Moon Generals. Right then, it asked curiously, Master, this mine is currently under the control of Fian Fan Dong, one of the Tam Bitch 2. I assume you're here to take the mineral vein back, right? Hearing this, a bunch of question marks popped up over to Luong's head. He let out a confused huh, and thought to himself, how come I didn't know about that? But he quickly regained his composure. He faked a couple of dry coughs, covering his mouth. Then, he shot a look at Hoi Than that was sharp as a dagger. In a fierce, intimidating tone, he snapped, the specific details are classified. I can't reveal them. Terrified, the creature rambled. I am so sorry. I completely overstepped my bounds, Master. It raised its hands as if begging for forgiveness, stuttering out a suggestion. Please, let me continue showing you the inner workings of the mine instead. Without hesitating for a single second, Hoi Than spilled all the intel it had. First off, the moonlight crystals in this vein can only be mined by moonlight system beasts. No other systems can do it. Because of that, the Icemen actually treat us pretty well. Besides earning enough to get by, we can also absorb the crystals to boost our own strength. It pointed toward a cave not far away. It explained excitedly, that's why it's not just stranded folks like us here. There are tons of supreme-level powerhouses training in this mine to become even stronger. Everything finally clicked, and to Luong's gaze softened. He muttered quietly, so that's how it is. He fell silent, recalculating his plan. Just as I thought. This place isn't exactly a prison. It's more like the only sanctuary for the moonlight system. Another question popped into his head, and Tu Luong immediately asked Hoi Than, but how does this mineral vein even operate in such extreme weather? And what do they do with the moonlight crystals once they're dug up? The creature looked a bit hesitant at the question and answered seriously, I'm sorry, Master. I don't know the answer to that, but I heard a supreme expert mention that there seems to be some kind of incredible moonlight life force at the very end of the vein. Tu Luong was stunned. His hand, which had been rubbing his chin, dropped to his side. Suddenly, Hoi Than made an announcement. We've reached the entrance. As he led Tu Luong into the mine beneath the snowy mountain, he gave him a sincere warning. Great leader, if you want to go inside, you have to be extremely careful. Then, Hoi Than started explaining the dangers of the place Tu Luong was about to enter. The concentration of moonlight in the mine was completely off the charts. Weak creatures like us would pass out after going just 1 kilometer deep. Even for someone at the supreme level, I've never heard of anyone being able to make it past 3 kilometers. Those words hit Tu Luong like a bolt from the blue. He paused for a moment, his mind filled with questions. How is that even possible? He stared deep into the mine with a look of determination, questioning everything in his head. High-level beasts wouldn't understand, but how could a mere concentration of moonlight overwhelm a supreme? Tu Luong remained standing at the entrance. His thoughts were racing. He could feel an overwhelming pressure coming from a higher-ranking existence, undoubtedly lurking deep within the mine. With total confidence, he made a deduction there was definitely something incredible hidden in there. Sweat began to roll down Tu Luong's cheek as a sense of dread washed over him. That existence had to be the reason why the moonlight mineral veins in the eastern domain could even function. After a moment of serious consideration, Tu Luong raised his hand and spoke to Hoi Than. You've done enough. From here on, I'll go alone. He slowly walked into that strange mine, making one final promise. Once I've settled things here, I'll take you out of the eastern domain. Hearing that, Hoi Than was absolutely thrilled, his heart practically leaping for joy. Even though I don't know the great leader's true goal, I have a feeling the very fabric of the world is about to be turned upside down. Hoi Than looked out at the falling snow and thought to himself, after thousands of years, the unshakable throne of the Eastern Domain's Ice Queen is finally facing a true challenge. Not long after, Tu Luong had made his way deep into the mineral vein. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed ahead of him, forcing him to stop and investigate. It turned out to be multicolored crystals scattered right along the path. Seeing this, Tu Luong kept pushing forward. He couldn't help but feel curious, glancing at the glittering gems while talking to himself. Low-grade crystals like these are all over the place, back at the Dual Moon sect. He kept moving, his eyes full of resolve as he remembered what Hoi Than had told him earlier. A normal high-level being can only make it 1 kilometer in, and even a supreme can only reach about 3 kilometers. The number of colorful crystals around him increased, but he didn't hesitate for a second. As he ventured deeper into the vein, Tu Luong grew even more alert. This pressure is absolutely disgusting. Keeping a massive mine like this running year-round isn't something a normal emperor could pull off. After walking for a while, he reached a spot where no light could reach, leaving him staring into a wall of pitch-black darkness. Without a second thought, he immediately summoned his flash butterflies to light the way. The glowing butterflies quickly flew toward the dark void, but before they could do anything, a violent surge of energy blew the flash butterflies backward. Tu Luong was momentarily startled. He raised a hand to his head, thinking worriedly that he must have reached the 1 kilometer mark. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Even so, he didn't give up and immediately summoned the Lake Moon shield. His footsteps became more confident, the steady thud of his boots echoing through the tunnel. But after only a few steps, the system suddenly flared up with a red warning. The information that followed made Tu Luong freeze in shock. Host, please leave this area immediately, or you will face certain death. He stopped dead in his tracks after that chilling warning. He thought to himself in a panic, I'm only 1 kilometer in, and the pressure is already this terrifying? Tu Luong looked at the shimmering shield surrounding him, and he felt a bit more at ease. Thank goodness for Lake Moon. I should be fine, right? Lake Moon, brimming with energy, immediately gave him an okay sign, confirming that they could keep going. Seeing that, he cast his doubts aside and slowly ventured deeper, thinking he might as well see how far he could get. Over 10 minutes passed. By now, Tu Luong had reached the 3 kilometer mark. His steps were getting heavier and heavier, and his strength was starting to fade. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead, filled with dread. You've got to be kidding me. I can't even see the end. Tu Luong felt like he was about to be swallowed whole by a giant sea monster. That thought only added to his overwhelming panic. The feeling of despair and suffocation from this pressure was comparable to being 10,000 meters under the sea. His glowing flash butterflies continued to flutter ahead. While his mind raced, he wondered, isn't there still 10 kilometers left until the core? He stood frozen on the spot, his heart gripped by fear. What exactly is hidden deep inside here? By now, the flash butterflies were clearly exhausted. Seeing their struggle made Tu Luong hesitate even more. If I keep going and something goes wrong, I'm definitely going to die in here. He stood there, his mind locked in a fierce internal struggle. What should I do? Should I keep going or turn back? Tu Luong's hands trembled as he clenched them tight, despair washing over his soul. Losing both Cloud Treader and Starsinker all at once left him feeling completely helpless. But then, he slowly let go, cursing his own weakness. As a mere 1-star Beastmaster, I have no right to pull off another miracle. With that, Tu Luong began to turn away, his steps heavy as he headed back out. His face darkened with every step. He had decided to give up. It seemed his only choice was to go home. But as his next step hit the freezing ground, the image of the Emperor-level Moonlight Beast, Namu Overlord Spirit, suddenly flashed through his mind. Then came the image of the majestic Jumeng, followed by that Moonlight Dragon tearing through the spaceship. Finally, he saw the sinister face of Red Moonlight, with those burning, fiery eyes. Remembering all of this, Tu Luong froze in his tracks. He screamed internally, "No, I can't do this." Standing still in the suffocating silence, he told himself that if he stayed this weak, he'd never survive in the Moon God Empire. His gaze locked onto the dark cave with newfound determination. If I retreat now, I don't deserve the title of Moon King. He slowly sat down on the cold floor, crossing his legs in a meditative pose. Tu Luong began to think things through. My current level is too low. I'll train here until I can reach the end of this mine. If 10 days isn't enough, I'll stay for 6 months. He had been stuck at 1 star because all his power was being siphoned off to nourish the dormant golden butterfly. Faint auras began to gather around Tu Luong's body as he focused. He was more determined than ever. Now that the golden butterfly has awakened, it no longer needs to drain me. I can take advantage of this high-density moonlight ore vein to cultivate. The energy around him grew thicker and thicker. At that moment, it felt as though he had shifted to another dimension. He left behind a single, unwavering thought. Since I've made it this far, I have to see what's inside. A while later, night had fallen outside, and the snow was coming down hard. Inside the mine, a sphere of intense energy suddenly appeared, casting a brilliant, blinding light. At that moment, violent surges of energy erupted from Tu Luong's body, looking like they would tear space itself apart. Immediately after, a massive crack formed on the surface of the glowing sphere. In a flash, the sphere exploded. The pillar of energy was so powerful, it pierced right through the roof of the mine. From the swirling debris, Tu Luong emerged, looking like a god with the shimmering silhouette of a butterfly behind him. He had successfully broken through to 2-star. His eyes widened in utter shock as he thought to himself, I heard that only those who reach the 4th level get colored auras. Did I level up that fast? Is it possible? I'm a genius? He quickly closed his eyes, calming his racing heart to feel the changes within. It wasn't just the aura, his senses, physique, energy, perception, and even his lifespan had all improved significantly. Tu Luong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now sharp as a blade. The upper limits of his moon in the lake skill had also been greatly raised. Now, he could finally train in the deeper parts of the mine. The 10 sound pillars are 10 sealed locations protected by the moon god palace. Rumor has it that once the seals are broken, an ancient moon demon god will descend upon this world. For over 1,000 years, many curious kids tried to mess with them, but without exception, they were all defeated by the 10 pillar guardians. But now that the moon god festival has begun and the 7 stars of the moon ring have appeared, the moon god palace is retreating, and 9 seals have already been broken. The final 10 sound pillar is located near the edge of the North Realm. Perhaps out of fear of the North Realm's power, the 7 stars of the moon ring never dared to touch it. However, after breaking 9 seals, they finally lost their patience and decided to make their move here. On the day the 7 stars of the moon ring made their move, they were suddenly intercepted. Hundreds of kilometers away from the 10 sound pillar, the woman coming to break the seal hovered in the void. She barked out in frustration, 3 against 1? How shameless can you be? This was the Cold Moon Spectre, an Emperor-level Moonlight Beast, and the only high-level Emperor among the 7 stars of the moon ring. She continued to vent her rage, cursing at her opponents. I am the Cold Moon Spectre, the leader of the 7 stars of the moon ring. What right do you have to interfere with the seals of the 10 sound pillars? She pointed toward a black hole emitting a dark aura in the distance, her voice trembling with fury. Furthermore, as noble high-level emperors, you're actually ganging up on me? This is a complete insult to our rank. 3 dark shadows slowly emerged from the black hole. 2 smaller figures flanked a massive one in the center, who sported a pair of wings on its shoulders. The one in the middle was the fluttering winged sovereign, an emperor-level sky beast, and one of the 3 high-level emperors. She looked down at the fuming Cold Moon Spectre and calmly declared, It doesn't matter how much those pathetic losers from the Moon God Palace hate us. As long as this final location isn't destroyed, it's fine. If you're not happy about it, try to take me down. Don't worry, there won't be any retaliation. Seeing the situation, she becomes cautious, the madness that once filled her face completely vanishing. Han Nunguyen glances at the person standing next to King Hong. She is quite surprised to realize it is a member of the White Saint tribe from the western region. Then, her eyes stop at the high-tier Emperor-grade Moonlight System armor, the white silk moon-flying robe. Her mind starts to race as she realizes one of the 4 moon generals of the Twin Moon sect is also here. Right then, Bhakti lets out a gentle smile and speaks up. Don't be in such a hurry. The Jade Rabbit Palace hasn't even woken up yet. Before the Overlord ban is lifted, we are naturally free to do whatever we please. After that, she crosses her arms in front of her chest and slowly delivers a chilling threat. Besides, this is no longer your era, and it likely won't be your turn in the future either. Saying that, she begins to gently rotate her hand. Her sharp gaze remains fixed forward. At that moment, Han Nuyet furiously points at the 3 of them and screams a threat. The 3 Jade Fairies of the Eastern region, the White Saint of the Western region, and you punks from the Twin Moon sect. I will remember all of you. Before she can even finish her sentence, Han Nuguyet's hovering figure instantly vanishes into thin air. Kin Hong is quite shocked by what just happened. He then glances at Bhakti and asks, Where on earth did you send her? She raises both hands and gives a bright smile, answering, To the sacred land of the northern region, the Cloudy Sea. But before she can finish, Kin Hong cuts her off in frustration. How is that any different from just killing her? A little while later, the 3 of them teleport together up above the thick layer of clouds. At this point, Kin Hong speaks up, saying, Considering our past history together, I will only help guard this place for 1 month. After that, you are on your own. Even though the Jade Rabbit Palace has been resurrected, it won't be able to return to its... Why are you in such a rush to enter? Bhakti looks a bit dazed hearing that, but then she lets out a very smug smile and replies, If you aren't part of the Moonlight system, you wouldn't understand. After all, as the leader of the 4 moon generals, I can see the probability of achieving final victory. Her eyes fill with absolute seriousness as she slowly mutters. If it is that person, then even the Moon King of the previous era would. Right at that moment in the northern region, a giant pillar of light erupts straight through the mountain ranges. The pillar of light soars directly into the high heavens. Tu Luong appears once again, looking incredibly majestic. Intense bursts of light are constantly exploding around him as the scene shifts back to the interior of the mineral vein. Right now, at a depth of 10 kilometers, rocks and dust are falling everywhere after that powerful shockwave. Tu Luong's hair flutters in the light breeze, and his sharp gaze, now featuring a crescent moon, becomes visible. After all that hard training, he has finally reached the 4-star rank. He looks down at his palms and whispers to himself. It took half a month just to reach the 4-star rank, and even then, I'm still not at 5-star yet. His eyes are now full of confidence as a thought flashes through his mind. The current me can finally unleash the full power of the supreme level. But when he thinks of Yen Nguyen and Hon Nguyen, his mood completely tanks, and he feels a deep ache in his heart. And right now, I don't have anyone at the supreme level that I can even make a deal with. But then, Tu Luong looks ahead and asks himself, forget it. With my current aura, I should be able to make it to the end in a single breath. His gaze remains fixed forward as he suddenly realizes that after surpassing the 4-star rank, the world before his eyes looks completely different. I can now clearly see the flow of all energies. He clenches his fist, determined to move forward based on his own intuition. Now I'm certain that this terrifying, soul-crushing pressure is coming from some kind of living being. But then, a slight sense of fear starts to rise within Tu Luong. A being with this much spiritual power, this will and this level of strength. I can count the number of times I've encountered something like this on one hand. Walking a bit further inside, he tilts his body as he suddenly spots something. Far off in the narrow passage, a sliver of light begins to appear, making Tu Luong feel excited. It looks like I've finally reached the end. As his steps get closer to that brilliant light, the aura becomes even more intense. Not waiting any longer, Tu Luong immediately summons the strongest defense of the moon in the lake. When he is only a tiny distance away from the glowing portal, he takes a deep breath to build up his courage. Without any hesitation, his feet carry him forward. Shortly after, a blinding light radiates from everywhere, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. As the light slowly fades, he cautiously opens his eyes wide. Tu Luong has entered a mysterious room. The room is hidden at the very end of the mineral vein. In front of him, a mysterious silhouette is leaning against a glowing crystal. It is a woman with long red hair and a pair of large horns on her head, and it looks like she is resting. A few minutes later, she also glances toward the door where Tu Luong just stepped in. As soon as she sees him, she twitches her ear to listen. On the opposite side, he is staring forward in total shock. His jaw drops completely when he sees the appearance of that woman. She sat up abruptly, her voice laced with suspicion as she asked, "Human, how on earth did you manage to get in here?" Suddenly, the surrounding rocks shattered, crashing down to the ground with a thunderous roar. Massive cracks spiderwebbed across the walls and up toward the ceiling of the mine. Tu Luong watched the chaos unfold, his eyes sparkling with intensity. His face turned pale from the shock, and he gasped for air, unable to utter a single word. He tried to tell himself it was just an illusion. Tu Luong was shaking like a leaf, gripping his cloak tight as panic started to set in. The aura was so terrifying that for a split second, he actually imagined the end of the world. Unable to steady himself, he continued to breathe in short, jagged gasps while sweat poured off him. After a few heavy breaths, Tu Luong let out a faint smirk and whispered to himself, "I won." He then turned his eyes toward her with a look of pure joy, muttering contentedly, coming here was definitely the right choice. His legs were still trembling, but he forced himself to take a step forward. He reassured himself that no matter what happened, he would make it to the end of the moon god's requiem. At that moment, the Book of the Moon began flipping through its pages. A notification appeared right before his eyes. New beast unlocked. The number of illuminated illustrations has increased. Looking at the woman in front of him, he made a silent vow, no matter the cost. He had to claim this woman for himself. The notification from the Book of the Moon popped up. Moonlight element, high-tier emperor, withered moon firefly queen. Status, extremely weakened. The Firefly Queen was once one of the 12 lunar zodiacs, serving under the sign of Aquarius. In the world of the Moonlight faction, her reputation was legendary. She was a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, who dared to challenge the High Overlord on the night of a full moon. After losing to the Ice Queen, she hadn't been heard from for years. Realizing who she was, Tu Luong stood there stunned, staring at her while his mind raced. The withered moon firefly queen. She was actually alive and standing right in front of him. Suddenly, he called out to her, "Withered moon firefly queen." Hearing him, she slowly rose to her feet. Tu Luong walked up and reached out his hand, announcing boldly, "I am Tu Luong, the Moon King. I've come to take you out of here." His hand stayed frozen in midair, met only by her eerie silence. After a moment of thought, she finally asked, "And then what? Where exactly do you plan on taking me?" Tu Luong blinked, confused, and asked, "Wait, what?" Her face darkened as she spat out a series of questions. "Has the Red Shadow Phantom been defeated? Are startled Wingblade and Snowfall drunk dead? You're just a mortal." The Firefly Queen stepped back, her voice full of disdain. A lowly weakling with such a pathetic cultivation level dares to call himself the Moon King? She glared at him with eyes as sharp as daggers, her face clouded with pure rage. "Are you trying to claim me for yourself?" Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted from the room, threatening to blow the roof off the mine. Tu Luong was caught off guard, and immediately activated the moon in the lake shield to block the blast. His mind was racing. What the hell? Just her pressure alone has this much destructive power? A massive crack appeared on his shield right before his eyes. Tu Luong's heart sank as he watched it. This is bad. The moon in the lake's protection is about to shatter. Suddenly, the crushing pressure stopped. Glowing blue chains appeared out of nowhere, clamping down on the Firefly Queen. They pulled her back, making her scream in agony. Tu Luong realized what was happening and thought, "I see." She was sealed here, by the Ice Queen's power. The Firefly Queen collapsed from exhaustion. He rushed over to her and asked, "Are you okay?" Standing face to face with her, Tu Luong let out a small smirk and teased, "You keep calling me a weakling, but look at you now. You weren't strong enough to challenge the Overlord. You lost your freedom. And yet here you are, still trying to act all high and mighty." Fuming at his mocking words, she gritted her teeth and growled, "You!" She screamed at him, making him flinch for a second. "Do you think I don't want to leave? With your pathetic, mixed-up cultivation level, how do you expect to save me?" She lowered her voice, her tone cold and certain. "Even if the Ice Queen is dormant, once the 3 azure skies show up, I'll definitely survive." She pointed a finger at Tu Luong and declared, "But you? You'll definitely die a miserable death right here." Despite her terrifying warning, Tu Luong remained incredibly calm. He let out a tired sigh and asked, "This is just pathetic. You're supposed to be a noble empress with a legendary reputation, yet you're this scared of the 3 azure skies." He smirked again and said, "Don't get it twisted. I never said I was taking you away to go hide." His gaze turned serious, his eyes glowing with determination as he explained, "We're going to crush the 3 azure skies and walk out of the Eastern Realm with our heads held high. Doesn't that sound better?" Huyen Vuong froze for a moment, unable to find a comeback after hearing his logic. Right now, she was thinking to herself, who exactly is this man in front of her? Her jaw dropped slightly as she came to a conclusion. This guy is definitely. Huyen Vuong quickly crossed her arms to cover her body, backing away in fear. She was convinced that Tu Luong was a complete moron. Tu Luong reached out his hand toward Huyen Vuong, his eyes warm and gentle, as he silently waited for her response. She just stared back at him, completely shell-shocked. Her lips trembled, but the words wouldn't come out. Seeing Huyen Vuong instinctively curl up and back away, Tu Luong asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" She snapped back bluntly, "I'm staying away so I don't catch your mental deficiency." He let out a frustrated sigh, trying to keep his cool. Forget it. He didn't expect a simple talk to work anyway. Thinking to himself, Tu Luong slowly sat down right next to her. Besides, there is plenty of time. This is the perfect chance to use this opportunity to break through to the 5-star realm. Feeling a bit curious, she sat up to see what he was doing. Huyen Vuong stayed quiet, leaning against the chair so he could focus. As she watched Tu Luong cultivate for a while, she started to realize something. Anyone who could withstand her pressure and make it this far definitely wasn't some talentless loser. Huyen Vuong rested her chin on her hand, her gaze turning dreamy as her mind wandered into thoughts she couldn't quite put into words. She was lost in the weight of her own power. For over 1,000 years, she had met countless fools, weaklings, and liars who made empty promises. Old memories suddenly came flooding back. A young boy from her past once reached out his hand to her, just like Tu Luong was doing now. Back then, she dreamed of seeing the outside world and finding what was lost. She was a moonlight beast tamer from the Eastern Ore Vein. That year, A naive Huyen Vuong grabbed that hand. It felt like a fairy tale, beautiful and full of dreams, the perfect beginning to a legendary story. Unfortunately, there were no exceptions. Everything was cut short right at the beginning. She sat silently beside the boy's lifeless body, not saying a word or shedding a tear. With their level of talent, they simply couldn't bring out her true power. Ever since that day, Huyen Vuong carried a deep scar on her soul. She shut herself off, giving up all hope of ever leaving this place. That is why she filled this entire cave with her oppressive aura. She wanted to isolate everyone, refusing to let any more false hope of escape take root. She remained silent, but then a tiny spark of light flickered in her eyes, like a hope that had not quite burned out yet. Perhaps it was because Tu Luong's entire body was radiating a golden energy, making her grudgingly admit that, with this level of talent, actually, this is getting interesting. Huyen Vuong suddenly felt intrigued and asked, "Hey kid, which faction do you belong to? Who is the emperor backing you?" Tu Luong answered coldly, "The Song Niet sect." She asked curiously, "Never heard of it. Who founded it?" A few seconds later, Huyen Vuong burst into a mocking laugh. "Though, the Inguyet, a 4-star Moonlight King? That is hilarious. The real Moonlight King is already at Who is the emperor backing the Twin Moon sect?" He could not hide his annoyance, grumbling to himself. Why does she talk so much? Has she gone crazy from being locked up for too long? But he was forced to speak up and answer. "The one behind the Twin Moon sect is me. I am not just the Moonlight King. I represent the entire North region, the Moon God Festival. According to you, even while trapped here, you should know what happened in the North region half a month ago, right?" The Firefly Queen actually listened intently as she saw Ho Trung Nguyet take out a ring and bring it to her. One look at it, and the Firefly Queen suspiciously recognized the King's Ring of the North region. This was truly the key to unlocking the Moon God Festival. Tu Luong continued, "The Firefly Queen's ambition. You said the ultimate Moonlight King is already at 5 stars in the womb." He slowly stood up, adding, "It sounds exaggerated, but isn't that person just a natural-born overlord beastmaster?" Tu Luong looked at the Firefly Queen with a stern face. He unleashed his potential, his entire body glowing with light. A swarm of glowing butterflies fluttered around him like a dance of newly awakened power as he continued, "Even if the emperor behind the Twin Moon sect is from Sagittarius, I am actually the master of the golden butterfly." She instinctively raised her hand to shield her face from the blinding light. He stepped closer. "My enemies are the Flying Rabbit and the 10 lunar eclipses. I will surpass the previous generation of Moonlight Kings and secure the final victory for the Moonlight Brilliance at the Moon God Festival." Once again, Tu Luong firmly reached out his hand, his voice full of sincerity. "I happen to have something to give the Ice Queen. Declaring war on the East region isn't impossible, as long as you join us." The Firefly Queen seemed a bit shaken as she hesitantly reached back. Just as their hands were about to touch, an invisible force suddenly pushed her back to her original spot. Restrained by the frost chains, the Firefly Queen lowered her head in despair, muttering, "I see it now. But so what if you have the power of an overlord? How can a mere 4-star Beastmaster break through the East region's defenses? Even if I form a contract with you, I cannot even manifest." Tu Luong listened pensively as she let out a faint, hollow laugh, her eyes devoid of hope. "If you really want me, then come back after you have surpassed the 7 stars. He seriously asked the Firefly Queen, "If we successfully get out of here, and you are set free, what will you do?" Then he answered his own question. "Will you go back to war with the Ice Queen? Is the 3-Jade Flute the enemy we need to defeat?" She replied, "Hasn't that old woman from Sagittarius told you yet? I don't hate the East region. On the contrary, the Ice Queen and Lord Tui Lientian are actually friends." The Firefly Queen clenched her fists so hard they trembled, finally venting her long-suppressed resentment. "I fought the Ice Queen back then only because she did something unforgivable." She gritted her teeth, her whole body shaking. Her words were dripping with hatred. If it wasn't for the Ice Queen, Lord Tui Lientian wouldn't have. Suddenly, Tu Luong sensed something. The Firefly Queen noticed it too. They both had the same thought. Someone was coming. Outside, a massive explosion suddenly rocked the mountain peaks. A brilliant light flashed across the gloomy sky, making the cave shake violently. She looked up and said, "It is one of the 12 heavenly shields from the East region. They must have detected us." The Firefly Queen quickly warned him, "Run, now. If you are the one contracted with the golden butterfly, can you even handle an ordinary emperor?" Hearing this, Tu Luong paused to think. "To be honest, no, I can't." He feigned calmness and spoke coldly. "I don't need to run. I have unfinished business in the East region. You haven't finished your story, have you? This Lord Thui Lien Tien you mentioned, he is the guardian of the Aquarius constellation, isn't he? The Firefly Queen stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. Tu Luong continued, everyone knows Aquarius was defeated by the Flying Rabbit back then, but you are saying the Ice Queen was involved. Once we get out of the East region, can you explain everything to me? He was completely unaware that a giant bird was silently closing in on them. At that moment, Tu Luong couldn't hide his frustration and bombarded her with questions. If the Ice Queen was really involved, was just fighting her once enough? You have been imprisoned for thousands of years. Was it really worth it? He shouted angrily, trying to convince her. Instead of rotting here, why don't we wait until we are out and defeat her fair and square? The moment the bird's giant talons touched the ground, the sheer pressure made the earth crack. Tu Luong looked back in shock, and at the same time, the system notification rang out. A new monster has been unlocked. The number of illustrated entries has increased. Word on the street is that he is an Emperor rank Sky Beast, Thunder Emperor Xiaodong, one of the 12 sky shields serving directly under the 3 green peaks. As soon as the shadow-winged phantom appeared, he started barking questions. Great Firefly Queen, who is this human? Why the hell is he here? Don't tell me you are trying to run away again? I doubt the Ice Queen will be as forgiving this time around. While the Firefly Queen hesitated, Thunder Emperor growled a sharp warning, and do not forget Lord Aquarius's orders. You are strictly forbidden from seeking revenge against Lady Lepus. Before he could finish his rambling, Tu Luong calmly cut him off. God, you are so annoying. He stepped right up to the beast's face and mocked him ruthlessly. You are just an outsider from the sky system. What right do you have to interfere in the business of us Moonlight users? If Aquarius won't allow it, then I will give the green light on behalf of the Golden Butterfly Palace. That traitor Lady Lepus needs to be taken down. Hearing that, Thunder Emperor exploded in rage. What did you just say? Losing his patience, Tu Luong didn't hesitate to grab the queen. Firefly Queen, what are you still wavering for? He hoisted her up, demanding an answer with a glare. Are you really gonna let Lady Lepus get away with murdering Lord Aquarius? She turned back to look at him, looking completely timid. His voice was no longer calm. And as for the Ice Queen's disgusting, twisted heart, don't you want your revenge? You are acting pathetic and weak. Just sign the contract with me, and I will find a way to let you manifest. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted, making Thunder Emperor scream in fury. After this, who cares about Lady Lepus or the Ice Queen? He spread his massive wings in a rage, releasing a bone-crushing pressure. Thick mist swirled around him as he made a bold declaration. I am going to crush everyone. No one is getting out of here alive. Immediately after, a massive pillar of power crashed down from the sky into the cave, carrying enough force to grind everything to dust. Nearby, 3 ice citizens, who had been wandering the area, were absolutely terrified by the deafening explosion. The girl asked in a panic, "What's going on? Is that coming from the Moonlight Mine?" Inside the cave, the area around Tu Luong took a heavy hit. The ground and the walls were covered in deep, jagged cracks. Thunder Emperor took the full brunt of the blast and was sent flying, crashing into a jagged rock. Dazed and panicked, he couldn't believe it. How is this even possible? Tu Luong stood in the distance, surrounded by a massive vortex of white energy, a lingering aftershock of his previous attack. This was the exact moment he successfully broke through to a higher realm, the 5-star realm. His beast system panel immediately popped up, updating all the critical intel. Low-tier Moonlight Beast, Lightning Butterfly. Status, sealed. Because the host's level is too low, you cannot summon them all. Mid-tier Moonlight Beast, Jade Tail Mooncrest. Emperor, rank Moonlight Beast. 8, Winged Sovereign, status, sealed. Since your level is too low, this cannot be unlocked until the host reaches the 7-star realm or achieves fusion. However, an explosive energy from hundreds of millions, the unlocking conditions can be temporarily activated. Emperor rank Moonlight Beast, Withered Moonlamp, Firefly Queen, status, sealed, level too low, host must continue training. After reading through it, he was stunned, his mind racing with calculations. If I can just reach the 6-star realm, I can force an Emperor rank to manifest. Isn't that usually reserved for the 7-star realm? Tu Luong clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. This means if I hit the 6-star realm, I can use the Firefly Queen's power whenever I want. Seeing him standing there lost in thought, Thunder Emperor lost his mind and started screaming questions. You filthy human, what do you think you're doing? How dare you sign a contract with the Firefly Queen? And you really think you have the guts to challenge the Ice Queen? Tu Luong just gave him a cold, dead stare, but Thunder Emperor kept barking like a madman. Looking down on him, the beast mocked him. You are only at the 5-star realm. You can't even dream of making an emperor rank manifest. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning struck. Outside the cave, dark clouds rolled in, and thunder shook the very foundations of the earth. Tu Luong looked up, his expression unreadable and full of deep thought. He let out a sigh and immediately summoned the moon in the lake. In the blink of an eye, a massive, sturdy barrier was erected. The barrier expanded rapidly, covering a huge area as spiritual energy surged violently. Even when the lightning struck directly, the barrier stood tall and firm without a single tremor. Even Thunder Emperor was terrified by the sight, his eyes wide as he screamed. What? He broke into a cold sweat, his jaw dropping in shock. How is this happening? He let out a blood-curdling scream as the spiritual energy swallowed the entire mine. After the dust settled, the cave had vanished without a trace, leaving only a massive crater behind. He cursed that damn brat under his breath. Still refusing to show any respect, he demanded an answer. Who the hell are you? But after taking a closer look, it finally clicked for him. Wait a second. A Moonlight King with white hair? Trang Kueyet stared straight into Tu Luong's moon-seizing eyes, making him even more certain. Deloy immediately threw out a questioning shout. Moon King of the Twin Moon Sect. Do you really want to start a war with the eastern region? Tu Luong didn't even bother to look, just slowly closing his eyes. He thought to himself, if I store the energy of the entire mineral vein all at once, I should be able to pull this off. A moment later, golden and cyan energy streaks suddenly erupted from his back. Those massive wings were proof that he had reached a new level. He had ascended to the 6-star realm, his presence illuminating the entire area. Tu Luong carefully calculated using 1/10 of the vein's energy. In an instant, the energy was drained. However, there was a catch. This 6-star state would only last for about 5 minutes. Once the time was up, he dropped back to 5 stars. Deloy was scared out of his wits, trembling uncontrollably under that overwhelming pressure. Seeing this, he let out a smug smirk. Everything was going exactly according to his plan. Tu Luong then spread his arms and roared, "Withered Moon, Firefly Queen, manifest now." As he spoke, a blazing fireball ignited on his wings, burning so fiercely it seemed to scorch the air itself. Suddenly, the sphere cracked open. The Firefly Queen emerged from the fragments at Tu Luong's call. As the shards fell around her, she stepped forward with pure authority and grace. Following the Queen's descent, tiny sparks of fire scattered across the eastern region, like a signal flare announcing her return. The ice citizens fell to their knees in terror, bowing low in respect. The great withered moon Firefly Queen had returned after thousands of years. The Firefly Queen gently approached from behind, placing her hand on his shoulder and calling him Master. She thought to herself, now that the contract is sealed, I can see right through his plan. Her eyes remained fixed on Tu Luong's back. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. You're so insane, I've never met anyone like you before. His talk about challenging the Ice Queen was definitely no joke. Right then, he looked back at her with a cold gaze. But the Firefly Queen's mind was still racing. More importantly, this man wasn't even an apostle to begin with. Tu Luong spoke seriously. Congratulations on getting your freedom back. You know what needs to be done next, right? He reached out his hand and asked, Are 5 minutes enough? The Firefly Queen understood immediately, rubbing her chin and hesitating for a moment. Even though it wasn't a full moon yet, after a quick thought, she decided it was worth a shot. She grabbed Tu Luong's hand as a sign of her commitment. The Firefly Queen quickly released a surge of energy that enveloped them both as they began to float. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the sky at light speed, leaving a brilliant trail of light that tore through the atmosphere. Deloy still hadn't processed what happened. He muttered in a daze, "This is bad. It's all over this time." When he finally snapped out of it, his eyes went wide with terror as he screamed, "I need to notify Lord Tambik-Tu immediately." A while later, at an ice castle standing tall under the glow of a blood-red crescent moon, the landscape looked like something out of a dream. Tu Luong arrived quickly, hovering in the air as he silently observed the situation below. The Firefly Queen's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "We can only maintain this for about 4.5 minutes. Did you find what you're looking for?" Tu Luong pointed his hand toward the castle and replied, "To save time, just scan the whole place." He shut his eyes tight and concentrated. Carefully sensing even the smallest ripple of spiritual energy nearby, Tu Luong quietly released his power, letting his spiritual energy spread throughout the castle. He poured all his focus into the search. Looking through the walls, he spotted a girl with blue hair and skin as pale as snow. Taking a closer look, Tu Luong guessed that this little girl was actually a powerful 8-star beast tamer. Tu Luong stood frozen in the air, thinking to himself in frustration, just how many 8-star beast tamers are hiding in this eastern region anyway? Before he could even speak, the Firefly Queen blurted out, "That little brat is the current ice concubine. She's the one who formed a temporary contract with Tambik. That name flashed into Luong's mind as he watched the girl below. He speculated, so basically, we have to take her down if we want to get out of the eastern region. Tu Luong's eyes suddenly widened. He realized a crucial clue. Wait, is this brat the same 3-meter ice person from before? She was in disguise. A system notification suddenly snapped him back to reality. Warning, Eastern Region King detected before defeating Phi On. Directing, attacking the king is forbidden, unless the opponent does something that severely damages your formation. At the same time, the current ice concubine received a similar notification about the discovery of the Eastern Region King. The rules stated she couldn't attack directly unless the opponent did something to harm her interests. She immediately understood and shouted at the top of her lungs, "So that's it. You, Moon King, are you trying to start a war?" Suddenly, a thunderous wave of swearing echoed from the other side, making the very air shake. The ice concubine quickly covered her ears and barked back, "War your butt, you big idiot. Let me out right now. I've been charging my power for 30 seconds already. Aren't you supposed to be an 8-star Beastmaster?" Fandong roared in a fury. "If those guys let the Firefly Queen escape, we're both going to have hell to pay." The current ice consort pouted and complained, "Look, Lady Fandong, I'm an 8-star Frost Beastmaster, not a 3-star Sky Beastmaster. Then why do you always hide inside my body because you're scared of the cold? I really miss Lady Snow White Sangshu. She went back to the Three Kings Spring over a year ago. Who knows when she'll be back?" Hearing that, he let out a long sigh, and Fandong snapped back. "Shut your mouth, you useless brat." She rubbed her chin, lost in thought. It was just too convenient that both Winged Flight and Snow White Sangshu were gone at the same time. Fandong silently assessed the situation. Given the ice consort's current state, it would take at least 3 minutes for the spirit to manifest. Meanwhile, both sides were on high alert. On this end, Tu Luong frowned, his eyes darting around as he searched frantically. He scoured every corner until he spotted a faint trail of black mist drifting from a hidden shadow. Tu Luong's eyes widened. "Found you," he thought. Inside, a room cluttered with items, a massive purple mirror stood right in the center. The mirror opened, revealing a mysterious black orb. After examining it closely, Tu Luong was baffled. He couldn't figure out why they were trying to summon Sanbi Xiaojia while the ice consort was shivering from the cold, but he quickly pieced the situation together. Now that I've touched the Ice Queen's treasure, the Moon Goddess ritual restriction has been lifted. In just a few more seconds, the battle will begin. Tu Luong quickly called out to the Firefly Queen. She immediately reported that she could only hold out for about 4 more minutes, and that was only if they didn't run into any trouble. They didn't have enough energy for a fight. He reached out his hand and reassured her, "It's okay. As long as we get out of the eastern domain, we'll be fine." Tu Luong barked an order, and the Moon Lake was summoned. It manifested instantly, sending a silent wave rippling through the mirror. As the Moon Lake faded away, the item inside the mirror vanished with it. Mission accomplished. Tu Luong and the Firefly Queen didn't waste a second and made their escape, leaving the ice consort to scream in shock. What just happened? Once she realized what was going on, she turned pale before exploding in a fit of rage. Did that bastard just touch the Ice Queen's treasure? How dare he? Fandong thought spitefully. Fine then. I won't let you get away that easily. Dawn is almost here, and we'll be meeting again soon. Meanwhile, Tu Luong and the Firefly Queen were darting away at breakneck speed. Watching the moon sink below the horizon, she spoke up anxiously. The night is almost over. When he didn't respond, she asked again suspiciously. Tu Luong, are you even listening? But he remained silent, staring intently at the orb in his hand, lost in thought. Something's not right. Using his sharp intuition, Tu Luong noticed a strange detail. The scabbard of the Starsinker Moonblade was originally a weapon made from the 7 Strings Boneflower monster, but this black orb is completely dead. I can't sense a single spark of life coming from it. Wasting no time, he hurriedly activated the Moon Lexicon. In less than a second, the info popped up. Part of the high moon bone flower detected the blade. As more information appeared, Tu Luong's eyes widened as he read. The scabbard of the high moon bone flower was made of 4 distinct parts: the black blade, the purple heart, the blue soul, and the gold lock. You need the gold lock to wake the bone flower up. The names of everyone holding the parts were displayed clearly on the screen. The black blade belonged to the northern domain Moon King. The purple heart was with Chen Xingyan Yue. The blue soul was held by the eastern domain twin, Bai Yue Hang. And the gold lock, in an instant, Tu Luong's face went pale, his lips twitching as he thought to himself, wait a minute, that Chen Xingyan Yue guy never mentioned the bone flower had 4 whole parts. Tu Luong rubbed his temples as he did the math. Besides, how could the Ice Queen, who has been around since ancient times, not know the secret of the 7 strings? It makes sense she would keep a peace with her. At least I am bringing back some kind of prize. Anyway, I saved the Firefly Queen and snagged the blade, so this trip wasn't a total waste. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice the Firefly Queen calling his name over and over. Tu Luong just rubbed his chin with a satisfied grin. I'll just hand this over to Chen Xingyan Yue for now. Finally losing her patience, she screamed right into his ear, "Hey, Tu Luong!" That finally managed to snap him out of his dream world. The Firefly Queen said worriedly, "Even though you're fast, it is not a full moon right now. The night is almost gone. We have to cross the eastern domain border." Even though panic and doubt were written all over her face, she still tried to keep her tone polite. "I really don't want to doubt you, but looking at this miraculous system panel of yours." A second later, Huin Vuong couldn't hold back and asked him directly, "You can't even handle a supreme rank enemy, can you?" Hearing this, Tu Luong could only confess the truth. Next, the pets he currently owned were all listed on the system interface. Northwing Moon Monarch. Emperor rank cannot be summoned because the Beastmaster's current realm is too low. Dry Moon Heart Burning Fire Huin Vuong. Emperor rank can only be summoned once he reaches the 6-star realm. Intermediate Moon in the Lake is summonable, and the Waning Moon Constitution Jade-Tailed Rabbit is also summonable. Low-level Glimmering Butterflies can be summoned, but in limited numbers. Tu Luong glanced over at Huin Vuong and realized something. Since the system panel synchronized after they formed the contract, it seemed she could see all the information on his screen. The 5-minute time limit has passed. Since I forced myself to reach 6 stars, I've now dropped back down to 5 stars. Fire Huin Vuong can't manifest anymore. She was extremely skeptical and demanded an answer. What on earth? Didn't you say you possessed a waning moon physique beast? Tu Luong gave a sheepish smile and explained helplessly. Unfortunately, it's not a full moon, so it can't show its true power. Even on a full moon night, it wouldn't be able to fight an emperor. Huin Vuong stood frozen within the spatial world. With a look of pure disbelief, she muttered, "A waning moon physique? That's impossible." Her tone softened slightly, filled with regret. "That's right. Without a full moon, it's useless in battle." Huin Vuong leaned down and stared intently at the jade-tailed rabbit. If only that day had been a full moon. Seeing the cute little rabbit sleeping soundly, she whispered, "By the way, this little guy is a descendant of the lunar rabbit lineage." Standing behind her, Tu Luong couldn't hide his disappointment as he spoke. "It's just a shame those high and mighty gods couldn't see the flaws in the waning moon physique." She unconsciously repeated, "Flaws?" Huin Vuong suddenly stood up and snapped back fiercely, "Liar! How could the waning moon physique have any flaws?" Her expression was dead serious as she declared, "The waning moon physique is the most perfect of all. It is a masterpiece of moonlight." Suddenly, the sky was invaded by streaks of pink clouds, spreading out like waves of color. Both of them felt the change at the same time and gasped in shock. "What is this?" In an instant, the entire sky was covered in a brilliant peach-pink hue. The ice dwellers below looked up at the sky and hurriedly knelt down. A girl cried out in shock, "It's Lord Fandong! The 3-emerald cherry blossom pink butterfly has descended." Delicate cherry blossom petals fluttered in the wind, filling the air with a mystical beauty. Tu Luong was suddenly frozen in mid-air, leaving him in a state of total panic. A few seconds later, Tu Luong's face darkened as he stared intensely ahead. Facing him was Fandong, sporting a pair of massive, radiant butterfly wings. She flatly declared, "Give it up. It's already daytime." Fandong spoke with cold, indifferent eyes, her words dripping with hidden meaning. "You surely know the consequences of what you've done." Even though he expected to be intercepted, Tu Luong was still incredibly tense. He bit his lip, unable to believe what was happening. He thought to himself, what kind of insane speed is this? facing Cherry Blossom Fan Dong. His mind was on high alert as he told himself, forget reaching the border of the eastern region. From now on, I won't be able to take even a single step forward. Then, she coldly commanded, return the Ice Queen's property immediately. Then follow me back for interrogation and punishment. This is the only way I can spare your lives. Tu Luong just stared at her in silence without saying a word. A sharp, irritated warning rang out. Fan Dong, quit dreaming. Hearing that, Tu Luong froze and quickly turned around. Even Fan Dong couldn't hide her surprise. A second later, spirit fire began to gather, swirling into a circle that formed a shield in front of Tu Luong. Huan Vuong manifested with a cold, expressionless gaze, but every word she spoke was filled with absolute determination. I might die in this battle, but I'm never going back. The seal on the Flying Rabbit Palace is about to break, and I have to destroy that thing with my own hands. Fan Dong frowned slightly. Lowering her voice, she tried to persuade her. If it were you, you'd surely understand me. Before Huan Vuong could finish, Fan Dong closed her eyes and calmly analyzed the situation. Huan, are you still going to be this stubborn? Didn't the Ice Queen join the Moon God Festival just to avenge the Aquarius Palace? You just need to wait patiently for the Moon God Festival to end. At this point, Huan Vuong fell silent. With a look of deep thought in her eyes, Fan Dong laid down the verdict without beating around the bush, as if she already held the final result in her hands. Your eastern region will defeat the Flying Rabbit Palace and the 10 Moon Eclipse. Everything will be over by then. She firmly grabbed Huan Vuong's hand, her voice dropping an octave. Fan Dong gave her a dead serious warning. But until then, I absolutely won't allow you to go looking for your own death. She was losing her mind, her face burning with rage as she grilled them relentlessly. If you losers can't even handle them, then how the hell did you even get here? Standing before Bakunjok Khan, the Firefly King hesitated as he spoke. I think she's finally starting to waver. At this point, Tu Luong couldn't take it anymore. He reached out, violently shoving Fan Dong's hand away and roaring in anger. Enough is enough. He didn't hold back, calling her out right then and there. Taking down Phytho Palace is our Moon Radiance business. You outsiders from the Eastern Domain better keep your damn hands off. In that same sharp tone, Tu Luong continued, I don't care what kind of history you two have. He glared at Fan Dong with total contempt, giving her a cold warning. Get back to wherever you came from, or I'll throw you in chains right next to the Ice Queen. Huan Vuong was stunned, gasping out, You've gone insane. Meanwhile, Fan Dong was grinding her teeth in pure fury. She let out a low growl, her face turning pale with rage. Refusing to back down, she sneered, You're nothing but a lowly apostle of the Moonlight system. Fan Dong kept spitting out her arguments, her voice filled with arrogance and steel. After Moon Radiance fell apart, there's only one miracle left in these 12 full moon nights. The Moonlight system is already dead. This Moon God Festival is definitely going to be your final swan song. She pointed right at his face like a maniac and screamed, It's broad daylight. How dare you talk so big in front of me? Suddenly, Fan Dong went completely stiff. She slowly turned toward the light, her eyes glazed over as she muttered in a daze. What? She stared blankly at the distant horizon. Inside his mind, the system chimed with a notification that everything was changing. Just a second ago, it was fast asleep, but now that Jade-tailed Rabbit suddenly snapped its eyes open, Tu Luong whispered under his breath, The moon. His severing moon eyes glowed, reflecting a brilliant full moon deep within his pupils. It's coming! As the words left his lips, dark clouds began to swirl violently. The moon slowly emerged, its light washing over the entire sky. At that exact moment, on the coast of the northern domain, the full moon hung high, its radiant glow dancing on the surface of the water. At the center of the 9 hells, Elder Moon Enigma looked up at the moonlight in total shock. She glanced down at the person kneeling in despair and asked suspiciously, What do you think you're doing? I am the moon-leading goddess, a supreme rank of the Moonlight system. Hearing Elder Moon Enigma's question, she looked up in confusion, completely lost for words. The moon-leading goddess shuddered as she recalled the life and death battle from before. I died the moment I tried to use my skill. I just respawned, and I'm still a nervous wreck. I can't even think straight. She sobbed into her hands, accidentally triggering her skill once again. Moon Enigma didn't even have the heart to scold her. Sighing in frustration, she said, Whatever. At the supreme rank, your fake full moon only lasts for 5 minutes anyway. As they watched the moon reflect on the sea, a heavy sense of dread washed over them. She whispered to herself, I really hope this doesn't turn into something big. Back with Fan Dong, she was standing frozen, paralyzed by what she saw. She couldn't believe her eyes. A full moon night? What kind of twisted magic is this? This shouldn't be possible. Tu Luong lowered his head as a thought crossed his mind. Of course I know how this works. It all depends on. He looked toward the jade-tailed rabbit. This transformation. A fake moon has no effect on an emperor rank. Only a few seconds left before the Firefly King is forced back. Huin Vuong stood there in silence. With everything on the line, Tu Luong put all his faith in the jade-tailed rabbit, thinking, this is it. Everything depends on you now. The moment Fan Dong saw the jade-tailed rabbit, she burst out laughing. She covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, her voice dripping with contempt. Is this some kind of joke? A mid-tier jade-tailed rabbit? When Tu Luong didn't respond, Fan Dong got even more smug, tossing out another insult. King of Moonlight? Is this the pathetic power that gave you the confidence to talk all that trash? She gestured toward the moon, sneering. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize a cheap trick from a supreme rank beast? This little stunt only lasts 5 minutes. It's not going to change the end of this fight at all. Tu Luong closed his eyes, still refusing to argue. He completely ignored Fan Dong's mockery and turned around. His focus was entirely on his beloved pet. Tu Luong whispered gently, my previous first-star rank must have really held you back from showing your true power, didn't it? He didn't stop there, continuing to pour his heart out to his beast. But I know for a fact that the limits of the waning moon physique have gone way beyond this. The jade-tailed rabbit listened intently to every word. The next second, Tu Luong pointed straight at Fan Dong and barked out an order. Do you see that noble emperor rank in front of us? In just 10 seconds, I need you to become stronger than her. After shouting that, Tu Luong immediately summoned Lake Moon Spirit. The moment it received the order, it appeared without a second thought. In a flash, countless ore veins materialized right in front of the Jade Moon Rabbit. Witnessing this, the Glowfly Queen couldn't help but stare in absolute awe. She realized those were moonlight element mineral veins that were now being devoured. The Jade Moon Rabbit aggressively reached out and grabbed a chunk of ore. One by one, it savagely shoved them into its mouth, chewing with a wild, frantic hunger. Fan Dong stood frozen in place, her face looking like a glitched screen as a massive question mark popped up in her head. The rabbit gnawed on the minerals like a beast possessed, completely ignoring its surroundings. The sound of the command echoing in its ears only drove it further into a frenzy. With its eyes glowing a primal red, Tu Luong thought to himself, you are my only trump card. Right now, you must get strong. Tu Luong let out a roar. Live up to my expectations. The Jade Moon Rabbit continued to gulp down chunk after chunk of the mineral veins. There was absolutely no sign of it stopping. Tu Luong silently watched its chaotic state, feeling a slight sting of regret. Contracting with the Jade Moon Rabbit was nothing like his bonds with Cloud Chaser Moon or Starfall Moon. The rabbit's true strength was being severely held back by his own 1-star rank. He brooded over the numbers, his face tight with tension. But currently, he was temporarily at rank 6, even nearing rank 7. Could they defeat an emperor under a full moon? His gaze drifted over the two girls who were still hesitating. They were struggling internally about whether to attack each other. Tu Luong easily saw through their hesitation. Even though Fian and Fan Dong were stalling, they refused to strike, likely because of their past bond. In this critical moment, he thought anxiously, but the Glowfly Queen only has a few seconds left before she vanishes. When that happens, there is a high chance of a dead end. A deep sadness flickered in the Glowfly Queen's eyes. Her voice carried a doubt she couldn't hide. A full moon. Why does it always happen at a time like this? Is this the guidance of the moonlight? She began to drift back into old memories. Lady Thuy Lien Thien, I wonder if you foresaw this year back then. This isn't about luck, power, rank, or probability. It is something that was destined from the moment of birth, because I firmly believe in my heart that a miracle will happen. Yes, the bright moon hung high in the night sky, growing more radiant by the second, yet it offered no answers. Carrying that doubt in her heart, the Glowfly Queen turned to ask Tu Luong, I have one last question. Why did you refuse the Consort Dowager's invitation before? Tu Luong answered without skipping a beat, no reason. That guy called my entire team a bunch of worthless trash, so I told him off. My little rabbit is definitely not a defective product. Didn't you once say that the waning moon physique isn't trash either? The Jade Moon Rabbit was too busy devouring the minerals to care about anything else. When speaking of his goal, Tu Luong's voice turned ice cold and firm. One day, I will trample the Flying Rabbit Palace and the 10 Moon Eclipse under my feet. I'll make them realize just how much they should regret. Sensing the raw determination in his heart, the glowfly queen stood there, stunned. As if finally understanding, her lips moved slightly, and she slowly whispered her agreement. "You're right. You're absolutely right." Trembling with a mix of resentment and resolve, the queen clenched her fists, firmly declaring that the waning moon physique was not trash. She screamed at the top of her lungs, finally letting out the burden in her heart. "Lady Thuy Lien Thien, the waning moon physique of the Aquarius Palace is definitely not garbage." Those words, which seemed like they would never be spoken, rang out crystal clear, making Tu Luong's eyes widen in shock. Snapping out of it, he asked urgently, "Wait, what did you just say?" His face was still pale with alarm. The image of a legendary figure surfaced in his mind, making his heart race. One of the 7 miracles of the world, the guardian of the Aquarius Palace. Thuy Lien Thien. She actually had the waning moon physique? Tu Luong quickly put the pieces together. Wait, now I finally understand. How did the Flying Rabbit Palace have enough power to take down the Aquarius Palace? He finally found the answer to the long-standing mystery. It was because that day wasn't a full moon. The waning moon physique has 0 combat power otherwise. The glowfly queen lowered her head, still mumbling in a daze. Yes, Lady Thuy Lien Thien would never lose on the night of a full moon. I have always believed that. She continued to beat herself up, filled with self-reproach. But relying on myself alone, I couldn't defeat the Sun faction. I hate how powerless and weak I am. After a long silence, the queen gathered her courage and asked her master, Tu Luong, if there comes a day, could you let me stand before those people? Before she could even finish, he agreed immediately, showing absolute faith in her. Hearing his answer, she felt his trust deep in her soul. The corners of her mouth curved into a gentle smile. Then, the glowfly queen softly stepped forward. She opened her arms and gave Tu Luong a hug as a silent thank you. He didn't pull away, simply standing there in silence. At that moment, her silhouette began to blur into the moonlight. Tu Luong looked at her, stunned by how fast everything was happening. Fandong was absolutely livid, gritting her teeth as she barked, "Glowfly, are you really going to be this stubborn?" With those words, she immediately unleashed her power, spreading her wings to their absolute limit. As they remained locked in an embrace, the Firefly Queen leaned in and whispered something into his ear. Before Lord Thuy Lien Thien and the Flying Rabbit Palace fought their final battle, she had separated her life force from the crystal core. Tu Luong's eyes widened in pure shock. He couldn't hide his surprise as his mind raced. "What?" she continued to whisper, revealing that by recondensing the crystal core, all the essence of the waning moon physique could be. Her words trailed off. The fated moment had arrived. The Firefly Queen vanished into the wind, leaving Tu Luong standing there, frozen in disbelief. He quickly pulled himself together, thinking, with the Firefly Queen gone, I've dropped back down to the 5-star realm. The Firefly Queen made a contract with me. If I die, she'll suffer a devastating blow too. Connecting the dots, Tu Luong realized this was likely why Fandong had been hesitating to strike. Tu Luong locked eyes with Fandong, who was frowning in hesitation. He told himself that a split second of doubt was all the opening he needed. Without a second thought, he roared, "Moon in the lake." In an instant, a massive mineral vein manifested, and spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. Fandong's eyes flickered with pure astonishment. Tu Luong let out a smug grin, knowing his hunch was right on the money. This was exactly what the Firefly Queen had been guarding, an artifact that once belonged to the Moonlight Throne of Aquarius. Right there, in the center of the veins, sat a purple gem was embedded in the back of the chair. This was it, the life crystal core that Aquarius had separated from herself. The purple gem glowed within a web of light. It was the mark of Aquarius, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Jade-tailed rabbit!" Hearing the call, it immediately turned its head. Understanding the plan, it used its long ears to hoist the throne up before tilting its head back without a moment's hesitation. It tossed the entire throne into its wide-open mouth and started munching on it like a delicious snack. Fandong lost it, screaming in a total frenzy. "What the hell are you doing? Stop it right now." Tu Luong just gave her a triumphant look and a cold, mocking smile. "Stop? Why would I stop now?" He glared at her, his voice low and heavy. "This is a miracle born from the waning moon physique." The jade-tailed rabbit's body began to shift, emitting a strange and powerful spiritual energy. Staring at the scene, Fandong was scared witless, her guard going up immediately. She wondered in terror what kind of freakish monster the jade-tailed rabbit would turn into. Even Tu Luong wasn't entirely sure what to expect. He quickly deployed Moon in the lake to create a defensive barrier. The massive shadow of the jade-tailed rabbit began to take shape through the thick smoke. Like a divine beast descending to Earth, the Book of the Moon appeared, flashing a notification. High-tier Moonlight type, giant sledge, eared rabbit. But it didn't stop there. Another notification popped up. Supreme, tier Moonlight type. Moon, hugging. Tu Luong looked up in awe. How? It evolved all the way to the Supreme tier in such a short time. But then, the Book of the Moon flickered, showing a lower tier rank. Mid-tier Moonlight type. Jade. Tailed rabbit. Then it dropped even further. Low-tier Moonlight type. Moonlight rabbit. The status screen was going haywire, with characters flashing and changing at lightning speed. He was starting to panic, wondering if things had spiraled completely out of control. As the smoke finally cleared, the jade-tailed rabbit's true form was revealed. When the dust settled, Tu Luong's jaw dropped. Even Fan Dong couldn't hide the total disbelief on her face. In the blink of an eye, the jade-tailed rabbit had regressed to its weakest form, the Moonlight rabbit. It just stood there, staring back at them. She was stunned, stuttering over her words. Did the evolution fail? The woman clenched her fists, spitting out words of pure disappointment. Seriously? Firefly Queen, you gambled and you lost big time. Fan Dong pointed a finger right at Tu Luong's face and barked. You should have never trusted this pathetic human with the throne of Aquarius. Even with her screaming in his face, he stayed silent, not saying a single word. Tu Luong didn't even blink, his mind seemingly consumed by the horror of the situation. Fan Dong sneered. What's the matter? Is the shock of a failed evolution making you wonder how you're going to survive this? Suddenly, a wicked smirk crept across Tu Luong's face. He whispered the word failure to himself before making a bold declaration. Ignoring Fan Dong's looks of utter contempt, he said, No, this is what a perfect evolution looks like. A notification appeared. Low-tier Moonlight type, Moonlight rabbit, Jade Moon Lord, waning moon physique. Staring at the Book of the Moon, he whispered with a smug grin, Thank you, Firefly Queen. He slowly issued his warning. Under the full moon, I'll be right there waiting for every last one of them. Then, Tu Luong turned his gaze toward that woman, driving his warning home. Fan Dong, let me give you some friendly advice. You'd better not make a move against it. He flashes a smug, satisfied grin. If you let its hatred brew, that 10,000-year undefeated legend of your Three Emerald sect will be completely shattered. Hearing those words, Fan Dong turns a highly skeptical gaze toward the Moonlight rabbit standing below. She repeats the words in her head. Hatred from a low-level creature? The adorable face of that spirit beast makes her even more wary. A low-level creature that can withstand my pressure is truly unusual. Or is this just some trick to fool me? At that moment, Tu Luong suddenly speaks up. I am not in the mood to make a scene today, so I will let you off. I will reclaim that last vital piece from the Ice Queen myself. With that, he turns his back on her, completely ignoring the woman. Let us go, Moonlight Rabbit. Those insulting words drive Fan Dong absolutely insane with rage. She grits her teeth and emphasizes every word. What did you just say? Immediately after, Fan Dong unfurls her massive wings. An overwhelming pressure begins to manifest as her butterfly wings start to close in. The power is so violent it shakes the very heavens and earth, causing the ground to crack and debris to fly everywhere. Right now, the two giant wings are just inches away from closing shut right where Tu Luong and the Moonlight Rabbit are standing. However, the wings suddenly jerk to a halt in midair, as if an invisible barrier has appeared, preventing them from moving further. This leaves Fan Dong in utter shock. She screams out, "What?" as she stares at her wings being held fast in the void. Despite her best efforts, she cannot close them. Fan Dong asks herself in terror, where is this horrific resistance coming from? Her face darkens as a possibility crosses her mind. Could it be the Moon King? She immediately brushes the thought aside. Looking at Tu Luong's calm demeanor, she tells herself, no, he is not doing anything. Just then, a white sphere appears in the gap between the butterfly wings, emitting a blindingly brilliant light. Fan Dong cannot even open her eyes because of that dazzling glow. That radiant orb was created by the Moonlight Rabbit's skill. It is now standing right in the center of the sphere, blocking Fan Dong from executing her move. Tu Luong looks at the rabbit with a serious expression. The Book of the Moon appears simultaneously to explain. Combat skill. The powerful Aquarius Guardian template. Full moon. Can transform into a full moon night at any time. Cooldown time is 30 days. After reading those lines, he silently assesses the situation. Even though I do not know why the power of lunar brilliance is still working, after being destroyed, this evolution not only inherited the traits of Aquarius, but also gained new powers. This is definitely a perfect rebirth. Looking at Fandong's wings, which have returned to their original state, he thinks to himself with relief. This time, we might even be able to escape the eastern domain easily. Meanwhile, she is standing there in complete disbelief. Still terrified by what just happened, she wonders, how can this be? Suddenly, a halo of light appears above the Moonlight Rabbit's head. A brilliant light pours down, and the image of the Aquarius constellation slowly manifests above it. Fandong is so stunned, she is speechless, her face frozen in shock. The Moonlight Rabbit raises its tiny hand to wave, offering a parting word. Goodbye, little butterfly. Powerful streaks of energy zip past the waving Moonlight Rabbit. Fandong manages to shout back, "You better not die too quickly." The Moonlight Rabbit gives a bright smile and quickly replies, "You too." A second later, a world-shaking explosion erupts. The explosion towers high into the sky, as if it wants to tear space itself into 100 pieces. Massive boulders are sent flying in every direction. The blast even shakes the ocean, causing massive waves to surge relentlessly in a deserted sea. A deep whirlpool begins to form in the middle of the ocean. Right on the shore, Tingmi and Guyet is intently watching the sky. She asks softly, "It has almost been 5 minutes. The full moon is about to disappear, right?" Hearing this, Dan and Guyet immediately jumps up in joy. She happily watches the scene before her and announces, "Really? Then we are almost home." Suddenly, above the full moon, giant butterfly wings appear, flapping rhythmically. Dan Nguyen freezes for a few seconds and asks, "What is that?" Right at that moment, a violent slash suddenly rips through those giant butterfly wings. Dan Nguyen falls to the ground in shock, while Mi Nguyen stands there in a state of confusion. At this moment, a massive beam of light appears over the mountain ranges of the eastern domain. The energy radiating through each mountain is incredibly intense. The light stops right at the foot of a massive mountain, causing a significant tremor. The dust from the violent collision slowly clears, leaving a massive hole at the base of the mountain. High in the sky, Deloy is flying forward like the wind, calling out the name Lady Fandong. She is sitting right at the foot of the mountain, where the ground was heavily ravaged by the previous strike, yet her face remains calm as she mumbles to herself, "Great. It has been 10,000 long years, and only now am I finally feeling this kind of agonizing pain again." Fentong glanced up at the sky, realization hitting her that Bastard still hasn't even used his full power yet. Lying flat on the ground, the woman muttered something that left Delay tilting his head in confusion. Actually, it is more like that artificial moon was just totally useless. With that, she started to pull herself up, her voice firm as she brushed past Delay. "Next time we meet, we are settling this once and for all." Staring at Fentong as she walked away, his eyes went wide in shock. How is this even possible? The blood on her wings shocked him even more. To think that the great Sanbi Shao, who has been undefeated for 10,000 years, was actually wounded. The scene shifts to a vast sea where a strange figure streaks across the sky. Ripples form on the waves as those wings soar past. Next to that ocean lies the South region, a place where towering skyscrapers blend into lush forests. Suddenly, a massive explosion shatters the peace, looking like a meteor just slammed into the earth from the heavens. People on the streets stumble, shaken by the aftershock of the impact. Under a massive ancient tree in the South region, Su Liang's small figure sits amidst the lingering dust and smoke from the crash. Wincing in pain, he clutches the Moonlight Rabbit tight, gritting his teeth in frustration. It is a shame the moon goddess's full moon ritual ended. The lake moon reached its limit too, did it not? He looks down at the rabbit, sleeping soundly in his arms. He cannot help but marvel he never expected the Moonlight Rabbit to hold its own against Fentong after evolving, especially since that full moon was just a fake. Su Liang stares ahead with a look of pure determination, his thoughts sharpening. If that is the case, next time I am going all out to settle the score with San Bishao. Right then, a pair of slender legs approach. A voice rings out, catching Su Liang off guard. "Long time no see." The voice belongs to the Kang Yue Empress. She looks at him, her eyes beaming with joy. Su Liang thinks to himself, "Wow, quite the welcoming ceremony we have here." Soon after, she takes him on a tour of the South region, starting with the inner sanctum of the Kang Yue Holy Temple. A magnificent sight unfolds, massive skyscrapers surrounded by countless mystical plants. While Su Liang is still reeling from the view, Kang Yue starts the introduction. This is your first time in the South region, right? This is a world embraced by giant vegetation. She looks up with a touch of pride and continues her explanation. Peach Garden is one of the 7 wonders here, home to the legendary plant sanctuary, the Peach Blossom Realm. Those massive plants are where the beasts reside. You will find everything from high lords to even emperor-rank monsters here. She turns to the dazed Su Liang and asks excitedly. The number of tourists in the South region is several times higher than in the Middle Northwest. Impressive how all 3 regions come together, is it not? His eyes are glued to the grandeur before him as he mutters in awe. Man, this is unbelievable. The 2 of them continue their walk through the region. Su Liang thinks to himself, we might have a 3-year promise, but it feels like we are totally out of sync. The stares from the locals only make him more uneasy. Taking a stroll together like this feels totally surreal. After walking for a bit, Kang Yue speaks up. By the way, this is actually pretty rare. She looks Su Liang right in the eye and drops some bombshell news. The King of the Moon and the Gemini pair, Bai Yue Hang of the West region, have arrived in the South region at the same time. Hearing this, he asks in shock, wait, did you say the West region Geminis are here too? Something important had just crossed his mind. According to the info from the Book of the Moon in the East region, the Black Blade holds the North region's Moon King, the Purple Heart Sword, the owner of the Falling Star Moon Blade. The Blue Soul Sword belongs to the East region Gemini, Bai Yue Hang, and the Gold Key Sword is held by the East region's Ice Queen. Thinking about it, he is certain that the blade soul of the waxing moonflower is currently in Bai Yue Hang's hands. Kang Yue explains, of course, the night of the full moon is almost here. Moon-type beasts are preparing for the ascension. Bai Yue Hang is too. Don't tell me you aren't? As she finishes, a look of pure confusion washes over Su Liang's face. He mutters the word ascension under his breath. He puts on a cautious face, calculating his next move. Wait, she does not know Fen Tong chased me all the way here. Our 3-year promise is still a long way off, so she probably thinks I am here for something else. But seriously, what on earth is this ascension thing? Embarrassed, he scratches his head and tries to play it cool. Oh yeah, the ascension. Right. He then covers his mouth, stammering and unable to find the right words. So, the sky climb, huh? Seeing his incredibly obvious attempt to play it cool, Thuong Nguyet could barely hold back her laughter. She finally burst out laughing and said a few things to save Tu Luong from his awkwardness. It is perfectly normal for a Moon King with such a busy schedule to be clueless about these little pastimes in the southern domain. Thuong Nguyet stepped forward quickly, pointing toward the distance as she excitedly made an offer. Since we are already here, do you want to give it a try? Tu Luong felt a bit sheepish and reached up to scratch his head. He hesitated, unable to find the words. But once Thuong Nguyet led him to the spot, he was absolutely floored. His eyes widened at the sight before him. In the heart of the bustling city stood a colossal, world-piercing pillar of flora. Its branches twisted and spiraled like soft ribbons of silk. This was the sacred site of the southern domain, the heavenly peach ring. Along each branch were never-ending stairs, and right now, countless people were trying their best to conquer them. Seeing such a magnificent sight, Tu Luong could not hide his awe and asked, is this the sky climb? This isn't even as fast as climbing a regular mountain. Why are 8-star Beastmasters happily joining in too? Thuong Nguyet began to explain. That flowery ring you see is actually the entrance to the Heavenly Peach Ring Sanctuary, sitting at an altitude of 10,000 meters. To this day, no one has ever reached the very top. Looking at the spiraling ribbons before him, Tu Luong turned and asked, no one has made it to the peak? She looked ahead and replied cheerfully, that is right. The record is 9,999 meters. No one has ever set foot at the 10,000 meter mark. And as more time passes, the sky climb only becomes more difficult. Since no one has ever reached the summit before, there is a good chance no one ever will in the future. This new information left Tu Luong even more confused. He asked curiously, but why is that? Thuong Nguyet explained that every meter of the Heavenly Peach Ring represents the rank of the Great Lord Peach Orchard. The aura of the Great Lord emits pressure when it encounters powerful individuals, and the higher you go, the more intense that pressure becomes. If you successfully complete the challenge, your beast's power can dominate that specific 1-meter area. This allows future generations to see the peak level of power that we have achieved ourselves. Then, she pointed to the intersection where the tree turns from straight to spiraling, and continued sharing the details. Below 5,000 meters, the records are updated almost every year. But above 5,000 meters, they barely ever change. Especially at the very top, reaching 8,000 meters isn't just a requirement, you need the right status just to compete. Hearing this, Tu Luong was even more shocked. Thuong Nguyet suddenly pointed ahead. Look over there. The leaderboard was placed right at the foot of the heavenly peach ring. Ranked first was Princess Yun of the Cloud Mist Sea. She reached 9,999 meters. Second place was the first-generation lover of the Western Domain at 9,998 meters. Third was an anonymous climber named Lu Tu Hien at 9,660 meters. Fourth was another anonymous called the Heavenly Maiden at 9,400, and fifth was the Great Ice Concubine of the Eastern Domain at 9,361 meters. Sixth was the previous Moon King of Tai Am at 9,300 meters. Seventh was the Queen Mother of Tuyen Yu at 8,999 meters. Eighth was Empress Thuong Nguyet at 8,999 meters. Ninth was Bai Yue Han from the Western Domain at 8,200 meters. This list only shows the top 9. The beast of the top-ranked person will have its name remembered forever. Tu Luong was stunned to see the previous Moon King ranked only 6th. Then he looked at the woman standing next to him, thinking to himself in utter confusion. Empress Thuong Nguyet is the strongest of this era, yet she is only ranked 8th. She immediately caught on and explained, "Do not be so surprised. I am actually quite happy with my current rank. You see, the top 6 are all demigods. Besides, Bai Yue Han's record is old. She is probably here this time to set a new one." Just then, the silhouette of a girl appeared right at the base of the heavenly peach ring. Tu Luong was deep in thought. So that is how it is. This sky climb is actually pretty interesting. Suddenly, the Glow King's voice rang out from within the beast space. Years ago, the first Princess Yun stood at the #1 spot with absolute majesty. Initially, she was only one step away from the summit. "I wonder what she finally saw up there," he asked. "Was Princess Yun an apostle of the Cloud Mist Sea?" The Glow King shook his head. "Calling her an apostle is an insult. Back then, she signed a contract with the strongest emperor. Together, they suppressed the world for 10,000 years. Even the lunar flare had to stay out of their way." Tu Luong's eyes were glued to the heavenly peach ring. Seeing this, the Glow King spoke up to warn him. "Long story short, if you are not absolutely sure you can beat these people, then for now, it is best if you do not go risking your life." When he heard her say his trump card would be exposed, he froze, hesitation written all over his face. Right then, Shang Yue suddenly reached out. Su Liang looked at her in shock. Seeing his reaction, she wore a devious grin, keeping her hand extended as an invitation. "What is it? You want to give it a shot?" The sun slowly dipped behind the skyscrapers, painting the sky in shimmering gold and bathing the scene in a warm glow. This girl with the somber expression is Bai Yuexing, from the Gemini tribe of the Eastern Region White Saint clan. After a long silence, she finally looked up. Her mind was racing with thoughts. "My ancestors from different eras consistently held the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Even though the later generations split, I was still given the title of Gemini." She carefully scanned the rankings once more. Finished, she spoke with a serious tone. "If I surpass 9,000 meters this time, you will acknowledge my strength, right?" Chengsing Yanyue. Right now, Yanyue was standing right beside Yuexing. Within the hazy shadows, she softly reminded her that ascending the heavens was not that simple. "Descendant of Lu Sushuan, you still will not be able to cross 9,000 meters. Hearing those words, Yuexing shot an annoyed look at Yanyue, clearly fed up. Still, she remained steadfast and determined. "We will see about that." Seeing Yuexing's resolve, Yanyue could only sigh in frustration. A sense of worry washed over her as she remembered how she and her master once reached 996 meters and left their mark there. "That is why I know the realm above 9,000 meters is absolutely terrifying." Watching Yuexing's back as she stepped toward the heavenly path pillar, she continued to muse. From there, every single step forward means facing a full-force strike from a hegemon. Suddenly, system screens appeared before everyone's eyes. Reading the notification, everyone shared the same look of utter disbelief. As the crowd began to whisper and gather, Yuexing looked over, her curiosity piqued. "What is this?" All of a sudden, the crowd split down the middle, leaving a wide path leading straight to the stairs of the heavenly path pillar. Yuexing could not stop staring in the direction everyone was looking. When she finally caught sight of them, Her eyes widened in shock. Shang Yue and Su Liang were approaching with an imposing air, surrounded by 4 girls who were keeping the crowd back. Yuexing was stunned to recognize one of the faces as Empress Shang Yue. Then she looked at Su Liang's calm expression. She muttered in even greater shock, "The leader of the Twin Moon sect, the current king of the moon. Su Liang. Why is he here?" Yan Yue's shadow also fixed its gaze on him, surprised by what she sensed. "Su Liang, something is different." Half a month ago, Chengxing Yan Yue had been transported to the eastern region along with Su Liang. However, at a specific point in time and space, she suddenly felt a familiar aura, just like her master from 10,000 years ago. So, she forced herself out of the carriage, following the call of her heart. In the western region, a massive greatsword suddenly appeared before Gemini Bai Yuexing. Even an 8-star Beastmaster would have been terrified. Later, wanting to earn Chengxing Yan Yue's recognition, Bai Yuexing came here to test her limits. Yan Ye did not take her eyes off Su Liang, her mind filled with frantic thoughts. In just half a month, he has developed the presence of someone who can take on the strongest elites. A question immediately popped into her head. What on earth did he go through to jump from 1 star all the way to the peak of 5-star? At that moment, inside Su Liang's beast space, the Firefly Queen was fuming and cursing him out. "What the hell are you thinking? Ascending the heavens at the 5-star rank?" She rushed to his side, her voice dripping with resentment. "Forget 9,000 meters, even reaching 8,000 is nothing but a pipe dream for you." Shang Yue just smiled at Su Liang, while the Firefly Queen continued to nag. "Have you even thought about the consequences of failing? The Heavenly Path ranking is something the entire world, including the Holy Lands, is watching." She gritted her teeth in rage, her eyes like daggers fixed on him. "Those in the lunar faction will find out your team composition and your trump cards. Why not come back after you break through to 7-star? After that whole lecture, Su Liang acted as if he had not heard a word, and replied with total confidence. "Firefly Queen, I do not have much time left." He looked toward the massive Heavenly Path pillar ahead, and explained slowly, "The Moon Goddess ritual has reached this stage. I cannot afford to wait months or a year just to play it safe." Then he looked at the ranking board in front of him, his determination clear in every word. "If there is a chance, I have to take it immediately. My only question is, what exactly did those people on the leaderboard achieve after they ascended?" With that, he began to go over the names on the ranking board one by one. Having calmed down, the Firefly Queen began to answer his question. Everything. Fate, fortune, experience, enlightenment, fame, and the gaze of the gods, it is everything they could ever want. Right at this moment, Empress Shang Yue was still wearing a radiant, playful smile. Queen Hoen's voice echoed her explanation, speaking of 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000 years into the future. Future generations of Beastmasters would look back at this glorious history and be awestruck by the legendary era they once inhabited. As soon as she finished, Tu Luong's face darkened. He whispered coldly, "No, you've got it all wrong. I don't care about those meaningless sentiments. I only care if the true reward at the very top is worth risking everything for." Hearing that, Queen Hoen was taken aback, unable to grasp his true intentions for a moment. A split second later, a smug, arrogant grin spread across Tu Luong's face as he posed a question. "If I were to create an unprecedented miracle right here, what would happen to this world?" With those words, he summoned hundreds of glowing butterflies that began to flutter and dance all around him. The butterflies even drifted toward Shang Yue. Tu Luong muttered to himself, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." As the butterflies reached Duyet Han, her eyes weren't on the insects, but on the weight of his words. Tu Luong lifted his head high, emphasizing every single word, "I must reach the peak of heaven's ascent." Hearing his absolute resolve, Queen Hoen couldn't stop herself from protesting. How is that even possible? Even those 9-star demigods never dared to attempt the 5-star ascension realm, let alone reach the peak. You're talking complete nonsense. At that moment, Duyet Han spoke softly to Yan Nuyet. "It just so happens that the star-slaying Moon King you possess was present here once before." She blinked sleepily, looking at Duyet Han with pure curiosity. Suddenly, Duyet Han's eyes burned with determination as she declared loudly, "Let the entire southern region witness who is truly worthy of possessing you in this era." After a long wait, the sunset finally gave way to a brilliant full moon. Reporters began snapping photos at the base of the heavenly peach ring, while a massive crowd of people swarmed the area. The host appeared on stage, microphone in hand, announcing excitedly, "Hey everyone, Rabbit is reporting live from the scene of the Heaven's Ascent race. The whole world's eyes were fixed on Tu Luong and Duyet Han, standing on opposite sides of the grand staircase. The host's voice boomed as everyone looked back and forth between the two, Bai Duyet Han and the Moon King. Who will emerge as the strongest beastmaster of this era? The live camera panned to Shang Yue, and the viewer count hit 1 million following the announcement. This time, someone might actually surpass Empress Shang Yue. Both Tu Luong and Duyet Han stared intensely at their rival, their will to win burnt. Just then, Queen Huoin asked one last time, her voice filled with worry. Tu Luong, do you really want to attempt Heaven's Ascent? He remained unshakable. Yeah, I'm certain I can clear the highest difficulty of this event. Looking up at the stairs that seemed to pierce the heavens, he made a quiet observation. Still, I have this vague feeling that something is waiting for me at the top, like I was always destined to come here. I have a powerful gut feeling that I'll overcome everything here. To be honest, it's more than just a hunch. Tu Luong spoke with absolute conviction. The moment I saw that list, I knew I had to do this. Queen Huoin was stunned by his intense determination. Finally, she gave in, letting out a long sigh. Fine. I guess I'll join you in causing a massive scene then. She thought to herself. Isn't the reason I followed this guy because I was waiting for a miracle like this too? At that moment, Tu Luong set foot on the very first step. With just one step, he was already 1 meter from the starting point. Suddenly, strange surges of energy erupted from the ground. Tu Luong continued to press forward, while invisible swirls of power spiraled behind him. Everyone was forced to back away. One girl cried out in fear. Luckily, Empress Shang Yu set up a protective barrier just in time. Violent energy began to coil relentlessly around Tu Luong's body. He asked himself inwardly, it's already at the supreme rank right from the start? Despite the pressure, his feet kept moving as he analyzed the situation. It makes sense. After all, there's a world of difference between a high rank and a supreme rank beast. Suddenly, the reflection of the full moon appeared, and if they used a high rank beast's aura as the challenge, anyone could take a few steps. It would be like a casual stroll through the suburbs rather than ascending to the heavens. Over on Duyet Han's side, she was also making her way up, step by step. Her eyes were filled with pure resolve. After a short distance, she glanced back, checking on her opponent's position. When she saw Tu Luong calmly climbing each step in the distance, Duyet Han snapped her head back around in annoyance and continued her climb with a huff. At that moment, Queen Huoin gave Tu Luong an update. It looks like that Bai Duyet Han girl is really keeping an eye on you. She keeps looking back to check your progress. But he remained completely indifferent, responding in a cold, detached tone. Ignore her. She's not important. My goal this time is to reach the very top, not to measure myself against anyone else. As for that soul blade in her hand, we will settle that score later. Hearing that, she sighed, calling him a cold-hearted man. Meanwhile, at a corner below the celestial peach ring, voices began to whisper. So, are we just going to stand here and watch the Moon King ascend to the heavens? That voice belonged to Queen Mother Tuyen Ao, the 7th-ranked powerhouse. She continued to press the issue, asking what would happen if he actually surpassed the previous Moon King. The response she got was dripping with hostility. What does that have to do with us? How many times do I have to tell you? The Moon King and that Moonlight Rabbit are just trash. Those two have absolutely no connection to us in the triple moon eclipse. A dark shadow of a rabbit-eared beast appeared, telling Tuyen that if her rank was surpassed by the current Moon King, it would be her own personal disgrace. It curled its lips into a smirk, uttering words full of malice. But if the Moon King fails to surpass 8,999 meters, it proves he hasn't fully mastered his sovereign power yet. When that time comes, it will be our turn. He is an obstacle that the moon goddess herself has ordered us to eliminate. Hearing those words, Tuyen was initially stunned, her mouth hanging open in shock, unable to say a word. But she quickly regained her composure and gave a brief reply. Understood, my lord. Tuyen then clenched her trembling fists, thinking bitterly to herself. She couldn't believe she used to be so mediocre, yet back then, she was chosen as an apostle by the triple moon eclipse. She then raised her fist, making a vow to herself. Today, I must carve my name into the annals of history. A figure wearing a black cloak with red trim appeared right behind Tuyen. That person looked up, watching Tu Luong's back as he slowly climbed, silently making a calculation. Thu Hoako, Vo Thuong Min Da, and Luke Nguyen Yuhan all fell in the northern region. That definitely has something to do with this Moon King. Suddenly, he was certain of his assessment. If he hasn't mastered his sovereign power and fails to cross the 8,999-meter mark, that will be the moment the full moon vanishes. The miracle will end. By now, Tu Luong had climbed quite a distance, and the soft glow of the moon felt much closer to him. At the same time, Duyet Han suddenly stomped her foot down hard. She had reached the junction between 3,000 meters and 3,001 meters. A massive wave of pressure crashed down on her. She had to raise both arms in front of her face to keep her balance while gasping in awe. This supreme aura is incredibly powerful. Duyet Han stood still to catch her breath, realizing that this area was pushing the limits of what a summoned spirit beast could endure. She then glanced back, suddenly remembering something. Speaking of which, where did that Moon King get to? Suddenly, a devil version of Duyet Han appeared in her mind, making her turn her head back in embarrassment. Didn't you decide to stop paying attention to him? He doesn't even spare you a glance. Looking back like that is honestly so pathetic. Right then, an angel version of Duyet Han appeared and protested fiercely. But what if he's faster? I'm just so curious. One little peek won't hurt. And so, the good and evil sides of her heart fought a desperate battle. Just one look. Just one look. No, don't look. Don't look. After a life-and-death struggle, the angel Duyet Han emerged victorious, even proudly holding up a sign that said, "Win." So, Duyet Han slowly turned her head back. Suddenly, her eyes widened in total shock at what she saw. What? Tu Luong was still moving at a snail's pace, which left her completely baffled. The Moon King had only climbed about 1,000 meters. Below, a girl groaned in frustration. What's the deal? He's so freaking slow. Is this Moon King a fake? Another girl chimed in. It can't be that bad. He looks perfectly calm. I just don't know why he's taking his sweet time. The first girl wondered. But if Bok Duyet Han reaches 8,999 meters first, won't he be left off the leaderboard entirely? A person nearby quickly replied, exactly. Maybe the Moon King has his own secret plan. Right at that moment, Tu Luong reached the boundary between the layers. He didn't rush ahead but stopped as if he were waiting for something. Inside his spirit beast space, he asked the Moonlight Fox with a hint of concern, "Are you finished yet?" It turned out the reason he was going so slow was because at every single level, the Moonlight Fox had been throwing a tantrum and refusing to leave. It insisted on absorbing almost all the pressure of each level before it would budge. After a long moment of soaking up the aura, it closed its eyes and slowly opened its mouth. It spoke two simple words. Evolve. Tu Luong couldn't hide his surprise at those words. As he watched the Moonlight Fox begin to unleash its true power, he asked in astonishment, "So the Moonlight Fox can actually evolve even further?" He then seriously considered the fact that as a high-level spirit beast, it couldn't have been defeated by a single move from the star-sinking Mooncutter. If it evolves again, what will it become? He looked up at the towering branch and felt a surge of joy. If absorbing a massive amount of lunar pressure is the condition for evolution, then this celestial peach ring is a literal training paradise. Within Tu Luong's pupils, the image of the full moon glowed once more. Tu Luong smirked, his mind racing with the realization that he'd be facing even more pressure from emperors soon. The crowd below was baffled by his reaction, whispering to one another, "What is he doing? How can he still be smiling at a time like this?" A girl from the Dual Moon sect cried out in panic, desperately calling for her leader. She covered her eyes with her sweaty palms, trembling as she said, "If you lose to Bok Duyet Han here, it'll be a fatal blow to the Dual Moon sect's reputation." High above the clouds, the white silk moon goddess sat watching Tu Luong's climb toward the heavens. She observed him intently without saying a word. Not long after, Duyet Han's footsteps finally reached the 5,000-meter mark. She stood there majestically with two blades crossed over her head, while a radiant, multicolored moon flared behind her, as if to announce her presence. It was the Emperor-rank Moonlight Beast, Chow Hoa Long Nuyet. The spectators were blown away by the milestone, shouting in unison, "Bok Duyet Han has already made it to 5,000 meters. With an Emperor's blessing on her side, she's even faster than she was before." The girl from the Dual Moon sect collapsed in total despair. Then, everyone turned their gaze toward Tu Luong, whispering their doubts. The Lunar King has only hit 3,000 meters. At this rate, he won't even reach 7,000 before the full moon fades. Tu Luong kept moving forward, thinking the exact same thing. Based on his current speed, there was no way he'd break the limit before the night of the full moon ended. He slowly closed his eyes, trying to sense something deep within. Suddenly, a brilliant barrier began to swell and expand right behind him. Tu Luong calmly whispered to himself, if the moon disappearing is the end for everyone else, then for me, it's only the beginning. A massive crack began to tear across the surface of that colorful barrier. Tu Luong had reached the 5,500-meter mark, the very spot where the central moon lake had shattered the massive barrier. Streams of water flowed through the air like ribbons of silk. The central moon lake had successfully evolved into a new realm. It was now a supreme rank moonlight beast known as Mirror Flower Water Moon. Its sinking shield skill boosted its defensive capacity, while sinking refraction could absorb every single impact and vibration in the surrounding area. If it reaches its limit, it explodes. The refraction ability disperses the force of any attack, leaving only 1% of its original power. The sheer amount of information left Tu Luong speechless. His jaw dropped as he asked himself, wait, what? Am I seeing things? He stared blankly at the Mirror Flower Water Moon, his mind spinning in total confusion. 180 times? 1% of what? He shook it off and kept walking, his brain working overtime to analyze the situation. That means even a standard attack from a supreme rank wouldn't even dent 1% of this shield's power. Even more insane is that it could probably even tank a few hits from an Emperor rank down the road. Not long after, Tu Luong set foot in the 5,600-meter zone. He paused at the next step, waiting quietly before glancing back to ask, well, you need to absorb more? Before he could even finish, he saw the Mirror Flower Water Moon with a completely bloated belly. He blinked in shock and asked, more? You're still hungry? After letting out a massive burp, the beast grumpily hurried him along, saying, move it. Tu Luong's face went stiff at its attitude, and he sighed to himself. Damn, that was fast. Suddenly, a girl in the crowd gasped, what's happening? The Lunar King was dragging his feet at 3,000 meters, but how is he flying past 6,000 now? Another person chimed in with their own theory. His first soul pet must have appeared. Our cultivation levels probably aren't high enough to see it. The girl from the Dual Moon sect was still a nervous wreck, shouting out over and over. But it's too late. The full moon is almost over. What on earth is the Lunar King thinking? Bok Duyet Han has already cleared 8,500 meters. Moments later, the banner of an Emperor rank moonlight beast appeared, the Platinum War Soul. The legendary holy weapon of the Bok clan fluttered in the wind. Duyet Han was covered in wounds, her trembling body soaked in blood. Exhausted, she slumped down at the transition between levels, her hand gripping the flagpole as she spoke with pure determination. I will not give up here. With heavy, agonizing steps, Duyet Han continued her ascent. When she reached 8,900 meters, a massive wave of pressure slammed into her, trying to hurl her back down, even though she was running on empty. She refused to let go of that flag. She grit her teeth, struggling to force the words out. Look closely. The star-sinking crescent blade is reaching its absolute limit. Duyet Han crawled up the stairs, her voice trembling as she said, I will surpass everyone. She reached her blood-stained hand forward, declaring once again, I will be the one true king of this moon festival. Her hand slowly reached higher as she whispered to her blade, and after that, you're coming with me. She finally slammed her foot down on the next level, and the ranking board immediately flashed. In 7th place was Queen Mother Tuyen Ao at 8,999. In 8th place is the Empress of the Southern Region, Chang Yue, at 8,999 meters. And in 9th is Bai Yue Xing of the Western Gemini, also at 8,999 meters. The crowd absolutely lost it, jumping for joy as they read the latest announcements. Empress Chang Yue clapped her hands with a bright smile, offering her congratulations. Right then, Yue Xing looked up at the vast sky before slowly stepping out of the sky peach ring. She collapsed onto a massive flag, a faint smile spreading across her lips. Even though she was totally spent, she forced out every word. I actually did it. I'm ranked right alongside Empress Chang Yue and the Queen Mother, the two legends of our time. My name will be remembered forever. The leaderboard was finally updated with the top 9 rankings. She glanced over and whispered, well, how did I do? Yan Yue stayed silent for a moment before speaking up, sounding pretty bored. So, in the end, you still couldn't break the 9,000-meter mark? She looked down at the exhausted Yue Xing with a look of pure disgust. You are a descendant of Lu Suxuan. If you are satisfied with just this, I might not be able to stop myself from killing you. Then, Yan Yue cautiously looked toward the horizon and wondered, but honestly, where exactly is his limit? Meanwhile, Tu Luong was still strolling forward casually, finally hitting the 8,000-meter mark. He scratched his head and said a bit nervously, "So, this is 8,000 meters? I guess this is where the real powerhouse emperors start hanging out." Tu Luong kept pushing forward, even as a terrifying, crushing pressure began to surround him. "With the mirror flower water moon shield protecting me, I can't feel a thing," he thought to himself. But then, his brow furrowed. A thought crossed his mind. From 5,500 meters all the way to 8,000, the evolution progress of mirror flower water moon hasn't even moved 5%. Looks like I can't reach the emperor rank here. Suddenly, the Firefly Queen's praise made him jump. Impressive. I have never seen anyone ascend to the heavens so effortlessly. She sat there in the inner space, hugging her knees. She said playfully, "That mirror flower water moon inside you is incredibly ancient. Even I have never heard of anything like it before." As soon as she finished, a grumpy voice barked back, "Are you calling me an old geezer?" She looked completely baffled. "Huh?" Mirror flower water moon crossed her arms, clearly annoyed. "Are you calling me an antique?" Outside, Tu Luong was stunned by what he was hearing. He started piecing things together. Now that she has evolved to the sovereign rank, is she really this expressive? Though it seems like she still has some perception issues. Right then, the Moonlight Rabbit started chanting, "Old geezer, old geezer, old geezer," pushing mirror flower water moon to her breaking point. It rolled around in the inner space, happily mumbling "old geezer" over and over again. Losing her cool, mirror flower water moon pointed at the rabbit and screamed, "You're the old one." Tu Luong let out a tired sigh and ordered them to stop. All right, that is enough fighting." Down below, two women were gossiping in shock. The short-haired one cried out, "Oh my God, why is the Moon King not stopping? He just blew right past 8,000 meters." The girl with the ponytail added, "And he is making it look easier by the second. Is he really trying to break 9,000 meters? The short-haired girl shook her head. "No way. The full moon is about to end. No matter how many trump cards he is hiding, once that moon fades, he will be forced back to his original form. That is the fatal weakness of the moonlight attribute." Chang Yue stared up at the glowing full moon, her face filled with unease. She silently agreed with the girl. Exactly, because she knew better than anyone that no matter how mysterious a moonlight creature is, it cannot hide anything once the full moon vanishes. When daylight hits, forget breaking 9,000 meters, just staying above 8,000 will be nearly impossible. Her mind was a mess of questions. Even I cannot figure this guy out. Staring at Tu Luong's back as he casually walked away, Chang Yue whispered, "What is that man even thinking?" Tu Luong looked down and waited. He was now in the 8,500 meter zone. A massive gust of wind kicked up as pink energy swirled into a towering cyclone. Fen Tong appeared. Her butterfly wings spread wide as she looked down from above. The second he saw her, Tu Luong recognized her immediately. "So, you are the one behind the pressure here at 8,500 meters? Fen Tong did not answer, her eyes full of irritation. Seeing her lack of reaction, Tu Luong smirked. "Even your true self could not beat me. Don't think you can flex on me with just this little bit of pressure." As he spoke, she suddenly shrank in size. Zhong Yue appeared right behind him, opening its massive maw and swallowing Fen Tong whole. It enjoyed the meal, letting out a satisfied belch before dissolving into thin air, leaving only a few wisps of energy behind. Tu Luong scanned the area for something else, looking up at the full moon without saying a single word. The moonlight, shining down, suddenly flickered out, blending into the dark night as the moon vanished. In its place, a long staircase appeared, leading to a mysterious location. Tu Luong watched it in silence. The people below look up at the sky, scratching their heads in confusion. Why did the Moon King suddenly stop? One of the women speaks up. "The full moon is gone. Daybreak is coming soon. Maybe the Moon King is calling it quits." A woman in a brown robe points to the sky and screams, "Everyone look, the Moon King, he's actually sitting down." High above, Tu Luong stops climbing and sits cross-legged to clear his mind. He closes his eyes, calculating his next move. Firefly King, Moonlight Rabbit, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Once I break through to the 6-star realm, then we'll talk. This isn't where my journey ends. He finishes his thought as the moonlight above continues to blaze brilliantly. After waiting for a while, a gray-haired woman mutters in disbelief, "Daylight is almost here. Has he really given up?" Someone else nearby adds, "The legend of the invincible Moon King. Is the curtain really falling like this?" Lam Hoa can't take it anymore. Consumed by rage, she lunges toward Tu Luong and screams, "Die, Moon King." Standing nearby, Mu Dong is startled and cries out, "What? You?" But Lamhoa has already unleashed her skill. Her entire body erupts in light before she vanishes. Instantly, a bolt of light, like a streak of lightning, shoots high into the air. Meanwhile, on a cat paw hammock, Duyet Han is trembling. She's badly injured and lying weak on the hammock. Dazed, she forces her eyes open and gasps at the sight before her. She watches as those lightning bolts race upward. Duyet Han is baffled, wondering, how is this possible? Why is that person back here? The lightning strikes directly at Tu Luong's head. He's still sitting in meditation, completely unfazed. Tu Luong sits calmly amidst the smoke, cracking one eye open. A voice chuckles mockingly, "What a pathetic sight." So, it's the Cloudstone Moonlight Rabbit. An Emperor rank Moonlight type, the beast sneers arrogantly. The current Moon King is about to be slaughtered by me in front of billions. Tu Luong silently gazes at the book in front of him as the system pings, new pet unlocked. The system panel appears, High Emperor rank, winner of the last Moon God Festival. Abilities cannot be scanned. With a stone-cold face, he speaks up, a 7-star Royal Moon? You're weak, but I guess for Tai Yin, you're considered high tier. Isn't it a bit early for you to come here just to throw your life away? Van Thatch grits its teeth and roars in fury. What did you say? It shouts at the top of its lungs, I'm no 7-star Royal Moon trash. I serve the third great lord of the eclipse, not that pathetic piece of garbage, Bak No Khan. The Moonlight Rabbit is screaming so loud that Tu Luong has to plug an ear. Yeah, whatever you say. Then Tu Luong's eyes sharpen, and he asks in a cold, piercing voice, Are you really here all by yourself? Not quite. There's an ant down there who hasn't stopped snooping since the very beginning. Van Tosh looks back and asks, What? Behind it, the wind begins to swirl violently, forming a vortex. A cloaked figure appears. She tosses the cloak aside, revealing a black outfit covered in strange, mystical patterns. This is Tu Ha of the Underworld Destruction Sect. She's the fourth dream, and speaks up after hearing the conversation. Since you already know, then you know I'm the one behind all this. As she walks toward Tu Luong, she says, I'm right here. Before she can finish, Van Thatch snarls in a rage. Back off. Don't you dare steal my prey. Suddenly, a massive rift opens nearby, crackling with terrifying purple lightning. Nguyen Quan watches the scene unfold. She asks Thuong Nguyen, What should we do? Should we stop them? It looks like a bloodbath is about to start. If something happens to the Moon King here, the southern region will be in deep trouble. She closes her eyes and thinks for a few seconds. Finally, she speaks, Let's wait and see. He hasn't asked for help yet, which means he's still got the situation under control. High above near Tu Luong, purple lightning continues to flash. Thuong Yet suddenly has a thought. Could it be that his slow progress wasn't because he couldn't climb, but because he wanted to bait his enemies into the open? Tu Ha steps through the haze and reminds him, The full moon has set. This is as far as you go. My patience is wearing thin. Hearing those arrogant words, Van Thatch glares at her with murderous intent. Suddenly, Tu Luong bursts out laughing. He laughs so hard it leaves the other two completely baffled. Both of them are stunned, unable to understand why he's laughing. He pushes himself up, a smirk playing on his lips. You two ants actually have the guts to stand here and fight over who gets to face me? The smile instantly vanishes from his face. His expression turns cold, radiating pure killing intent as he growls. You two useless dogs better get out of my sight in the next 10 seconds. Van Thok and Tu Ha stand there, staring him down. Tu Ha grits her teeth and asks, What did you just say? Van Thak is just as livid, screaming, How dare you? Instantly, it unleashes Cloud Star, sending bolts of heavenly lightning crashing down from above. They strike Tu Luong repeatedly, while he sits cross-legged in meditation, his silhouette. The people below are shaken by the thunderous roars of the lightning, screaming out in pure terror. A bead of sweat rolls down Nguyen Quan's face as he thinks to himself, if a strike like that had hit the ground, half of the creatures in the southern realm would have been wiped out. From within the thick smoke, a dark shadow slowly begins to emerge. Tu Luong appears perfectly clean, completely unscathed after taking the full force of the Cloudstone's attack. Seeing this, it stands there in total disbelief and shrieks, What? How is this possible? Above Tu Luong's head, the system screen shows his Mirror Flower Water Moon shield is still at 95%. He smirks as he hears the notification, 9 seconds left. Van Thach is momentarily speechless, its voice trembling with pure rage. You brat. Tu Ha, standing behind, is just as stunned. Her eyes burn with resentment as she thinks, this makes no sense. How could a mere mortal withstand a direct hit from an emperor-rank beast? She lunges forward and suggests to Van Thok, we need to team up now. We can't afford to waste any more time. The Songyuyet sect has someone wearing the white silk moon-flying robe. They could rescue the Moon King in the blink of an eye. And if that happens, all our efforts will be for nothing. But it dismisses her with disgust, snapping back. I told you to get lost. Do you not understand plain English? As it speaks, Van Thok points a finger at the seated Tu Luong. As a Moonlight Beastmaster who has made it this far, how could he possibly run away? Elsewhere, Bhakti uses a magic orb to secretly watch Tu Luong's battle. Van Thok lets out a wicked smile and says, if he's willing to stop at 8,500 and be rescued in total humiliation, I'd much rather watch that pathetic sight than just kill him right here. Hearing this, Tuha nods silently to herself. It's true. If the Moon King retreats now, the situation he'll face won't be much better than death itself. Her gaze shifts to the silent Tu Luong. Seeing him looking down, Tioha is certain that he'll choose to fight us to the death. That last hit seems to have pushed me a big step forward. I'm just a bit away from the six-path star realm. A few more hits should do it, but I might need to provoke them a little more. As that thought crosses his mind, his eyes lock onto them. Tu Luong speaks up, final 3 seconds. Both of them widen their eyes in shock, feeling a mix of anxiety and burning rage. At this moment, the moon begins to sink behind the high mountain peaks. The night sky is already changing colors, preparing for the arrival of a new day. The crowd below looks up in awe, and someone shouts, look, the sun is rising. Nguyet Kwan watches intently, dazed, as someone nearby remarks, it looks like 8,500 meters is the end of the line for the Moon King. Thuong Yet stands there expressionless, listening to the crowd's chatter. This is the final battle under the moonlight. Back at the scene, Tu Luong continues his countdown, 2 seconds. At this point, Van Thok can't hold back any longer, its eyes bulging out. It grits its teeth, channeling every ounce of its power into a high-level skill, Super Cloud Star. Dark clouds begin to swirl violently. Tu-ha stays on standby, her red eyes reflecting the spiraling energy in the sky. Above, the black clouds mass together like a dark symphony, coiling right over his head. The people below are terrified by the lightning, clutching their heads in fear. After taking the brunt of Van Thok's attack, Tu Luong's shadow gradually appears through the pink smoke. Both Van Thok and Tu-ha gasp in disbelief. What? At that moment, the system displays the Mirror Flower Water Moon Shield at 93.6%. Seeing this, even Tu Luong is surprised. Wait, what's going on? A combined attack from 2 Emperor ranks, and the shield didn't even drop by 2%? As the black smoke clears, his eyes widen in surprise. Standing right in front of him is Yen Guyet, using her weapon to block that last hit for him. He calls out in shock, Trom Tin Yen Guyet. Meanwhile, Duyet Han is losing her mind, screaming, no! How is that possible? She holds her ground, a drop of sweat forming on her brow as she wonders. I was clearly the first one to reach 8,999 meters. Why did you choose him? Yen Ningyuyet turns back to Tu Luong and asks, looks like you're in a bit of a jam, huh? He doesn't answer her directly, but asks his own question. Tram Tin Yen Nguyet, what are you doing here? She lets out a heavy sigh before answering, I sensed the aura of the battle blade, so I came to check on the useless descendant of my previous master. Hearing this, Tu Luong seems to understand and looks up at the seated Duyet Han. He asks, is that how it is? Are you completely disappointed now? Yen Nguyet replies, not just that, I also have to take back what she doesn't deserve to own. A theory flashes through Tu Luong's mind, the soul blade of Thuong Yen Guyet Shuang Hoa. He smirks, pushing himself up to stand, and adds, well, either way, your timing is perfect. Tu Luong reaches out his hand in an invitation, Tram Tin Yen Guyet, let's climb to the top together. She's quite taken aback by his offer. Up above, Duyet Han can't believe her ears and leans forward in shock. What did he just say? Van Thach suddenly bursts into a mocking laugh, its tone full of sarcasm. You want to reach the peak? You're insane. Even the ancient demigods couldn't do it, let alone Tu Luong did not care. He just focused on the lines appearing on the system board. Yun Wu Hai Chu, Princess of Da Yun, at 9,999 meters. First Love of the Western Regions at 9,998 meters. Anonymous Lu Su Xuan at 9,996 meters. Anonymous Heavenly Maiden at 942 meters. First ice concubine of the eastern region at 9,361 meters. King of the ancient moon at 9,300 meters. Queen Mother, Xuan, Yu of the Three Kings at 8,999 meters. Kang Yue the Great at 8,999 meters. Gemini Bai Yue Xing of the western regions at 8,999 meters. Yunxi grinned with excitement and mocked him. You are just a tiny star. Do you really think you can surpass them? Suddenly, he froze. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Yan Yue had actually accepted Tu Luong's invitation, placing her hand firmly in his. Suddenly, a blinding aura radiated from the both of them. Tu Luong pulled Yan Yue tightly into his arms. Both of them glared at the remaining crowd with eyes full of murderous intent. As they connected, a powerful gust of wind erupted around them. High above, a black jewel suddenly appeared, but it was radiating a brilliant light. Yan Yue reached out and received the black jewel. She looked at it in her hand and gasped, I cannot believe you actually managed to get the blade core from the eastern region. Tu Luong smiled in response. It is just a down payment for my gift. Yue Xing could not believe her eyes and muttered, What? Yan Yue is actually with the king of the ancient moon? Yunxi and Xiao. He quickly realized what was happening and screamed together, Are they forming a soul contract? Tu Luong spoke with total confidence. After I finish this climb to the peak, I am going to crush Bai Yuexing. He casually walked past Yunxi and Xiao He, telling her his plan. Then, I will go to the eastern region myself to take back the blade core. Hearing this, both of them stared at the pair's retreating backs in disbelief. Tu Luong's bold actions made Yunxi stumble back, his forehead dripping with sweat, unable to process what he was seeing. As the two of them climbed the stairs together, Yunxi's confusion only grew. The moon had clearly set completely. Yet, the king of the ancient moon still had the strength to keep climbing. Very quickly, the two reached the 8,999 meter mark. Yue Xing was so shocked she could not even close her mouth, stammering, 8,999 meters. She suddenly remembered the past. That is the realm of peak emperors, the territory of the great wings. Its sheer pressure almost cost me my life back then. How can he move forward so effortlessly? It is like he does not feel a thing. Tu Luong walked calmly, asking himself, should I keep going, toward 9,000 meters? Suddenly, Tu Luong's entire body sensed something, and he froze in his tracks. Right in front of him, the system board flashed a warning. Mirror flower water moon shield at 60%. Sweat began to pour down to Luong's face. He thought nervously, just a single glance of pressure dropped my shield from 93%, all the way down to 60%. Behind Tu Luong, Xiao He and Yunxi attacked at the same time. A voice rang out, King of the ancient moon, this is the end for you. Yunxi raised a furious fist and roared, Since you are also from the moonlight lineage, I will let you choose your own grave. Xiao He rushed in and added, The full moon has set. Even the last glimmer of light has vanished. They both shouted as they lunged at him. No matter what kind of miracle you think you can pull off, during the day, you are nothing but an ordinary beastmaster. The people below watched intensely, tracking their every move. Yue Guan glanced to the side and thought to himself, Kang Yue the Great, it looks like she is preparing to step in and save him. Kang Yue held her umbrella, her eyes full of killing intent as she readied her move. Bai Si was also ready, his hands poised to intervene and help. Tu Luong stood perfectly still on the stairs, calculating his next move. He lowered his head, a dry laugh escaping his lips. Full moon? Day or night? You think that pathetic, faded fake from earlier actually counted as a full moon? If that is all the moonlight you can manage, how is it any different from a normal day or night? Xiao He and Yunxi froze in surprise. The people below were just as shocked, listening intently as Tu Luong preached his truth. You have all been wrong from the very beginning. Your ideas, your concepts, and your understanding are all fundamentally flawed. Yue Guan's jaw dropped as Tu Luong asked a question to wake them all up. Why can the moon not rise again after it sets? Why can a lost full moon not be restored to its former glory? Kang Yue listened in amazement. What if I intentionally make the moon rise again? Bai Si, who was mid-move, froze in the air and listened to every single word. What if I intentionally make the full moon reappear? A contemptuous smirk crossed Tu Luong's face. You are all just a bunch of loud, pathetic ants. Tu Luong shouted, looking down at the crowd with mockery in his eyes. Open your eyes and witness the true moon from 10,000 years ago. Suddenly, countless golden butterflies appeared around him. Kang Yue recognized them instantly, and the umbrella in her hand tilted slightly. In just a few short seconds, the sky turned pitch black. The air suddenly went still as mist rolled in, covering everything in sight. The people below were confused, covering their ears and screaming, "Why did it get so dark?" Another moon, even larger than before, appeared behind the sun. Strange screams echoed everywhere. What is that thing? That moon glowed with an unnatural light, pulling the tides upward. Massive waves surged violently. The true moon had finally returned after being missing for 10,000 long years. That moon radiated a brilliant light, causing the tides to rise at an incredible speed. The light floods out, illuminating Thuong Nhiet's face. Her jaw drops as she recognizes the moon from 10,000 years ago. Right there on the moon, the Aquarius constellation appears. Thuong Nhiet screams in shock. That is the power, the moon radiance power of the Aquarius Palace. One of the 7 wonders has actually revived the Aquarius Palace. Tu Luong stands inches away from the moon. Seeing the timing is perfect, he speaks up. "All right, we can begin now." He emphasizes his goal to truly reach the peak, then turns his back to leave, tossing out one final warning. "Do not let them disturb me." Suddenly, the moonlight rabbit appears, looking adorable as it blocks the staircase. Seeing it, both Van Thak and Tu Ha are completely stunned. The rabbit gives a cute smile and raises its soft paws. Then, it floats into the air, its entire body emitting a blinding radiance. Surges of green energy swirl around, enveloping the rabbit. In the blink of an eye, it begins to transform into a human shape. Its jade-green eyes snap open. She wears a pure white dress with a fluffy tail, and atop her white hair sit 2 long rabbit ears that look like bolts of lightning. The moonlight rabbit has transformed into an incredibly cute young girl, wearing a bold, short-cut dress. She shoots a murderous glare upward. The rabbit girl looks at her fluffy hands for a moment, before her jade eyes slowly shift toward the intruders. Van Tak and Tu Ha stand there, staring at her like she is some kind of freakish creature. One woman below screams out, "What is going on? That guy ran away." Just one look was enough to scare off an Emperor-tier powerhouse. Thuong Nhiet is absolutely floored. She thinks to herself, that thing is a pet in human form. Looking at the rabbit girl's appearance, she wonders, what kind of level is she actually at? Over in the south region, something black streaks across the sky while the snow below is torn apart. It turns out to be Tu Ha, running at supersonic speeds. Her red eyes are spinning in frantic circles. Thuong Nhiet narrows her beautiful eyes, thinking in amazement that the girl reached the edge of the south region in just a few seconds. Then she looks back at the rabbit. What kind of beast is this to make a high-tier emperor flee in such pure terror? The girl raises her snowy hand to catch some golden butterflies, then ruthlessly crushes them all in her palm. Something glowing gold, shaped like a horn, begins to shine from within the rabbit's hand. She gathers her strength, raises her arm high, and hurls the object. It streaks through the sky at a terrifying speed. The force is so violent that the resulting gale blasts everyone nearby backward. Even the trees are ripped out by their roots and sent flying. That golden light pierces through the border of the south region, catching up to Tu Ha in an instant. She turns her head, eyes wide with shock. Before she can react, the beam of light shoots right through her, hitting her dead center in the chest. A horrific explosion erupts, shaking the entire sky. With such devastating power, Tu Ha is literally torn to pieces. Nothing is left but scraps of hair and remains scattered across the frozen ground. The moonlight rabbit stands on the stairs without saying a single word. Witnessing the scene, Tu Luong can't help but think in surprise. This is the crescent moon body, the most perfect bloodline mentioned by the Firefly King. To give up possessing mere moonlight to embrace the full moon, it is the ultimate form of evolution. The rabbit girl then turns her gaze toward her next target. Van Thak stands on a tree across from her, eyes bulging in fear. He doesn't dare make a sound, and he is absolutely drenched in cold sweat. In that moment, I realize the cold, hard truth. Van Thak's hands tremble as he understands that the second he moves, it is over. He barely manages to choke out the words. How is this possible? Immediately, the rabbit's silhouette vanishes under the bright moonlight. In just a few short seconds, she appears right in front of Van Thak. As that punch is about to connect with his face, Van Thak's eyes go wide. He thinks, I am dead. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shoots between them from a distance. That light causes Van Thak to disappear in a split second. The light streaks straight up into the heavens, causing the black clouds to swirl into a massive vortex. It is so powerful that it punctures right through the city's barrier. People below begin to scream in pure panic. Van Thak's true form is reflected on the barrier. Some people cry out that it is about to fall. Thuong Nuyet frowns, realizing her chance has come. She leaps into the air, charging toward the hole in the barrier. Thuong Nuyet reaches out, channeling all her power to release a massive wave of energy. That force causes the barrier to shatter completely, sending shards of glass raining down. She tries her best to hold back the golden light from the rabbit, but because it is so overwhelming, Thuong Nuyet grits her teeth in agony. Finally, the power in her hands withers away like fading flowers, and the golden energy surges forward once more. A blue crescent moon shape grazes Thuong Nuyet's cheek, leaving a long bleeding gash. That golden power then dives straight down. It is aimed directly at the crowd standing below. Thuong Nuyet turns her head in a panic and screams, "Lord Dao Vien!" The people below close their eyes tight and scream, but suddenly, the golden light swerves, flying right past them. It slams into a nearby forest instead, creating a massive explosion. The girls look at each other, asking in a daze, "It missed? What just happened?" Up above, the Moonlight Rabbit looks down with a sharp, piercing gaze. Kang Yue is just hovering there, looking completely lost. Even as a petal drifts by, she doesn't flinch, she is totally paralyzed in shock. Light Rabbit just stares her down without saying a word, then it immediately turns around and leaves without attacking anyone else. Once it gets back to Su Liang, he gives it a pat of approval. "Good job," Su Liang says while gripping Yan Yue's weapon. "It looks like we are all set and ready to go." He quickly steps onto the stairs, and all three of them head toward the upper floors. Su Liang's eyes are glowing with a fierce red light. "Go get him, Firefly King," he commands. A spark ignites above Su Liang's head, swirling into a blazing vortex. He declares that this is finally their era. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Northern Realm, the magic orb can no longer display any images. Bai Si is completely stunned, her jaw dropping. She wonders in disbelief, how is the Firefly King still alive? And what exactly is the power of the Aquarius Palace? They originally sent the Moon King to the Eastern Realm, just for the mineral veins there. As she watches Su Liang move, a question flashes through her mind. So, what exactly did the Moon King do back in the Eastern Realm? His footsteps lightly reach the highest area. Suddenly, the system interface pops up, and a blinding aura radiates everywhere. The rankings show Princess Yun of the Cloud Sea at 9,999 meters, and the first-generation lovers of the Western Realm at 9,998 meters. The anonymous Lu Suxuan is at 966 meters, the anonymous Heavenly Lady at 942 meters, and the first-generation Ice Concubine of the Eastern Realm is at 9,361 meters. The moment Su Liang steps into the 9,996 meter zone, a terrifying wave of power is unleashed. He uses Yan Yue's weapon to manifest a barrier against it. But in just a split second, that barrier shatters into pieces. Su Liang is blown back several meters, letting out a loud, cold grunt. A red flame flickers above his head, spinning before firing a barrage of sparks forward. A fireball explodes, leaving sparks dancing in the air. Su Liang grits his teeth, tightly gripping his weapon to hold his ground. That horrifying force pushes his body back, his feet carving glowing ruts into the ground and kicking up dirt and stone. Su Liang's heels stop right at the edge of the area. The ground is scarred with deep marks from the friction of him resisting that massive power. His gaze lands on the system board, which now reads, 7 Luminary Moon King, 9,000 meters. Empress Xuan Yu, 9,998 meters. The Great Emperor Kang Yu of the Southern Realm is also at 9,998 meters. The crowd below is so shocked they are screaming, "Is this for real?" The Moon King has actually reached the level of an overlord. One woman shouts out in pure adoration, "I am joining the Twin Moon sect right now. Moon King, I am willing to be your dog." Yue Hang sits on the ground, unable to believe his own eyes. Someone else yells out, "It turns out the Moon King never even gave a damn about Bai Yue from the very beginning." Once the pressure stops pushing him, Su Liang stays quiet for a few seconds. He feels a bit weird and asks himself, "Wait, is that it?" Su Liang stretches his shoulder and thinks to himself, "So this is a strike from an overlord?" It felt a lot lighter than I expected. Yan Yue, standing beside him, suddenly speaks up, "Great job, Su Liang. You have become the leader of this era. This is enough for now." She looks at him with a smile and continues, "Since ancient times, everyone who climbed to the 9,000 meter zone has been a 9-star demigod. You are only at the 6-star realm, yet you have climbed the Overlord's stairs. You have already far exceeded my imagination." Hearing those words, Su Liang remains silent, his eyes filled with a murderous intent as he stares straight ahead. The Firefly King, glowing with flames, walks over and says, "She is right. You should try again after you break through to 9 stars. There is no need to burn all your trump cards just to go a few more meters." She emphasizes, if your goal is truly to reach the summit, then don't get too obsessed with this single moment. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the distance, making all 3 of them listen in confusion. Su Liang looks up and asks, "What is that noise?" Something white suddenly shoots across the dark sky, surrounded by flashes of eerie lightning. That white thing looks like silk, but it turns out to be the eyelid of a glowing red demon eye. Kang Yue is stunned, realizing this aura is absolutely unbelievable. "This is an overlord!" Suddenly, a loud laugh rings out from nowhere, startling her. Blue Flower clutches her head in confusion. Even after the body dies, only the spirit of Lord Jade Rabbit Meteor remains. Cloudstone suddenly appears, shouting with excitement. It is Lord 3 Moon Eclipse. The full moon summoned by the Moon King has loosened the seal on Lord 3 Moon Eclipse. Cloudstone flashes a smug grin and adds, "My death will provide the exact coordinates for Lord 3 Moon Eclipse to arrive. The Moon King won't be acting tough for much longer. You are about to face the judgment of an overlord. That glowing red eye is a power that the Moon Book cannot read. It belongs to the winning team of the previous Moon God Festival. It is an Emperor-level moonlight system, the Sunken Moon Prison." Looking up at him, Kang Yue thinks to herself, this kind of power shouldn't have appeared this early, but now it is being resurrected along with that ancient full moon. Kang Yue shifts her gaze towards Su Liang, wondering how on earth he plans to end this situation. Su Liang looks up at the towering stairs in front of him and speaks, "I told you already, today is the only chance I will ever get." He keeps his will strong and keeps moving forward. Despite the threatening overlord power, his footsteps remain incredibly steady. Moonlight and miracles don't wait for anyone, so I won't hesitate or get lost in dreams. From the moment I stepped onto Thien Dao Hoan, my path was already set. Yen Nunguyen and Huyen Vuong listened intently, their eyes widening in total shock. So Luan smirked with absolute confidence. He made it clear that no matter what happens, he's going to break through everything and head straight to the top. The 2 of them just stared at each other, completely lost. Yen Nunguyen finally found her voice and asked, "But how are you even going to do that? Are we going to recreate the Black Moon Sex battle just to make the Golden Butterfly Palace appear again?" But even then, that would only keep the palace around for a little bit. It might block the triple moon eclipse or help us gain a few hundred meters, but that is it. So Luan just grinned and replied, "That miracle from before? I was just playing around. I just thought since that tiny Black Moon sect was under the god's watch, I should probably keep a low profile." She looked at him, completely confused. You could practically see the question mark over her head. He walked over, patted Yen Nguyet on the head, and looked her right in the eyes. So Luan gave her a wink and said, "Just watch closely, all right?" High above, Traminguyet glared down with its glowing red eye as thunder roared through the sky. Van Thok let out a wicked laugh and shouted, "The Great One is about to be fully unsealed. The King of the Moon's final days are here." Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the night sky. Startled, it wondered, What was that?" Over on the other side, Lam Hoa was just as baffled as a golden butterfly. Out of nowhere, a brown-haired woman looked up and screamed, "Everyone, look up, look at the sky." Seeing a swarm of golden butterflies soaring above, someone realized instantly, those are light butterflies. The miracle from the Emperor's battle is happening again. Thinking his moment had come, Van Thatch smirked triumphantly. He roared, "Now is the time," and as soon as the words left his mouth, golden beams shot down from those butterflies. They flew into the night, exploding into tiny fireworks. A drop of sweat rolled down Van Thok's face as he laughed. He mocked, "King of the Moon, did you really think we were caught off guard? You have got nothing left. You are nothing but a clown." Hearing those words, So Luan's face darkened. He closed his eyes, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, his expression shifted. So Luan snapped his eyes open, glowing like full moons, and declared with absolute certainty, "Like I said, I was only playing around." Van Thak just sneered. "Still acting tough? Do not make me laugh." But then, the crowd started buzzing with excitement. "Hey everyone, look over there." That made him look back too, gasping, "Wait, what?" Right then, everyone looked up at the light butterflies circling Thien Dao Hoan. The crowd screamed in shock. The light butterflies had not taken a single scratch. Van Thak was terrified, his eyes bloodshot. He clawed at his head and shrieked, "How is this possible? They are just low-level trash. How can they block an emperor's attack?" Meanwhile, So Luan just stood there, perfectly calm. He turned back with a cold gaze and said, "I told you. Last time was just a warm-up. The audience was in for another massive show. Look behind them. It is not just light butterflies. There are flash wings over there too. High-tier moonlight types, the flash wings. And look, new moon silvers, more high-tier moonlight beasts." Nguyet Kwan watched in total disbelief. "What? How are there so many high-tier beasts? Did he summon all of them?" Thuong Niet stood beside him, eyes closed tight. She answered in a low, heavy voice. "No." She looked over and continued, "That is not all. Look, a supreme-tier moonlight beast." Nguyet Kwan's eyes went wide again as he stammered, "Another supreme tier? That is the flower-flying moon. Another supreme-tier moonlight beast." Now it was Yen Guyet's turn to be stunned. The final one to show up was the golden abyss wing, yet another supreme-tier moonlight type. Huain Vuong could only stare blankly and whisper, "This is The scene unfolding before everyone was nothing short of a miracle. Thien Dao Hoan felt like the center of the world. On one side was the eye of a conqueror, and on the other, an ancient full moon. So Luan spread his arms, declaring with a confident smile, "It is not enough. I'm going to the top, and this power is not enough yet." He threw down a challenge. "Come on, bring it." Vantage stood there, frozen, and gasped. "What did he say?" "He says there is more?" Lam Hoa watched from the side, stuttering. He said. She reached out her hand, her voice trembling slightly. Then, a pair of wings as white as snow appeared, looking incredibly soft. It was the arrival of the floating silver dream, an emperor-tier moonlight beast. A high emperor. The crowd's eyes nearly popped out. It is the floating silver dream. That is the true form of the Twin Moon Heaven's headquarters. I cannot believe I am seeing the real thing in person. Bhakti watched, unable to believe her eyes. Then, she let out a breathy laugh of admiration. "Wait, what?" When the Twin Moon sect was first founded, I invited him to join, but he turned me down flat. Realizing where he stood, Van Thak let out a bitter, defeated laugh. "It is over. I am the real clown here." He stood there helplessly and cried out, "Run! Save yourself, third eclipse lord." Even the massive eye in the sky seemed to flinch, as the surprises kept piling up. So Luan did not seem to care. He stood there with a confident smirk, then turned and kept walking forward with absolute determination. "Let's move. Don't waste your energy on that thing in the sky," Tu Luong commanded. "I need to use your power for something much more important." Right then, the golden blight began to converge, swirling together until they formed a pair of massive wings on his back. With a single, effortless flap of those wings, Tu Luong vanished from the steps in the blink of an eye. At that moment, only a faint streak of light flickered across the night sky. The viewers watching the livestream noticed it too, and the comments section exploded with confusion. The Lunar King just vanished. Where did he go? But just as the crowd began to wonder, he reappeared, his feet touching down once again. Nguyet Kwan's eyes went wide as he stared up, his voice trembling. She was totally speechless. Bhakti stood there, jaw-droppingly stunned. Suddenly, the screen flashed with a blinding white light. The rankings popped up. First, Gen Princess Van of Cloud Mist Sea, 9,999 meters. First Gen Lover of Western Region, 9,998 meters. Anonymous Lutu Huyen, 966 meters. Anonymous Celestial Maiden, 9,422 meters. First Gen Bang Phi of Eastern Region, 9,361 meters. Former Moon King Tai, M 9,300 meters. Moon King of Moon Radiance, 9,299 meters. The crowd watched as Tu Luong casually climbed his way into 6th place, and they all began chanting in unison. 9,299 meters. He stood there, whispering to himself, just one last step. One more step to surpass this entire era. But right then, an image of the moon reflected in Tu Luong's eyes, and he suddenly froze in his tracks. The system chimed in, detecting new special constitutions for the moon system. Saint Moon Body, Waning Moon Body, Absolute Moon Body, and Dual Moon Body. All constitutions have been acquired and are ready for use. Detail. The Absolute Moon Body can only ever form contracts with moon-type spirit beasts, but it grants an incredible affinity for moonlight. You might even win the favor of a great emperor. As for the dual moon body, you need a divine bloodline first. It lets you freely control the evolution path of your spirit beasts. Finally, a notification appeared. After unlocking all special constitutions, the host can choose one of them to inherit permanently. After skimming the info, Tu Luong gasped, "The absolute moon body? Really?" He spun around and asked the group behind him, "Who has the absolute moon body? Out of all these moon butterflies, one of them has to be it." Tu Luong's words caught Yen Guayet and Huin Vuong completely off guard. He paused for a second, thinking something felt off. He immediately summoned the Book of the Moon, and it glowed brilliantly in his hands. Tu Luong gently reached out to catch the book and pointed it toward the moon beasts gathered behind him. A notification flashed instantly. Special constitution detected. Tu Luong's eyes nearly popped out. The absolute moon body had been activated. It hit him like a ton of bricks. He was the one with the absolute moon body. Inside the heavenly ring space, he just lost it. Tu Luong was doubling over, laughing his head off. The spectators were totally confused, asking, "Wait, what's wrong with the Moon King? Has he lost his mind?" Nguyen Quan and Thuong Nguyen watched him with looks of pure bewilderment. He covered his face, muttering, "So, when it comes down to it, this is the real reason I became the Moon King." He looked up at the moon, his voice turning deep and serious. "Since the day I was born, the moonlight has always belonged to me." With that, Tu Luong threw back his cloak and flashed a confident smirk. "Let's go. Since you all chose me," he declared coldly, "I have a duty to take you to the very top of this world." As soon as the words left his lips, he and his moon-type beasts continued their ascent. Suddenly, the heavenly ring started to shake violently. A massive wave of pressure crashed down from above. The crowd below began to wobble and tremble. Their voices filled with worry. "Is this an earthquake? Is the Moon King going to bring the whole heavenly ring crashing down?" But Tu Luong didn't slow down for a second. Each step he took was filled with an iron-willed determination to reach the peak of his life. Now, he had reached the 9,300-meter mark. In front of him stood another moon, glowing with a blinding radiance that suddenly emitted mysterious streaks of golden energy. Tu Luong raised his hand to shield his face, squinting his eyes and letting out a small grunt. When he finally opened them, he was baffled. Standing there was a massive silhouette, a giant rabbit with a tiny figure perched on its shoulder. That rabbit was White Jade Khan, the guardian of the 8th palace among the 12, the Flying Rabbit Palace. And the person sitting on its shoulder was the former Moon King of the Tai Am faction. She hid a very dangerous, wicked smile. Tu Luong's eyes narrowed as he sensed something wrong. He felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, "Wait. This killing intent is insane." On the other side, Yen Nguyen and Huin Vuong were glaring at them, radiating fury. Huin Vuong grit his teeth, recognizing that rabbit instantly. That's the 8th palace of moon radiance. The leader of the 10 moon eclipses, the guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace, White Jade Khan. Yen Nguyen also frowned, staring them down without blinking, her face clearly showing how unhappy she was to see them. The former Moon King, with her pretty face, gave them a cold, indifferent smile. Jade Khan stirred slightly and lifted its massive arm. With its eyes closed, it pointed its hand straight at Tu Luong. A thin, water-like veil began to shimmer at the tip of its fingers. Tu Luong stood there, staring like an idiot. By the time he snapped out of it, Jade Khan's giant arm had already punched through the veil. Tu Luong felt his very soul and sea of consciousness get sucked into a vortex. A massive blast of energy was unleashed. Moon in the lake was slammed backward by the attack, its whole body sent flying. The mirror flower water moon shield was completely shattered. Over here, Huin Vuong screamed, throwing up his arms to block, but even his flames were blown away as his shield broke. The moonlight rabbit had it even worse, half its body was just gone. Ngok Khan's last strike carved a massive path of destruction right across the surface of the moon. Tu Luong's eyes widened once again. The full moon reflected in his pupils has now been sliced into a crescent. The golden aura vanishes into thin air as he unconsciously leans back. Tu Luong stumbles, his feet reaching the very edge of this floor. His body is about to go into a freefall. Thuong Nguyen is absolutely stunned, and Bok Team's expression is just as shocked. Seeing him plummet, the crowd below starts shouting. "The Moon King is falling. Is it over? Did he actually fail? Could he really not surpass the previous Moon King, even after pulling off such an incredible miracle?" They all start to think that 9,300 meters is the absolute limit for this era. While Tu Luong continues to fall, The voices of mockery start to rise. How disappointing. But then, he suddenly speaks up. In the end, the Moon King and the Phi-Tho Palace only amount to this much? Bak Team is speechless once more. Tu Luong opens his eyes and looks up with total confidence. He claims that the Moon Goddess Festival of that era was nothing special. Then, right there in midair, something suddenly appears behind his back. Golden wings! People below reach out to catch the falling golden dust, their eyes filled with pure amazement. Thuong Nguyet gasps in shock. What's appearing before everyone is the guardian of the second Moon Palace, the golden butterfly, the 8-winged Moon Sovereign. She stammers, unable to believe it. This isn't just an illusion anymore. It's practically manifested into reality. Those wings carry Tu Luong back up to continue his climb. Meanwhile, the former Moon King is sitting on Note Khan's shoulder. Watching this, the Phantom looks a bit confused. Tu Luong is now back on the floor, standing right in front of her. Tu Luong looks over with a smirk. I actually wanted to feel the so-called strongest power of the previous generation, but it turns out it's just a mediocre illusion that couldn't do a thing. The smile disappears from the former Moon King's face as her eyes grow cold. He lets out a cold, mocking laugh. If you want to stop me, then show up in your real body. As soon as he says that, a massive vortex appears. A golden tornado erupts right where Tu Luong is standing. It sweeps past Note Khan and the former Moon King, causing their phantoms to slowly fade away. The illusion of the floor's gatekeeper shatters into pieces. He leaves it all behind and continues his ascent up the stairs. As he reaches the next level, the live screen flashes with a notification for everyone to see. The info is crystal clear. Rank 6, Moon King, 930 meters. Rank 7, former Moon King, 9,300 meters. Under the starry night sky, where the shattered moon hangs, a halo of light appears as if to applaud this new milestone. Thuong Nguyet is completely frozen by Tu Luong's power. Way over in the north, Bak Team is just as shocked. The representative of the east is also caught off guard. At the Moon Goddess Temple, Chu Nguyet stares at the moon, speechless. Back at the tower, Tu Luong continues his climb, escorted by the golden sky wings. Behind him, Huain Vuong and Yen Guyet look at each other, unable to find words. Huain Vuong thinks to himself, at this moment, the entire world, every Moonlight user must have felt it. Yen Guyet sighs in admiration, even though this isn't the true limit for a conqueror. It's definitely not the limit of the Phi-Tho Palace, but it is the limit of the former Moon King, a semi-god apostle. But his progress is a clear statement. It means the previous Moon King has officially been surpassed by the current generation. Suddenly, Huain Vuong calls out to him, but Tu Luong, you have to understand, at the peak of this place, you'll face an existence like that. An image of the former king appears. After all, she and the Phi-Tho Palace were among the 10 great kings 2,000 years ago. Huain Vuong adds, but if this were the era of monsters from 10,000 years ago, she would have just been a gatekeeper at the summit. The gaze of the moon continues to watch, and bloodshot veins begin to appear within it. Tu Luong is stepping up when he suddenly halts. His face goes dark. He's been wanting to say this for a while. He turns back to look at him, sounding totally irritated. This thing is getting annoying. The 8-winged sovereign immediately understands his meaning without another word. Its wings begin to vibrate and glow. Getting ready to launch, countless small moon images surrounded by golden light appear from its wings. With a thunderous roar, the eyes on its wings snap open instantly. The gaze of the moon immediately starts to crack, ready to shatter. The sound and the pressure from the 8-winged sovereign are so intense that the viewers have to cover their ears, screaming in pain. A notification pops up, warning that during the first stage of the festival, conquerors are forbidden from attacking one another. The warning appears right in front of Tu Luong after the sovereign's move. Ignoring the warnings, he just straight up shouts, "Shut your mouth." Tu Luong beats his chest with absolute conviction. I am the current Moon King, the master of the Book of the Moon. He stands there with the moon behind him, throwing out an arrogant challenge. Who can possibly punish me? Who is worthy of punishing me? Who even has the right to punish me? The deep moon officially shattered into fine dust as golden light rained down from the sky. A moment later, it vanished completely, leaving only a faint trail of dark clouds. Then, even those clouds drifted away, revealing a clear, brilliant, full moon. Tu Luong stood there stretching, letting out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he could relax. He looked up and marveled at the distance, thinking there were only a few hundred meters left to go. Then, Tu Luong pulled up his beast control panel and studied it closely. Moon element, Emperor rank, Broadwing Moon Monarch, currently in a sealed state. The host's level is currently too low. You must reach the 7-star realm to release it. Moon Element, low rank. Light Butterfly, the current level is too low. The host cannot summon the entire swarm during a full moon. Only 3 billion can be summoned at once. At any other time, the limit is 1 billion. Moon Element, low rank. Jade Tail Rabbit, Jade Sword Khan. Moon Element, high rank, Flash Wings. Moon Element, high rank, Crescent Silver, ultimate rank. 33 Moonflower Fairies. Moon Element, ultimate rank. 32 Lightwing Kings. Moon Element, ultimate rank. 37 Golden Abyss Wings. Moon Element, ultimate rank. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Moon Element, ultimate rank. Sinking Star, Hidden Moon. Moon Element, Emperor rank. Withered Moon Lamp Core, Firefly King. Moon Element, Emperor rank. Life is. Tu Luong thought to himself that as his contracted beasts stabilized, he could feel his power being pushed by this energy toward the 7-star limit. He whispered to himself that the moment he broke through would be the moment he stood at the very peak. Without a second of hesitation, Tu Luong clenched his fists with determination. All right, he had no reason to lose now. He continued forward and spoke to his beasts. Come on, let's go see what these ancient demigods are actually made of. The golden abyss behind him began to congregate. A split second later, they formed a brilliant golden sphere behind Tu Luong's back, before slowly transforming into a pair of majestic, shimmering wings. Thuong Nuyet looked up in shock at the golden aura created from that massive amount of energy. Tu Luong stood there, his presence piercing the sky. As his shimmering wings finished forming, he rocketed upward in the blink of an eye, leaving a golden streak along the heavenly peach ring. Everyone watching was stunned, wondering what just happened. They couldn't see a thing. He was so fast that by the time he reached the next floor and stopped, his wings were already slowly fading away. Tu Luong set foot on the 9,361-meter mark. Huin Vuong stood behind him and said, "This is the limit the first Ice Queen ever reached. 26,000 years ago, a 9-star demigod emerged from the Eastern Territory." As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared before them. Chilling auras of ice essence began to fuse together, and the frost spread at a dizzying speed. While Tu Luong was still caught off guard, Huin Vuong continued. Her very first move defeated the 7-string bell of the Moon Phoenix melody. A glowing silhouette slowly materialized in front of him. This was the first-generation Ice Queen of the Eastern Territory. You have made the strongest bloodline of the Dong Hao family, the Ice Feather Heavenly Unicorn, famous throughout the ages. Tu Luong was surprised and thought to himself, is this one of the 7 physical miracles of the Ice Feather Heavenly Unicorn? Looking at that massive block of ice, he realized that if she possessed such unimaginable power 20,000 years ago, she must be even more unfathomable now. Tu Luong gave a faint smile and thought, with my current strength, I obviously can't beat them. He was smart enough to realize this was just a test of a demigod's limits, and what stood before him was merely a shadow. Broadwing's wings reappeared and unfurled with a thunderous force. An overwhelming pressure radiated across the floor. Tu Luong had a bold thought. He only needed to prove he had the strength to fight her, and that would be enough. Immediately after, the giant ice block collapsed, and the Ice Queen's image faded away. A second later, following a streak of light, he soared up to the 9,422-meter area. But to everyone's surprise, Tu Luong broke through and skipped this area entirely, heading straight for the top. Thuong Nuyet cried out in shock, "What's going on?" That was the Heavenly Maiden's limit, at 9,422 meters, and Tu Luong just passed it without any resistance. The ranking board appeared. Rank 1, Sea of Mist, First Princess Fan at 9,999 meters. Rank 2, Western Territory, First Lover at 9,998 meters. Rank 3, Anonymous, Lu Tu Huyen at 9,966 meters. Rank 4, Moonglow, King of the Moon at 9,965 meters. The Heavenly Maiden is known as the Eternal Star, a level 9 demigod. Her physical body is gone, but her divinity lasts forever. She is said to have lived for over 100,000 years. She witnessed the disaster of the White Deer clan and the great mural catastrophe of the Cloud Era, and she even participated in a few thousand years ago. She even personally sealed the winner of the Moon Goddess Festival, who belonged to the lunar faction. The light from Tu Luong's movements continued to flash across the heavenly peach ring. Thuong Nuyet watched with her mouth hanging open, unable to believe he had directly shattered the Heavenly Maiden's limit of 9,422 meters. Meanwhile, he remained quite calm, wondering why, even though it was just a faint shadow, he could feel that the heavenly maiden had simply given up. Tu Luong pondered, could it be because she was also once an enemy of the lunar faction? Tu Luong closed his eyes, lost in thought for a brief moment, before snapping them open with fierce determination. No matter the reason, I won't hesitate or waver anymore. With that, Tu Luong stepped confidently onto the next floor. Suddenly, his gaze froze in shock. Tu Luong stared at the guardian of this floor, his eyes widening to their absolute limit. A familiar shade of blue hair fluttered in the wind. Standing at the 9,966-meter mark was a girl wielding a massive blade. Just then, Yen Nagu Yet called out to Tu Luong. She stepped forward with a melancholic sigh and said, "Thank you for bringing me back here." Yen Guyet continued, "To think I could relive the memories of 10,000 years ago." Tu Luong looked at the blade, noticing the 3 orbs swirling around it. It is the upper moon bone flower, he thought. Tu Luong stayed completely focused, knowing he was facing the true master of that legendary weapon. She was the original owner of the star-sinking crescent. This girl was none other than the pride of the 4 saint clans of the western regions, Lu Tu Huyen. Tu Huyen had been born with 1,000 illnesses, her body a vessel for disease, and she passed away at the young age of only 26. Knowing her time was running out, she realized she wouldn't live to see the next moon goddess festival. Because of that, she took the upper moon bone flower and the upper moon Lai Ca to challenge the strongest guardian of that era. That was the defender of the Gemini temple, the half-moon soul shaker, a battle that sparked a deep blood feud between the moon radiance and the 7 strings. Looking at her, Tu Luong couldn't help but feel a wave of respect. Her 26-year life seemed insignificant in the grand scope of history. Yet, she left behind a brilliant legacy before she died. Yen Guyet warned him, "Be careful. She is nothing like the shadows you fought earlier." "I know," he replied grimly. Tu Huyen stared down at the blade in her hand, having shown no reaction until now. She finally spoke. "What is the point of cultivation? What is the point of getting stronger, if we can never transcend the limits of a mortal?" As soon as she finished, Tu Huyen spun the massive blade from front to back and slammed it into the ground, shattering the floor beneath her. The 3 orbs began to dissolve into streams of energy, swirling violently around the body of the blade. Is this the move called the second phase, Blade Return? The upper moonbone flower vanished, replaced by a raging vortex surrounding Tu Huyen. Yen Nguyen frantically screamed for Tu Luong to watch out, and his eyes tracked the danger just as her warning hit. The true Blade Return was coming. From a distance, looking at the Sky Peach ring at the 9,966-meter mark, 3 rings of purple, blue, and green light appeared with overwhelming pressure. Then, a gargantuan blade manifested in mid-air. In terms of size, it was nearly as massive as the Sky Peach ring itself. 8 wings was sliced right through the middle, its form beginning to fade away. Tu Luong was hit so hard by the shockwave that blood began to pour from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He collapsed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Yen Nguyen was paralyzed with fear once again. Seeing this, Bai Si felt like she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen and speechless. But then, she gasped as she heard Tu Luong's voice. "So that is how it works." He forced himself up, mumbling through the pain. "So this is the true Blade Return." The golden wings on his back erupted once more as Tu Luong continued. Thanks to the energy from his multiple soul contracts finally synchronizing, he stood there wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and made a confident announcement. "I have finally made a temporary breakthrough to the 7-star rank." The wound across 8 Wings' body began to heal instantly. Meanwhile, the phantom image of the massive blade slowly dissolved. Tu Luong let out a sigh of relief and whispered, "Thank you. I will remember this." Tu Huyen had her eyes closed, but then she opened them and stared intently at him. Slowly, her physical form began to fade away. Tu Luong thought to himself, "Those shadows from 10,000 years ago shouldn't be able to damage reality. Yet my golden butterfly bow was definitely hit." He theorized that, back then, perhaps the Heavenly Maiden had only sensed a hint of this power and decided to stop at that exact spot. She did not dare to go any further. Tu Luong wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief that was way too close. If I had not broken through to 7 stars, I would have been finished. He then commanded 8 Wings to move forward. The ranking screen flashed again. Rank 1, Princess Van of the Mist Sea at 9,999 meters. Rank 2, the Lover of the Western Regions at 9,998 meters. Rank 3, the Moon King of Moon Radiance at 9,997 meters. A streak of light soared straight toward the top of the Sky Peach Ring. Tu Luong stopped at the 9,997-meter area. He realized the 7-star breakthrough allowed for a much stronger physical resonance. Tu Luong could faintly sense hidden presences, seemingly the moonlight overlords who were sleeping scattered across the world. He closed his eyes and told himself, but for now, the most important thing is reaching the peak. He looked up, reminding himself of his goal. This time, it really is the final stretch of the journey. Spectators pointed at the screen, shouting to one another. Look, the board was just updated again. At this moment, the new Moon King, Tu Luong, had climbed to the 3rd spot at 9,997 meters. People were buzzing with excitement. Just one more meter to 9,998, and the Moon King will run into her. Someone nearby asked in confusion. Her. Who are you talking about? The girl turned back and snapped. Are you stupid? I am talking about the girl with the most ethereal beauty in existence. The one chosen by the 7 great wonders, Haifuk. At that moment, on the floor above, Tu Luong's eyes widened in absolute amazement. Standing before him right now is a girl in a wedding dress. For hundreds of thousands of years, she has held the title of the most beautiful woman in history, the first-generation beloved. Legend says her beauty was so divine that even the gods lost their minds over her. I really wanted to see her face with my own eyes, but right now, it's hidden behind a veil. A gust of wind lifts the veil, catching a glimpse of her delicate features. Tu Luong is instantly captivated by her gaze. An invisible connection makes him blush, and his hands tremble as he clenches his fists. The two of them just stand there, staring at each other in silence. Tu Luong wonders, what's happening? Why does it feel like my blood is boiling? Looking at her face and her figure, he thinks that such beauty shouldn't even exist in this world. Even compared to the 3 great beauties, their looks couldn't hold a candle to hers. It's no wonder the beloved title only lasted 1 generation. After the first one wore that wedding dress, it's likely nothing else could ever satisfy the eyes of the heavens again. She and the descendants of the 4 sacred tribes of the Western region are like the bright moon in the sky, utterly flawless. It seems that's the only way to catch the eye of the sacred wedding dress. He stands there looking completely dazed and entranced. Suddenly, golden lightning flickers on the wings of 8 wings. In his head, urgent voices start calling out his name. Glow Queen screams in worry. Tu Luong, she yells right in his face, trying her best to snap him out of it. Only then does Tu Luong finally come back to his senses. Yen Nguyen steps in front to protect him, while Glow Queen warns, don't let yourself be enchanted. You're in a very dangerous spot right now. From the moment you stepped into this area, you've been right in the line of fire. Surrounding the first generation, beloved in her wedding dress, are the dark shadows of some ancient beast tribe. Tu Luong notices them and blurs out, who are those people? They are the clan leaders of the East Queen and the Sea Concubine tribes. There's also the ancestor of the 4 sacred tribes of the Western region, plus the leader of the White Deer clan. Even several kings of the Moon tribe have shown up. Tu Luong thinks to himself, I get it now. Anyone captivated by her beauty has their power put under her control. It finally clicks for him. No wonder even the 8-winged Moon Lord couldn't help but go wild earlier. This is the true nature of the wedding dress, one of the 7 great wonders, the infernal world-binding chain. Tu Luong smiles and sighs. What a terrible combination. His face is full of confidence now, knowing that once he breaks free from the control, those shadows are nothing but a bluff. This catches the wedding dress by surprise, while Tu Luong just closes his eyes and bows slightly, looking satisfied. He stands there feeling content. After finally breaking through the 7-star rank, he has now truly reached the level of a 9-star demigod. Bolts of lightning from 8 wings rain down incessantly, and the golden lightning blasts the dark shadows away, making them vanish. A moment later, only the first-generation beloved remains standing there. She gives a small, satisfied smile. Tu Luong remains calm as he watches her form begin to fade away. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. You, the demigod, who appeared after 500,000 years. We will meet again soon. The last remaining shadows dissolve into the night air. These words leave Tu Luong stunned and speechless. He can't believe what he just heard. There's no way. That lingering shadow actually had a consciousness and spoke to me? Tu Luong wonders. Not only did she know I reached the demigod level, but she also said we'd meet again? What does that even mean? He looks up toward the sky, eyes wide with confusion, but then quickly closes them to clear his head. No, now is not the time to be overthinking this. He looks up at the steps toward the next trial, no matter what the truth is. At that moment, the system announces his current position. Rank 1, Cloud C, First Princess of the Clouds at 9,999 meters. Rank 2, Western Region, First Generation Beloved at 9,998 meters. Tu Luong declares, "Nothing is going to stop me from He closes his eyes, lets out a long breath, and starts walking upward, step by step. Tu Luong walks quietly up the final stairs before the summit. Each step carries his determination and his hopes. Right then, a strange pitter-patter sound makes him freeze. He stops, but the sound doesn't quit. He looks over in total surprise. His body feels like it's floating in midair. This is the 9,999 meter mark. He stays hyper-focused and tells himself, "This is the Cloud Sea." Rumor has it that the first princess of the clouds once pursued the first generation beloved. After failing, she was heartbroken but eventually found enlightenment. She ended up joining forces with the great emperor of the White Deer clan to suppress the world for 10,000 years. She had no equal and was just one step away from reaching the stars. The White Deer clan travels without leaving a trace, and now the Cloud Sea has become a sacred land. As Tu Luong walks through it, he wonders where the princess and the true body of the Calamity mural are. Suddenly, a streak of purple light zips past his neck, dangerously close. Tu Luong stands perfectly still, his entire body turning colorless. He realizes the danger and wonders, is this a soul-splitting technique? This move is called the Eternal Infinite Spirit Realm Walk. Tu Luong just lay there, falling into a deep sleep. As he drifted amidst the black clouds, a mysterious voice echoed through the spirit realm. Dreams are eternity. Along with that cryptic voice, a dark shadow plummeted toward the sea of fog. It was the first generation Cloud Princess. 9,999 meters. Tu Luong's handsome face suddenly came into view. The first generation Cloud Princess covered her mouth and smirked. Whether he broke through the star technique or mastered the golden butterfly bow's power, no one can shatter the mists of the White Deer clan's supreme mural Calamity. Having said that, she gently stroked Kiep Nguyet's cheek. Her voice kept echoing, drowned in despair, while he continued his freefall. Suddenly, Tu Luong spoke up. This is more than enough. That woman couldn't help but be shocked. A series of blue squares manifested around him. Tu Luong commanded, "Golden butterfly bow, reboot." Those blue sparks slowly faded away. He glanced at Bakduk in her female form and asked, "Did you see how it works?" Tu Luong said sternly, "If I run into something like this next time, I'll know exactly how to handle it." Bakduk whispered in his ear, "You're a handful, aren't you? I never imagined that after 10,000 years of sleep, someone like this would appear in the White Deer clan." Bakduk's voice turned heavy. My eternal infinite spirit realm walk was actually seen through. She blew a soft breath and teased, "Through these eyes? I see one of those two kids is already a goner, huh?" He was speechless at her antics, thinking her habits were beyond weird. Who whispers in someone's ear like that? Tu Luong stared into the distance and muttered, "First generation Cloud Princess. Supreme mural Calamity. It seems if we actually fought to the death, we'd just end in a stalemate." The sky was still blanketed by pitch-black clouds. Bakduk continued to blow gently into his ear. Tu Luong whispered back, "The golden butterfly bow's ability is to refresh its master's life. He could resurrect himself countless times." He smirked triumphantly. "Even if my taming power runs dry, she can automatically restart my combat state first," Tu Luong declared boldly. "And as for me, the one who possesses the full moon miracle, how could I possibly lose to someone at your level?" Just then, a golden circle appeared in the sky. The first generation Cloud Princess listened silently to every word he said. In other words, if we fight to the death, you'll definitely be the one to run out of power first. Tu Luong looked up with absolute certainty. This battle will end with my total victory. He stood before Bakduk, threatening her. Of course, if you're afraid of a head-on clash, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'll use everything I have to crush you. She mocked him. Such big words. Aren't you embarrassed? Tu Luong didn't say a word, only responding with a gaze full of confidence. The first generation Cloud Princess issued a challenge. Fine then, let's make our next meeting a fight to the death. Golden light seeped into the space. It turned out Bakduk had transformed back into a blue butterfly to shield him. The system's voice rang out. One Moon King of the Moon Radiance, 9,999 meters. 2. First generation cloud princess of the Sea of Fog, 9,999 meters. Everyone watching was stunned by the scene. What's happening? The White Deer Clan's Sea of Fog is shattering. The Moon King defeated the Supreme Mural Calamity. Thuong Nguyet screamed in shock. Has he already surpassed the legends from 10,000 years ago? Bok Ti covered her mouth and stammered. Just a few more steps. Tu Luong remained pensive, thinking to himself, I'm about to see the same view the first-generation Cloud Princess once saw. He looked at the seemingly endless steps before him and thought, even if I fail, I'll still be famous and dominate this era. Tu Luong fixed his eyes on the tree stretching upward and wondered, but what if I succeed? Will this world change at all? He lowered his head slightly and told himself, the path ahead is only getting longer. Suddenly, Tu Luong's eyes widened. He realized, no, that's not right. He looked at the two dark shadows ahead and analyzed the situation. It's not that the era created the first princess and her lover. It's that they joined forces to create this era. My dream isn't to go back in time to compete with them. Tu Luong affirmed, I won't regret this, because they're just shadows of the past. He clenched his fist and thought deeply, what happened 10,000 years ago doesn't matter to me. Reality is what I'm after. I'm going to shock the world. Tu Luong didn't hesitate, walking forward with his mind made up. Because I was born in this era, it will be the era of the Moon King. I am the Moon King of this age. In an instant, Tu Luong stepped through the barrier's gate. As he entered, his eyes went wide with pure shock. Tu Luong stood alone in a vast, white void, feeling completely out of place in this strange dimension. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his attention. Another one has arrived? Before him, a mass of brown vines appeared, speaking with an arrogant tone. A lunar radiant? How rare. The last time a little brat from the Lunar Radiant clan entered this place was 1,000,000 years ago, and he left behind a puppet to deliver this message. However, the time is not yet right. We need at least 300,000 more years to gather enough of the 9 Beastmasters in this place. The puppet continued, right now, you aren't qualified. It has nothing to do with you personally. The timing just isn't right yet. Tu Luong gasped in shock. What? The puppet commanded, go back, dominate this era, and leave your own mark behind. In 300,000 years, I will wake you again. He frowned, trying to stop it. Wait. Tu Luong tried to speak, but the entity zoomed away. Suddenly, his body was being sucked toward a barrier gate. Tu Luong reached out, determined to stay and uncover the truth. With quick reflexes, he grabbed onto a crack in the gate. A mysterious smile played on Tu Luong's lips. Whether this works or not, even a puppet is going to be shocked by what I'm about to say. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his body. He marveled at the sensation. So this is what it feels like to reach the 8-star level. His eyes glowed intensely, the image of a butterfly etched into his pupils. That's it, Fire King. Stepping forward as mysterious, blue, spiritual energy swirled around him, Tu Luong sighed. This feels incredible. He stretched his arms and muttered to himself, while this is only 8-star to me, in the eyes of the world, this is an existence that completely surpasses a 9-star demigod. Tu Luong pursed his lips in thought. Has the supreme moon physique finally been perfected? The resting places of Virgo, Gemini, and Pavo are burned into my mind. The puppet was stunned, wondering to itself, how could someone surpassing a 9-star demigod appear in this era? According to the prophecies, the next era was supposed to be the one filled with legendary heroes. It stared at the overwhelming spiritual power radiating from him with curiosity, but that should have been at least 300,000 years away. At that moment, massive branches sprouted from below. People on the ground shielded their eyes and cursed. Damn it! I'm literally going blind here. What the hell is happening? This light is way too bright. I can't see a thing. Even Thuong Niet, with cherry blossoms reflecting in her eyes, couldn't hide her shock. She stared at the golden gate before her, filled with worry. Tu Luong, what on earth are you seeing in there? What exactly is happening behind that door? The puppet asked in a daze. How did you manage to do this? Tu Luong just stared back with a dangerous smirk as voices echoed in his ears. Hey, hurry it up, will you? Huan Vuong grumbled, struggling to contain the spiritual energy screaming inside her. I'm about to explode. Her entire body was puffed up like a balloon as she complained. After all, she had absorbed the energy of the entire Eastern region mine. You're stuffed to the point you can't take it anymore, right? Tu Luong felt a bit sorry for her. But even so, I still have to rely on your leftover energy to temporarily break through to 8-star. Thanks for the hard work. He turned to the puppet and commanded, Move. I'm going through. I don't have time to sit around and wait for another 300,000 years. The puppet froze at Tu Luong's next words. Surpassing a demigod. Isn't that the ticket to enter this place? Without another word, he strode forward. Tu Luong walked right past the puppet and threatened. Whether this era is qualified or not, is for me to decide. He lowered his voice, sounding truly menacing. And let's be real, you're just a leftover consciousness from ancient times, so stop trying to play God. The puppet was left speechless, having no idea how to respond or what to do next. It immediately followed behind Tu Luong as he walked alone through the silent, empty space. Before long, Tu Luong's figure gradually faded away. A moment later, he snapped his eyes wide open. Tu Luong looked around, confused by his surroundings. He had climbed 10,000 meters to reach the summit. The world didn't seem to have changed much, but his system notified him. Registered as Moon King, Lunar Radiant, 6-star rank, Supreme Moon Physique trait, Skill 1. The Moon God Sacrifice is a one-time reward for reaching the top of the Heavenly Path Ring. Once activated, it will remove all restrictions on the Sovereign and awaken every sleeping demigod. At the same time, you will take on the role of the King to face every challenger of this era. Skill 2. The 12 Lunar Palaces is a one-time reward for reaching the top of the Heavenly Path Ring as an apostle of the Moonlight system. Upon activation, the Gold, Butterfly, and Aquarius Palaces of the 12 Lunar Palaces will manifest. Furthermore, when you are at locations known as Holy Lands, your temporary full moon power can become a permanent, infinite skill. He stared at the system screen and whispered, I just gained 2 massive new skills out of nowhere. Tu Luong pondered. The first power doesn't really benefit me directly. If I use it, the entire world will be turned upside down. He felt a surge of excitement and remarked, but that second skill, that is a reward tailor-made just for me. Tu Luong stared at the 2 maps in front of him and muttered to himself, as long as I stay within these 2 sacred lands, I won't lose to anyone. After finishing up, he let out a heavy sigh of exhaustion. Tu Luong opened his palm, hesitating as he spoke. But now isn't the time. He looked at his hand, deep in thought. I've dropped from 8 stars back down to 6 stars. I'm definitely no match for those ancient 9-star demigods yet. Tu Luong turned his head toward the system and whispered. And let's not even mention those top 3. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, that's not right. I almost forgot. There aren't just 3 at the top anymore. The system announced, first place, Moon King Yue Yao, 10,000 meters. Second, the original Cloud Princess of the Cloud Mist Sea, 9,999 meters. Third, the original Lover of the Western Regions, 9,998 meters. Fourth, the anonymous Lu Suxuan, 966 meters. At that moment, a massive crowd began to gather below. Tu Luong stood alone high above, looking down like a king. The women below were screaming at the top of their lungs, Moon King, I want to be your dog. People were gossiping everywhere. Does anyone know what the prize is for the Moon King reaching the summit? I want to join the church. I've been saying the Moon Sect is invincible. Everyone was incredibly nosy. How is this possible? With the Moon King's talent, he actually managed to reach the peak today? Under the crescent moon, the voices continued to echo. I thought it would take at least another 100,000 years for Yue Yao to return. A woman sitting on the moon said in a deep voice. But since things have come to this, I can only prepare myself well. A chaotic era is coming, she continued. After all, that man's power is going to disrupt the divine order. As Tu Luong walked down, Yue Xing clutched her flag, trembling as she looked at him, unable to say a word. Tu Luong shot a murderous glance her way. Yue Xing was scared to death by that razor-sharp gaze. He walked silently past her. Suddenly, Tu Luong whispered into Yue Xing's ear, I'll give you 1 month. Not long after, she woke up with a blood-curdling scream. Yue Xing jumped so hard she flew up and hit the ceiling. A second later, she fell back down onto the bed. Yue Xing lay there, clutching the bump on her head and crying. That hurts so much. She blanked out for a moment, then shrieked in panic. Wait, this isn't right. Yue Xing reached into her massive cleavage. Immediately, she pulled out a red and blue orb. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke with stubborn determination. The star-sinking crescent moon belongs to me. No one is taking it, she wailed in desperation. Even if the Moon King is stronger than the demigods from 50,000 years ago, I won't just hand over the blade's soul that easily. The scene shifted to a neat little courtyard where Tu Luong sat by the window, muttering, Why do I feel like someone's calling my name? Am I hallucinating? He turned to the system to check the data for the 10th palace of the 12 moon radiance palaces. The information for the guardian of the Peacock Palace popped up immediately. Moonlight element, Emperor rank, King Yan Ming of the Great Nether Province. Basic info on the 10th palace of moon radiance. The Peacock Palace guardian was sealed by the ancestors of the 4 allied sacred clans. Paid info part 1. Holy cow, the peacock is actually super beautiful. Tu Luong looked confused. What the hell is this? He turned to the 2 women on the bed. Do you guys know anything about the Peacock Palace? Yen Nguyet spoke up. I don't know much. After the Gemini guardian was heavily injured, the Peacock and Aquarius palaces finally became part of the 12 moon radiance palaces. King Huin rested her chin on her hand and added, word is she participated in the Moon Goddess Festival 3 times over the last 10,000 years, but she was sealed during the early stages. They even dragged her out because the previous Moon King was on the verge of death, but for some reason, the contract was terminated. Tu Luong rubbed his chin in thought. This sounds like it's going to be tricky. Regardless, I need to head to the western regions and check it out for myself. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps came from outside. Kang Yu rushed in, yelling, Moon King, something big happened. Out of breath, she stood at the door and asked, have you seen the news online yet? The candidates for the title of Cloud Princess have appeared. Tu Luong's face went totally blank. She held up 3 fingers and shouted, it's not just one person, it's 3. 3 heirs to the Cloud Princess. 3 of them appeared at the same time. He looked at Kang Yue's frantic state and remarked, aren't you supposed to be the cold and distant type? That's not it, man. She startled, then coughed into her hand to compose herself. Ahem, she said, tossing her hair back. She turned away, making an excuse. Lord Dao Yuan is the one who loves scrolling social media. He told me to relay this word for word. His exact tone was just like what I did. Tu Luong stood there, stunned, not knowing what to say. After a moment, he frowned, acting indifferent. Fine. So the Cloud Princess had 3 heirs. What's the big deal? She looked down as a strange voice suddenly rang out. It means your climb to the summit has broken the era's limitations. The monsters of the sacred lands are waking up. He looked around in a daze, searching frantically. Who was that speaking? Just then, a peach blossom petal burst out from Thuong Nuyet's chest. The same voice from before echoed out. Since ancient times, every time a holy land is born, it strikes down the current Beastmaster. The tiny spirit stood right on her ample chest and pointed its finger at Tu Luong's face, scolding him. This is all you're doing, Moon King. His lip twitched as he stared at that peach blossom petal with pure suspicion. Wait a second. That exaggerated tone sounds familiar. Are you Dao Vian? Dao Vian of the 9 branches is one of the 7 wonders, born from the earliest and oldest era. They say it's lived for over 1 million years and is practically immortal. Tu Luong muttered to himself. So this tiny, weird thing is the legend? Dao Vian huffed, putting its hands on its hips in annoyance. It growled threateningly. Listen up, Moon King. If you dare release that power, I will never, ever let you off. Thuong Nuyet was confused and asked, what power are you talking about? He just stood there with a dark expression, remaining silent. Tu Luong reached out and grabbed Dao Vian right off her perfect chest. Startled, Thuong Nuyet instinctively leaned back. He gritted his teeth and interrogated the spirit. You're the one in charge of Thien Dao Hoan, and yet you have the nerve to leak my intel? He squeezed it so hard that it could only wave one tiny arm, screaming in pain. Fine, fine, I'll stop talking, just let me go. Help, I can't breathe. Dao, save me. Dao Vian struggled to poke its head up and sighed. Look out the window. There are so many plants in the southern region, and they're all so kind and adorable. Once those monsters from 10,000 years ago wake up, do you think I could be heartless enough to let my children go to war? Both of them turned their eyes toward the window to look at the ancient peach tree in the courtyard. The spirit desperately tried to convince him. I manage Thien Dao Hoan because I love peace and hate killing. Tu Luong fell into deep thought. It was true wars in the southern region were rare, which is why their technology and tourism were so highly developed. Suddenly, he opened his hand, letting Dao Vian catch its breath. It really thought it was going to die for a second. Standing on Tu Luong's palm, it eagerly suggested, let's form an alliance. Moon King, if you agree not to activate it, Thien Dao Hoan will help you seize the throne of the Moon God Emperor. Thuong Nuyet stood beside them, silently. It seemed like she felt the same way. He glanced over at her, wondering, Even Empress Thuong Nuyet isn't reacting. Is it possible they really have no intention of fighting for the moon goddess ceremony? Thuong Nuyet gave him a friendly smile. She held out her palm and gave her reason. You don't need to doubt us. Our southern region gets involved in the moon goddess ceremony every single year. Since ancient times, the southern region's Tien Dao Hoan and the fourth palace of Nuyet Du have been allies. We've even managed the ceremony 3 times in a row. It's just that after Nuyet Du collapsed, the fourth palace vanished, and we had no intention of helping the rest of Nuyet Du. Tu Luong frowned, trying to guess. The fourth palace. You mean Hua Thien Palace? Thoughts raced through his mind. Right now, he didn't actually have a reason to use that power, so there was no need for them to be so wary of him. Tu Luong felt a bit uneasy, thinking to himself, but if this power exists in this era, does that prove that one day, I'll definitely have to use it? Seeing that he wasn't responding, Thuong Nuyet spoke up. Well, still can't make up your mind? Dao Vian hopped back onto her chest and made a proposal. I've got it. Let's have a political marriage. It said excitedly, Moon King, what do you think of our Dao Dao? What if you two got married? This idea left him even more bewildered, and he couldn't help but blurting out, huh? 2 weeks later, at the border between the western and southern regions, a blood-red beam shot down into the vast ocean. A high-level emperor from the Taiyin Radiant Moon faction, the emperor-rank soul-rending Zhao Nguyen, was sitting on a rock with her fishtail. She scanned the area angrily. What's going on? The seal is suddenly weakening. Is it the Lord of the Seventh Eclipse? Zhao Niyet looked up at the pitch-black sky as red lightning bolts continuously swirled around. Suddenly, those red beams struck the water again. A giant butterfly appeared in the sky. It was surrounded by a swarm of glimmering butterflies. Tu Luong stood on its back, looking down and giving an order. There's an obstacle in the way. Someone deal with it. Down below, Zhao Niyet stammered in utter shock. What? This crushing pressure. Who on earth is this? A mysterious golden energy erupted from the mountain peak, accompanied by a familiar voice. It's the Moon King of this era. Not long ago, he surpassed the first Princess Van, and even his first love. The person continued, he is also the one who climbed to the very top of Tien Dao Hoan. Zhao Nguyen turned around and screamed in surprise. What? The man pointed his hand and spiritual energy toward her, emphasizing every word. You were never the ones at fault. Huyen Vuong tilted his head and declared, you were simply born in the wrong era. She quickly backed away, raising her voice to expose his true identity. So you are the withered moon flame queen, the one who took down Bang single-handedly. I have heard plenty of stories about you. Zhao Nguyen growled a warning. I probably won't survive the night, but the Tai Am sect will definitely have their revenge. Suddenly, a blazing fire erupted from the Flame Queen as she unleashed her ultimate skill, the Crimson Moonfire. She immediately commanded the flames to strike right where Zhao Nguyen was sitting. After the massive impact, tiny ripples spread across the water's surface. She suddenly sensed something behind her. Using the power of her glowing orange eyes, the Flame Queen tried to analyze the situation. She did not even need to look to know who was behind her. So, you are still alive, Bak Ti Phi Nguyet? The Flame Queen guessed. Did you come looking for me because you saw that the power of the Aquarius Palace has been restored? Bak Ti acted cute and whispered her reply. I missed you, so I came to catch up on old times. But she was coldly pushed away. Get lost! She let out a sigh and said, fine, still as feisty as ever, I see. Then let me get straight to the point. Bak Ti tested the waters. This time, the Moon King did not just head out to face Bak Duyet Han, but also to seal the Peacock Palace in the western regions, right? The Flame Queen looked away, hesitating before she replied, I am not at liberty to say. She furrowed her brows in warning. Why did you not warn him about how dangerous the Peacock Palace really is? That thing killed the Moon King during the Moon Goddess Festival 2,000 years ago. At the final lunar rite 2 millennia ago, the Flower Fairy Palace retreated. The Peacock Palace went berserk, the Flying Rabbit Palace and the Moon King revolted, while the Sagittarius Palace chose to stay neutral. The only fighting forces left were Aquarius and Virgo. Bak Ti continued. Master Thuy Lien Thien ultimately did not hand over power to the Flying Rabbit Palace, instead agreeing to join the Millennium War. He entrusted everything to the priestesses and the celestial maidens. She recounted that since then, the Moon Radiance and the Sun have retreated together, and you already know how the Peacock Palace killed the Moon King and forged the information in the Book of the Moon during the festival. Hearing this, the Flame Queen just stayed silent, looking away to avoid the subject. Before leaving, Bhakti did not forget to leave one last warning. I hope we do not make the same mistake this time. She remained silent after hearing those words of advice. Suddenly, the Flame Queen vanished from the cliffside, quickly chasing after Tu Luong. Her golden spiritual energy almost touched those butterfly wings, but she still chose to just watch his back from a distance. Meanwhile, he was listening to a message from Thuong Nguyet. The Western regions have officially sent me an invitation, and I will be heading there soon. The Spring of the Three Kings and the Cloud Mist Sea have probably received theirs as well. The candidate for the Cloud Princess is about to appear, so be careful not to get dragged into it, or your duel with Bok Duyet Han might be postponed. Tu Luong's expression turned serious as he fell into deep thought. He told himself that, after reaching the peak of the heavenly peach orb, the restrictions on the martial world had weakened. That is why the sacred lands and their apostles are appearing so quickly. Tu Luong felt conflicted. If that is the case, he recalled Hoan Nguyet's bright smile and wondered if he would get to see Tu Lok soon. Cutting to the western regions, a person was sitting on a tiny stool next to a massive circular arena. It was none other than Tu Ho, sound asleep on her stool, while Duyet Han stood there with her arms crossed. Closing her eyes in annoyance, as if sensing something, she muttered half asleep. "Are they here already?" The Moon King was woken up by the noise. Rubbing her eyes, the little girl added, "Another person is coming too, and they do not look friendly." Tu Ho looked up at the sky and sighed. "Do not be careless." Back then, when the first-generation Cloud Princess stepped out of the Cloud Mist Sea, she was already at the 8-star realm. No one cared at first, but in just a few short months, she defeated 3 legends and reached the peak of the mortal world. The little girl yawned, trying to reassure them. "I believe Master Honsa will also go all out to handle this matter." Duyet Han put one hand on her hip and raised the other, changing the subject. "All right, Patriarch, stop hyping up the Cloud Princess. I still want to hear about the first-generation lover." Tu Ho was speechless, only able to sigh at how stubborn the girl was. The little girl's brows furrowed as she suddenly blurts out, "They are here." Hearing this, she also glanced back to see a butterfly-shaped silhouette appearing. Its 2 wings slowly pierced through the clouds. In an instant, the beast Bakduk was face to face with the 2 of them. Duyet Han looked up at it with a worried expression. Tu Luong jumped down, landing on the arena with a provocative smirk. "So, is this where the showdown happens?" Tu Luong looked around, impressed, saying it is pretty spacious. She clenched her fists, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Tu Ho just stayed in the back, watching the 2 of them. The little girl remembered Duyet Han's bold claim. Back then, "I will never let the Moon King take the star-sinking crescent blade away." Now, Tu Ho could only complain in her head about what a coward this girl had become. She sat cross-legged on her chair and got straight to the point. "Moon King, shall we set the date for 10 days after the full moon?" He quietly listened to Tu Ho's proposal. "The winner takes the star-sinking crescent blade for the whole world to see. Most of the western region is coming to watch this battle, so don't even think about cheating," the girl announced firmly. Tu Luong just smirked and agreed. "Don't worry, that's only natural." Suddenly, a strange gray mist began swarming toward him. The mist flooded the arena, and from the haze, a woman with 2 branches growing from her head emerged. It was Hai Van, the second princess of the Cloud Mist Sea. She pointed a thumb at herself and arrogantly declared, "I am using this arena in 10 days. Nobody else is allowed to touch it." Tu Luong narrowed his eyes, sizing Hai Van up, while Little Hu stood up slowly, unable to hide her surprise. The girl tried to talk her down. "Princess Hai Van, their fight is just the opening act. It won't interfere with your duel against Lord Honsa later." Little Hu exaggerated, saying it was like a dessert before the main course. "Actually, it is more like mouthwash," she corrected, leaving Duyet Han standing there with her mouth hanging. Hai Van crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks, looking completely annoyed. Seeing no other choice, the girl just ignored her. "Fine then." Tu Luong said nothing and simply turned to walk away. Hai Van watched him go, shouting provocatively, "Moon King, you better not run away when the time comes. Just wait until I beat Honsa, then you are next." Tu Luong did not even bother to argue, only giving a cold, disinterested "oh." He glanced back and winked mockingly. "But I am not really interested in you. My plan is to meet the other 2 Cloud Princesses once the full moon event is over." Hai Van's face went dark with rage, her voice trembling. "You!" A terrifying surge of energy exploded from Hai Van. Tu Luong matched her instantly, his body glowing with a brilliant golden spiritual light. The 2 faced off head-on, a clear sign that a massive clash was about to ignite. The other two just stood there, paralyzed. Little Hu felt her head spinning from the pressure. Is anyone going to stop them? These two look like they are about to go insane right here. A literal storm began to swirl around to Luong. Haivan's eyes glowed fiercely, her aura just as intense. They stood in silence, locked in a gaze as the wind howled violently between them. Suddenly, something made the girl flinch. Haivan looked at the man in front of her, her steps faltering slightly. She puffed her cheeks and turned away, but not before looking back with a cold huff. I will be back when the moon is full. In an instant, Haivan vanished back into the mist. The other three remained stunned, having no idea why she had suddenly retreated. After a long moment, Tu Luong finally let out a sigh of relief. He frowned, lost in thought. Did something on the other side warn her? Whatever, I am not going to let these arrogant brats have their way. Tu Luong compared Moonchaser and Haivan in his mind. To win the Moon Goddess Festival, he had to defeat cloud princesses like little deer. He thought to himself, honestly, I have zero interest in number 2. The one that actually interests me is the first cloud princess from the Supreme Emerald Fire Calamity bloodline. Tu Luong wondered if the third cloud princess from the Covenant of Dreams might have any clues about Little Deer. He turned around, steeling his resolve. My real battle is on the night of the full moon. Once I get the blade soul before the princess arrives, the glimmering butterflies began to flutter around Tu Luong once more. He whispered to himself, while the second princess challenges Honsa, the first princess will be challenging the Ice Queen. In a flash of golden light, Tu Luong vanished completely. He landed gently on the back of 8 wings. Lost in his own world, he realized that if the first princess could distract the Ice Queen for a while, he could use that chance to sneak into the Peacock Palace. After that, he would head to the eastern region to claim the final piece of the star-sinking crescent blade. Duyet Han looked up at the starry sky and whispered, Is he already gone? She rubbed her chin, confused. That is weird. I heard the Moon King has a pet from the Supreme White Deer clan, so why is he acting like that toward the Cloud Princess? Little Hu glanced over to remind her, Instead of worrying about that, you should be thinking about the battle 10 days from now. Duyet Han punched her palm confidently and replied, Don't sweat it. We have already scattered the glimmering butterflies all over the western region. They won't be able to regroup anytime soon. Without them, the Moon King won't be able to pull off another miracle with the butterflies here. She immediately began visualizing her glorious victory. Duyet Han clenched her fists, full of herself. He won't reach the 7-star realm, and he definitely won't be able to use the star-sinking crescent blade as a wager. If I give it my all, I can definitely take him down. Little Hu was speechless, watching the girl suddenly acting so brave compared to her cowardly self earlier. The little girl let out a long sigh and muttered quietly, I sure hope you are right. The two of them stared off into the distance, completely unaware of a flash butterfly lurking behind a nearby rock. Through that tiny creature, Tu Luong could hear every single word they said. A cold smirk played on his lips. He thought to himself arrogantly, Normally, you'd be right, but nobody knows I'm still holding onto a hidden trump card. He gently picked up the Moonlight Rabbit. His mind was already spinning with a new plan. From the very beginning, his real target wasn't Bak Han, it was the sealed Peacock Palace in the Western Realm. Tu Luong stroked the rabbit's long ears, setting a new goal for himself. First, he'd track down the exact location of the seal. Then, when the time was right, he'd use the fact that his fiancée was being held by Princess Van to his advantage. He patted the Moonlight Rabbit's head and whispered, I'll unleash the true power of Aquarius and crush everything in this place. Then, he softly called out, Moonlight Rabbit? Its shimmering eyes suddenly snapped open. At that moment in the Western Realm, the crescent moon had reached its peak. A swarm of flash butterflies flew deep into the forest. 3 of them suddenly stopped on a branch near the Mosaint clan's dungeon. 2 female guards suddenly spotted someone approaching and quickly bowed in deep respect. It was the Shadow Queen Mother, the supreme leader of the 3 Kings Spring and the Sea Iron clan. She walked forward slowly and with authority. This was the Infinite Prison, a place that held the world's most vicious criminals, all under the watchful eye of the Great Soul Chariot. Even the emperors of the 4 holy clans were buried here after death, their spirits forming a massive field of suppressing energy. One of the women warned her, Please be careful, my lady. Once you find your target, leave immediately. Do not disturb the entities lurking in the depths. Among those prisoners was the rebellious emperor of the Eastern Queen clan, the lingering soul of the 7 voids. And then there's the guardian of the Peacock Palace. I'm sure you're already aware of the danger. The Shadow Queen Mother pondered the warning, closing her eyes as she spoke. Of course. If the Fairy Moon King hadn't caused that massive riot thousands of years ago, the Peacock Palace would still be locked. She softly stated her business. I'm only here to meet the ancient ancestors of my clan. I'll be out before you know it. Sorry to bother you both. The two guards exchanged a quick look, signaling each other. The heavy gates groaned open to welcome her. The three of them quickly stepped inside. At that exact moment, a flash butterfly hitched a ride on the Queen Mother's robe and followed them in. The atmosphere inside was incredibly bleak and suffocating. Rusty chains crisscrossed everywhere, and iron bars lined the walls. She shut her eyes tight, trying to ignore the haunting groans echoing from the shadows. For a second, the Queen Mother's eyes filled with a deep sadness. Right then, the two guards turned back to inform her. Queen Mother, we're almost there, but we can't go any further than this point. They pointed down a flight of stairs. From here on down. That's the Emperor's domain. Seeing she had no choice, she nodded. Fine. I'll go in alone. The two women watched indifferently as she descended. She remained perfectly calm, without a hint of fear or hesitation. After walking for a while, she finally spoke up. This is our first time meeting, King of the Moon. Please, forgive my intrusion. You really don't want to release the protector of the Peacock Palace, do you? She muttered to herself, glancing at the butterfly on her robe. Oh, that's right. I forgot a flash butterfly can't talk back. But from where I stand, the Western Realm seems quite happy to see you liberate the palace. Because they haven't increased their defenses at all. She whispered, you've become so powerful that even Bak Han can't stop you. She glanced over her shoulder and added, the only way they can hinder you now is by letting you go through with the release of the Peacock Palace. The Shadow Queen Mother lifted her head and kept moving. Anyway, my time is limited, so I'll leave it at that. She continued her journey, turning into a small, dark tunnel. Moments later, she found herself standing before a gargantuan fish. It opened its massive eyes and stared her down. But she didn't flinch, meeting its gaze head-on. The fish's voice boomed, Go away, little brat. It roared, You'll never be able to persuade me. I won't sign a contract with anyone until I finally defeat three-legged white snow. The Queen Mother let out a gasp of surprise. Standing before her was a pure white dolphin with pale gold eyes, letting out a heavy sigh as it looked at her. This was White Foam of the Sea, a high-ranking emperor of the Three Kings Spring. She stood there awkwardly, not saying a word, thinking to herself. I remember now, years ago, someone from the Three Kings Spring tried to bribe the Ice Queen by proposing a political marriage. The two people involved were White Foam of the Sea and three-legged White Snow. Back then, White Foam had a human form with beautiful white wings. She was dressed entirely in white, with a veil covering her head. The Queen Mother reflected on it as a member of the elite Sea Iron Clan. White Foam was incredibly arrogant. She believed White Snow was beneath her, but in the end, she suffered a humiliating defeat and fled the Three Kings Spring in shame. She ended up wandering until she reached the Western Realm. The Queen Mother realized that the Western Realm hadn't actually placed any restrictions on her. It seemed she was staying here voluntarily. She gripped her dress tightly, summoning every ounce of courage she had left. Wang Mu cried out, Lord Bai Mo of the Sea, please come back with me. The Sea Iron Clan needs you, and your old friends miss you dearly. Hearing this, he only grew more irritated. Bai Mo sighed and said, The apostles of the Sea Iron Clan are as boring as ever. Now, get lost. She panicked and called out again, Lord Bai Mo of the Sea. Without another word, he turned to leave, leaving Wang Mu behind, staring at his back. Wait, please don't go, she pleaded. Standing behind the glass, her face was filled with confusion and despair, not knowing what to do next. Bai Mo's reaction left Wang Mu feeling utterly defeated and empty. She walked away dazed, muttering, It was a failure. Lord Bai Mo is just too stubborn. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Is he really that stubborn? It made her jump in surprise. Wang Mu frantically looked around and shouted, Who is there? Near her waist, a golden butterfly surrounded by a faint glow replied, I see you have absolutely no regard for the dignity of a high emperor, do you? Wang Mu looked down and gasped. The Lunar King. She burst into tears and asked, What do you mean by that? I am already this sad, and you are just here to mock me? The golden butterfly sighed and said, It is because you do not understand anything. How could those hollow cliches ever move someone's heart? From another location, Su Liang continued speaking through the butterfly. What he actually wanted to hear was that you would defeat the three frosts of Snow White. even if it meant facing the Ice Queen head-on just for him. He asked Wang Mu if she finally understood. She stared at the golden butterfly with a blank expression. Hearing that, Wang Mu gasped in horror. How could I ever say something like that? Wouldn't that be the same as offending the Ice Queen herself? She screamed hysterically. I actually liked you, but it turns out you are just trying to trick me into becoming Bai Mo enemy. You are pure evil. On the other end, Su Liang thought to himself, wait, did she suddenly get smarter? The golden butterfly flew in front of Wang Mu and smacked her across the cheek with its wing. Wang Mu cried out, ouch. Hey, he barked, stop talking nonsense and go check out the Peacock Palace area. Su Liang continued, I need to see for myself what the Peacock Palace truly is. She held her cheek, silently staring at the butterfly. After hearing that, Wang Mu looked downcast and replied, fine. She started heading down the stairs. He followed her through the butterfly and thought, I once heard a rumor that the three Spring Kings can hardly refuse a request from anyone. Su Liang wondered to himself, I wonder if that is actually true. Wang Mu moved cautiously, but suddenly she saw something that left her completely stunned. Before her stood three mysterious doors. One blue door with a snowflake, one purple door with a diamond and a circle in the center, and a green door with a simple circle. She was so shocked she couldn't even speak. Su Liang, watching from the other side, was equally amazed. It turns out that, besides the Peacock Palace, two other overlords are being held captive here. Behind the green door is the Upper Crescent Moon, a Jade Zenith Moonlight Emperor rank with a cracked ring. He thought, for now, only the shell remains intact, while the main body has already been damaged. Behind the blue door with the snowflake was the Garnet Slayer, a Moonlight Emperor rank. A silhouette of a girl was trapped inside. Su Liang thought, the Sinner Emperor of the East Queen clan. After observing, Wang Mu whispered, we shouldn't stay here long. I will only show you the Peacock Palace. She immediately hurried away. She moved toward the purple door, though nothing was visible inside at first. As Wang Mu approached, she saw the silhouette of a woman deep inside, sitting and looking up at the sky. The girl sat there in a daze, staring at the moonlight. Her name was the Great Abyssal Vermilion Swallow King, a Moonlight Emperor rank. Seeing that image, he thought, the 10th Lunar Palace, the guardian of the Peacock Palace, the one who holds the record for killing the most tyrants in this era. Zhou Yan turned back to look at Wang Mu, gave a soft smile, and asked, are you lost? If you leave here and turn left, that is where Bai Mo of the Sea is being held. Wang Mu responded instinctively in shock. Huh? Su Liang was still secretly watching and thought, according to the legends, isn't she supposed to be a total psycho who snaps at the slightest thing? Why is she acting like this? Suddenly, from another door, a hand grabbed the bars, and a voice said, does someone from the Three Spring Kings want to sign a contract with me? Wang Mu looked over and saw a woman with long white hair, wearing a thin black dress. The woman introduced herself. I am of the ice element, so try to bear with it for a bit. Su Liang thought, the Ice Garnet Slayer from over 50,000 years ago. Before the Ice Queen was even born, she was already terrorizing the eastern regions. He recalled the image of that woman standing atop a mountain of corpses and thought, but she is incredibly gluttonous. She had to devour at least 50,000 people every single day to satisfy her hunger, causing so much suffering that the three great holy lands had to unite to take her down. Su Liang thought, in other words, this monster actually fought against the first-generation Princess Yun. Seeing her, Wang Mu panicked and shouted, hey, hey! Suddenly, a voice came from the green door. Stop dreaming. She belongs to the Three Spring Kings. The voice came from the cracked ring. The ring continued. A good girl like her would never sign a contract with someone like you. He looked at the Crescent Moon Jade, an artifact of legend, now nothing but a broken, hollow shell. Every strike deals permanent damage to its very soul, eventually forcing it into an eternal slumber. Tu Luong thought to himself, she is locked up here simply because she cannot control her own terrifying power. This thing has caused more innocent deaths and destruction than the entire war between the Ice Queen and the Earth Palace years ago. The Frost Sovereign chimed in. I was just speaking off the top of my head. That freak in the wedding dress is still guarding the West. Even if you make a contract with this kid, you are not getting out of here. The Queen Mother had no idea what to do. She looked silently at the Frost Sovereign, who said, it has been ages since anyone visited this place. How about this? She called out to the little treasure of the Three Kings Spring, saying, we will not make things hard for you. The cracked ring stayed silent, just listening. The Frost Sovereign continued, You just need to tell us what big events have been happening in the outside world lately. Chao Yen smiled as she watched. The Queen Mother thought nervously, these three overlords, their tone and attitude are actually quite polite. They are nothing like the rumors. If that is the case, telling them about Moon King Bingding should not be a problem. It was pitch black outside the ruins. Lin Nguyen turned to her friend who was helping her guard the entrance. She asked, has the Queen Mother still not come out? Her friend thought for a moment. Usually, the girls from the Sea Charm clan run out crying in less than 5 minutes. She felt a surge of anxiety and blurted out, wait, did the White Foam Sea Lord actually get talked into something by the Shadow Queen Mother? Inside, the Queen Mother sat facing the 3 doors, recounting the events of the outside world. After Aquarius Palace and Upper Moon, Thien Shich of the 7 Great Wonders were defeated one by one. The Earth Palace and the last 4 overlords of Tai Nguyet became the victors of the next Moon Goddess Festival. The Queen Mother continued, however. The celebration that day was suddenly cut short by a surprise attack from the Ice Queen. The war between the Earth Palace and the Ice Queen devastated the entire central region. The Frost Sovereign and the Cracked Ring listened intently. Hundreds of millions lost their lives, and even the 4 remaining members of the 10 moon eclipses were severely wounded. Chao Yen sat there in silence. The Queen Mother added, finally, the will of the gods appeared to stop the carnage. The Ice Queen was forced to retreat to the east. While the Earth Palace and the Old Moon King were recovering, they welcomed the era of the Celestial Maiden. After finishing the story, she said, and that is the legend of the last Moon Goddess Festival. All 3 of them were silent after hearing it. The Cracked Ring spoke up. I remember when my true form shattered. The Earth Palace had only just appeared, yet they managed to defeat Thien Shich. Impressive, the Frost Sovereign shouted. 8 against 1 and they still lost 3 people? What is so great about that? She shrugged and added, when you get down to it, the Moon Goddess Festival is just a boring game of playing house. Whoever has the most allies and power wins. The Frost Sovereign added, however, I once met one expert who could suppress every single faction alone. She gripped the bars of the door tightly. She said angrily, the supreme mural calamity, that person's world of eternal, endless mist, was truly flawless. The Frost Sovereign added with rage, if I could, I would love to fight her one more time. Chao Yen heard this and spoke up. Oh, that rookie actually won the Moon Goddess Festival? She sat back leisurely and said, she relied on a rebellion, but I guess she had some talent. The Old Moon King was truly powerful. If he was not, he would not have been able to escape our 3 Kings Spring completely unscathed after causing such a ruckus. The Queen Mother nodded in agreement. A golden butterfly fluttered above her head and spoke. Hey, are you guys still not done chatting? To Luong, on the other side, said gloomily, tell them to stop. Tell them it is their turn to share their own stories. He complained, I am so bored. The Queen Mother replied, okay. Then she just blurted it out. He told me to tell you. He wants to hear your stories. The 3 of them fell silent once again. The Queen Mother was completely confused. To Luong covered his face, speechless. He peeked through his fingers and whispered, tell them you are a mysterious existence inside your body. Hurry. She quickly followed his lead and shouted, he said he is a mysterious existence inside my body. The atmosphere turned quiet again. The Cracked Ring said, that is strange. Why is an overlord of the Sea Charm clan curious about our business? Chao Yen's expression darkened as she thought. She replied, little girl of the 3 Kings Spring, our stories are not interesting. They are just relics of the past. Chao Yen walked toward the door and said, I would rather you keep telling me about modern legends. She walked right through the bars and asked, the new Moon Goddess Festival has already begun, has it not? The Queen Mother gasped in shock. Tu Luong was also stunned. Standing right in front of the Queen Mother, she continued, which palace of Nguyen Du is backing him? Chao Yen smiled and pushed further. Has he reached the Celestial Peach Ring yet? How far has he gotten? The Queen Mother's expression froze. She thought to herself, she has been imprisoned for 50,000 years, and she can still release an aura this terrifying? She reached out, touching Mother Yu's face and said, I don't mean any harm, and I'm not going to hurt you. Chao Yen continued, you just need to be a good girl and give me the answers I want. Inside the door, a cracked bracelet watched the scene in total silence. The ice system did the same, gripping the door and observing quietly. She went on, tell me about the overlord backing the current Moon King and his rank in the Tiandao Hoan. Mother Yu looked down, her face tight with tension as she thought. She whispered, 10,000 meters. Chao Yen asked, what did you say? Mother Yu looked up and shouted, 2 weeks ago, the reigning Moon King reached the 10,000-meter summit. Outside, a sudden gale picked up. Lin Nguyen and her team gasped. What is happening? Inside, rocks suddenly began to fall. The ice system's door surged with immense power. Radiating pure killing intent, she muttered, "Oh, really? That means someone even more powerful than the first princess has finally appeared." This display of power left her stunned. She thought, how can someone imprisoned for 50,000 years still release this kind of overwhelming pressure? Chao Yen grabbed Mother Yu's mouth and demanded, "Tell me who it is." Startled, she replied, "What?" With a face full of excitement, she pressed further, "Who is the guardian behind the current Moon King?" Mother Yu answered, "The second palace, the Golden Butterfly Palace, which has been slumbering for hundreds of thousands of years." Hearing this, Chao Yen's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, she lunged at her, mouth wide open and filled with razor-sharp teeth. Mother Yu screamed in terror, "Oh!" She squeezed her eyes shut, but after a moment, the world around her went quiet. Mother Yu peeked her eyes open and saw Chao Yen chewing on a butterfly. She said, "Don't mind me, I was just a bit hungry." Now, where were we? Mother Yu stood there frozen, asking, "Huh?" Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted above their heads, catching Mother Yu completely off guard. Chao Yen flinched, instantly on guard. Both of them realized it's the Ansa of the Seven Great Wonders. After the flash of light from the purgatory cold ghost, Crimson Chain, a white veil appeared. Mother Yu's jaw dropped. "Lord Han Sa." Tu Luong spoke through the orb, "Lady Mother Yu, this is far too dangerous. Please leave as soon as possible." Feeling uneasy, she replied, "Fine." With that, Mother Yu quickly hurried away. He spoke up, questioning her. "I've told you many times, don't do anything unnecessary. Just lend me your strength, and I will grant you your freedom." Thatch Lu Sat didn't see it that way and spoke out. "As long as the first lover still exists, it's not your turn yet, so stop daydreaming about your own power." A voice from a bracelet asked, "You mentioned that when you entered, you knocked down quite a few puppets. How many was it?" Chao Yen leaned back nonchalantly. 14 overlords. So about 70 or 80% of them. Hearing this, it marveled. The first lover has been slumbering, struggling to collect overlords for hundreds of thousands of years. And yet, over 70% of that army has been wiped out. With your current level, you must still be on the list of the Seven Great Wonders. So, where do the Seven Great Wonders stand in terms of power right now? She replied, "You've been heavily injured for all these years, so seeing someone else reaching the summit is making you restless, isn't it?" Thak Lusat cut in, saying, "If you don't hurry up and absorb our power, your position will be in jeopardy." Tu Luong's voice trembled with rage. "You people!" Consumed by fury, his power exploded, sending shards of pure ice flying toward Thachlu Saturday. The bracelet nearby was also caught in the blast and vanished, though Chao Yen remained perfectly calm, panting after the attack. Tu Luong thought to himself, "Damn it, I really don't want to offend them or kill them right now. I plan to take things slow, but the Moon King suddenly reaching the summit has ruined everything. Now I'm forced to join the final battle at my absolute weakest point." After a moment, his energy sphere faded away. Chao Yen looked surprised. "Oh my, is he gone already?" A dark, gloomy aura radiated from her as she broke into a slight smirk. Meanwhile, at the Two Moons cult headquarters on Tianfuk Island, Tu Luong stood there, rubbing his chin in deep thought. He couldn't stop thinking about Chao Yen. He remembered her devouring that butterfly and saying, "Moon King, you'll come to me on the night of the full moon, won't you?" Tu Luong thought grimly, "I can't read that woman at all. She must have felt Onsa's presence approaching, so she did that to avoid being detected. Otherwise, with the Western region's high alertness, Onsa would have definitely realized that I was the one watching. More importantly, the Peacock Palace likely figured it out from the very beginning. It was only when Mother Yu mentioned the Golden Butterfly Palace that she finally confirmed the one behind those butterflies was the current Moon King." Tu Luong felt someone approaching and turned to look. Mother Yu snapped at him in a huff. "Moon King, you were hiding far away just to watch the drama, weren't you?" She jumped off the jellyfish and added, "Do you have any idea how I was almost eaten alive by that person?" Mother Yu walked closer, complaining non-stop. "If Lord Han Sa hadn't arrived in time, she would have eaten me instead of that butterfly. You almost got me killed." Tu Luong's jaw dropped. "What?" he barked back. "Are you kidding me? Isn't this your fault? I told you to relay a message, not to act like a mindless tape recorder. If you keep saying such stupid things, of course people are going to be on guard. Queen Mother Yu was stunned by the scolding. Stupid? Her hair practically stood on end. I'm actually getting angry now. He frowned and pushed for an answer. Right, now tell me everything about the Peacock Palace. Why did you say the Western region doesn't care if I release it? Don't give me the runaround. Tell me everything clearly. Queen Mother Yu paused, her voice trembling as she replied, Well, as someone in a submissive position, I cannot refuse others. Queen Mother Yu looked away and said, According to the clan elder's analysis, this matter is harmful to the entire world, and it will have the biggest impact on you. Of course, Lord Hansa doesn't want to release the Peacock Palace, but doing so could seriously lower your chances of winning the Moon God Festival. Tu Luong frowned upon hearing that. She continued, The unpredictable behavior of the Peacock Palace is the only factor that could destroy your current invincibility. He asked in a stern voice. In other words, even if I sign a contract, I still cannot control the Peacock Palace and will have to pay the price for her actions, right? Queen Mother Yu did not answer. Tu Luong's face darkened. So that really is the price. He spoke softly. I underestimated this. Compared to the powerful enemies we are about to face, this dangerous variable is practically nothing. The 12 palaces of the Moonlight Overlord were closed right before my eyes. As the King of the Moon, how could I not rescue them? Even if there is a trap ahead, it is still a part of me that I must face. So no matter what, the peacock must be released on the next full moon. Tu Luong suddenly asked, Speaking of which, could you not have explained this clearly from the start? Queen Mother Yu looked at him with great expectation. Come on, praise me. Hurry up and praise me. He delivered his verdict. That explanation just now showed no signs of an IQ deficit. Were you doing that on purpose before? She was devastated when she heard that. An IQ deficit? Really? Queen Mother Yu cried out. King of the Moon, how could you say that to me? Tu Luong suddenly touched her forehead. He said, I have been training here lately. If I am in danger on the night of the full moon, you must save me. Tu Luong ruffled Queen Mother Yu's hair and added, If your Three Kings Spring gets into trouble in the future, I will step in to help as well. He looked at her with total seriousness. Do you understand? Queen Mother Yu turned red with embarrassment. She shouted back, I get it. Now, only 10 days remain until the night of the full moon, the battle that will shake the world. The night of the full moon, the Western Region Beast Duel Grand Arena. Below the stands, the crowd was buzzing with excitement. A white flag was raised high and then slammed firmly into the arena floor. Someone shouted in surprise, That is the platinum battle soul of Bak Han. It is about to start. A pair of small feet slowly stepped up. It was Du Yet Han, radiating an intense fighting spirit. She stood tall under her white flag as Tu Luong energy orb appeared. He announced, Hello everyone, I am Han Sa, and today I will personally oversee this match. Furthermore, I believe you all know from the internet that we have not only invited the second Princess Van, but also Queen Mother Yu of the Three Kings, Spring and Empress Thuong Nuyet of the Thuong Nuyet sect. They will represent the Three Kings Spring and the Southern region to ensure this match is absolutely fair. Everyone below cheered as the two of them stepped out. The comments from the crowd made Queen Mother Yu feel extremely shy. Lady Queen, Mother Yu is so beautiful. This is her first public appearance. She looks 100 times better in person than in her selfies, right? No wonder she is a mixed-blood descendant of the Three Beauties tribe. Turning to Thuong Nuyet, she remained perfectly calm. Empress Thuong Nuyet has the most stunning figure in the world. It is insane. She will always be my goddess. Du Yet Han stood gloomily to the side amidst the cheers of the audience. Ordinary beauties are never the first choice in the game of love. She pouted and huffed in annoyance. Du Yet Han suddenly screamed, Get out here! King of the Moon, the apostles of the Three Kings Spring and the Heavenly Island are all here, along with Lord Han Sa as a witness. I will not let you take the star-sinking crescent blade that easily. The clear sky was suddenly overtaken by dark clouds. Golden beams of light shot down from within the clouds. They were all glowing butterflies, an immense swarm fluttering down toward the stands. Above them, a figure walked along the path the butterflies had created. Someone looked up in shock. It is the King of the Moon, Tu Luong. Stepping onto the arena floor, he stopped. Tu Luong gave a light snap of his fingers, and the butterflies vanished in an instant. The girls in the crowd were mesmerized and cried out, No wonder he is the King of the Moon. He is so handsome. Let these Western country bumpkins get a taste of what true moonlight looks like. Du Yet Han frowned at those words as a small orb suddenly emerged from her chest. It drifted out of Du Yet Han's body and floated in midair. She handed it to the Queen Mother of You and said, "This is the blade soul of the mystic moon blossom." Her eyes widened as she took the orb. Tu Luong noticed and glanced over. He began walking slowly toward the two of them. The sinking star crescent blade materialized in Tu Luong's hand. He handed it to Thuong Nguyet and said with a smile, "Hold on to this for me for a bit. I'll be back for it soon." He leaned in close to her and whispered, "Keep an eye on that brat from the White Deer clan. Don't let her steal it, okay?" Thuong Nguyet smiled gently and replied, "All right, I'll be waiting for you." With that, Tu Luong turned and walked away. The crowd in the stands was completely bewildered by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Aren't they supposed to be old rivals with a 3-year pact? The Queen Mother of You glanced at Thuong Nguyet with an uneasy expression. Suddenly, Tu Luong announced loudly, "All right, let's get started." He released a surge of killing intent aimed directly at Duyet Han. The killing intent made her flinch. Duyet Han reacted instantly, raising her hand to the sky to unleash her ultimate technique, the White Saint Fist. A blue vortex appeared, and someone cried out in shock, "Look, that's the current White Saint of the White Saint clan." Tu Luong thought to himself, "So that's how it is, huh? Just to keep the sinking star crescent blade in the western region. You were willing to humble yourself to sign a contract with Duyet Han. What a shame. I thought I'd be facing the first-generation White Saint. To think she could deal with an emperor level chosen by the king of the western region at the Moon Sacrifice Festival. This power is incredibly close to the Pink Sakura's level." With that thought, he shouted, "Moonlight Rabbit." The Moonlight Rabbit appeared before everyone, looking quite exhausted. Duyet Han spoke up, "Lord Quian, please test our opponent's strength first. You don't need to worry about my safety right now." The swirling vortex of power grew more and more violent. Standing before that immense power, the Moonlight Rabbit remained unmoved. A notification about the Guardian of the Aquarius Palace popped up. Blood Moon physique successfully suppressed. The activation duration has been reduced from 480 minutes to just 10 minutes. Tu Luong smirked. "You want to test me? How hilarious. I just need to stand here, and it'll all be over." Duyet Han's vortex of power surged forward. The Moonlight Rabbit's eyes sharpened as it prepared to block the strike. Tu Luong thought, her Blood Moon form only has 10 minutes left. A halo of light appeared. But within these 10 minutes, her presence will reach a level beyond imagination. Maybe one day, she'll even reach the heights that the Guardian of the Aquarius Palace once did. The Moonlight Rabbit raised its arm, pointing its finger high toward the sky before suddenly swinging it down. A terrifying explosion erupted, creating a massive mushroom cloud of smoke. After a moment, the haze began to clear. Everything around them seemed to be pulverized. Someone stammered in shock, "Wait, am I still alive?" Thuong Nguyet watched, thinking to herself, the outcome was decided the very second the fight began. The Queen, Mother of Yu's eyes went wide in disbelief. This was undeniably the strike of a true overlord. Duyet Han sat there, dazed after the blow. She thought, since ancient times, only the places where the 7 Beastmasters set foot. Lord Honsa. So that's it. Lord Honsa blocked the attack, which is why we're still alive. She pondered, this is the legendary King of the Moon. Tu Luong didn't waste any time and turned to walk away. He approached the two women, took back the sinking star crescent blade, and said, "It's over." He also reached out and grabbed the crystal from the Queen Mother of Yu's hand. Snapping back to reality, she asked, "You're not even going to let it warm up?" The girl in the wedding dress grumbled to herself, "Damn it. If Duyet Han had won, I could have found a way to avoid fighting. I planned to swap the blade seat with the Ice Queen." Just sealing the glimmering butterfly was clearly underestimating the King of the Moon. Suddenly, Tu Luong called out, "Onsa, I'm going to release the Guardian of the Peacock Palace now. You can choose to ignore me, or you can try to stop me yourself." He gave her a cold look. "That is, if you think you actually can." The girl in the wedding dress snapped. "What did you say? Are you declaring war? You think you're enough?" "Fine, I won't stop you. Go ahead and try it right in front of me, Vuong Tuyen and Thien Dao Hoan. We won't let you leave the western region alive." Suddenly, she stopped. In the sky, the clouds swirled into a massive vortex, and a deer appeared, laughing loudly. "I'm late. I overslept. The ancient emperor of the 19th White Deer clan is about to descend upon the moon." Haivan transformed into human form and said, "Is the fight over already?" As I thought, that was just an appetizer. Tu Luong glanced at the brat, but didn't care enough to stop and just walked away. Deep within the infinite abyss of the western region, Did you guys hear that massive explosion just now? Who ended up winning between the King of the Moon and Duyet Han? Another girl shouted back, it's obviously the King of the Moon. There's no way he'd lose. You don't even have to guess the outcome. I wonder what the Great Lord of the Western regions is thinking. So, are Lord Han Sa and Princess Van actually going at it right now? Man, I wish I could see it. The girl across from her replied that there's no point in guarding this place anymore. If things go south, we won't be the first ones to bite the dust anyway. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching and whipped her head around. Tu Luong walked up with a cold, indifferent look on his face. The three girls were stunned, whispering, "The Moon King? What is the Moon King doing here?" He just kept walking straight past them, keeping his distance. As Tu Luong slowly made his way inside, one girl just stood there, completely speechless. It didn't take long for all three of them to tuck tail and run. As for Tu Luong, he ventured deeper inside until he reached the end of the path, where three different gates appeared. He frowned, carefully observing the scene. Behind one of the gates, Chao Yen sat with a faint smile. Tu Luong held up 3 fingers and spoke firmly. 3 demands. She gave a soft laugh and replied, "Let's hear them." He didn't hesitate. First, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to attack me. Second, you must not harm any innocents during battle. Third, I need direct contact with you. Chao Yen replied with total confidence, "That's easy enough." She stepped toward the door and walked right through it without any resistance. Chao Yen then pulled out an exquisite feather, knelt down, and offered it to him with a formal bow. Tu Luong reached out to take it, and Chao Yen couldn't hide her joy, her face lighting up with a smile. Streaks of light shot into the sky, colliding and bursting into small showers of sparks like fireworks in the night. The crowd below looked up, feeling a bit disappointed. That was too fast. I couldn't see a thing. Thuong Nguyet watched in silence as Hai Van appeared alongside her symbolic spirit beast, triggering the automatic defense of the weapon realm. The little girl thought to herself that no matter how terrifying the attack was, the moment it touched her, it would just vanish into thin air. The Queen Mother of Darkness watched the group closely, silently evaluating the glowing orb between the 4 brides, the absolute defense of Lord Han Sa. That orb turned out to be a halo that was rapidly fading. It relied on a defensive network made of countless shards, forming a shield as solid as a tortoise shell. The Queen Mother of Darkness stood pensively next to Thuong Nguyet, realizing this battle wouldn't be decided anytime soon. Hai Van clicked her tongue in annoyance. Meanwhile, Tu Luong was hunched over, coughing uncontrollably on the ground. He clutched his throat, his face twisted in agony. He wondered, how could the information from the Book of the Moon be wrong? Those brides from before suddenly transformed into skeletons in tattered rags. With a simple snap of Hai Van's fingers, they instantly reverted to their original forms. The little girl knit her brows in frustration. This was turning out to be a real pain to deal with. Hai Van watched as the halo slowly shrank. It wasn't a full manifestation. Was it partially bonded to a host down below? The woman in the white veil pondered. This was an old tactic of the White Deer clan, but it would really put the beast tamer's skills to the test. She sighed, her mind clearly in a state of chaos as she looked toward the light. The full moon, shining brightly against the dark night, seemed to reflect the turmoil in her heart. The Moon King should be arriving soon, right? Chao Yen knelt on one knee while Tu Luong held the feather. As Tu Luong gripped it, he could feel the immense power coursing within. Suddenly, small specks of light appeared all around them, catching his eye. The system screen popped up. Great Dark Chao Yen, Moon King, Emperor Rank, Moonlight Element, Combat Skill, Peacock Palace Guardian Pattern. Detail: Luminous King's Invisible Curtain Opening Act. Tu Luong silently assessed her. How should I put this? Even though the Peacock Palace's individual combat power is terrifying, when it comes to actual techniques, he read the words on the screen over and over, guessing that her skill set wasn't very comprehensive. There was nothing particularly threatening about it. They all seemed like standard abilities used for close-quarters combat. Tu Luong looked down at the woman before him, feeling as a guardian of the 12 houses of the moon, this seems a bit too ordinary. But then, a thought struck him. Actually, this might be a good thing. Maybe it means the Peacock Palace's special abilities won't be able to pose a real threat to me. The system screen flickered off, leaving Tu Luong alone with his unfinished thoughts. But if they just liked starting fights and causing chaos everywhere, they wouldn't have earned such a legendary reputation. What exactly happened to make the previous Moon King decide to break the contract with the Peacock Palace? Have you made up your mind, Moon King? Chao Yen bowed slightly, as if returning a gesture of respect to Tu Luong. She spoke softly. Have you made your decision, Moon King? Tu Luong remained silent, his heart racing with confusion, but he clenched his fists with newfound determination. Things had already gone this far, there was no turning back now. Tu Luong spoke quietly. Yeah, let's form the contract. The two of them reached out, and their hands brushed against each other as a sudden bolt of lightning flashed. Chao Yen began to radiate an intense, blinding light. Tu Luong squinted, his curiosity piqued. A system notification appeared. The Book of the Moon has encountered an obstacle. System recovering. The screen gradually turned purple, updating the Peacock Palace Guardian data. It displayed the newly acquired function. Detail. Opening of the Luminous King's invisible curtain. Shifting of the Amethyst Throne. Phase 2. Absolute order. Chao Yen's lips curled into a twisted, eerie smile. Tu Luong's eyes widened in shock as a sudden, chilling realization hit him. A massive explosion erupted, sending giant boulders flying as a blinding light consumed the entire horizon. As the dust settled, a massive crater sat where the ground once was, with Chao Yen standing calmly right in the center. On the other side, Tu Luong was doubled over, coughing uncontrollably. He clutched his throat in confusion. How could the information from the Book of the Moon be this wrong? Tu Luong watched warily as a strange blue aura began to radiate from Chao Yen. This guy has way too many combat techniques, and his pressure is overwhelming. This is getting insane. Chao Yen glanced at Tu Luong with pure disdain, remarking that he wasn't much better than that brat from the Jade Rabbit Palace. She mocked him, sneering that even a top-tier king only amounted to this. Tu Luong trembled as he struggled to stay upright, clutching his neck. Their powers were a complete mismatch. Their compatibility was total opposites. It's a miracle you didn't drop dead on the spot. Chao Yen rested her hand on her hip, acting disappointed as she said, "What a shame. Looks like we won't be fighting together after all. Oh well, everyone should just accept their pathetic fates." Sweat poured down Tu Luong's face as he felt something terrifying. This isn't right. My 6-star cultivation level is actually dropping. Chao Yen looked up at the full moon and spoke. But before I go, I still have one very important thing to take care of. Tu Luong used every last bit of his strength to stand, screaming at her. Wait, you witch. What the hell did you do to me? Chao Yen vanished into thin air, instantly reappearing in a different dimension, searching for something. The moon hung full and bright in the sky. She let out a soft smile. It looked like she had finally found what she was looking for. A second later, a sly grin spread across her face as she commanded, "Invisible barrier, tear yourself apart." Hyvan and the veiled bride stood face to face over the smoking crater. The veiled bride whispered under her breath, "This little brat is more trouble than he's worth." Hyvan scoffed back at her, "You're the one who's trouble." Suddenly, the young girl sensed something coming from behind. The ground behind them buckled and shattered into pieces, collapsing inward. The veiled bride looked on, stunned by the sudden destruction. The sky turned a deep shade of purple as Chao Yen's voice echoed, "I just wanted a seat among the 7 wonders. Why does everyone have to make it so difficult?" She appeared with a faint smirk and said, "Whether it's High Teep, the Ice Queen, or the Aquarius Palace, none of you would ever give me a fair one-on-one fight." The veiled bride seemed to have expected this. Chao Yen looked down at her with pure arrogance and called out, "Twilight Serpent, if you try to run away again, I'll slaughter every single person here." She paused for a moment, deep in thought. Chao Yen remembered Tu Luong's words that you should never harm innocent people during a fight. Those teachings made her hesitate, if only for a second. But then, she snapped her fingers, her face shifting into a much more sinister expression. Well, if they're all emperors, they don't exactly count as innocent, do they? The Shadow Queen began to shake with fear, her face pale with worry. Nearby, Thuong Nguyet watched the scene unfold in total silence. The veiled bride stood perfectly still, though her mind was racing. It's exactly as I predicted. Tu Luong lay face down on the cracked earth, realizing the Book of the Moon was nowhere to be found. Drenched in sweat, he struggled to even speak. "Am I seriously going to pass out here?" Tu Luong let out a helpless, bitter laugh. "This is ridiculous." A moment later, his consciousness faded into black. A dark shadow began to creep toward the fallen Tu Luong while Chao Yen remained lost in her own thoughts. So she's just a shell. Once her energy runs dry, she won't be able to resist anymore. She watched the brides in front of her, calculating. She just had to hold out until the Moon King's power was completely drained, and then it would all be over. Suddenly, a voice roared from behind Chao Yen, "How dare you interfere in my battle?" Chao Yen glanced back. Hyvan was flying toward her at high speed, screaming furiously, "I won't let you live, you piece of gutter trash." A bolt of lightning struck the girl instantly, catching Hyvan completely off guard. A fierce burst of flames erupted from the crater. Hyvan was slammed into the ground, groaning in pain. She trembled, feeling weak as Chao Yen's mockery cut through the air. "You're just garbage. Don't you dare stand before me when you haven't even mastered the Eternal Mist Realm yet." Chao Yen continued to taunt her. "I've killed plenty of White Deer Emperors before, but you are by far the weakest one I've ever seen. I have zero interest in you." Hyvan forced herself up, glaring at Chao Yen with pure hatred. Chao Yen just glanced to the side and spoke softly. The veiled bride let out a long breath, finally ready. She quickly split herself, creating a perfect clone. The other brides followed suit, duplicating themselves until they completely surrounded the glowing crater. Hyvan went silent, trying to calm her racing heart. "Don't panic," she told herself. "Just watch. Use your aura to sense that invisible freak." She looked up at the two powers preparing for a final clash. The veiled bride gave Hyvan a subtle signal. "The finishing blow is up to you." Hyvan nodded in agreement. She could feel a massive surge of power beginning to swirl around her. She reached out her hand, starting to channel that raw energy. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, filled with fierce determination. "I've got you now." Chao Yen stands with her back to Hyvan, who is still reeling from the shock of being sent flying in just one hit. Above them, Chao Yen quickly launches her attack. Full-bloom peacock. The brides freeze in shock as Chao Yen charges straight at them. Suddenly, streaks of pink light shoot out, heading right for the brides. They tear through the veiled bride's body before she can even react. Blood sprays from her mouth instantly. Chao Yen seizes her arm, gripping it tightly. The veiled bride screams in agony as she takes hit after hit from Chao Yen's relentless assault. A massive explosion rocks the area, and the ground beneath them begins to shatter. Hyvan stands there, staring into the thick clouds of dust. The poor girl is paralyzed with fear. How on earth can she possibly defeat an opponent this monstrous? Meanwhile, Tu Luong lies motionless on the ground. His face is covered in blood, and it is already soaking deep into his chest. Watching from the sidelines, Dong Thoch Lusat sighs. Now the boy should understand why the previous Moon King had to sever his contract just to stay alive. It is because that peacock bow drains the host's very life force to power itself. As Chao Yen's attacks grow more violent, Dong Thoch Lusat's words carry a heavy weight. Every time the ultimate move is unleashed, the host's life signs grow even weaker. Tu Luong's hand trembles as he reaches out, his eyes filled with bitter regret. Is this really how it ends? Is everything about to go down the drain? Just then, a faint pink mist begins to drift in front of him. Hyvan is panting heavily on the ground, her heart racing. She is terrified. She was sure her attack had landed. So why is this happening? The brides have all been reduced to withered skeletons, yet the aura they are giving off is as terrifying as the deepest abyss. Witnessing Chao Yen's overwhelming power, Hyvan's spirit starts to waver. No matter how hard she tries, she just cannot find the courage to keep fighting. She clenches her fists, her mind in a total mess. But if she backs down now, she will never become the true Cloud Princess. Suddenly, a voice rings out, urging her on. "Don't be afraid, little one." The veiled bride speaks up to calm her down. "I will draw her attention." The peacock bow is likely reaching its limit. She gently advises Hyvan, "Use your strongest move and finish her off once and for all." Hyvan nods quickly, her face filled with newfound determination. Hyvan closes her eyes in prayer. "Great 19-colored moonwalker, please, lend me your strength." She instantly activates her Mist Realm Walk, vanishing from the area. At the same time, the veiled bride is pulled into another dimension. She returns to her original, pristine form. Looking ahead, Chao Yen scoffs. It seems that level of power was not nearly enough to break her. She looked away, clearly frustrated with Su Liang. Who knew that brat could hold out for so long? I really don't want to leave him here like this. Zhou Yan shut her eyes and muttered, "My time is running out. Soul carriage. For the next move. Open your eyes." A bloodthirsty grin spread across her face once more. "I'm going to wipe you off the face of the earth." The Ghost Queen mother trembled and burst into tears, while the brides scrambled to defend themselves. Seeing her own overwhelming power, Zhou Yan flashed a satisfied smirk. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, and a flash of light shot straight through Zhou Yan. The sky looked as if it were being torn apart as a massive rift formed. The crack spread rapidly across the horizon, and Haiyun came bursting out of it. The little girl collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Borrowing power only works once, but I managed a full-body traverse through the mist realm. Haiyun gave a satisfied smile. Even though she was still miles away from the legendary Eternal Mistwalker level, this was more than enough for now. But then, she felt something was off. Suddenly, she found herself trapped, unable to move a muscle. She was stunned. How is this even possible? Through the thick, heavy clouds, Zhou Yan slowly began to emerge. Listen, kid. A low-level mistwalk like that. She sneered, looking even more powerful than before. Did you really think that would be enough to hurt me? Haiyun's jaw dropped in shock. No way. She actually blocked a mistwalk just by using armor made of pure spiritual energy? Zhou Yan reminded her with a cold tone. Just how many times do you think I've traded blows with the great emperors of the White Deer clan? She raised her hand, and Haiyun was instantly bound by her power. Even if I stood perfectly still, someone like you could never leave a scratch on me. Zhou Yan clenched her fist, tightening the invisible grip around Haiyun. The poor girl let out a scream of pure agony. Suddenly, the energy binding Haiyun was sliced apart by a mysterious strike. Zhou Yan glanced over her shoulder, sensing someone behind her. Kang Yue stepped in to block her path. Enough! Stop this! Zhou Yan narrowed her eyes. The peacock bow? Kang Yue calmly urged her. Let's just end this here. But Zhou Yan only burst into a mocking laugh. You really think a group of weaklings like you stands a chance against me? She threw down a haughty challenge. If that's how it's going to be, then all four of you can come at me at once. Suddenly, the pink energy thread snapped. Zhou Yan froze, her mind racing. Wait, was the energy source just cut off? The Ghost Queen Mother trembled, confused by what was happening. What's going on? Why did she just stop out of nowhere? Tuang Nuyet explained quietly that the energy flow from the Peacock Palace had been completely cut off. She looked toward Tu Luong, wondering what was really happening with them. On this side, Tu Luong had rolled over, and his blood had already turned a sickly shade of green. Dong Takshlu Sat reached into his shirt to pull something out. Tu Luong asked weakly, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Lu Sat quickly waved the phone she took from Thon Min. I just wanted to see if he'd recognize an ice-type Beastmaster, that's all. Send a message and get someone to pick me up. She looked at Tu Luong's friend list and sighed in disappointment. Damn it, all this guy's friends are moon types. This is so lame. Suddenly, Lu Sat noticed a sound coming from the distance. She turned her head, puzzled. Wait, what just happened? Tu Luong closed his eyes and relaxed his body, but then he suddenly snapped awake, finding himself surrounded by blue skies and white clouds. Where am I? A hand gently brushed against Tu Luong's cheek. He slowly reached up to feel that hand. Tu Luong's eyes widened as he felt a sense of familiarity. He bolted upright and shouted, Is that you? Little dear, Tu Luong looked around frantically. When did you first see me? Was it back at Thienda Hoan? He looked into the vast emptiness and asked, Have you been by my side all this time? Tu Luong reached out his hand, and a voice answered him. Yes, I have. But we don't have time to talk right now. What she said next made Tu Luong freeze. The western regions are in total chaos. I have to stop it, no matter what. He agreed immediately. Let's go. Come with me. Let's go together. A flash of light streaked past, cutting their conversation short. Tu Luong stared into the void ahead. Suddenly, all his strength vanished, and he began to fall backward. Tu Luong lay unconscious, drifting among the soft white clouds. Tu Luong woke up in his subconscious, feeling that the connection to the Peacock Palace was completely severed. He started to let go. After all, this wasn't the real world anymore. Those white clouds from before quickly swirled into a vortex, sucking everything in behind Tu Luong. This is the mist world. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up so fast that Lu Sat, sitting next to him, jumped out of her skin. Holy crap, you scared me. The phone slipped and landed right by Tu Luong's hand. He glanced down at the message on the screen. The text said, I am the White Moon King, currently stranded in the infinite hell of the western regions. I'm about to die. I'm on my last breath. Hurry up and send a top-tier 9-star Ice-type Beastmaster and a 9-star Moonlight Beastmaster to come pick up my corpse. Tu Luong looked helplessly at Lu Sat, who was looking away guiltily. He asked in a questioning tone, You guys do realize that in this era, 9-star Beastmasters don't even exist yet, right? If you want to leave that badly, how about you do one thing for me? Lu Sat glanced back, listening. She turned around, curious. But seriously, how did you manage to cut yourself off from the Peacock Palace? She stared in shock at what appeared before her. A glowing golden feather manifested right in front of Tu Luong, leaving Lu Sat speechless. How is this possible? Is that? Her mouth hung open in surprise. It was from the great white deer clan. The feather merged into Tu Luong's body. Giant wings sprouted from his back. The legendary and eternal infinite mistwalker of myth. In the sky of the western regions, the moon hung full and bright. Queen Mother Yu glanced at Thuong Nuet, giving her a signal. At this very moment, everyone present could feel it. Chao Yin seemed to lose consciousness. Her head slumped down in silence. The power source of the Peacock Palace had been severed, making it a struggle for her to even maintain her appearance. Thuong Nuet looked up and said calmly, "It's over, Peacock Palace." The veiled bride spoke softly, "Just give up and surrender, and I might let you live." Queen Mother Yu watched Chao Yen trembling, standing silently above Thuong Nuet and the veiled bride. Queen Mother Yu summoned all her courage and shouted, "What have you done to the Moon King?" Thuong Nuet and the veiled bride both looked in the same direction. Thuong Nuet wondered to herself, could it be the princess of the High Teep clan? The veiled bride asked, "Does she have some special meaning to the Moon King?" Queen Mother Yu stuttered and covered her mouth, her mind flashing back to Tu Luong. Queen Mother Yu looked down, blushing with embarrassment, when a loud burst of laughter caught her attention. Thuong Nuet and the veiled bride quickly turned toward the sound. Chao Yen landed on the ground, laughing loudly, her pride still fully intact. "So what if my power source was cut off? What the hell are you all so smug about?" Chao Yen's body was clearly running on fumes, but she forced herself to speak. "Fine then, I'll show you what real despair looks like." She tilted her head back toward the sky, and a thick, black toxic gas quickly poured out of her mouth. Immediately after, Chao Yen collapsed onto the ground. Thuong Nuet watched her every move, feeling a bit confused. Queen Mother Yu asked from behind, "What is this? Is she gathering energy for some massive attack?" Thuong Nuet analyzed the situation calmly. "It doesn't look like she's gathering power. On the contrary, her life force is fading away fast." Suddenly, Chao Yen let out a scream of pure agony as deep gashes began to rip across her back. Even the veiled bride, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of terror. "In 2,000 years, I have never seen a technique like this. I have a really bad feeling about what is coming." Haivan struggled to push herself up after that last hit, staring at Chao Yen in total confusion, unable to process what was happening. The light became so blinding that Haivan had to shield her eyes. Even the Ghost Queen Mother struggled to stand against the pressure. She slowly lowered her hand to look, and her eyes widened in pure shock. Thuong Nuet immediately braced herself, sensing the danger. The veiled bride watched the scene unfold, her heart racing with anxiety. The moon, which had been swallowed by that dark aura moments ago, was now plummeting toward the earth. It was getting way too close. The veiled bride stared at the sky, absolutely paralyzed with fear. This woman is a total monster. Chao Yen used every ounce of her strength just to drag the moon itself down here. She forced herself to stand up, looking at the sky with a satisfied smirk. This distance should be just about right. Chao Yen turned around and whispered softly. Then, her eyes began to glow with a deadly light as she made a chilling threat. "I am going to kill every single one of you." She immediately channeled her inner energy, absorbing a massive amount of power into her body. Second stage release. The shockwave sent Haivan flying backward, while the Ghost Queen Mother barely managed. The veiled bride turned and shouted to Thuong Nuet, "Call the Heavenly Da Emperor for backup, now. If you do not, everyone here is going to die." Thuong Nuet remained silent as she resisted the pressure, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. But not long ago, the Heavenly Da Emperor just formed an alliance with the Moon King. This is going to be a nightmare to handle. Thuong Nuet began to lose hope. There is no way the four of us can hold off the Peacock Palace on our own. Suddenly, the water at the bottom of the crater evaporated, leaving the ground bone dry. Thuong Nuet watched, completely baffled. Then a voice drifted through the dust and, "I just woke up from a nap, and it feels like the whole world has changed." Time seemed to freeze for a moment, leaving Thuong Nuet wondering who it could be. The Peacock Palace suddenly halted its attack, and the entire group went on high alert, staring at the mysterious stranger. As the silver hair became visible through the haze, Thuong Nuet felt a sudden jolt of recognition. The Moonlight Rabbit lunged forward, grabbing Chao Yen by the neck and pinning her to the ground. Above them, a green jade ring hovered in the air, glowing and vibrating with power. Tu Luong let out a lazy yawn and said, "Man, I have never felt this refreshed." The veiled bride gasped in shock. "Forget the Peacock Palace for a second. Is that the High Crescent Moon Jade, the Eastern Garnet Slayer?" she shouted, her voice laced with anger. "Moon King, have you lost your mind? Are you really trying to take on the entire world? The veiled bride worriedly thought to herself, the only reason I did not put any guards in the dungeon was because of that absolute seal. The green jade ring was starting to crack. It was hidden inside both of their bodies, constantly draining their life force. She shifted her gaze toward the Slayer standing next to Tu Luong. If no contract was signed, how on earth is the Moon King controlling them? Haivan watched the scene in total disbelief. She whispered under her breath, the infinite eternal mist realm. Haivan looked at Tu Luong, unable to process what she was seeing. How is this even possible? Is there really someone left in the White Deer tribe who can pull this off? The green jade ring glowed even brighter as it was infused with more power. The Mistweaver raiment on the Moon King has sent a fragment of itself into both of their bodies. Haivan's thoughts were fixated on the strange energy surrounding Tu Luong and the Slayer. It is putting them into a state of infinite biological activity, meaning they do not need any external energy to keep going. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light shot. The Moonlight Rabbit looked down as something shifted below. Chao Yen trembled, struggling to speak as she hissed, "Let me go!" She violently tried to break free. Chao Yen looked up at the moon and let out a triumphant laugh. The white silk flying moon treasure. So that guy is here too? I did not even notice him during the teleportation. I guess he has made some progress after all. She issued a fierce challenge, but do not think the same trick will work on me twice. Suddenly, Chao Yen froze mid-sentence. Her body went limp, and she collapsed face first onto the ground. Tu Luong calmly walked over to stand in front of her. Chao Yen could do nothing but stare up at him in silence. Tu Luong sat down and sighed, acting like a disappointed parent. You really are a disobedient child, aren't you? He gently placed a hand on Chao Yen's head and said, looks like fully taming you is going to take a bit more time. Let us call it a day, then. Chao Yen could only manage. Glowing circles of light suddenly appeared beneath the group. The veiled bride watched in pure amazement. That is the teleportation of the white silk flying moon treasure. Tu Luong stood up, getting ready to take Chao Yen away. The veiled bride pointed at him and screamed, I have spent thousands of years cultivating these three supreme overlords. Do you really think I will just let you walk away with them? Attack! Beams of light erupted from beneath her. A powerful puppet quickly manifested. This was an overlord puppet born from the Four Sages tribe, led by the Queen, Mother of the West, who had sacrificed her own. A cat-like mutant appeared next, known as the Beloved White Saint. Then came a woman with strange, flowing hair, the Beloved Ink Saint. A girl dressed in vibrant blue followed right behind her. She was the Beloved Spirit Saint. Finally, a mutant radiating intense fire energy stepped forward, the Beloved Flame Saint. The veiled bride felt a surge of triumph. Every single one of them possessed power that rivaled the supreme overlords of ancient times. The peacock bow's power was completely spent in their hands. Seizing the moment, the minions rushed forward, all of them aiming straight for Su Liang. Suddenly, the jade ring behind him erupted with light. A massive beam of green energy shot straight into the sky, shaking the very air. The minions froze in their tracks. A split second later, the area was wiped clean, as if no one had ever been there. It was the Jade Orb combat skill. The domain, the blue jade cracked slightly, and Bai Si gasped in shock. With only seconds left before space distorted completely, the veiled bride barked out a desperate order. Stop him now! There is no more time! She pointed her finger directly at the Ghost Queen Mother's face and shouted, You all still owe me a favor. The Ghost Queen Mother glanced at Kang Yue and asked, What favor? A sudden beam of light shot straight into the chests of both of them. Kang Yue touched her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Turns out she wasn't talking about us. The Iron Sea Spirit zoomed in, beginning the pursuit. Peach Garden followed behind and muttered, Since I owe a favor, I have no choice. If we're going to act, let's make it convincing. Please, go easy on me. Lu Sha spoke with a hint of mockery. Even though I really want to trade blows with the Iron Sea Spirit or Peach Garden, fighting someone with a broken will is just a waste of energy. She held up a gemstone that had been crushed to pieces long ago. A massive, jagged iceberg quickly materialized as Lu Sha issued a threat. Do not waste my time. Sharp ice pillars instantly surrounded the veiled bride, forcing her to collapse to the ground. Going up against the whole world, huh? This development actually doesn't seem too bad. Su Liang turned his head and whispered to the veiled bride. Then, the next time we meet, let's bring the Moon God Festival to its end. He slowly finished his sentence. At a remote mining camp, somewhere in the eastern region, white snow fell heavily, blanketing the entire ground. As the workers were laboriously pushing ore carts through the snow, something suddenly caught their attention. 3 loud explosions echoed across the sky, followed by bursts of light that looked like fireworks. After the light faded, 3 figures plummeted from the sky and slammed into the ground. The person lying there was none other than Su Liang. He thought to himself, that was too close. I almost didn't make it back. Luckily, my acting was spot on, but I'm completely drained. It's a good thing Hunsha finally gave up. Otherwise, if even one emperor had made a move, we would have all been wiped out. Lying not far from him, Eastern Rock Lusha tried to struggle, but her body was too weak, so she eventually gave up. Nearby, Zhou Yan was sprawled out, sleeping as soundly as a pig. Bai Si slowly walked over to where everyone had fallen. She sat down next to Su Liang and said softly, "For now, just get some good rest. Once you wake up, we will have to face a certain reality." The scene shifts to the western region, where the ghost queen mother is filling in the craters left by the battle. Kang Yue was also channeling energy into that peach garden tree. Hunsha sat by the edge of a cliff, hugging her knees and sobbing uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face. She couldn't handle the frustration and screamed at the sky. "It's all gone. The king of the moon is gone, and the treasure I've been saving for tens of thousands of years ran away. I don't want to live anymore." Far off in the distance, Little Fox and Yue Xing were startled by her. "I can't go on like this. Wah." Her crying made the two of them freeze in their tracks. Hunsha kept wiping her eyes, sobbing quietly. Suddenly, she noticed the sky was no longer dark. The moon had returned to its original form. From the distance, the first-generation lover walked toward her step by step. Hunsha froze in shock. She said, "Didn't we clearly agree that, from now on, you wouldn't cry anymore? I didn't expect to see you blubbering the moment I woke up. You've completely embarrassed the 7 great wonders." As the first-generation lover coddled her, Hunsha's eyes began to well up again. She cried out and threw herself into her mother's arms. "Wah, mama, mama, someone bullied me." Standing further away, Yue Xing heard this and was confused. "Mama?" Little Fox reminded him coldly. "Forget it. It's just some weird pet name between couples. Nothing to be surprised about." But then the kid realized something. Wait a minute. How is that even possible? If that title is real, how can someone from 50,000 years ago appear in this era? The first-generation lover? The scene shifts to the misty cloud sea. Inside the thick fog, there's a white coffin with deer antlers on the lid. Suddenly, the entire coffin began to shake and rattle. Su Liang opened his eyes groggily. His eyes widened in shock when he realized where he was. He was lying on a thick layer of mist, and next to him was Huan Yue in her beast form. She placed a paw on his face, shaking him gently as she spoke. "Su Liang, I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. It truly surprises me, but you must be extremely careful." Her voice still echoed through the fog. "Who knows? We might meet again very soon." Su Liang shouted, "Wait!" But he couldn't hold on to anything. Su Liang woke up with a start from his dream, his hand still reaching forward as if trying to grab Huan Yue. He remembered his dream. Did he just see little deer? That sensation was so vivid, it definitely wasn't a normal dream. Hearing him wake up, Bai Si walked into the room. She bowed and said, "Sect leader, you're awake. Shang, Swan, Moon, Jade, and Eastern Rock Lusha have been settled in nearby tents to rest." In another room, Eastern Rock Lusha was fast asleep. Next to her was the Jade Ring. Bai Si began her report. "This is our camp at the Misty Cloud Sea in the eastern region. There is almost no one here, and even the Ice Queen hasn't detected our presence." Su Liang sat up to discuss the situation with her. "Bai Ti," Fingguayat said, "it is a good thing you were here. What is the situation looking like now?" Bai Ti replied, "My lord, forgive my bluntness, but I think we need to call off this operation. Your health is in critical condition. Not only is your beast power completely drained, but your mental energy is also spent. For a beastmaster, this is incredibly dangerous. While a normal beastmaster would need 3 to 5 years to recover, someone like you would still need at least 6 months. But all we managed to do was scrap the plan to steal the lock blade." He looked at her helplessly and asked, "Then what about Princess Yoon #1 and the Ice Queen?" She did not give him a straight answer, only saying, "My lord, it would be better if you saw it for yourself." Then, she cast a spell, and a reflecting orb appeared in midair. Tu Luong watched the scene unfolding inside the orb and thought, "Wait a second. This isn't the Bronze Realm. It is the battlefield in outer space." Out there in space, massive collisions flashed with brilliant light as shattered meteorites scattered everywhere. He marveled at their power. thinking that compared to the fight between Hun Sha and Princess Yoon No. 2, this was on a whole different level. Bai Ti noted that Princess Yoon No. 1 was incredibly powerful, having even reached the point where she could summon the incomplete form of the Supreme Mural Tribulation. However, the battle is brutal. At first, the princess was completely overwhelmed. It was only when the Peacock Palace pulled the moon closer that she was barely able to hold her own. But then, once the moon returned to its orbit, she hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. Tu Luong replied, "Yeah, I get it." Looking at the situation, he realized the mist covering the planet had become unnaturally thick. Because, as Xiaolu said, the first-generation Princess Yoon has awakened. Bai Ti tried her best to reason with him. "Do you understand now? In your current state, you can't possibly get involved in this." Tu Luong could not accept it. His fists trembled as he clenched them tight. "But we are only one step away from the final piece of the crescent moon bone flower. I can't just give up like this. No matter what, I have to get that lock blade." He forced his exhausted body to stand up, his eyes burning with determination. She ran after him, shouting anxiously, "My lord!" He gripped his cloak, thinking to himself that his beast power was gone, his spirit was weak, and the team was at its breaking point. His main combat beasts could not fight either, but those were all just excuses that could not change the truth. Today, Tu Luong, the king of the moon, would face the Ice Queen. With that thought, he threw on his cloak and stepped out through the curtains. Meanwhile, on the space battlefield, Princess Yoon No. 1 appeared amidst the mist in her cloud-treading moon-chasing form. She thought nervously that the Ice Queen had not even shown her true power yet. She was just playing with her. Suddenly, Huan Yue flinched. From the distance, she saw a massive beam of light charging straight at her. It was a hail of meteorites hurtling through space. Terrified, she tried to turn and run, but rocks of all sizes had already closed in around her. She closed her eyes and tried to steady herself. Stay calm. Just stay calm. She had to feel her opponent's presence. Sensing a flicker of light weaving through the debris, Huan Yue opened her eyes and locked onto it. Once she had it in her sights, she threw out her hand, unleashing the Mist Realm Erasure. A swirling cyclone-like fog erupted. Huan Yue reached out and grabbed that beam of light. She was thrilled, thinking, "I finally caught the real body." But her smile froze when she saw a hand pointing right at her forehead. The Ice Queen said, "The moment you attack, there is a split-second delay in your Mist Realm." Huan Yue could not believe her eyes as the Queen delivered a blow that sent her spiraling down toward a nearby planet. When Huan Yue hit the ground, a massive explosion erupted. As the smoke cleared, a giant crater was left in the earth. Lying weak in the middle of the crater, she thought, "So this is the Ice Queen, one of the 7 great wonders. It is over." Then, Huan Yue fell unconscious. The Ice Queen slowly descended to the ground, wearing an exquisite ice crown, her eyelashes dusted with a thin layer of frost. Standing by the edge of the crater, 3 streaks of light shot down to the ground behind her. The pink light was Sanbi Xiaofei Yingfen Tong. The second, a silver light, was Sanbi Xiaopian Yijing Hong. Finally, a white light revealed Sanbi Xiao Sanzu Bai Shui. The Ice Queen glanced at the 3 of them just as another girl came running over, laughing loudly. She was the current ice consort, but as she ran, she tripped over a rock and fell flat on her face right at the Ice Queen's feet. The Sanbi Xiao had seen this all too often and were completely speechless. Jing Hong snapped, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get someone to restore this place." The ice consort lay on the ground, her face covered in dirt, stammering in pain. I. The Queen reached out a hand to shield her, an action that left Jing Hong utterly shocked. After composing herself, she asked, "My Queen, what are your orders?" The Ice Queen said coldly, "A new challenger has arrived." Following her gaze, everyone saw a dark figure slowly appearing in the distance. "He is here," the Queen added. As the figure came into view, it was clearly Tu Luong. She thought to herself, so this was the Cloud Mist Sea's true plan all along, sacrificing 3 supreme overlords just to wake up a monster from 10,000 years ago. But even for a 9-star demigod to leave the sanctuary, there is still one final, crucial. I do not know what that condition is, but the person who climbed 10,000 meters to the peak of Thien Dao Hoan definitely does. There is only 1 hour left before the full moon fades. The Moon King is going to use his broken, battered body to face the strongest powerhouse of this era. Facing the Ice Feather Queen, Tu Luong gritted his teeth, forcing his exhausted body to move forward. Standing before him were 2 massive shadows. One belonged to the Thunder Sovereign, a Sky-type emperor. The other belonged to the Ice Sea Falcon, another sky type at the Emperor level. He struggled to walk past them, his body enduring a crushing pressure. Rays of light shot past to Luong as he pushed forward. The Thunder Sovereign watched him and sneered. "Hey brat, you ran away a month ago, so why come back now? Are you just looking for a place to die? With that half-dead body of yours, you should just give up." Tu Luong ignored him, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. The Ice Sea Falcon chimed in. Maybe he wants to drop dead right in front of the Ice Queen just to make her feel guilty. Standing before the two giant birds, Tu Luong showed zero fear. He barked, "Get lost. I am here to challenge the Ice Queen." They were both stunned by his audacity as Tu Luong silently walked past them. The Thunder Sovereign and the Ice Sea Falcon realized that if the Moon King had actually reached the peak of Thiendao Hoan, then his status and record gave him the right to fight the Ice Queen with it. But was he for real? Did he honestly think he could challenge her in that state? He was about to challenge one of the 7 great wonders, the Ice Feather Queen, the one standing at the very top of this era. Tu Luong said coldly, "Go ahead, absorb all of." Whether I was facing the Peacock Palace, the E-Stone Slayers, the Jade Pole, or the Soul Shark, I never let you use your energy. I kept it all stored away, waiting for this exact moment. Now, the 12 Heavens, the Jade Sovereigns, and the Ice Queen were all here. Unlike the phantoms on the mountain peak, these were their real, physical bodies. Tu Luong called out, "Show me your ultimate evolution, Mirror Flower Water Moon." He finally reached the Ice Queen. Under the immense pressure, Tu Luong was gasping for air, his body at its limit. Facing him, the Ice Queen stood at the front of the formation, followed by the Jade Sovereigns. A freezing aura radiated from her, the sheer force of the wind making him shield his eyes. Tu Luong gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. The Jade Sovereigns watched in silence, but the current Ice Princess could not keep her cool like they did. She stepped forward and shouted, "Moon King, how dare you!" Jing Hong quickly grabbed her and covered her mouth, stopping the Ice Princess before she said something reckless. Suddenly, in a flash of light, everyone else vanished. Tu Luong spoke up, "In 1 hour, if you have not taken my life, you must grant me one request, no questions asked." The Ice Queen replied coldly, "Moon King, if you came here just to insult me, you should leave now. A battle between us would not even last a single second." He summoned his weapon into his hand. As it fully materialized, Tu Luong said, "Bring it on. Exactly how long I can last is for me to decide." Her crown vibrated for a moment, and then the Ice Queen vanished, turning into a streak of pure light. Tu Luong closed his eyes and focused as snow began to fall from the sky. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light struck, catching him completely off guard. The impact slammed into Tu Luong's body, sending him flying. The force carried him right off the ground, launching him into the sky like a shooting star. With just one strike, the Ice Queen had sent him flying from Earth all the way to the moon. Ripples appeared on the ground as she slowly materialized in the center of the impact zone. After dealing with Tu Luong, the Ice Queen gave a light blow toward her hand, as if to say defeating him was as easy as brushing off dust. In her eyes, everything had returned to normal. The Ice Queen muttered, "It seems the miracle of the moonlight ends here today." Suddenly, she heard Tu Luong's voice. "Was that all a full power strike from you can do?" The Ice Queen glanced toward the moon. Up there, he was standing in the middle of a massive crater, looking right back down at Earth. The blow she dealt him earlier was so powerful that it had literally shot him from Earth to the moon. It did not stop there. The force had sent him right through the moon, and he only stopped when he smashed into a massive asteroid. The collision caused an explosion that shattered the asteroid into pieces. Seeing that Tu Luong was still alive, the Ice Queen thought, "I have never seen a being like this before." In fact, such a person had never existed in the entire history of the world. This was a man who defied all logic and common sense, a brand new emperor. The Ice Queen charged straight at him to finish the fight, triggering massive explosions all around the moon. Back on Earth, the Jade Sovereigns watched them fight and wondered, what on earth is the Moon King using to fight like that? Jing Hong thought to himself. With a body that exhausted, how is he still standing against the Ice Queen's attacks? Another massive explosion rocked the area. As the smoke cleared, Tu Luong gripped his blade tightly and said, 58 minutes left. Tu Luong swung the star-sinking moonblade forward, knowing that the weapon itself was actually just a disguise. Tu Luong realized he couldn't take on the Ice Queen head-on. He closed his eyes, telling himself that a truly god-tier power was hidden deep within his own body. Suddenly, Tu Luong's eyes sharpened with determination. He had a feeling that tonight, they were about to pull off a real miracle. System notification. Monarch Moonpath. Skill Void Acceptance. It has the ability to absorb all incoming attacks and shockwaves in the vicinity. Exceeding its limit will cause the user's body to explode. It increases defensive capabilities by 5,320,000 times. It refracts and disperses force upon impact. Once the cube is opened, 1% of the original power will be retained. Void acceptance negates all wounds for 60 minutes. The moment you exit this state, all accumulated damage will be redirected back at the opponent. Cooldown is 30 days. From Mirror Flower Water Moon until now, it has completely sacrificed all offensive capabilities, but this also means its defense has evolved to the absolute extreme. At this point, there is no way I can lose. He smirked. Tu Luong hovered in the air, surrounded by a swirling storm of cherry blossom petals. He glared at the Ice Queen with a defiant look. Ice Queen, come on, show me if you can actually take me down. She stared coldly at Tu Luong without saying a word. Her body turned translucent, transforming into a blinding beam of light that tore through the petals. The attack slammed directly into him. Tu Luong entered the void state, not taking a single scratch. He knew that during these 60 minutes of void acceptance, he was completely invincible. I just have to wait for the final moment to send all that damage back and finish her in one shot. But something felt off. Even though he was dozens of times closer to the moon, he felt the moonlight within his body growing weaker. Suddenly, a realization flashed through his mind. So that is it. Is the moon in this starry sky just a fake? I am afraid the true energy of the moon system actually comes from our own planet. After a barrage of attacks, the Ice Queen finally spoke. You seem quite relaxed, Moon King. Do you really think you can survive until the end just by hiding behind a shield? Though, I have to give you credit. That shield is thicker than the turtle shell of one of the 7 wonders. Tu Luong was taken aback. A turtle shell as one of the 7 wonders? Wait, I think I have heard of that before. The 7 wonders are not about having the highest combat power. They are about performing feats that defy logic. Once a feat reaches a certain level of fame, it is naturally hailed as one of the 7 wonders. The first wonder is the snow wheel flower, the wonder of the goddess of love's wedding veil, and the hellfire crimson chain. The wonder of the void's 7-string purple mist of oblivion, the moonlight Aquarius, wonder of the eternal winter witch, the tear pearl wonder of the azure siren, the sky wonder, Ice Queen Lan. Could she be referring to the final eternal wonder? But the world only knows that something called the eternal wonder exists. Nobody has a clue what it actually is. Tu Luong let out a heavy breath. None of that matters right now. He refocused his mind. Ice Queen, you have only got 40 minutes left. She replied indifferently, Oh, Moon King, you truly are a worthy opponent. You are much stronger than that little brat from the mist system, but it is still not enough. Not enough to fill the void in my heart. After her battle with Aquarius, the ice crown on her head began to shrink. The Ice Queen said, Perfect. Let us see what you have got. Shards of ice swirled around as the Ice Queen began her transformation. Her armor started to crack and fall away. An overwhelming power radiated through the air. A massive pair of wings erupted from her back. The Ice Queen declared, Do you really think you are worthy of the Aquarius inheritance? Absolute realm, release 10% power. Even the meteorites around her were encased in thick ice. Floating in the void, the Ice Queen gave a chilling warning. Moon King, if you are the one who awakened this era, then do not you dare die on me too soon. Tu Luong was stunned by the sheer scale of her power. Then, she turned into a brilliant streak of light and slammed straight into his void shield. That insane force sent him hurtling through space toward the sun. Their collision triggered a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, the very surface of the sun was covered in a thick layer of ice. The Ice Queen stepped back and said, This is my true power. Moon King, I have locked you deep within the heart of the sun, but suddenly, she sensed something and activated her tracking magic. She thought in shock, Impossible. The Moon King's life force is still there. Amidst the blinding light, he stood tall, completely unscathed. Tu Luong focused on his assessment. At this rate, it would take about 30 minutes to break free from the sun's pull. The void essence was still relentlessly absorbing energy. When the final moment comes, I'm going to return everything to that Ice Empress. This is the climax that marks the end of an era. In the middle of the galaxy, the frost was becoming more and more suffocating. The Ice Empress silently expanded her freezing power across the surface. Tu Luong paced near the sun's edge, carefully calculating the time. 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. In the final 60 seconds, the layers of cherry blossom petals surrounding him became incredibly dense. Staring at Tu Luong, The Ice Empress thought that if this man was as good as his word, he might actually be able to reignite her fighting spirit. The Yang family's ultimate state reached 20%. He raised the Starsinker glaive high, ready for the final clash. First, I'll crush the Ice Empress, and then I'll spend another half hour soaking up the sun's heat. I don't even know how terrifying the power of this strike will be. The frost covering the sun began to crack and splinter. She was genuinely shocked. The Ice Empress spread her wings, bracing for the impact. As the timer hit 0, he swung his blade toward her, with everything he had. He roared, "Bring it on, Ice Empress!" One massive strike came crashing down, completing his final move. The Ice Empress released a blinding light, followed by a colossal explosion. Even from far off Earth, the blast was visible in the sky. Thousands of fragments scattered in every direction. Those shards slammed into nearby planets, creating massive craters everywhere. Tam Bik-teo quickly soared upward, dodging the debris and clearing the dust. Jing Hong wondered, just what level was this battle even at? She watched in awe as a powerful streak of light plummeted toward Earth. Tu Luong hovered amidst the void, completely unharmed. Looking around, he realized the frozen zone was absolutely massive. It was even bigger than the surface area of 10 planets combined. Is this really the extent of the Ice Empress's power? However, even after finally exiting his void state, his shield had absorbed the brunt of the counterattack. The shield's value had only dropped by about 10%. I won, was Tu Luong's final thought. Just before he collapsed, a pale hand reached out to catch him. The Ice Empress pulled Tu Luong into her arms before he could fall. She stared at the boy in her arms, the ice shard on her head slowly shattering before regenerating itself. The Ice Empress whispered, "What a pity, you almost killed me." She gently stroked Tu Luong's face. "This feeling is just too magical. My Lunar King, you must stay with me forever. I won't let you leave me that easily." 3 days had passed since that full moon night. Princess Van had returned in a pathetic state, sending shockwaves through the world. It proved that the absolute overlords were still the top dogs of this world, not some new age monsters. But since that night, everyone could feel the world's atmosphere shifting. The number of emperors in the Western Territory began to rise at a visible rate. Even Princess Van, who had returned with severe injuries, kept her mouth shut and released no information. Meanwhile, inside an ice cave in the Eastern Territory, Tu Luong slowly opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "Where am I?" He realized he was naked, and his hair had grown significantly longer. Tu Luong took a moment to check his body. Wait a second, after just one sleep, even the physical damage from that non-stop fighting has been completely healed? Not only that, but my soul pet's power has surged. They've already reached the middle stage of 6 stars. What's even weirder is that I'm naked in a place this freezing, but I don't feel cold at all. The system chimed in. The lunar book is scanning. Host, Lunar King, Tu Luong. Special Constitution, Absolute Moon Physique, Ice Resistance Enabled. You won't feel the cold even at -200 degrees. Hearing this, he was stunned. Huh? What the hell happened? Wait, the Ice Empress, is she still alive? Tu Luong looked around for her, then jumped in shock when he saw her lying naked right next to him. Tu Luong thought to himself, what is going on? Why am I sleeping with the Ice Empress? He still couldn't believe his eyes. Did I get isekai'd again? What happened to the world this time? He looked at her suspiciously. How is she still perfectly fine after taking a hit like that? Tu Luong suddenly noticed something off. He gasped as he looked into a mirror. Is this really me? He was frozen in shock for a moment. He immediately ordered, Lunar Book, check my physical history right now. The system quickly entered search mode. A notification appeared. Absorbed the blood of an ice god. Frost element enhanced. Genetic activity improved. Ice resistance maximized. Notification. Frost compatibility has been severed by the absolute moon physique. Ice god blood has been absorbed to evolve the host's body. Alert. Frost compatibility has been severed by the absolute moon physique 999 times. Notification. Acquired special trait. Frost resistance. Tu Luong was stunned as he looked at the screen. What the hell is this? He started putting the pieces together. Even though he didn't know exactly what the Ice Queen did, it seemed this transformation was caused by the divine blood. Tu Luong slowly walked toward the queen. Looking at her expression, it seemed like this was a win-win situation for both of them. However, he was still dazed. He basically couldn't understand what her true goal was. Suddenly, an invisible chain yanked Tu Luong's hand. He let out a confused "whoa" before falling flat on the ground. He landed right where the Ice Queen was lying. She opened her eyes to look at him, and the two shared an intense, lingering gaze. Tu Luong was so terrified that he started breaking into a cold sweat. The Ice Queen stared at him for a long time, then bit her lip as if she were craving something. Tu Luong felt a bit confused. The Ice Queen reached up and gently touched his face. She pulled him in and suddenly kissed him. Before he could even react, his face turned beet red from embarrassment. The two of them continued to kiss even more deeply. The system panel popped up with a reminder. Divine glacial blood has been absorbed. Frost power is surging. Genetic activity in the body is accelerating, and frost resistance has increased significantly. Frost compatibility has been severed by the absolute moon physique. That was when Tu Luong snapped out of it. He suddenly pushed the Ice Queen away, then paused to cover his mouth, coughing nervously. The system continued its announcement. The concentration of divine blood has broken the limit. A new power has been obtained. Empyrean grace has been activated, dividing life force into 7 stages. Whenever damage received exceeds 1/7 of the total health, the excess amount will be negated. Each segment will be restored every 10 days. Tu Luong finished reading but was still full of questions. He looked at the life gauge above the Ice Queen's head and suddenly realized, wait a second, it turned out he hadn't defeated the Ice Queen at all. He had only managed to take away 1/7 of her life force. Tu Luong wondered to himself, but why would she grant me such a precious power? He touched his lips and thought, and it feels like my first kiss was just stolen too. The Ice Queen spoke up. Moon King, do not be afraid. She happily made him an offer. As we agreed, you may ask anything of me. Tu Luong didn't hesitate and made his request immediately. I want the blade seat of the Deep Star Crescent. Is that okay? The Ice Queen didn't mind and agreed instantly. Of course, that is why you came here, isn't it? I will take you there. She added, the Empyrean system in my hands is useless anyway. I just didn't want it falling into the hands of others. Tu Luong was still hung up on one thing. All right, I have one more question. Why did you give that power to me? The Ice Queen gave a soft smile and leaned in closer. The Leaping Rabbit Palace is about to appear. When that time comes, you must be there. She explained, I am guarding this domain, so I cannot go with you. I can only try to strengthen your combat power. I will help you in the shortest time possible. She slowly moved toward him, speaking with a slight hesitation. The Aquarius Palace rejected me back then. She continued, I had to wait 1,000 years to finally meet you. Tu Luong was shocked by her words. Your absolute moon physique can purge all impurities. No matter how wicked my aura is, it cannot corrupt your attributes. I have another frost power to give you. She leaned in and whispered, however, I also have one small request. Tu Luong stammered back. What is it? The Ice Queen proposed, I want to leave behind the strongest descendant in this world. She began to list them all out. A triple hybrid of the Moonlight, Frost, and Empyrean systems. Is that possible? Hearing that, Tu Luong froze as if he'd turned to stone. He thought to himself, honestly, even in my wildest dreams, I only ever thought about Little Lu and the Deep Star Crescent. Tu Luong scratched his head, thinking it over. But the Empyrean system doesn't match with Frost. These two attributes are way too far apart. Seeing this, she asked, what's the matter? The Ice Queen tried to entice him. If you are the once-in-a-millennium absolute moon physique, then you must know this. She whispered in his ear, you surely know that doing this won't have any negative effects, right? Tu Luong hesitated and said, I'm just thinking. Tu Luong held the Ice Queen and said, just how strong would this descendant you're talking about be? I want to be sure. He was a bit swayed and asked, will they really be that powerful? The Ice Queen smiled again at his question. She asked him in return, I wonder if you have ever heard the story of the Supreme Emerald Calamity. She recounted, according to what I know, 50,000 years ago, the Supreme Emerald Calamity had an offspring, with another white deer emperor. But after that, there wasn't a single trace of news. Can you guess why? She imagined a goddess with long horns on her head. The Ice Queen explained, from beginning to end, no one has ever seen that being exist. It must have been sealed away until now, for tens of thousands of years. This is to end this era once and for all. The real killers are the white deer tribe, hybrids created through the blessings of multiple gods. They have the power to end this era. Who knows, that entity might have already awakened in the shadows. Princess Wang under Princess Van was just a front. The Ice Queen turned to Tu Luong with a mysterious look in her eyes. Tu Luong was curious about the power needed to end this era. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen was lost in her own thoughts. It's true, relying solely on the power of the 4 matchless overlords from the Golden Butterfly, Aquarius, and Peacock Palaces. And the Sagittarius Palace would still be too weak. But if we form an alliance with the Winter Queen here, she asked Tu Luong, what do you think? Are you interested? The Ice Queen whispered in his ear, our children will definitely possess immense power. A power that won't fall short of my own. She even tried to seduce him, gently stroking his face. And they can even form a contract with your absolute element physique. Tu Luong closed his eyes to think, then decisively grabbed the Ice Queen's hand. His face turned a light shade of red. Fine, I agree. Let's get started. Hearing this, the Ice Queen was ecstatic. Perfect. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, but before we get to the breeding, I need to pass down my power first. I'll grant you some of my frost power. Right after that, the Ice Queen gave him a deep, passionate kiss. The system panel popped up, notifying him that he had absorbed the blood of a frost god. His frost compatibility has leveled up. His body's genetic activity and frost resistance have also increased. A notification appeared stating his frost compatibility had been fully integrated. The absolute element physique was now fully integrated. The two stayed together from late at night until the next morning, as a new day began. The system panel appeared again, notifying him that he had absorbed more blood from the frost god. His frost compatibility leveled up once more. His genetic activity and frost resistance skyrocketed to 19,999. Alert! The frost compatibility has been multiplied 99 times by the absolute element physique. The concentration of divine blood has broken through the limit, granting a new power, the absolute zero realm. Initially, 99% of this realm is sealed. He retains only 1% of his status power. As he releases this power, the progress will gradually increase. The maximum progress can reach up to 300%. Now, the only sound filling the cave was heavy, rhythmic panting. Tu Luong lay there thinking to himself, phew, after a whole day, I'm finally free. It turns out indulgence isn't just a one-time thing. It happens over and over again. Now, no matter what the Ice Queen asks for, I don't think I'll be able to say no. The Ice Queen jumped up and said, Tu Luong, we can finally move on to the final step. This process will take about half a month. She asked, are you ready? Tu Luong asked back in a panic. Wait, what did you just say? Half a month? A single drop of blood fell into the pool of water. Tu Luong was stunned. Wait, is this what you meant by producing an heir? He continued, are we seriously going to be dripping blood here for 15 days? The Ice Queen replied, it will be ready soon. In a moment, I will jump in and hatch these essences. During these 15 days, you are free to wander around the cave. You can explore my home. Tu Luong was still completely bewildered. Wait, is this really how you have a baby? The Ice Queen replied, of course. Did you think we would have to do it the primitive way? If we did that, we would never be able to break through the barriers of reproductive isolation and gender. Tu Luong's face turned red with frustration, since he wouldn't be getting any 18+ action. He felt instinctively disappointed. Fine, then. Seeing this, the Ice Queen gave a soft smile and asked, what's on your mind? She hugged Tu Luong from behind and explained, it seems you still don't quite understand the nature of our relationship. In human terms, this means we are life partners. Even if you ask for something excessive, I won't refuse. Tu Luong's face turned bright red as he stammered, But the Ice Queen cut him off. Let's save those things for after I am done hatching the eggs, okay? She spoke sweet, sugary words to him. The scabbard is right next to you, so go ahead and take it, honey. Tu Luong did exactly as she said. The system announced, host, Tu Luong, King of the Moon, special physique, absolute element. Ability, frost power resistance. Ultimate moon god sacrifice, 1 time. 12 palaces of moon radiance, 1 time. Heaven's blessing, absolute zero realm. He thought to himself, whatever the case, this was a huge haul. The water of hopelessness, the power of the Ice Queen, and there's more. Suddenly, Tu Luong realized something. He stepped into a magnificent space, and before him stood a sword throne. Tu Luong touched it and remarked, compared to this, what is even more concerning is the Ice Queen's computer over there. Tu Luong sat down at the computer, telling himself that since they were partners now, it wouldn't hurt to learn a little more about her. He logged into the Ice Queen's computer and gasped in surprise. Wait, This computer is showing info on top-tier spirit beasts. Who's the prettiest in the Winter Queen's tribe, historical spending records, low-level pet food, and the server's #1 honorary rank? Tu Luong asked himself in a panic. Everyone always said there was no signal in the Eastern Domain, but it turns out it was blocked by the Ice Empress herself. As a sudden notification pops up, Tu Luong is left in a bit of a daze. The news board is flashing today's hottest headlines. The latest update from the Moon Priestess of the Taiyin faction has just been announced to the world. The Guardian of the Rabbit Moon Palace will awaken on the night of the next full moon. We welcome powerful warriors from all factions to the Central Domain to witness the return of the king. Checking the details, Tu Luong is shocked to realize there seems to be even more information about the Moon Priestess on this website. The screen shows that 30,000 princesses who challenged her have all returned in defeat, proving that the status of the current Ice Overlord is absolutely unshakable. In the trending section, it says the Moon Priestess personally suppressed the Western Soul Sharks and captured 3 sinful emperors in the Infinite Dungeon. Some are even suggesting an immediate attack on the Twin Moon sect. Another hot topic is the Moon King climbing the 10,000-meter high peak of Heavenly Island, causing the number of Twin Moon sect followers to increase 16 times over. That was last month's best achievement. There is even a photo of the Moon Priestess personally taking down the Western Soul Sharks and arresting those 3 sinful emperors. Tu Luong thinks to himself, this photo looks seriously majestic, but it's quite a contrast to the other side. More messages start appearing on the screen. Moon King, I want to be your dog. An attack on the Twin Moon sect? Stop making so much noise. In this world, power is everything. Since the Western region has been conquered by the Moon King, stop looking for sympathy online. He thinks to himself that the Western region probably never expected this. This whole thing is actually making my reputation skyrocket. You brainless fans of the Twin Moon sect better stop acting so tough. If you have the guts, let the Moon King go and challenge the Ice Empress of the Eastern Domain. And yet he still dares to call himself the strongest of this era. How hilarious. Tu Luong can hardly believe what he is reading. Wow, who would have thought that the Ice Empress and I would have this kind of relationship? He heads back into the freezing ice cave. The entire space is covered in sharp, shimmering blocks of ice. Tu Luong calls out, Ice Empress, the Rabbit Moon Palace is about to awaken. I am going to the Central Domain to check it out. The Ice Empress replies, what did you just call me? Tu Luong stands there thinking for a moment before changing how he addresses her. My wife, the Ice Empress says happily, good boy, now go. Tu Luong can only sigh at his own helplessness. The ice blocks form a path that stretches out infinitely. In front of him is a cave exit leading to another place, with brilliant light shining in from outside. The light blinds Tu Luong for a second. Then, he looks to the other side and sees 4 women all kneeling before him. Qin Hong looks very respectful, while Bak Tuyet has a more aggressive aura. Fan Dong says nothing but pushes the head of the current ice consort down. Tu Luong speaks up, let's go girls, come with me on a trip to the Central Domain. Meanwhile, at the Misty Ore Mine camp in the Eastern Domain, surrounded by snow and ice, 3 girls are huddled together, trembling and sobbing. Please don't eat me, I do not taste good at all. Dong Thash Lu Sat tries to reassure them. I already told you I am not going to hurt you. I am only here to stop you from snitching to the Ice Empress. Besides, I have never eaten one of the ice people. That story was intentionally spread just so I could have a battle with the Supreme Mural Tribulation. The 3 girls just keep hugging each other and crying. Dong Thak Lu Sat screams in frustration. Are you even listening to me? What is wrong with you? A loud laugh rings out, and Lu Sat turns purple with rage. You! Stop laughing. Bak Ti is hovering on a rock watching from a distance, thinking to herself, there has been no news from the Moon King at all. These 2 overlords, especially Dong Thak Lu Sat, were originally members of the Ice Queen's clan. Every day, they have been recovering their strength at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bak Ti worries that she is only a high-level emperor. If these 2 start a riot in the Eastern Domain in a few days, she won't be able to stop them. Suddenly, she senses something. Bak Ti looks out toward where Lu Sat is standing, flies over, and shouts, Who are you people? The 3 Emerald Maidens, she thinks to herself, not just them, but even the current ice consort is here. Does that supreme being realize what they are planning? The tension in the air is thick. The ice ground gradually splits in 2, clearly dividing the 2 sides. A figure emerges through the mist, and Tu Luong makes a shocking entrance. Dong Thach, Lu Sat can't hide her surprise. You are the Moon King? Bak Ti suddenly realizes something. Wait, why isn't it the Ice Empress? Tu Luong says calmly, Ice Consort, take the 3 Emerald Maidens and Dong Thach Lu Sat and head out from here first. As for Thuong, Huyen and Guyet and Gok Kyuk and Bak Ti Phi and Guyet, you two follow me. He begins laying out the plan for everyone. We will split our forces and take 2 different routes to the central domain to face off against the Rabbit Moon Palace and the 10 Moon Axis. Kin Hong and Bak Tuyet reply instantly, By your command! By your command! Bak Ti is completely stunned looking at Tu Luong's new presence. She wonders what on earth the Moon King has been doing for the past half-month. In the central domain's 10 Moon Axis, the moon has already risen overhead. Messages are flooding in, the king has returned. Sorry, but this is the era of Moon King Tu Luong now. The Taiyin faction should just accept their defeat. If you don't understand, just ask. What is the 9 Moon King's rank on the Heavenly Peach ranking anyway? You dogs from the Yin Moon faction, go beat the Moon Goddess Palace first before you come crying to the Moon King. By the way, is there anyone in this world who can actually defeat the Moon King? Someone asked, sounding pretty annoyed. Fine then, Twin Moon Sect. You actually have the guts to cyberbully me? Since that is how it is, you better watch your backs. She threatened that during this full moon, the 10 lunar eclipses would run wild and tear this world apart. With your defenses this weak, did you think the Moon King stopped fearing the 10 lunar eclipses? Her eyes flashed with determination. Then let's get started, she ordered. The remaining 5 ceiling pillars shattered across the sky. The area around the 10th yin pillar was covered in a cold, blue-gray mist. A pale full moon cast its light over the vast, desolate land. In the middle of the silence, a group in white robes moved quietly. Their shadows stretched long under the moonlight. Towering stone pillars stood before them, their ancient carvings giving off a sacred and mysterious vibe. Big Sis spoke up. Is it really okay for us to give up on the other areas and only protect the 10th yin pillar? Further ahead, thick layers of ice covered the ground, stretching all the way to the horizon. She ran over to report. Report. The 7th yin pillar has been destroyed. The enemies are 2 high-level emperors. Massive pillars of light appeared one after another. Big Sis shouted another report. The 6th yin pillar has been broken. It is the Overlord. The Overlord's cold voice rang out. It seems the followers of the 10 lunar eclipses have completely joined forces. From high up in the sky, she landed gracefully. Looks like the Twin Moon Sect has been driven into a corner this time, since they are already bringing out the white jade green whisk. We can ignore the other areas. We just need to protect this final ceiling spot. Little Sis and Big Sis shouted together. The Overlord landed softly in front of Chung Yet. She bowed respectfully. My lady, thank you for training me until now, but my power alone is not enough to stop this chaos. Her face was dead serious. The Overlord continued. At this critical moment, please sacrifice yourself. They both looked at each other in silence. A voice echoed in Chunuyet's mind. Just tell her you understand. Under the pale moonlight, Chunuyet tilted her head slightly, her gaze distant as if listening to something deep in her mind. Her lips trembled, but she hesitated. Then her expression cleared, and she calmly replied, I understand. She replied happily, hearing you say that puts me at ease. Then the Overlord glanced back and said, they will be arriving here soon too. Elsewhere, 3 pillars of gold, blue, and red light burst forth. ABC screamed, who's there? Someone gasped in shock. Great Emperor Thuong Guyet? She was surrounded by glowing circles of cherry blossoms. Ghost Queen Mother bowed elegantly. 3 King Spring, Ghost Queen Mother. Then came the little tiger of the West Holy Tribe, the West Region King, and finally, the Ba Spirit Race, the White Deer Clan, the 3 Cloud Princesses. The Overlord winked and said, I used up half of the Moon Goddess Palace's resources to convince them. In the dark night, the gray ground below sparkled like diamonds. She added, it is a shame the East region is completely locked down, or the Ice Queen would have come too. An explosion went off in the distance. The Overlord glanced over and said, with this lineup, even the lunar eclipses will not be a problem. Lightning snaked through the sky, tearing it open and casting cold light over the dead land. Thunder rumbled on, sounding like the prelude to a storm. The Overlord added, even the Moon King from before would have to think twice about this. Before taking action, a phone was held up. ABC cheered. Whoa, it is the real Great Emperor Thuong Nguyet. On the phone screen, comments were flying by. Why isn't the Moon King here? The 3 backup Cloud Princesses and Ghost Queen Mother have arrived too. Even the nearest Holy Ground Apostle has been revived. Looking kind of funny there. Is that the Chung Yet Saintess? She doesn't look like a powerhouse at all. Someone else commented, "If you don't get it, ask. They invited all these powerhouses just to fight the Moon King?" Another replied, "Can you say something that actually makes sense? Is the Moon King really that strong?" ABC shouted, "666, guys." Suddenly, a foot stomped right on her face. Smack! ABC yelled, "Hey, who did that?" The Overlord looked at her with a stern face. She put her hands on her hips and asked, "Third concubine, what do you think you're doing?" ABC quickly held up the phone, pointing at it. "This is a live stream, do you get it?" The Overlord stared at it, looking confused. On the screen, her image appeared, along with a flood of comments. "Whoa, the Overlord is so gorgeous. I didn't know the Moon Goddess Palace had such a beauty. Wait, the Overlord is actually this strong? I see it now. Ah, she's so cute, I can't handle it. Move over, the first spot is mine," she said happily. "Palace, Master, times have changed. The rewards from just a few hours of this can pay back all our costs." Thien Tin Tu's voice chimed in. "Look, I only did this to secure some funding for the Moon Deity Palace, all right?" Chang Yue stared back in cold silence, as bolts of lightning suddenly began raining down from the heavens. A massive explosion erupted, unleashing a flash so blinding it turned everything into a wall of pure white. Chang Yue, Little Tiger, the Dark Corpse Mother, and the three-colored Cloud Princess were all frozen in shock. High above, mysterious figures draped in white hooded cloaks descended from the sky. The third moon eclipse was heavily wounded by the Golden Butterfly Palace and still hasn't regained consciousness. And the power of the 10th moon eclipse isn't enough to shatter the seal. Then, one of them began to lower their hood. "Well then, with the 7 of us here, let's just tear this entire place to the ground." The Overlord thought in disbelief. This is exactly what happened at the Imperial Sacrifice tens of thousands of years ago. This is the mastermind who ended the 4 consecutive victory streak of the Moon, forcing the Flower Fairy Palace to retreat. Tintin cast off her entire cloak and looked down at them, her thoughts echoing. Second moon eclipse of the lunar camp. Tianting 2. Elsewhere, Su Liang was making his way through the blizzard ear. The 3 emerald flutes, the current Ice Queen, and the Ice Stone Pomegranate Burst have all arrived. I need to get moving too. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening as he glanced behind him. Su Liang thought, this aura. Looking at the 2 entities in front of him, he realized this might be a bit tricky. Standing before Su Liang was a red monster with 2 arms and 2 legs, but only 1 eye, grinning with its teeth bared. Beside it was a floating cloak, with chains trailing underneath like the tentacles of an octopus. The white cloak spoke up. "Moon King, we both know that this is our very last chance." The red monster added, "The power of our shore god cult has run dry. That is why we must finish you off here before the Deca eclipse invades the central region." Su Liang calculated the situation. It seems the shore god cult really has been driven into a corner. These 2 don't look like they have any intention of making it out alive. Su Liang let out a long sigh. "No. I don't get it," he said, walking toward them. "I have no idea what you pests are thinking." Su Liang replied coldly, "Because honestly, I can't wrap my head around why a bunch of flies." A massive eye began to glow in the dark sky, its gaze boring deep into space, as if piercing through reality itself. A blue circle hovered in midair, emitting a soft but incredibly powerful energy. The white cloak and the red monster watched intently. They cried out, "This sphere, it feels like my entire body is being ripped to shreds." Before them was a sphere of light, radiating a silent yet overwhelming power. A voice resonated through the air. "That is right. Across time, space, and the passing years. Today, after 26,000 years, phony blue lightning began to surge from Su Liang. His thoughts rang out again. The fallen star crescent blade has finally returned to its original state. Su Liang gripped it in his hand. A mystical blue light enveloped both him and the blade, like a thin, hazy mist radiating a divine aura. Su Liang thought, I didn't expect that once the sheath of the fallen star crescent returned, its form would grow even larger. The red monster and the cloaked figure stared in pure terror, the shock written all over their faces. It stood tall in the air, surrounded by a brilliant blue vortex, accompanied by 3 spheres of light, rotating slowly as if awaiting a command. Seeing that, he suddenly understood. So, the sheath was actually made of energy, forming a protective gas shield. Su Liang's eyes glimmered with surprise. So, this is the complete 7 strings? A massive cyclone swirled around him as a thought surfaced. She has now surpassed most of the emperors. She even has the strength to go toe-to-toe with the Gemini Palace. The jade bracelet nearby watched the scene in a trance, thinking, If only my true self were here right now. The white cloak lunged forward. Moon King, let's settle this once and for all. Su Liang glanced over and said, "You're making way too much noise." His voice remained steady. "I can't let you people disturb the Ice Queen." The ground split open, and a brilliant pink light erupted like molten. It formed a powerful halo. A violet energy ring coiled around his body, while beams of light formed a constantly moving matrix. The red monster screamed in panic. The white cloak followed in terror. What is this? He was completely enveloped in pink magic. Su Liang took a calm step toward them. They trembled, thinking, "We are the peak overlords of all creation. So why? Why are we terrified of a single human?" He lightly glided past them. Their bodies were suddenly coated in the same pink magic that surrounded Su Liang. His voice rang out as they stood there paralyzed. "All right, it's time to say goodbye to the remnants of the Shore God cult." Leaving the white cloak and the red monster behind, Su Liang kept walking forward. "With this one strike, I'll sever everything from the past." He raised the blade high. A blue ring of light appeared, and Su Liang slammed it into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Amidst the swirling vortex of space, glowing energy petals formed a hovering circle around his body. The Star Crusher crescent blade slammed into the ground, sending out powerful surges of energy that caused the stone foundation to crack and split. Golden light spread from the fissures like veins of lightning. In the distance, the red monster's face twisted in panic, letting out a shocked scream. This desperate sword strike seemed to take him back to that year. He recoiled, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief at the sudden explosion of power. The Gemini Guardian, soul-suppressing half-moon. From the high heavens, a massive pillar of emerald light pierced straight down to the earth. The pillar of light was accompanied by a world-shaking roar. The sky looked as if it had been ripped wide open in that very instant. Waves of energy blasted out from the impact point, spreading across the surroundings and shaking the dark mountains beneath their feet. Rocks shattered everywhere as thick clouds of dust swirled up. Meanwhile, the faint silhouette of Fade Away gradually dissolved into the light. Streaks of light dispersed into the air, merging with the atmosphere. Amidst a reddish-pink glow, Su Liang stood tall and steady. Su Liang muttered softly, "If I'd known it would be this easy, I would have only used 10% of my power." This wasn't much different from a nameless blade strike, was it? Bai Xian looked down at Su Liang, her face a mask of shock and utter speechlessness. She whispered, "Sect leader, you are truly terrifying. Even the hovering jade bracelet has started to show small cracks." Bai Xian fell into deep thought. The King of the Moon itself had absorbed that strike. Otherwise, even she wouldn't have survived. Su Liang said calmly, "All right, let's go. It's time to head to the middle region." She replied in surprise, "There's no need to teleport. We can make it there during the day now." Su Liang gave a cold laugh. It doesn't matter anymore whether it's a full moon or broad daylight. Below the tower, the group looked up at the sky where lightning was woven together like a massive web. Chu Nuyet stood in silence, and no one dared to speak. Redhair's eyes narrowed as he muttered, 77 tyrants. The Tyrant Lord gave a cold smirk. This ritual seems a bit too grand, doesn't it? The rest of the members held their breath. Jingjing looked down and said, "Oh, it seems like no one actually wants to fight me." Suddenly, something happened that made her freeze. Thuong Nuyet stepped forward, pulling out a light pink umbrella. Under the pitch-black sky filled with jagged lightning, Thuong Nuyet stood quietly in the distance with her pale pink umbrella. Thuong Nuyet fixed her gaze on the figures floating in the sky. The Tyrant Lord thought to himself in shock. That umbrella is even more powerful than Emperor Nara's weapon and the Lotus of Petals itself. With an imposing aura, she said, "Thien De Hoan has never joined a major battle and has never taken a side." Jingjing looked down as Thuong Nuyet continued, "This is simply because of my friendship with the disciples of the Flower Fairy Palace." Her eyes turned ice cold. "And since you are an ally of the Flower Fairy Palace, I naturally owe you a strike." Thien Ting too. The little girl heard this and covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Then Jingjing burst out laughing so hard she started to lean over. The girl laughed loudly. "What friend? If you want to avenge your mother, just say it." Thuong Nuyet's face darkened completely. In the air, Jingjing suddenly dove down, her hair flying wildly behind her. With a wicked expression, the girl shouted, "If you're so eager to die, I'll see for myself just how strong that old King of the Moon really was." A pillar of blue energy blasted straight into the ground, tossing everything into a brilliant vortex of light. The girl's voice growled through the thunder. Let's see just how pure your bloodline really is. Right then, a massive explosion erupted in midair, sending dirt and stone debris flying everywhere. The light whipped the Tyrant Lord's hair back. She reflexively turned her face away, shielding herself from the horrific shockwave that had just landed. The ground below shattered into pieces. The entire land felt like it had just suffered a massive earthquake. The figures of warriors fell amidst the rising smoke and dust. Red Hair panicked. "Hey, where did Empress Thuong Niet and the others go?" She replied, "They teleported in an instant. They've already reached the battlefield." In the middle region near the South Sea, a massive explosion occurred, with rocks flying everywhere amidst a blinding source of energy. Thuong Niet swung her arm, opening her cherry blossom umbrella in a defensive move, and in a heartbeat, flower petals filled the sky. The petals blocked the rushing light. A cold snort rang out along with a flash of killing intent as Jingjing charged straight forward. Two opposing beams of light tore through the night like colliding stars, their energy forming a violent vortex. The Tyrant Lord watched the situation quietly before making a decision. Since the war has begun, we should pick our opponents. Suddenly, the snow began to fall heavily, making her eyes widen in surprise. Amidst the ruins, the buildings were now nothing but broken fragments. Smoke and dust swirled to cover the area. A massive pillar of ice rose between heaven and earth, looking cold and razor-sharp. At the top of the structure, Dong Shiliu, Bing Min, and Jing Hong stood silently, looking down at the chaos. On the other side, Thuong Nguyet and Jing Jing both temporarily halted their combat. Man, her aura is overwhelming. Is she really from the Eastern Queen clan? Shiliu shouts at the top of her lungs, "Stop fighting right now. Everyone, look at me." The Sovereign, Queen Mother Yu, and Ji Yue are all left in a state of total confusion. Shaliu lets out a mocking laugh. "You guys are all a bunch of morons. The reflection in that mirror is the legendary Tam Bitch 2. I'm finally seeing her in the flesh. I gotta say, those emperors are pretty hot. But this snow woman? Why is she so pale? She looks like she's already dead. I'm totally lost, but it seems like her IQ is a bit lacking. That's just how the Three Beauties tribe is. All I can say is, the legendary Ice Queen is definitely going to be a total knockout." Little Fox and Queen Mother Yu stand there frozen, staring ahead. The little girl bows her head, lost in thought. This guy and Jade Pole were supposed to be following the Moon King. So why on earth are they hanging out with the Tambik 2 of the Eastern region? If that is the case, then where the hell did the Moon King get teleported to back then? Meanwhile, Shaliu stands tall against the Sovereign. She doesn't give a damn, just smirking with pure contempt. "Even if all of you attack me at once, I wouldn't even break a sweat." Behind her, the massive pillar wrapped in iron chains begins to tremble. The figures in white robes hover high above, watching the chaos unfold. One of them finally speaks up. "Don't get ahead of yourselves. This person isn't just here to cause trouble. Leave this to me." The figure begins to pull back their hood while giving orders. "Keep an eye on the situation. It's best to use this chaos to take out the Sovereign of the Moon God Palace once and for all." With that, the figure lunges towards Shaliu. The sheer power radiating from their body shreds the robe, revealing their true form. It's the fourth lunar eclipse, the heavenly dance battle. The girl standing by the Sovereign is in total disbelief. Is that the fourth lunar eclipse? Why does he look like he's on the verge of death? The Sovereign looks at the eclipse's wound and sighs. That's just a flesh wound, yet it's been thousands of years and it still hasn't fully healed. Hearing that, she touches the wound, her hand trembling with pure rage and resentment. "This is the mark left on me by the one who became the Ice Rain Heavenly Lin. I swear." Shaliu just points at the eclipse and starts laughing hysterically. "Turns out you're just a pathetic loser who got beat by the Eastern Queen clan." Shaliu's laughter only makes the other woman's killing intent skyrocket. A massive wave of power surges down from above, slamming into the stone embedded in the ground. Shaliu slowly walks forward right into the eye of a raging vortex. She raises her hand and gently blows a breath of air. That tiny puff of air stabs right into the center of the storm. The vortex slowly dissolves, leaving Shaliu standing there without a single scratch. The eclipse grinds her teeth in frustration, furious that she can't lay a finger on her. Shaliu holds out her hands, curving them like claws as if she's about to strike. But then, she just lets out a long, lazy stretch. Queen Mother Yu is baffled. What on earth is she doing? But before she can process it, she turns around and freezes in terror. A massive boulder comes flying out of nowhere, straight toward Queen Mother Yu's group. Shaliu cheers with excitement. "Wow, that worked way better than I thought. Down below, Haiyun screams, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You think this is a game?" Huan Yue quickly stops him. "Forget it. Don't fall for her provocations. This person has fought against the progenitor before." She suggests, "We need to focus and deal with those rabbits from the Taiyin side first." Suddenly, Huan Yue gasps in horror as she looks up at the sky. The third lunar eclipse, Warden of the Sunken Moon, has arrived. The other eclipse speaks up. "Third lunar eclipse, your injuries have finally healed? You can actually open your eye that wide now?" A voice echoes out from the stone. "A bunch of useless trash, wasting time. Why haven't you just killed her and ended this already?" The sovereign stares intensely at the stone, keeping her guard up. Suddenly, the third lunar eclipse fires a massive blast of energy directly at her. The sovereign raises her hands, putting everything she has into her defense. But a crack begins to spiderweb across her energy shield. She loses all hope, a faint smile touching her lips as she accepts her fate. With her current power, blocking this much was already her absolute limit. "My lady, I'll have to leave the rest to you." The energy shatters the shield and pierces straight through the sovereign's heart. She collapses onto the cold ground, a smoking black hole charred into her chest. Queen Mother Yu screams in shock and terror. "You've got to be kidding me. The legendary sovereign of the Moon God Palace. She couldn't even handle one hit from the third lunar eclipse?" Little Fox explains, "Yeah, there were always rumors that the Moon God Palace Master was actually quite weak, but even so, they're still the strongest force in the middle domain." The sovereign's eyes go dull, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Right then, a figure appears in her fading vision. It's Zhao Yue. The sovereign whispers with a joyful, shaky breath, "My lady, you finally came to get me." Zhao Yue strokes her head and praises her. "You did a great job keeping the Moon God Palace prosperous for 1,000 years. You've done enough, leave the rest to me." As she speaks, the sovereign vanishes completely. Queen Mother Yu is stunned. "What? That looked exactly like a battle pet returning to its summon space. But that's impossible. Is the 16-year-old saintess of the Moon God Palace actually the master of the sovereign herself?" Haiyun and Huan Yue can't believe their eyes either. The third lunar eclipse roars. "No, that's not right. She shouldn't be the one with the contract. Unless, could it be?" Suddenly, two streams of energy flow out from Zhao Yue's eyes, and within that mist, the silhouette of a person begins to take shape. Everyone's jaw dropped at the sight. The eclipse goddess gritted her teeth and growled. "Damn it, is this old hag still kicking? Just how much longer is she planning to live?" The celestial maiden stood there calmly after shedding her skin. The spectral matriarch and Hai Van couldn't believe it. That woman really was the celestial maiden. She looked around and spoke up. "We need to end this quickly. There are only 27 hours left until the 10,000-year event." Stepping forward, she declared that every second of her time in this world was incredibly precious. She looked at the body on the ground and said, "Little Chuan Guyet, do me a favor and step back for a moment." As soon as she spoke, the body stood up on its own. Chun Yet raised her right hand, and as energy surged through her arm, a flute materialized out of thin air. The crowd gasped when they saw what she was holding. The spectral matriarch quickly covered her ears in terror. The maiden commanded, "Play it, the phoenix melody." The melody of the seven-stringed phoenix rang out, the sound weaving through the air until no one could escape it. Eclipse clutched her ears, panicking. She thought to herself, "The high crescent phoenix melody. The sound is starting to transform." It flared up, burning a blood-red color. Eclipse's voice shook as she realized the maiden was condensing her true form. Anyone who hears that flute will have 50% of their beast power forcibly drained. She sounded confident, not even noticing the phoenix growing larger by the second. In other words, the more people hear the music, the higher their levels, and the more powerful her true form will become. It is fine. It doesn't matter if commoners hear it. As long as the heavy hitters keep their ears shut, we are safe. Even if there are tens of billions of ordinary beastmasters here, their energy only adds up to a few emperors. There is no way the phoenix's growth will reach an insane level. But then Eclipse looked up at the creature and screamed, "You have got to be kidding me. Which one of you idiots didn't cover your damn ears?" A loud laugh erupted from behind her, catching her attention. "This is a blast. Honestly, feeling my pet's power constantly draining away is a pretty fresh experience." Lu Sha spoke casually while lying there, letting his power fade. At that moment, the phoenix soared into the sky and charged straight for the third eclipse. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending sparks flying like fireworks across the sky. The eye of the third eclipse shattered into 100 pieces. It slowly faded into nothingness. Hyvan was stunned. She defeated the third eclipse with just one move? So, this is a 9-star demigod from the ancient era? The maiden continued to play, controlling the flow of the music. She lowered the flute, looked ahead, and then hurriedly put it away. Much to everyone's surprise, she started running. She grabbed Chunuyet and yelled back as she fled. "Move it! If we stay here any longer, we are toast." Immediately after, a colossal surge of power shot straight into the heavens. Hyvan asked nervously, "What the hell is going on? Was she just bluffing? Did she use up all her strength in that one shot?" The spectral matriarch pointed and screamed. "Look over there. A hole just appeared out of nowhere on that iron staff. It was radiating power too." She yelled out a warning. "The guardian of the Jade Rabbit Palace, the White Jade Khan, is about to wake up." The maiden kept running, breathless. "This is bad, really bad. Listen, Moon King, if you stay there, you will lose your chance. The chance to be the king of the Moon Goddess Festival." Chunuyet watched, completely confused by what was happening. Just how strong has that little brat become? A blinding light of infinite power blasted in one direction. In the central region of the East Coast, Tuluong thought to himself, the energy signatures of Gemini and Virgo are moving west at high speed. Are they trying to avoid me? He closed his eyes, and a black eye-like mark appeared on his forehead. The eye scanned the area for tracks until it found what it was looking for. Tuluong wondered, did they really think they could escape my sight by just a few seconds? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Gemini and Virgo are moving together. Could a single Beastmaster have captured both of them? Somewhere near the western region, the maiden and Chunuyet stood on a cliff, gasping for breath. "We are finally out of his detection range." Chunuyet asked, "Master, what were we running from? Even if the Jade Rabbit Palace is strong, they couldn't have wiped us all out. Are we really just going to abandon the Moon Goddess Palace like this?" The maiden explained. "Little Chunuyet, you have got it all wrong. I was fully prepared to fight the Jade Rabbit Palace, but a new variable has entered the game." She looked worried. "A real monster has invaded the central region. I couldn't let you stay there a second longer. I have a feeling that if you saw it with your own eyes, you would lose your will to fight. Your eligibility for the Moon Goddess Festival would be revoked." Chunuyet thought back. As the king of the Moon Goddess Festival, who could possibly be strong enough to break my spirit? At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the iron-bound stone pillar, shattering it into pieces. A figure emerged from the dust and smoke. The spectral matriarch and little tiger watched, trembling in fear. The Hyvan group was just as stunned as everyone else. Inguet Thuk and the white-robed squad immediately bowed in deep respect. This person was the 8th Lunar Sanctuary, the guardian of the Jade Rabbit Palace. She is the current leader of the Lunar 10 Moons, Fatubak Nok Khan. Meanwhile, Thuong Nuyet and Tin Tin stood in a tense standoff. Suddenly, the little girl flinched, as if she had sensed something. Ting Tin spun her head around and vanished instantly, leaving Thuong Nuyet completely baffled. She wondered in confusion, why did she suddenly stop fighting me? Did something happen over on their side? Ngok Khan stood there like an immovable mountain. She took a massive breath and roared, "Ice Queen Celestial Girl!" Instantly, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, slamming into the earth. Tioho was struck directly, and couldn't do a thing to stop it. As the lightning faded, the poor girl collapsed unconscious. The Dark Queen Mother was desperately using her power to shield herself from the aftermath. Up on the cliff, the Lu Sat group watched the whole scene. She licked her lips in excitement and said, "Finally, a powerhouse worth watching has shown up." A hand lightly touched Ngok Khan's shoulder. The King of the Fairy Moon from the lunar camp appeared right behind her. The King of the Fairy Moon snapped her fingers and said, all right, now that you are out, there is no need to be so angry." She chuckled and continued, "Look, aren't there plenty of old friends here to welcome you? Like Dao Vien and Hai Thiep?" "Oh?" The King of the Fairy Moon looked over at Lu Sat and asked, "Why is someone from the Eastern Empress clan here too?" She gave a friendly wave to the woman. Tin Tin reappeared and cried out happily, "Lady Fatubak Nok Khan," but she remained silent, not acknowledging the girl at all. Ngok Khan looked up at the sky and asked, "Is this the moonlight of this era?" With a grim stare, she opened her mouth wide to gather a massive amount of energy. The King of the Fairy Moon noticed Ngok Khan's move. Bok Tuyet watched on, confused and worried, and asked, "What on earth is she trying to do?" She replied humorously, "I have no idea. This child has a real temper." Once she gets angry, even a master like me can't hold her back. The gathering energy grew larger by the second. Seeing the moment was right, she unleashed the power toward the sky, causing the very earth to tremble. That raw power surged toward the moon, and upon impact, the moon shattered into 1,000 pieces. Everyone below stood frozen, watching thousands of shards fall from the heavens. No one could believe what they were seeing. Their jaws dropped in pure shock. They were terrified by a level of power they had never witnessed before. Qin Hong gasped. "This is impossible. This scale of combat power is completely beyond our understanding." Tu Luong stood there in silence, staring at the sky. He let out an excited laugh, realizing this was an unavoidable destiny. At that moment, the Tome of the Moon sent a notification. New physique acquired. Heavy Moon physique from Fat Tu Bok Njok Khan. Current Moonlight physique acquired. Blood Moon physique. Saint Moon physique. Absolute Moon physique, or Heavy Moon physique. You may choose one as your inherited bloodline reward. The Saint Moon physique converts a beast tamer's soul power into lunar source, allowing the beast to unleash its maximum combat potential. It keeps the beast at its peak at all times, maintaining full strength during the day and doubling its power at night. It grants a special boost during a full moon. However, the waning moon physique specializes only during the full moon and loses all combat effectiveness at any other time. Then there is the absolute moon physique. In this lifetime, you can only form contracts with moon-type beasts. You can rely on a special attraction stat to draw in a massive number of moon-type beasts. As for the heavy moon physique, the prerequisite is having a god-level bloodline, allowing you to freely manipulate the evolution path of your moon-type beasts. Tu Luong looked at the Tome of the Moon and pondered, the heavy moon physique. Just by looking at the description, it is impossible to understand its true meaning. He calculated his move. In other words, I have to personally witness the evolution level of the Guardian of the Jade Rabbit Palace before I can make a decision. Tu Luong asked himself, between the waning moon physique and the heavy moon physique, which path is the right one to lead me to the peak of evolution? He turned his head and said, I need you to go and test her for me, see what the true strength of the Jade Rabbit Palace Guardian really is. The water jade ring flinched in disbelief. It thought, is he really talking to me right now? It said fearfully, my original body has long since perished. With this broken form, how could I possibly defeat Fat Tu Bok Ngok Khan? Tu Luong ignored the complaint and spoke firmly. Tome of the Moon, I want to perform a draw right now. You know exactly what I want, don't you? I am only drawing once, he declared. I will decide how to deal with you later, based on your performance. I will judge whether you are worth keeping. You only have this one chance, so make it count. As soon as he finished, the pages began to flip. A notification appeared. A new library has been unlocked. Tu Luong praised it. Good boy, that is more like it. I will reward you later. Suddenly, the ring sensed something strange. This can't be. This aura is the true form of the Supreme Jade appearing. The Supreme Moon type, the White Jade Soul, the seventh waning moon. The true form of the Supreme Jade was severed 70,000 years ago by the miracle known as the Void Waning Moon, one of the 7 great miracles. The jade ring trembled and cried out, after 70,000 years. I finally get to see it again. It lunged at Jade, but the second it touched her bracelet, it completely shattered into pieces. A halo of energy enveloped her. Luong gave the order, all right, go ahead, help me test the current strength of the Lunar Rabbit Palace. Jade locked eyes with Luong and stepped closer. She leaned in and gave him a soft kiss on the lips, leaving Luong totally stunned and speechless. Meanwhile, chaos erupted where Khan had shattered the moon, and everyone stood on high alert. Jing thought to herself, so this is the guardian of the Lunar Rabbit Palace, the White Jade Khan. This was exactly why she was once feared as the moon demon god. The girl hiding behind the rock was in total shock, thinking, can someone actually defeat the Lunar Rabbit Palace? Even the great Emperor Azure Moon couldn't destroy the moon like that. She felt a wave of despair, wondering, is there really no one in this world who can stand up to the Lunar Rabbit Palace and the former Moon Queen? Just then, the former Moon Queen noticed a sudden burst of green light. Jade appeared with a smirk. Honenguyet asked Haivan, who's that? The little girl replied, I have no idea. Neither Jing nor the person in the white cloak recognized her either. Lusat was paralyzed with disbelief. Jade flew toward Khan and spoke up, I can't believe how much time has passed. Tens of thousands of years. It seems these new little punks have gotten a bit too full of themselves. Khan snapped back, What the hell are you? Jade gave a friendly smile and replied, never mind that. I've been around since 70,000 years ago, after all. In this world today, only 4 people actually know my true identity. There's Azure Moon, currently in the hands of the Great Emperor, and the Celestial Maiden hiding far away just to watch the show. Dongthak, Lusat, and Khan all gritted their teeth in rage. What did you say? Khan screamed. That condescending tone of yours is really pissing me off. She opened her mouth, gathering massive energy, and fired it straight at Jade. But Jade didn't flinch. Instead, she just stood there and smiled right at her. The attack couldn't even graze Jade. The energy above her head and the surrounding debris seemed to freeze mid-air. The former Moon Queen wondered, what's happening? Is time standing still? The Shadow Queen Mother shouted, no, that's not it. Azure Moon explained, time hasn't stopped. It's the space around her. It's been stretched infinitely. Jade surged upward, and Khan screamed, stop right there! Before Khan even realized it, Jade's foot was already resting on her snow-white fur. Jade gave her a little lesson. Listen, brat, when you're facing the moonlight, you'd better show some basic respect. Got it? Hai Van realized it and shrieked, that's the white Jade Khan she's stepping on. The girl hiding behind the rock couldn't believe her eyes. Was such a powerful being really being suppressed that easily? The former Moon Queen thought darkly. I had a bad feeling from the start, which is why I told the Lunar Rabbit Palace to hold back its true strength. Looking at it now, that Moon King is definitely a handful. Jade's laughter caught her attention. You don't even have the guts to show your face. Is the Moon King of this era really that weak? I bet he sent you to scout because he's terrified. He's hiding inside the lunar form of the Lunar Rabbit Palace, isn't he? Everyone just stared at her, speechless at how stupid that sounded. Embarrassed, the former Moon Queen asked. Wait, is he actually that strong? She looked at Jade, puzzled. Are you from the Gemini, Sky Palace, or Sat? Jade answered calmly. Sorry to disappoint you, kiddo, but I'm none of those. And the Moon King isn't afraid of you at all. He just wanted to see if your current level was even worth his time to step in. Hearing that, the queen bit her lip in fury. Khan spoke into her mind. Boss, if the current Moon King is that confident, we should probably fall back for now. The reigning Moon King is the contractor for the Golden Butterfly Palace. Not long ago, he even surpassed Princess So Dai and reached the highest point of the Celestial Island. The former Moon Queen stayed silent, her face full of defiance. She noticed Khan trembling violently and asked worriedly, Wait, what are you doing? Do you have a grudge against the Golden Butterfly Palace? Khan replied frantically, I do. But I've heard that the divine blood concentration in the Golden Butterfly Palace is the highest in. Khan suddenly started reciting her stats. The hybrid concentration in my body is 177%. The Frost Queen is at 180%, Tao Vian is at 190%, and the Golden Butterfly Palace has already surpassed 195%. Even though blood concentration doesn't determine everything in a fight, the current Moon King is tied to the Golden Butterfly Palace. She wondered out loud, is this the moon's punishment for our betrayal? The queen froze when she heard those words. Khan seemed certain that this era was coming to an end. But before that happens, I don't care what it takes. I'm going to have a full-blown war with the Golden Butterfly Palace. The divine blood in my veins is boiling. With that, she began to gather an unimaginable amount of power. Khan was ecstatic. I can't wait any longer. I have to crush this obstacle in front of me right now. Khan charged forward with all her might. The collision of their powers caused a massive explosion and a blinding flash of light. Jade casually raised one arm to block the blow as if it were nothing. I told you. If you don't want to waste your energy, or if you really want to see the Moon King, Jade casually raised one arm to block the blow, as if it were nothing. I told you. If you don't want to waste your energy, or if you really want to see the Moon King. Her hand reached out, condensing her power into a massive hammer. Jade Polaris swung a devastating blow straight at Jade Khan. Fine then, show me what you've really got. The hammer slammed into the protective barrier, causing it to crack instantly. Watching the situation unfold, Sky Moon shouted in a panic. This is bad. Even the barrier set by Lord Peach Garden is failing. The Lunar Queen remained silent. She barked out an order for everyone to give it their all and finish the fight as quickly as possible. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, the Lunar Queen thought to herself, if only a Supreme Overlord had shown up, I wouldn't have to waste this much energy. She watched Jade Polaris effortlessly launching attacks and sighed. Who would have thought that a member of the Seven Heavens would end up risking her life for an apostle of moonlight? The Lunar Queen gritted her teeth and ordered, "Unleash everything. End this now." Jade Khan's eyes filled with bloodlust as she received the command. She let out a manic grin, her entire body erupting with a surge of power. As the clock struck 12, a terrifying force ocean cloud gasped. So this is her true final form. Lusat spoke with intrigue, stating she's almost on par with the Ice Queen. Suddenly, Jade Polaris's energy shield shattered. She smiled softly and whispered, "Master, I'm sorry. This is my limit." Jade Khan clicked her tongue in disappointment. What a waste. My current self isn't even enough to force out her lunar chrysalis form. Somewhere else, Su Luong was calculating his next move. To test her limits, he hadn't officially formed a contract with Jade Polaris yet. They hadn't truly merged as one. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, the suffocating pressure coming from the Jade Rabbit Palace was clear as day. He thought to himself, if this were the old me, I probably would have peed my pants a long time ago. Su Luong's voice echoed in her mind. It's okay. You did great. Take a rest for now. Meanwhile, Jade Khan bared her teeth, looking like she wanted to swallow Jade Polaris. Her claws were inches away from Jade Polaris's face, but the girl showed no fear. Suddenly, Jade Khan's expression twisted, and she frantically leaped back in another direction. Jade Khan lunged forward to shield the Lunar Queen. The Queen, confused by the sudden movement, looked up at the sky. The Shadow Matriarch couldn't understand why Jade Khan had suddenly stopped. What on earth is happening? Before she could finish her sentence, she sensed it too. The star-sinking crescent blade descended from the heavens. Lunar Queen, do you really care that little about whether we live or die? This is infuriating. Everyone watched in sheer terror. How is this even possible? A true, complete member of the seven heavens? The crescent bone blossom goddess screamed, "This can't be real. Isn't the lock of the high moon blossom currently in the Ice Queen's hands?" The Shadow Matriarch covered her face in utter despair. What do we do now? If that thing hits the ground, every single one of us is dead. The blade plummeted toward Jade Khan, who spread her arms wide to protect the Lunar Queen. A massive explosion rocked the entire region, and the blinding light of the impact was almost too much to bear. The Shadow Matriarch squeezed her eyes shut. When she slowly opened them, she couldn't believe what she saw. Are we actually alive? It was Sky Moon's power that had saved everyone. Her gaze was steady and unwavering, her body surrounded by a massive aura of energy. The goddess thought, is that the Flower Fairy Palace on Sky Moon's side? This is going to be a nightmare to deal with. If the guardian of the Flower Fairy Palace has been born, then the awakening of that person can't be far off. The one who ruled the Moon God Festival for 3 consecutive terms, known as the strongest 9-star demigod in history, the Holy Moon Body, King of the Tao Moon. A group of spirits lay unconscious on the ground as the Lunar Queen's voice trembled. Did the Moon Queen really steal the star-sinking crescent scabbard from the Ice Queen? The young girl gritted her teeth in pain and called out, "Boss." The Queen had been injured by the previous blast. She wheezed out, "Little White." She stared in shock at what was right in front of her. The star-sinking crescent blade was pointed directly at her face. Jade Khan was using both hands, desperately trying to hold it back, but it was clear she was being overpowered. As the blade drew closer and closer, the Lunar Queen cried out in worry, "Little White!" She trembled, feeling completely helpless. The Lunar Queen forced herself up, her heart full of resentment. Not even the Ice Queen in her prime could have pulled this off. Even without showing her true form, the Moon Queen has already backed us into a corner. She commanded, "Little White, use everything you've got." Jade Khan immediately closed her eyes. The halo above her head opened and began to spin rapidly. Sensing the moment was right, she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a wave of power at the sword. A thunderous boom echoed as the energy slammed into the earth. Everyone screamed as they saw the star-sinking crescent blade embedded deep in the ground. Did it go through? Sky Moon replied coldly, "No, her bones are unbelievably tough. She actually managed to block a strike from the crescent bone blossom." The blade hit Jade Khan's head, but failed to pierce through. Jade Khan opened her eyes, her gaze cold and sharp. Suddenly, she released an even more terrifying burst of energy. The crescent blade lunged forward again, its blue steel glowing with an eerie light. Jade Khan struggled with all her might to hold it off, the two powers locked in a fierce stalemate. She gripped the blade tightly, moving desperately to push it as far away as possible. Orange and blue energies clashed violently in the air. Jade Khan finally shoved the blade aside, and the very ground beneath them began to tremble. The Shadow Matriarch cried out in shock. She pushed back the star-sinking crescent blade just by using her own aura? Jade Khan slowly gathered her inner strength as flames erupted all around. It is slowly channeling its inner energy. God blood concentration at 180%, 185%, 190%. The conversion speed is getting faster by the second. White Cloud's snow-white fur is gradually turning into a brilliant, glowing gold. She continues the count. 195%, 199%, 199.9%. White Cloud waves its paws as its entire body has now completely changed color. Jade Khan remains standing on the cracked earth from before, thrusting her hand forward to fire a direct beam of light. The light streaks into the air, piercing the pitch-black night with swirling smoke rings like flying daggers. When the light hits the center, a massive explosion shatters the silence. Thuong Nuyet gazes at the sky, silently observing. Who exactly is this move aimed at? Two girls, one tall and one short, stand on the opposite cliffside. The celestial maiden doesn't understand what's happening, her hollow eyes just staring blankly. She tries her best to pull herself away, ignoring Chungyet's concerned calls behind her. She clasps her hands together, preparing to do something. Up ahead, an altar gate appears, standing out vividly against the gloomy sky. Amidst the thickets, a thunderous explosion erupts. She hides herself within a shroud of pure white smoke. The celestial maiden stares at the empty doorway and the lingering smoke, suddenly so tense that she can't find her voice. Back on Jade Khan's side, the aftershocks leave 3 jagged trenches carved into the ground. The former Moon King steps forward, one hand tightly gripping the other. Today, not a single one of you is getting away. You forced my hand. Since this form has already been exposed, Moon Radiance's combat power is bound to drop, isn't it? Jade Khan continues her assault through the ruins, her resolve unshaken by any words. The eye not covered by her hair shows her extreme irritation. She growls, "The Celestial Maiden, the Flower Fairy Palace, and even you, Moon King, all of you can stay here and die." The Ghost Queen Mother covers her mouth in shock. Wait, how does she know? Without even turning her head, Jade Khan coldly replies, "Naturally, after awakening, the entire essence of the central domain is within my grasp." The Celestial Maiden struggles against her mocking words, no matter how far she tries to hide. Jade Khan then sets her sights directly on him, or perhaps the Moon King, who is silently watching from the shores of the East Sea. As she warps the very air around her, she arrogantly asserts her dominance. Everything falls within the range of my perception. Jade Khan's hand unleashes a fierce surge of light, moving as fast as a falling star. It slowly fades along its path. Suddenly, something changes that catches Jade Khan off guard, leaving Thuong Niet equally shaken. Standing right in front of Jade Khan's hand, Tu Luong appears out of nowhere, staring her down with cold, piercing eyes. While the former Moon King is still in shock, Tu Luong has already manifested behind the Celestial Maiden. He silently recalls his previous calculations. Just now, I formed a contract with Jade Zenith, and my Ice-type power in the Absolute Zero realm has reached 120% unlocking progress. Tu Luong then smiles. Even though the water of oblivion is currently frozen, it's still more than enough to handle this. Tu Luong stands there, his short hair fluttering in the wind, asking mockingly, "What's the matter? Surprised?" He adds further, "But I must say, I'm a bit disappointed in the performance of that heavy moon physique. Simply increasing the concentration of god blood in your body means absolutely nothing to me." These words successfully put Tu Luong concludes that there is no longer any need to even consider the heavy moon physique. The former Moon King angrily retorts, "Is that the physique recorded in the Book of the Moon? Stop dreaming. The absolute moon physique has been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years, even if you manage to collect the other 3. Mid-sentence, she realizes something is very wrong. Oh no, that can't be right. The former Moon King looks at him, silently pondering. Could this man before her actually be one of the rare Moon Kings in history to possess the absolute? Her eyes turn serious. Has he actually gathered them all? The former Moon King screams out to warn her. "Little White!" At that moment, Jade Khan swings her hand right at Tu Luong's face, intending to finish him off instantly. A bright orange light illuminates the ground as a blinding circle appears in front of her. Tu Luong stands firmly amidst the smoke, without a single scratch on him. Jade Khan can't believe her eyes when she sees him standing there, completely unharmed. He is focusing on channeling his skills. 3 black lines and long dark marks appear on Tu Luong's hand. He watches the system interface, waiting for the perfect moment. It's time to make the final physique choice. The Ice-type power in the Absolute Zero realm has reached 120% unlocking progress. Tu Luong closes his eyes. I choose. As soon as he speaks, a flash of light blinds everyone's vision. Jade Khan's expression turns grim as Tu Luong floats midair. His eyes glow with intense power. The former Moon King gasps in shock. Impossible. If it's not the heavy moon physique, but just a lowly holy moon physique, how could he possibly reach this level? Moon King, just what kind of inheritance did you receive? Tu Luong says nothing at first, keeping his eyes shut tight, before finally opening them to give his answer. The holy moon physique? No, that's not what this is. System alert. Tu Luong, the Moon King, has unlocked the unique Zenith Moon physique. As the frost moon radiance shines upon the 12 palaces, a divine blessing from you have reached the extreme frost double Zenith Moon realm. The new ability, Double Zenith Moon, pushes your lunar compatibility to its absolute limit. All realm restrictions are now lifted. You can now summon any beast of any rank without conditions. However, the power of additional beasts will no longer resonate. Instead, when summoned, each beast will have its own independent energy bar, separate from yours. Once their energy is depleted, the beast must return to its inner space to recharge. Staring at the power surging before him, Tu Luong asks himself, who says you can't inherit the Zenith Moon physique twice? With this new blessing and a sudden surge of power, his aura now rivals that of a demigod. He stands firm, a calm smile playing on his lip. Watching this unfold, Thuong Niet remains silent, her eyes filled with shock. The former Moon King is stubborn as hell. Even now, he refuses to believe what's happening right in front of him. No, that's impossible. None of the four great physiques should be able to do something like this. Tu Luong glances at the woman in the distance and asks casually, hey legendary goddess, are you the first apostle of the Virgo Palace? He turns around with a playful smirk. Constantly suppressing your own power and time like that. Don't you think you're being a bit childish? Still, I have to admire your ambition. You're carrying the fragmented aura of the Gemini Palace, not to mention the Seven Strings Phoenix song. Tu Luong's attitude only irritates her more, but she doesn't seem interested in arguing further. He shifts his gaze to Thuong Niet. And what about you? Is it really that fun for a Flower Fairy Palace contractor to hide inside her descendant like a coward? Or maybe all of you? The Flower Fairy Palace, the Peach Orchard, the Seven Strings, and Nalak. You all want to jump me at once? It looks like I hit a nerve. To end the conflicts of this era, your little plan seems just as messy as the White Deer clans. Suddenly, the room goes dead silent. No one says a word. Tu Luong is the one to finally break the icy silence. So you call that the 10-sun eclipse? What an eyesore. He stands his ground, looking more powerful and imposing than ever. Tu Luong acts like he's being generous. Look, if you don't have the guts to fight, then just get lost. First, I've got some trash from the lunar faction to take out. His eyes glow as he spots his target. Tu Luong takes flight, trailed by a swarm of shimmering golden butterflies. Second Palace of Radiance, guardian of the Golden Butterfly Palace, the 8-winged Moon Lord. A flash of light erupts. 10th Palace of Radiance, guardian of the Peacock Palace. That girl with the long green hair is Thuong Hoa from the Seven Strings Celestial Palace. The four girls surround Tu Luong. He thinks to himself, in the extreme frost realm, my beast's power jumps by 200%. That should be more than enough for now. No need to show all my cards today. Meanwhile, a short-haired girl huddles behind a rock, looking absolutely terrified. Sweating bullets, she mutters. Is this really something a normal human is supposed to see? Am I gonna die? The former Moon King stares in disbelief. Four overlords? The kid only has a few stars. How the hell is he fueling that much energy consumption? Nok Khan watches Tu Luong's group flickering in and out of sight. She stays quiet, keeping her thoughts to herself. Chao Yen, on the other hand, gives the former Moon King a cheerful, hey, big brat. Long time no see, huh? But mid-sentence, something makes her jump, and her grin vanishes instantly. Tu Luong is radiating pure killing intent. One cold glare from him is enough to make her shut up and behave. Chao Yen gets straight to the point. From now on, I'll take whatever punishment you give me without a single complaint. Does that work for you, master? Tu Luong stares her down before coldly replying. Do whatever you want. Chao Yen bows, and they head in opposite directions. Tu Luong has it all figured out. With the power of the double zenith moon, his beast's energy consumption won't drain him anymore. Watching her walk away, he feels a surge of absolute confidence. Once she runs out of juice, she'll have to come crawling back to me to recharge. There's no way she's leaving. Chao Yen is locked and loaded. All right then, let's get this party started. A crescent moon of light begins to glow behind the jagged rocks. Beams of purple light erupt from behind her. It's her signature move, the triple stage bloom. The light beams rain down, shaking the very earth. Everyone screams, "Get back! Move! Now!" As the light tears through the battlefield, people scramble to get out of the way before they're blown to bits. The figure in the blue cloak is struck by a terrifying surge of purple light. Their power is absolutely overwhelming. The blue fabric slowly dissolves, revealing a face twisted in pure agony, and Jacques Khan turns her head in sheer annoyance. These useless trash can't even dodge a simple attack? A dark thought flashes through her mind. If I let her do whatever she wants, our losses will only keep piling up. I need to take care of this annoying, brain-dead brat first. Gokhan spits out a ring of bright fire that condenses into a glowing sphere before everything suddenly vanishes. As the light swallows Ngok Khan, she clutches her throat, feeling a wave of nausea. She looks ahead, confused. What on earth is happening? She opens her mouth to channel her inner energy, desperately trying to manifest it again, but it's completely useless. Ngok Khan looks up. "It's you, that blonde girl from the Golden Butterfly Palace." Waves of purple light ripple across the ground. Tintin marches forward, looking absolutely ferocious. A precision strike lands right in Chao Yen's gut. It's over. She lets out a wicked, twisted smile. The little girl turns back, shocked, and grits her teeth in frustration. Wood splinters fly through the air under the dimming twilight. Jacques Khan's hands are clenched into tight fists. Flames erupt from her hands as she ignites her true power. The lunar power makes her immune to all mystical elements and energy fluctuations only physical attacks can land. Chao Yen turns around, still trying to process what's unfolding. Ngok Khan looks toward the sky and unleashes an incredibly powerful beam of light. With the Destruction Star Ring skill, her smile never fades. This is getting interesting. Chao Yen activates a skill from the Star King throne. A violent impact hits the ground, a purple fireball erupts from the earth, and a massive orange ring surrounds everything. Above them, the others are still locked in a fierce battle in the sky. Amidst the ruins and white smoke, Tintin and Nguyen Thuk's group are slumped on the ground. They look badly hurt, clutching their arms, with some already unconscious behind them. Nguyen Thuk asks blankly, "Is it over? Has a winner been decided?" Something suddenly startles her. A massive crater has been carved out from the battle. Chao Yen is hovering right there, still wearing that same reassuring smile. Meanwhile, Ngok Khan tries to manifest another orange orb. Tu Luong warns her to stop the explosions. That guy is completely immune to energy-based attacks. Jacques Kyuk looks over in surprise as she activates the Emerald Jade Kingdom. The entire sky is dyed a deep shade of green. Tintin and Nguyen Thuk suddenly lose all their fighting spirit. The girl tries to push herself up, muttering, "Damn it, my body." Her hands feel like they're glued to the ground, unable to move. Tintin grits her teeth, struggling to break free. Damn it all. Yen Nguyen brandishes a long blade in midair, her eyes flashing with fire as a green aura arcs across the sky. Nguyen Thuk screams out. No. She and Tin are sliced clean in half. Their battle beasts slowly dissolve, turning into nothing but ash and dust. The former Moon Queen turns around. At least Little White. She's still standing firm, her entire body glowing just as before. Ngok Khan gnashes her teeth as a long, jagged red gash bleeds down her forehead. She clutches her wound, trying to hold on. She refuses to accept this. It's not over yet. Then, Ngok Khan lets out a haunting, eerie laugh. "I won't stop here. I'm the one who's the strongest." The goddess stands behind her with her arms crossed, watching Ngok Khan stubbornly standing in the center of the circle. She reminds her, "It's over. No matter how strong she is, there's no way she can overcome those 4 overlords." Seeing Tu Luong still standing by the side, the goddess adds that he needs to reach the Moon Queen. "Fine, you make the call. After all, she was once a member of the Moon Radiance. Let's give her a final send-off. I'll let you make it a grand exit. Thank you." Golden butterfly wings glow brilliantly against the dark sky. The beasts slowly fade away until only faint trails of smoke remain. Tu Luong says to Chao Yen, "I'll let you make this a grand finale." She whispers softly, "Thank you." Chao Yen prepares to face Ngok Khan one last time. Both turn into streaks of light and collide, the impact triggering an earthquake and a blinding flash. Tu Luong looks ahead, then suddenly turns to find the Moon Queen rushing toward him. She wonders to herself, does this guy still have another trump card hidden up his sleeve? He looks at the former Moon Queen, thinking in a panic. Wait, does she really want a one-on-one duel? Tu Luong is hesitant, but with the spirit wind beast still here, what else could she possibly pull off? A glowing ring of floral energy appears in the pitch-black sky. Before the former Moon Queen can strike, she raises her hand high and declares, "We will not fall here like this." She raises 2 fingers as if taking an oath, then throws her hand open to launch a devastating magic attack. Just die. Another earthquake sweeps through. Tu Luong's face turns pale. What? Did the spirit wind beast's body just explode? The system announces, Lunar Emperor System. Upon touching the lunar ring, all living beings are sentenced to death. No beasts can be summoned outside the Beastmaster. She grabs his arm, and Tu Luong's eyes go completely blank. Those black pupils no longer show a single spark of life. Thuong Nguyet and the Queen Mother of Shadow cry out in horror. What? The Moon Queen? The former Moon Queen forces him to the ground. Tu Luong lies there, his eyes wide in absolute shock. Is he dead? The Queen of the preceding moon laughs maniacally as Tu Luong collapses to the ground. Thuong Nguyet and the Nether Queen Mother are left in a state of total shock after witnessing this. A look of smug satisfaction spreads across the Queen's face, but mid-laugh, she suddenly stops. Strange blue meteor fragments begin to shimmer above Tu Luong's head. A system notification announces a divine blessing from the heavens. It divides his life force into 7 stages. Any time the damage received exceeds 1/7 of his total health, the excess is nullified, and 1 stage will be restored. A sudden gust of wind swirls around his body, and Tu Luong's clothes completely disintegrate from the blast. Amidst the blurred streaks of light, his eyes snap open. Tu Luong sits up abruptly and scratches his head. If it weren't for this power from the Frost Queen, he might have actually bitten the dust this time. He stands up and glares at the Queen of the preceding moon. He honestly didn't expect her to pull such a dirty, low-down trick. Seeing Tu Luong standing there stark naked, the Queen of the preceding moon turns bright red. He thinks to himself with a smirk, well, I guess my own tricks are still a bit more shameless than yours. The Nether Queen Mother and Thuong Nguyet are left completely speechless by the sight. From Thuong Nguyet's chest, Peach Blossom pops out and comments, Damn. Both of these moon queens are built insanely large. Hearing that, Thuong Nguyet looks down at herself. Hey, little Peach, aren't you a moon queen too? Do you have something especially big that I don't know about? Peach Blossom's face darkens as she snaps, Shut up and get lost. The Queen of the preceding moon clenches her fists, so furious she can barely stutter out a word. You. She reaches out, trying to do something, but he steps back, causing her to lose her balance. She faceplants forward from the momentum, letting out a pained scream. Tu Luong grabs the Queen by her hair and hoists her up into the air. Her face turns red as she grinds her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. Damn it, that hurts. How is his body as hard as cold steel? Suddenly, she notices something below. Wait, is it that spot? The Queen of the preceding moon swings her leg, aiming a direct kick at his crotch. Tu Luong calmly warns her, Hey, we're in front of everyone here. He then questions her, Are you finished yet? As a Beastmaster, you should use your beasts to settle the score. He drops her, and she falls hard, tumbling away as her pride takes a massive hit. The Celestial Maiden comments, Honestly, he really doesn't know how to treat a lady. He had such a perfect chance just now. If it were me, I would have finished her off right then and there. Chu Nguyet, standing nearby, is completely at a loss for words. The maiden rests her cheeks in her hands, sitting down to enjoy the drama. Publicly humiliating an old enemy like that, it's actually pretty entertaining. Chu Nguyet thinks to herself, I am definitely never buying you that kind of manga ever again. Tu Luong activates the power of the golden butterfly bow, and instantly, all his clothes are restored to how they were. He muses to himself, no wonder the ancient legends didn't like wearing clothes, they just end up exploding during a fight anyway. Tu Luong looks up at the sky for a moment, watching the overlapping rays of light. He thinks, it seems that after a night of absolute chaos and that devastating strike from the waning moonflower, the stamina and beast power of the Flying Rabbit Palace have reached their limit. Ngok Than is still glowing, looking incredibly stubborn. Her eyes fly open for a second before suddenly snapping shut. That light pierces right through her. Before Chao Yen's very eyes, the body explodes. She can only mutter one thing, it's over. A voice echoes through the space. Flying Rabbit Palace has been defeated. The Great Yin faction has lost its eligibility for the Moon God Festival. The Queen of the Preceding Moons slowly sits up, listening to the voice. Flying Rabbit Palace has been defeated. The Great Yin faction has lost its eligibility for the Moon God Festival. Tu Luong remains standing tall as the announcement repeats. Flying Rabbit Palace has been defeated. The Great Yin faction has lost its eligibility for the Moon God Festival. Tu Luong realizes that the Moon God Festival is almost ready to move into the next phase. He spreads his arms wide. Let's get this started. The Moon God Festival finally releases its true power. The quiet space suddenly falls into a deathly silence. At the same time, over at the Cloud Mist Sea Holy Land, thick smoke begins to envelop the lighthouse. The moon has risen high, and at the Three Kings Spring, the water levels begin to drop like a receding tide. The system announces the final power of the Moon God Festival, a one-time reward for reaching the peak of the Heavenly Peach Circle. Once used, it will remove all restrictions on the overlords and awaken every sleeping demigod. He must face every challenge of this era as a true king. If the host wins, he will completely shatter the established order of the gods. The Celestial Maiden looks at her hands as the skill activates, letting out a somewhat regretful sigh. The 10,000-year restriction on our activities is gone. Does this mean the so-called rules are about to collapse? Peach Blossom protests angrily. Oh my god, what have you done? You promised me you wouldn't start this. You're about to cause the greatest mass casualty event in the history of this world. Tu Luong fires back. So what? It was going to happen sooner or later anyway. If the end of the world happens 300,000 years early, what's the big deal? Dark clouds slowly roll in as he gazes at the somber horizon. If no one before me could ever reach the peak of the Heavenly Peach Cycle, then even if someone manages to reach it after I am gone, it will not mean a damn thing. The Celestial Maiden and Peach Orchard listen in silence, their expressions turning sour. He continues firmly, I do not care what kind of terrifying figure the gods predicted would appear 300,000 years from now. That has nothing to do with me. Now that I have obtained this power, I obviously have the right to unleash it. In the desolate landscape of the East Realm, water begins to trickle down into the ravines, forming a long, steady stream. It flows down into a lake where Bingfei is soaking with her eyes closed. She slowly opens her eyes and rises to the surface. Oh? Does this mean I can finally leave the East Realm? Back on the battlefield, after an intense fight, no one has left yet. Chang Yue gives a cold sneer. You really are just a little brat who does not know his place. She questions him sharply. Do you honestly think that just because you defeated the Flying Rabbit Palace, you have the strength to take on the entire world? Chang Yue continues to mock him, stating that even Princess First Generation Van and the Great Supreme Mural Calamity are not considered the most terrifying ranks. There are many other overlords who were never even recorded in history because nearly every living soul from that era was completely wiped out. She speaks harshly about those nameless legends, emphasizing that the destruction back then was so absolute that no one was left to tell the tale. Tu Luong responds calmly, so what? To stop the world from being hunted to extinction by them, did you all form an alliance just to dominate the moon goddess right 3 times in a row? He calls them out one by one, starting with Peach Orchard, then the 7 Strings Naraku, and even the guardian of the Flower Fairy Palace, the Moon King. She is left speechless, unable to find a comeback. After a long silence, she finally speaks up in frustration. Fine, forget it. At least now is not the time for a moon-brilliant civil war. The vision in Chang Yue's eyes fades away. The Celestial Maiden thinks to herself, although I will not declare war at this moment, she is truly unwilling to let this go. All the schemes she painstakingly built over thousands of years have been ruined by the decision of this foolish Moon King. The short-haired girl wakes up behind a boulder, noticing that the atmosphere has suddenly become incredibly heavy. Tu Luong has his own calculations. That is right. If I activate this power now, I am not just wasting an opportunity to increase my strength, but I will also draw even more silent hatred toward myself. However, he challenges the idea. From my perspective, right now is actually when I have the highest chance of winning. A shadow appears behind Nokan. I used to think the lunar faction were my sworn enemies, but they are nothing more than ordinary winners of the moon goddess. Chang Yu appears surrounded by beams of light. Compared to them, the Moon King has reigned supreme for 3 consecutive terms. The first miracle of the Peach Orchard was the 7 Strings Naraku of the 4th Flower Fairy Palace. That side is truly powerful beyond measure. The image representing the Celestial Maiden shows her playing the flute, Not to mention that within this celestial body hides the essence of the Gemini and Virgo constellations. She even holds a complete version of the 7 strings Phoenix melody. To think such terrifying combat power has been hidden until now. And then there is the White Deer clan in the Sea of Mist, acting as they please for 300,000 years. I am afraid that even if I train to 10 stars, there will still be variables. A chart with 5 people appears, with a star at the center. After mapping out the distribution of strategic ranks, my strategy finally starts to become clear. The representative images in his mind begin to crack. The colors of the diagram turn dull and dim. By activating this power, I will shatter the plans of every faction and rely on the gap in time and information to seize victory. Tu Luong turns his head and stares intensely at the former Moon King. She does not look up, gazing down in deep sorrow. Tu Luong leans down to her eye level and says, "Listen carefully. Your lunar faction has been kicked out of the Moon Goddess Rite. You have no more chances and no more hope." He lifts the former Moon King's chin. "Transfer the contract of the White Jade Empress to me. In exchange, I will sign a temporary contract with you." Tu Luong persuades her. "This way, you will still have the qualification to fight in this Moon Goddess Rite." The former Moon King does not react, but his eyes grow more determined. Tu Luong then stands up and recalls everything. Chu Nuyet, standing beside the Celestial Maiden, says in awe, "Oh, so living beings can be recalled as well?" She replies, "As long as there is no resistance, it is possible." Tu Luong covers his face in frustration. "I do not have time to convince her right now. I will find a chance to talk to her properly later." The system screen notifies him the Moon Goddess Rite has entered its final stage. All restrictions on the overlords have been lifted. Based on the distribution of power and combat strength, the world's factions have been automatically detected and divided into 7 sides. Once the representatives of the 7 factions are eliminated, their faction's qualification will be automatically revoked. The North Realm faction consists of Moon King Tu Luong, the Sagittarius Guardian, and the Golden Butterfly Guardian. Next is the Peacock Guardian, the Aquarius Guardian, and the high-ranking moons Nok Kyuk and Suhoa. All forces are now ready for the life and death battle that lies ahead. Tu Luong takes a deep breath, his eyes burning with unshakable determination. The real game starts now. He will prove who the true ruler of this Moon Goddess Rite really is. With all restrictions broken, the monsters that have been slumbering for ages are finally beginning to wake up. The first footsteps of a new era are echoing amidst the ruins of the East Realm. The system notification finally appears for the Celestial Maiden. The Central Domain camp features the Celestial Maiden herself, the Moonlight Saintess, the Gemini Palace Guardian, and the Virgo Palace Guardian. Next is the Upper Crescent Moon Phoenix Song. Over in the Western Domain camp, we have the First Generation Lover and the 7 Great Miracles. In the Southern Domain, there is the Wedding Dress Miracle. Meanwhile, the Peach Blossom Ring camp boasts the Peach Moon King, the Azure Moon Emperor, and their own 7 Great Miracles. The first miracle is the Peach Ring, the Flower Fairy Guardian, the Upper Crescent Moon Naraku, and the Peach Sword Tower, representing the Eastern Domain camp. Then there is the First Generation Ice Queen, the 7 Great Miracles, the Miracle of the Sky, and once again, the First Generation Ice Queen. We also see the Winter Pomegranate Slasher and the Lord of Eternal Winter. The Triple Sovereignty camp includes the Ghost Queen Mother, the 7 Great Miracles, the Pearl of Tears Miracle, the Sea Siren. The Cloud Mist Sea camp consists of the First Generation Cloud Princess, the original Supreme Mural Tribulation, and the original 19-colored Moon Step. There is also the original Cloud Dream Covenant, along with the 4th, 6th, and 9th White Deer Emperors. Rounding them out are the 13th, 14th, and the current 15th White Deer Emperor. The neutral camp includes the 7 Great Miracles, the Wu Wei Miracle, the Upper Crescent Moon, Zi Xiao, another set of the 7 Great Miracles, and the Eternal Miracle. Finally, we have Bai Shi, the 7th Moon Palace, the Heavenly Deficit Guardian, and the Upper Crescent Moon Tian Chi. The Upper Crescent Moon Lai Ca issues a reminder. All neutral members must choose a side to join within 1 year, or they will be disqualified. The system continues its announcement, stating that even those who aren't official representatives can choose any camp they wish to join. Once a camp emerges victorious, the rewards will be split among everyone who participated. Several ability stats have been balanced, effectively nerfing the Mist Realm powers of the White Deer clan and the current Moon King's authority. Also affected are the Sea Siren clan's symbiosis effect, the Peach Moon King's divine blood concentration, and the Winter Queen clan's influence over the climate. However, the celestial maiden of the Western domain gets to keep her immortality unchanged. Su Liang silently watches as the system dumps all this information. Status windows keep flashing rapidly, before finally locking in the specific terms of the battle. If the beast power bonus in the extreme cold realm exceeds 100%, shields can no longer be used to recover spirit beasts. Only the Moon King himself can see this specific intel. He thinks to himself, it looks like everyone has a detailed description hidden from others. Since this info is restricted to the host, he starts calculating how to turn these rules to his absolute advantage. He realizes he can't just abuse the extreme cold realm's recovery speed to keep his beasts topped off forever. The consequences would be devastating. Meanwhile, the three girls from the White Deer clan remain silent. Su Liang keeps thinking even the eternal mist realm of the White Deer clan has been weakened. The celestial maiden lets out a long sigh, realizing there is still a path to victory. If they had waited another few 100,000 years, their chances might have dropped to 0. The Moon King made the right call. She looks at the shadows in the distance, thinking that the cloud mist sea is truly a terrifying force. She wonders if all those White Deer emperors are going to be combat representatives. The celestial maiden feels a weight in her chest, growing more anxious by the second. This is getting complicated. She suspects that the Winter Queen and the Sea Siren clan have already struck a deal. They must have teamed up beforehand. Even the Peach Blossom Ring and the Eastern Domain seem way too close for comfort. Word is that the wedding dress and the peach ring used to be very intimate. The celestial maiden feels a sting of frustration at being so isolated. With no backup in sight, it is just her and the Moon King against the world. Finally, she hardens her resolve. That is it. If she can just secure an alliance with the Moon King, they might actually stand a chance. She looks over at Su Liang, remembering they were once Moon Radiance apostles. But more importantly, she can feel the raw power of his bloodline. Deciding that overthinking is useless, she leaps right in front of him. Without any small talk, she gets straight to the point. My Lord Moon King, I was just wondering, have you happened to get